February 1990. The sky remained cold, the wind piercing. On the streets of Beijing, people walked in small groups. Some wore hats pulled tight, bundled up completely, others hunched their necks deep into their cotton-padded coats. A few, like Su Guan, refused to shrink. Su Guan wore a black cotton-padded coat and army green cotton pants, so bulky he looked like a clumsy bear. A horsehair tassel hung from the back of his coat, and his corduroy-lined cotton shoes expertly avoided every puddle of dirty water. His hands alternated tucked into his sleeves as he strolled into a storefront tucked in hatong. In front of the shop sat an iron pot over a meter in diameter. Inside, the simmering broth boiled golden fried tofu, jang red lung pieces, and wrinkled, coiled pig intestines. Rising steam enveloped the shop's entrance in a misty haze. Welcome back. One large serving of LZH offal stew, add an extra Huayu sesame pancake, extra cilantro, and an extra serving of base ingredients. The shop master, wearing a white apron, chopped various pork offal with rhythmic thump-thump-thump sounds. The Huayu was cut crosswise into 9 pieces, tossed casually into a blue-flowered porcelain bowl. Then came layers of lung, intestines, fried tofu, and a generous handful of cilantro. Finally, fermented tofu sauce, chive flour sauce, chili oil, then drenched with hot broth. You wonder how it tastes? A sign on the wall read, "Rare delicacies speak of old Beijing. Let the public judge the flavors freely. 1,000 ways to season pork. 10,000 methods to cook liver and gut. When I'm full to bursting, they'll write a poem to praise this myself." Su Guan grabbed chopsticks from the bamboo holder and dug in, devouring his meal with gusto, sweat pouring down his face. He picked up his favorite piece of Huayu, about to pop it into his mouth, when a frantic voice suddenly shouted, "Su Guan, your dad is dead." Su Guan gritted his teeth and spat out one word, "Damn." Thoughts raced. Who the hell didn't tuck in their pants and let this bastard out? Opens his mouth and says, "Your dad is dead." He dropped the Huayu back into the bowl, slammed his chopsticks down on the table, and snapped his head around to curse. "Your dad is dead. Your whole family is dead. Damn." The person was none other than his classmate, Chao Baoping. With a grim face, he said, "Su Guan, I'm not joking. I just got back from school. I brought your telegram. Look." Su Guan snatched the telegram. The 4 characters Su Goi, father passed. Return immediately froze him on the bench. He sat there, speechless, not crying for a long time. After a long silence, he finally came to. He stood up, paid the bill, and silently walked back to the south side room of his rented courtyard's west wing. Chao Xiao, worried Su Guan might do something rash, followed him inside, comforting him. "Take heart. Mourn properly. Su Guan, you need to go home now. Your uncle is waiting for you to handle your father's funeral arrangements." Su Guan nodded without speaking, grabbed a few clothes and documents, stuffed them into a bag, and headed out. At the door, he turned back, patted Chao Xiao on the shoulder, and said, "Bro, wait for me to come back." On the train, Su Guan sat eating a large flatbread bought at the station, staring at the pitch-black night outside the window, silently cursing. What kind of nonsense is this? I just got here less than 3 days ago. Did I really jinx him to death? Damn, I must be cursed. Su Guan, a 183 centimeters tall young man, neither handsome nor ugly. His features merely harmonious enough to look decent, with long, artistic shoulder-length hair. The 3 traits of a director: long hair, yelling at people, passing the buck. Su Guan had only mastered the basics. Just moments ago, in 2024, had been a capable assistant director, chatting about a script with a Golden Eagle award-winning leading actress. Then, in a blink, he woke up in 1990, becoming an undistributed student from a 1985 class of the literature department at the Beijing Film Academy. Recently unemployed in a rental room, waiting for school assignment while making ends meet by writing scripts. As for meals, he scraped by on leftovers and handouts. Why hadn't he cut his hair? Because he hadn't passed the threshold yet. If he didn't cut it, his dad died. If he did cut it, one knew what disaster might follow. The train clattered for nearly 20 hours before reaching Harbin. Then he transferred to a minibus to finally reach home. Seeing the room full of relatives and friends, Su Guan's inner drama king took over. He promptly fainted. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. Silent and solemn, like a son had lost his parents, Su Guan followed his uncle in handling Su Danian's funeral, receiving wave after wave of mourners. "Xiao Guan, come eat something." Uncle Su Ernyan entered the bedroom, waking Su Guan. Eat something. You haven't had a proper meal in days. Like this, your body won't hold up." Su Guan, hair disheveled, stepped out of the bedroom, didn't wash his hands, went straight to the table, grabbed the chopsticks, and wolfed down food. Su Danian had gone north with friends to trade goods. On the way back, they had a car accident, 3 people, 2 dead. One of them was Su Guan's father. Su Ernian asked, "Xiao Guan, what are your plans now?" Su Guan swallowed a mouthful of rice porridge, cleared his throat, and said, "Back to Beijing. Wait for school assignment. Your dad did a lot of trading last year. He left you quite a bit. After eating, he'll hand it all over." Su Guan didn't respond, just nodded. After the meal, in the bedroom. "Ah, your dad held on, but didn't make it until you came back. Before passing, he specifically told me." Su Ernian paused, composed himself, then pulled a bank book from his pocket and handed it to Su Guan. "All the money your dad made from trading is here. Take it. Come, I have something else to tell you." Su Ernian opened another bedroom door, pointed at the bed. "It's all here." Su Guan looked closely and nearly jumped. The entire bed was neatly stacked with film reels. "Your dad traded a truckload of pork for these up north. Before he died, he told me to give them to you. He said, give him a leg up after that. It's on his own." Though Su Guan had never met Su Danian, a sudden wave of sorrow washed over him. He buried his face in Su Ernian's shoulder and sobbed. Father's love gone. Golden goose gone. In a daze, 3 days passed in a flash. Su Guan, along with Su Ernian and a friend, struggled mightily to transport the film reels from Harbin back to Beijing. For now, they were piled on Su Guan's bed in the rented courtyard. Before leaving, Su Guan solemnly said to Su Ernian, "Uncle, after you get back, you must change your name. Even Taiju or Tietue would just don't keep calling yourself Ernian." "Got it. He'll change it to Su Sanyan when I get back." Su Ernian waved dismissively. Su Guan thought, "Only knows these numbers, huh?" He said aloud, "Old uncle, how about Su Fingyan? Stop being so fixated on 2 and 3. Fingyan, that's good. That's the one." Su Ernian was very pleased. After seeing Su Ernian off, Su Guan stared at the bed full of film reels, sighed, and muttered, "What the hell am I supposed to do with this? Even too much film is a headache." Just as he was pondering, Cao Xiao barged straight into Su Guan's room. Seeing the bed stacked with film, he covered his wide-open mouth big enough to fit a fist with trembling hands, eyes bulging. After a long moment, he finally snapped back. "Su Guan, where did you get so much film?" Su Guan, like a mother frying twisted dough sticks during Chinese New Year, jumped up and scolded Cao Xiao. "Don't yell so loud." He shut the door. "My dad traded his life for it." In this era, what film person wouldn't love film reels to the core? Cao Xiao fetched his bedding roll from his room. The two of them laid out mats on the floor and started watching the reels. The next day, no matter what they did, one of them always stayed behind to guard the room. After 3 days of this, Su Guan couldn't take it anymore. He decided to find a place to store the film. That afternoon, Su Guan was lying on the floor mat when Cao Xiao arrived, bringing teacher Wang Di and director Tian Zhuangong into the room. Wang Di was Su Guan, and Cao Xiao's homeroom teacher Tian Zhuangong was someone had brought for help. Seeing Su Guan looking so thin, Wang Di patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Take heart." Director Tian Zhuangong did the same. Then the group began discussing how to handle these Soviet film reels. Soviet Union. Yes, it was still called the Soviet Union. Let's be clear, these are my dad's life for. I want to sell a single reel-only storage. Director Tian nodded, patted Su Guan's shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, he'll personally put them in the Beijing Film Studio warehouse. Absolutely safe. We won't sell to anyone. You keep them for yourself. And hey, make something of yourself. Soon shoot a great film." Su Guan would have kept them anywhere else if he could, but these were film reels. If word got out and experts started urging him to hand them over to the state, what then? The four got to work counting, moving, loading, Fungung Vingchir, clear division of labor handling the reels with utmost care as they transported them to the Beijing Film Studio warehouse. After registration, Su Guan would pay a small annual fee for the studio to store the reels on his behalf. Su Danian had done plenty of trading over the year, leaving Su Guan an inheritance of 200,000 yuan. Evening, around 8 o'clock, Su Guan was bent over a desk, writing a script. When bang, Cao Xiao pushed the door open. "Bro, can't you knock? What if I was at a critical moment? 2 grown men wants to knock for? You got a woman in here or something?" Young people back then were probably so innocent they didn't even know how to jerk off. Cao Xiao wasn't the refined director head, later become always rushing and clumsy. "My dear screenwriter Cao, what's up? Your assignment result is out." Chapter 2. The allocation results have arrived morning, around 7 or 8 o'clock. The sunlight slanted into the west wing, casting a chill in the living room. Su Guan sat on a stool, his head drooping into the basin, while Xiao Chao poured hot water from a kettle over his head. Xiao Chao incessantly chattered. "Can't you get a short haircut?" "Just yesterday," Aunt Wang in the alley remarked. "Xiao Chao, who would have thought, a fellow of your stature? Seeking a partner over 1.80 meters tall. How will you manage? Can you believe that?" Su Guan opened his mouth, bubbles spilling forth, as he turned his head and spat a few times, urging him to pour slowly and thoroughly. Xiao Chao emptied the last bit of hot water onto Su Guan's head, exclaiming, "You're such a waster. Enough to fill a bathtub for me." Su Guan bowed his head, pushing the water from the back of his neck forward, bending down to find a towel to dry his hair. A spirited young man with long hair, one wonders what he is thinking. Su Guan donned a cotton coat and squatted by the stove, warming himself for quite a while until his hair finally dried. After tying it up, he applied a bit of face oil, rubbing it evenly in his hands before vigorously applying it to his face, readying himself to head to Beijing Film Academy. Xiao Chao, with a green canvas bag slung over his shoulder, had been waiting nearby and remarked, "I'm not rushing you. Just curious how long you'll take. I'll be off to Ningxia in a few days, my last trip to school, unlike you who can linger at Beijing Film. Why am I so unfortunate?" Su Guan, indeed unfortunate, had just lost his father and was now dispatched to Healan Mountain. Initially, upon seeing Su Guan's pile of film, Xiao Chao had secretly thought it belonged to his father, but quickly slapped himself out of that notion, cursing himself for being an unfilial wretch. In the courtyard, the two faced off at the bicycle. "You're taller, you ride. Concentrated essence, you have the strength, you ride. I have no gloves, my hands are freezing." Su Guan removed his gloves and offered them to Xiao Chao, who refused to take them. Su Guan tucked them into his own pocket, saying, "Here, take my gloves. Now you can ride, right? The next time you ride, take me along. Who knows when that will be? You're impressive. Fine, fine. All right. But you get down first." Su Guan spread his long legs, patting the seat wrapped in rags. "I'll support you. Just hop on and pedal." Xiao Chao took a deep breath with his eyes closed, exhaling rapidly, reminding himself to remain calm and not get angry, or they would be late. Once he mounted the bicycle, he began to pedal, with Su Guan pushing from behind, and the bicycle wobbled its way towards the Film Academy. Ximin Alley is not far from Beijing Film Academy, just about 2 or 3 kilometers. Before long, they entered the campus, and Su Guan swung his long legs off the bike, heading towards Wang Di's office. Xiao Chao swayed dangerously, almost toppling over, stabilizing himself after about 10 meters. Upon parking the bike, he wondered, where is everyone? Rushing to Wang Di's office, he burst in to find it filled to capacity. Wang Di scolded Xiao Chao. "Out of the 9 in class, you are the last to arrive. You still have the audacity to remain at school? Since this is the last meeting, I'll let you off this time. If it happens again, you can stand outside." Xiao Chao is the youngest and most talented in the class, and Wang Di shows him exceptional favoritism. "I shall certainly pay more attention next time." Xiao Chao crouched down beside Su Guan, glancing at the bystanders who seemed oblivious to him, exclaiming, "What a calamity." The meeting's theme revolved around distribution. However, Su Guan already had a clear idea in his mind that it would be for a remote region, though the specifics would depend on the outcome. Su Guan thought, Ningxia Film Studio. Upon receiving the distribution results, he pondered how difficult it would be for the original occupant to return to Ningxia. Gaining a directorial position through conventional means seemed nearly impossible, especially since even someone as qualified as Xiao Chao would take at least a decade. Is it really impressive to traverse time? Su Guan did not share this sentiment. Zhao Ruilong had asserted that no one of such caliber should exist. The distribution results dampened everyone's spirits, leaving them disinclined to celebrate over a meal. After bidding farewell to one another, they waved goodbye and dispersed to various film studios across the country. Wang Di sighed repeatedly, wishing for his students to secure favorable placements. He looked at Su Guan, patted his shoulder, and encouraged him to persevere. Aside from the acting department, everyone at Beijing Film Academy was striving to enter the directing program, with the bystanders making other departments serve the directing students daily. Upon exiting the school gates and entering the film studio, they still found themselves toiling for these individuals. After leaving the office building, Xiao Chao eagerly rushed to push a cart, catching up with Su Guan and exclaiming, "Let us go, hop in. I'm treating you to a meal today." They arrived at a small hot pot restaurant in Shiming Hutong. The hand-sliced lamb leg meat was served on a plate, and Xiao Chao, feeling the pinch, ordered a few more dishes along with a bottle of Red Star Erguo too. As the clear broth simmered, Su Guan adjusted the heat and began cooking the meat with his chopsticks, taking a few bites before raising his first toast. Xiao Chao lifted his glass, wanting to speak but finding himself at a loss for words. Instead, he clinked his glass with Su Guan's and downed it in one gulp. Xiao Chao, the youngest in the class, was born in '67, while Su Guan was born in '68. When they first entered the school, Xiao Chao had a confrontation with students from other departments in the water room. Su Guan intervened to help, and thus began their fateful friendship. Are you really going to Ningxia Film Studio? This was the 6th time Xiao Chao had asked Su Guan, and each time he received the same answer. Xiao Chao used his chopsticks to fish out some meat from the pot for Su Guan, saying, "But if you go to Ningxia Film Studio, when will you ever rise to prominence? They didn't even have any film production quotas. If you went, you would likely just be doing menial tasks. Just place your heart in the basin, and I will steadfastly remain in Ningxia. When the day comes that you achieve success, and you occasionally remember that an old friend still exists beneath Hill and Mountain, I will be content." Su Guan stirred the lamb meat in the sesame sauce and stuffed it into his mouth. When others treat, it tastes delightful. Xiao Chao is an honest and sentimental person. Su Guan's emotional appeal rendered him teary-eyed. They drank a pound during the farewell toast, and Xiao Chao, forcing himself to pay the bill, collapsed afterward. As Su Guan lifted Xiao Chao, he felt uncomfortable, so he gently placed him on a clean table and called for a waiter, saying, "Bring us 2 more hands." The hot pot owner lifted his dark apron, wiped his greasy hands, and, accompanied by a waiter, hoisted Xiao Chao onto Su Guan's back. They walked a few steps back to the small courtyard, where the west wing consisted of 2 adjoining rooms, one to the south and the other to the north. Su Guan occupied the southern room, while Xiao Chao resided in the northern one. After attending to Xiao Chao, Su Guan returned to his room to pack his belongings in preparation for his journey to Yinchuan. After all, the school had assigned him a position, albeit within a state-owned enterprise, and it was worth exploring. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity. At Beijing, there was a youth shadow factory that had filming quotas, but those were exclusively for the directing department. The literature department stood no chance. If Su Guan were to approach the school leadership about this matter, merely avoiding expulsion would be considered the utmost courtesy. Unless one were Zhang Yimou from the photography department, anyone from other departments would do well to refrain from such thoughts. Chapter 3. Farewell. Su Guan did not possess much. He packed a large bag, neatly arranging all his books on the table. The bedding, imbued with his essence, was left for Xiao Chao as a memento. After tidying up, Su Guan found himself unable to continue writing his script, so he rose and stepped outside for a smoke. At the entrance of the Beijing factory, he beheld the statue of workers, peasants, and soldiers standing proudly above the brown archway, inscribed with festive traditional characters celebrating the holiday. Below this inscription stood a young woman with an oval face and long hair, clad in a deep blue wool coat. It was Chen Hong. She looked striking. The dry chill of the capital was an uncomfortable shock for her. She lightly stomped her feet and spun around, awaiting her university classmate, Guy Li, currently not yet graduated. She had come to Beijing to reshoot film scenes while also visiting friends. Suddenly, a yellow taxi pulled up nearby, and the door swung open from within. "Honger, hurry up." Upon recognizing the voice, Chen Hong bent down and climbed in, rubbing her hands together as she began to complain. "If you had come any later, I would have frozen stiff. This city is unbearably cold. How do you manage?" Guy Li grasped Chen Hong's icy hands and vigorously rubbed them, saying, "You'll get used to the cold after a while. How did the reshoots go? Do you have to come back tomorrow?" "All done," Chen Hong replied, feeling Guy Li's warmth. "How have you been? Still running solo?" Guy Li playfully swatted Chen Hong's delicate hand away, feigning annoyance. "You only ask about my troubles. Why don't you inquire if I've finished my winter break assignments?" Chen Hong giggled, wrapping her arm around Guy Li's shoulders, causing her to sway. "Once we get to your place, I promise to talk only about the happy things, all right? Now that sounds more like it." Both Guy Li and Chen Hong were students from the 1986 acting class at the Shanghai Theatre Academy. During their junior year, Guy Li dropped out to pursue her own path. She would become the first independent actress from the mainland, later emerging as the owner of Xinli. As Guy Li and Chen Hong chattered while entering the small courtyard, they spotted Su Guan standing under the eaves, smoking and gazing at the sky. The artistic trend of the 90s, once revered, eventually morphed into a term of derision, with the positive connotation of artistic flair transforming into the negative poser. However, some phrases flipped their meanings, such as sucking up turning into providing emotional value. Upon noticing the 2 striking women entering, Su Guan momentarily froze, quickly recognizing Chen Hong. Yet, approaching her for a greeting without being rebuked as a rogue would already be a display of utmost decorum. "It has been years since I last saw my uncle. A haircut should pose no issue, right? I will proceed with it. Is the elder at home?" An elderly man with a sharp nose emerged from within. "Xiao Su, what brings you here?" "I need to borrow a clipper to trim my hair." Why cut your hair right after the new year? Have you forsaken your uncle? No more uncle. All right then, would you like a scarf? Yes. Su Guan received the tools, disdainfully picking at the hair remnants inside. In the east wing, Chun Hong cradled a hot water cup, inquiring, Hey, Li, has that long-haired handsome man from your courtyard not made a move on you? You flirt. I'll pound you. Guli rose to strike Chun Hong, leading to playful banter. I don't even know him. I heard from the landlord that he's a student from Beijing Film Academy, waiting for assignments. I also heard he just returned from his father's funeral. At that moment, Chun Hong spotted the long-haired man, who was now seated on a bench in the courtyard, accompanied by a short-haired companion. Su Guan, donned in a scarf, held a mirror in his right hand, scrutinizing his long hair, which he would soon no longer possess. Xiao Chao, push it confidently. I've cast my uncle aside. What is there to fear? Just follow my lead. Xiao Chao, with the clipper, circled around Su Guan, unsure of where to start. Why are you filming while cutting my hair? Aren't you even brave enough to make a move? Although Xiao Chao did not comprehend the deeper meaning, he recognized that Su Guan was not pleased. Turning back into the room, he fetched a pair of scissors, pinching the tips of Su Guan's hair and snipping at the roots. As a cascade of thick, dark hair fell to the ground, Xiao Chao felt a newfound ease in his actions, and soon, more strands littered the floor. Su Guan gazed into the mirror and exclaimed, Chao, you are truly underappreciated as a screenwriter. Different roles in the revolution. Xiao Chao finished giving Su Guan a gleaming bald head, soaked a towel in hot water, wrung it out, and began vigorously rubbing Su Guan's scalp. Ouch, that hurts, Su Guan exclaimed, leaping high and chasing Xiao Chao around the courtyard, causing a ruckus. The landlord, lounging against the doorframe, munching on sunflower seeds, advised, You two better clean up the hair. See how it's blown everywhere. And don't forget to tidy up the seeds too. After cleaning up the abundant hair in the courtyard, Su Guan glanced at the sky and prepared to go out for a meal. Xiao Chao lamented, Thank goodness you're leaving tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't survive this. Enough of that. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us indulge. The two playfully tussled their way out of the courtyard, their figures vanishing at the alley's end. The following day, before dawn, Su Guan left a note for Xiao Chao in the room, packed his bag for Yinchuan, and discreetly took Xiao Chao's hat. Upon exiting the alley, he spotted Chun Hong and Guli waiting by the roadside, as if for a vehicle. With his large backpack, Su Guan stood at the intersection, ready to hail a taxi to the train station. Each time he waited for a ride, lighting a cigarette would invariably summon a vehicle. This occasion was no exception. Just as he had consumed a third of his cigarette, a taxi arrived, and the three at the roadside waved, prompting the vehicle to halt before them. Guli asked, Where are you headed? If it's to the train station, let us go together. Yes, to the train station. Su Guan took a deep drag of his cigarette, extinguished the butt, opened the door, and settled next to Chun Hong. Su Guan, clutching his backpack, expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, What a coincidence. Otherwise, I might have missed my train if I were any later. Where are you headed? He inquired. I am returning to Shanghai. She is accompanying me, Chun Hong succinctly replied, showing little desire to engage further with this labor reformer. However, the neighbor, Guy Li, interjected, asking, Where are you off to? Su Guan gestured across Chun Hong, saying, We are still neighbors for now, but soon we shall not be. I am heading to Yinchuan, assigned to the Ningxia Film Studio, and I am in a hurry to report in. Chun Hong leaned back slightly to facilitate their conversation. Guy Li asked, I heard from the landlord that you graduated from Beijing Film Academy. What was your major? Screenwriting, Su Guan replied. And you? Guy Li's interest dwindled significantly as she politely responded, We are both actors. She is still studying, while I have already started working. After giving a thumbs up, Su Guan sensed their disinterest in further dialogue and concluded the conversation. Upon arriving at the train station, Guy Li covered the fare. You're fresh out of school. What money do you have? Today it's on me. You can treat me another time. The three of them sitting together again would be a matter for a future chapter. Chapter 4. Preparing to ascend the mountain as the train bound for Yinchuan departed, Xiao Chao was jolted awake by an urgent need to relieve himself. He rolled out of bed, retrieved the chamber pot from beneath the bed, and relieved himself into it with a sense of immediate comfort. After a refreshing shiver, he hastily donned his cotton trousers and jacket and dashed to the adjacent room. Upon opening the door, he discovered the bedding neatly rolled at the head of the bed. A quick glance around the room revealed that Su Guan had taken only his clothes, leaving everything else seemingly untouched. On the table lay a note that read, Farewell, Comrade Chao Baoping. I have tidied up the room, and everything is now yours. Stepping out, I felt the chill. I took your hat with me. May we reunite in the capital soon, and I wish you success in your endeavors. A chuckle escaped Xiao Chao as he began to organize his newly inherited possessions. The train rattled out of the capital, traversing the Yinshan, through the Taihang and the Yinshan Mountains, ultimately reaching the Helan Mountains and arriving in Yinchuan. After a journey of 40 hours, they arrived at the Ningxia Film Studio on Wenchang North Street in the Xixia district, a modest film production facility, colloquially known as Ningxia. In the 1980s and 1990s, aspiring directors faced a long and arduous path, needing to work as a script supervisor, assistant, second director, and executive director before attaining the role of director. This process typically spanned around a decade, with the first film often requiring co-direction under the guidance of an established director. This small studio, situated in a border area, had a limited number of personnel, and when a project emerged, nearly the entire studio would mobilize. It was notably recognized for producing significant films, such as Painted Skin and the heavily criticized Azura. Upon joining the Ningxia Film Studio, Guan smoothly commenced his position and moved into a dormitory. The dormitory was a two-person room, and his roommate, Xiao Mo, was a cinematography assistant, also a graduate of Beijing Film Academy. It is estimated that a considerable portion of the behind-the-scenes crew across major film studios could be traced back to this esteemed institution. On his first day at work, a middle-aged screenwriter assigned to mentor Guan led him on a tour of several nearby offices, primarily for introductions and the customary exchange of pleasantries, before making a hasty exit. Pour tea, drink tea, peruse newspapers, dine, return to slumber, and not even convene meetings, let alone compile summaries. Evaluations are utterly non-existent. Guan spends his days sipping tea, reading the news, crafting screenplays, dining at the canteen, and retreating to his dormitory for sleep. Although his salary is meager, he lives in a state of peculiar contentment. The work environment is as comfortable as the warm sun of winter, casting a gentle glow that induces drowsiness. There are fleeting moments when Guan contemplates the prospect of coasting into retirement, calculating that he would be due to retire in 2032. Why traverse through time if not to seek a more leisurely existence? At night, within the dormitory of Ningxia Factory, Guan leans over his desk, penning his screenplay. When he hears little Mo, sprawled on his bed with a magazine, call out, "Hey, Sue, no matter how well you write, no one will film your scripts. What is the point? Come on, let us play some poker." Guan glances back at little Mo, confirming that the look in his eyes is safe, pondering the sheer boredom that compels two grown men to engage in a game of cards. Just days ago, Guan was able to attend work normally, but now he has entirely abandoned it, spending his days in the dormitory, fervently writing. He muses that once he completes his screenplay, he will assemble a crew and ascend the mountains to become a bandit. Writing screenplays consumes not only paper but also tobacco. 300 characters fit upon a single sheet of red-framed white paper, and for every few pages, he finds himself needing a cigarette. Nowadays, a single pack barely suffices for him. Guan's current existence mirrors that of Qi Tongwei, exiled to a desolate wilderness, leading a life that is both simple and monotonous. The screenplay outline is a remnant left by his predecessor, and upon reviewing it, Guan finds it promising and begins to elaborate upon it. Chao Baoping, a master among screenwriters, engages in witty banter with learned individuals, never mingling with the unrefined. The level of his predecessor's craft is undeniably commendable. As March begins to unfold, Ningxia remains devoid of any hues of spring. Guan, idly passing time at Ningxia Factory, completes his screenplay and, after several days of meticulous refinement, resolves to make his escape. Knock, knock, knock. It is generally inappropriate for someone of Guan's rank to directly meet the factory director. Yet he finds himself beyond caring. Upon entering the director's office and introducing himself, Guan is offered tea and a seat. He then straightforwardly states, "Director, I have written a screenplay that I wish to produce." The director, showing no inclination to review the script, begins to gently advise Guan. "Ah, young Su, I understand the ambitions of youth, always eager to make a mark, but you seem rather hasty. How long have you even been here?" Guan thinks the director has misunderstood his intent and clarifies, "I am gathering my own funds. I wish to produce it myself. I merely seek a permit from the factory." The director, a graduate of Beijing Film Academy, responds amicably, "I too wish to grant you a permit. It would benefit the factory. However, this year, we have no permits available for feature films. We are a small factory, not like Beijing Film Factory or Shanghai Film Factory, which receives several permits annually. Regarding permits, I am helpless. You must be patient. After sipping half a cup of tea, Guan reflects that Ningxia Factory has no permits at all, and he sees no point in lingering further. Thus, he decides to resign. Director, I truly cannot wait any longer. I must produce this film, so I have no choice but to resign and focus solely on assembling my crew. The director, also his senior, advises, I strongly advise against such a course of action. You are still young, with a bright future ahead. Please, just wait a little longer. The factory director, after much persuasion, found Guan still steadfast in his determination to resign and pursue his own path. I admire your youthful courage, he said, but I have nothing else to offer you. Don't resign. Keep your position here, and do as you wish, if you will. This is all I can do for you. Thank you, senior. Guan replied, bowing deeply to the director. The following morning, Guan requested an extended leave, packing his belongings and the script he had written, and returned to the capital. His initial plan for coming to Ningxia was to see if he could secure a project, but contrary to his expectations, he found himself unable to obtain any contracts from other factories. Although he did not secure the factory project, he managed to acquire a position within a state-owned enterprise. The journey from the Yinchuan Plain, across the Mongolian grasslands, to the North China Plain, finally reaching the capital, took a grueling 40 hours. By the time he arrived in the capital, it was already 8 in the evening. He hailed a taxi and headed to Shiming Hutong. Upon entering the courtyard and stepping into the west wing, he discovered that Xiao Chao had already moved out, likely returning to Beijing Film Academy. It was rather generous of Xiao Chao, who could have stayed in the dormitory last year, to choose to share accommodation with Guan. Just as he was about to head out in search of a guest house, he noticed that the light was on in the east wing. He thought it might be nice to chat with a lovely lady for a while. Knock, knock, knock. When Guy Li opened the door and saw Guan, she was taken aback. Aren't you supposed to be in Yinchuan? Why are you back? Guan began to fabricate a story about his former classmate Xiao Chao, the average-looking spirited fellow who had moved out, and inquired if she knew where he had gone. Guy Li, observing Guan's weary appearance and recalling his recent loss of a father, felt a surge of sympathy. It's cold outside. Come in and sit for a while to warm up before deciding what to do next. After Guan settled down with his heavy bag, Guy Li poured him a cup of hot water and asked, Aren't you working anymore? Guan held the cup with both hands to warm them and replied, I still have my position. I've temporarily returned to prepare for a production crew. Guy Li was astonished by Guan's audacity. Aren't you a screenwriter? You're from Shanghai Theater Academy, but you don't know that at Beijing Film Academy, aside from the directing department, everyone gets to make films. Aren't you afraid they'll be offended by your comments? Guy Li chuckled, visibly amused. That's a fact. Even Lao Mozi Isnt from the directing department. Have you ever been in a production crew? You're already planning one. Guan instinctively wanted to toss his hair back, but in that moment, he realized he had no pretentious props to flaunt. Let us see how it goes. How many people do you have under you? Guy Li asked politely, without any dismissive gestures. Just me. Do you have a factory project? Can it pass inspection? Do you have any funding? Have you considered what to do if it ends up losing money? Here it comes. I was just waiting for you to ask, Guan replied, slightly leaning forward, his mouth slightly ajar, as he prepared to deliver his passionate pitch for the dream project. Initially, Guy Li thought he might be out of his mind. Out of courtesy, she listened, but the more she heard, the more it seemed plausible, her eyes glistening with intrigue. Observing her reaction, Guan felt a surge of confidence. After all, he had been able to persuade Hengda. May I take a look at your script? Guan retrieved the script from his bag and handed it to Guy Li, saying, Please take a look and offer me your thoughts. In this era, presenting a script for others to copy would elicit little interest, as without a production label, it held no value. Thus, Guan felt emboldened to share it with Guy Li. Upon receiving the script, Guy Li did not immediately peruse it. Instead, she rose to refill Guan's cup with hot water before settling down, adjusting her cotton coat to focus intently on the script. Guy Li slowly leafed through the pages, occasionally furrowing her brow, biting her lip, and expressing indignation. After an indeterminate amount of time, Guan glanced at the wall clock in surprise, exclaiming, Oh dear, I lost track of time. It's nearly 11. I must quickly find a guest house. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he added, I wasn't paying attention. Can you still stay in your original place? It's been a while, and the room hasn't been cleaned, and there are no blankets. We can talk tomorrow, otherwise I might end up sleeping on the street. Guan shook his head. Guy Li, still wanting to discuss the script further, returned the half-read manuscript to Su Guan and accompanied him to the door. Su Guan, with his large backpack, exited the small courtyard and, in the darkness of the alley, stumbled his way to a modest guest house near Beishida. The following day, at noon, Su Guan returned to Xinmin Hutong with his luggage to settle the payment with the landlord, effectively reoccupying the small courtyard. The room was as he had left it, and as he bent down to tidy up, he was unaware of Guy Li's arrival behind him. Su Guan, I read half of the script yesterday. Could you show it to me again? She inquired. Su Guan turned to see Guy Li leaning against the doorframe and replied, I have a matter to attend to. Could you help me tidy up a bit? Noticing her hesitation to respond, Su Guan resumed sweeping without mentioning the script. He thought to himself, why does she keep trying to take advantage? Just place the script on the table. I'll look at it once I finish cleaning. Upon hearing this, Su Guan stood, placed the script on the table, and borrowed the landlord's bicycle to find Xiao Chao at the Film Academy. Amidst Xiao Chao's exclamations of disbelief, Su Guan recounted the entire situation. With Xiao Chao in tow, they returned to the small courtyard, where the room had been tidied up, and Guy Li was seated in the living room, engrossed in the script. Upon seeing Su Guan enter, she looked up and said, I've cleaned the room for you. Feel free to check it out. Su Guan hung his bedding on a line in the yard, preparing to let it air out. Observing the eager Xiao Chao, Su Guan thought, I can play tricks on others, but not on my friends. He patted Xiao Chao on the shoulder and said, abandon those mischievous thoughts. Stay at the school and teach well. Who knows, you might even become a dean, and then I'll have an official connection. In the small courtyard, having finished reading the script, Guy Li extended an invitation to the two. Let us go. Today, I'm treating you to dinner to welcome you. Without waiting for Su Guan to decline, she pulled him out of the room and into a small restaurant in the alley. Upon entering, she promptly ordered 5 or 6 dishes, and the three sat at the table, engaging in light conversation while they awaited their meal. Guy Li broke the silence with a probing question. Su Guan, are you certain that once the crew is prepared, you will commence filming? Su Guan looked at Guy Li. Puzzled, yes, didn't I mention that to you already? Xiao Chao inquired. Su Guan, what is the essence of your script? Come, Guy Li, please enlighten our teacher Chao. The narrative revolves around a man named Huayu, nicknamed Shuzhuz, a rural dweller who has relocated to a small mountain village in northeast China, living a frugal existence devoid of family or companionship. His neighbors, a kind-hearted couple, Jia Dongshu and his wife, Qin Huayu, along with their 2-year-old daughter, Xiaodang, extend their compassion toward him. Lacking a woman in his household, Shuzhuz struggles with domestic chores such as washing, cooking, and mending. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huayu graciously assist him, with Qin Huayu taking on the household tasks. The bond between Shuzhuz and Jia Dongshu deepens as they often share drinks and meals, fostering a brotherly camaraderie. One fateful day, while working in the mountains, Jia Dongshu suffers a back injury that leaves him bedridden and reliant on medication. This unfortunate turn of events thrusts the burden of their household entirely upon Qin Huayu, who, while caring for her husband and daughter, tirelessly manages the farm, gradually losing her vitality. Observing her plight causes Jia Dongshu great distress, leading him to berate himself for being an incapable man who burdens Qin Huayu. On one of these days, Jia Dongshu's cousin, Yi Zhonghai, advises him, you cannot contribute to the household while bedridden, without a man to work. This family is on the brink of collapse. You must think of a solution. Realizing he needs assistance, Jia Dongshu reflects on who could be of help, ultimately deciding that Shuzhuz is the most suitable candidate. Thus, under the mediation of 3 village elders, Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui, Shuzhuz formally entered Jia Dongshu's family, agreeing in front of witnesses that their first child would bear the surname Jia, while the second would take the surname He. Shuzhuz moved into Jia Dongshu's home, which consisted of 3 rooms, with the living area in between. At night, Jia Dongshu, despite his ailments, would lament in the eastern room, while Shuzhuz and Qin Huayu shared the western bedroom, living as a married couple, with the understanding that they would formally wed upon Jia Dongshu's passing. Despite his paralysis, Jia Dongshu remained mentally astute and adept at managing household affairs, and both Shuzhuz and Qin Huayu heeded his guidance, leading to an improved quality of life. A year later, Qin Huayu gave birth to a son, who was given the surname Jia, nicknamed Bongging, and called Jia Dongshu father while referring to Shuzhuz as uncle. Under Shuzhuz and Qin Huayu's care, Jia Dongshu, though thin, thrived. 2 years later, Shuzhuz and Qin Huayu welcomed a daughter named Huaihua, who, like her brother, did not take the surname He, a matter Shuzhe accepted, considering them all his children. When Bongging reached the age of 13, Jia Dongxiu succumbed to his illness. Following his death, gossip regarding Shuzhe and Qin Huayu began to circulate in the village, with nosy neighbors making veiled comments in front of Bongging, who increasingly distanced himself from Shuzhe, eventually refusing to acknowledge him. At the age of 15, Bongging partitioned the living room with a dustpan, extending the separation into the yard with a high fence, and forbade Qin Huayu from associating with Shuzhe, effectively rendering them two separate families. While Bongging ignored Shuzhe, Qin Huayu continued to clandestinely meet with him. At the tender age of 19, Bang Gung was on the brink of marriage. However, Qin Huayu found herself utterly incapable of providing the bride price essential for the union. In a selfless act, Sha Zhu relinquished his years of savings to Qin Huayu and subsequently joined a construction crew to earn a living. Fate dealt a cruel hand when he fell from a steel framework, yet fortune smiled upon him. He sustained no critical injuries and was able to recuperate in a few days. On one rare occasion, Bang Gung visited Sha Zhu, who presented him with the fruits of his labor. Eventually, Bang Gung wed, but during the ceremony, he obstinately refused to acknowledge Sha Zhu as his father, proclaiming instead that his father was Jia Dongxiu. This declaration pierced Sha Zhu's heart, leading him to drown his sorrows in solitude that night. 2 years later, Huaihua also departed to marry, yet Bang Gung continued to shun any connection with Sha Zhu, leaving only Qin Huayu to clandestinely share meals with him. As time slipped by, Sha Zhu, now in his 50s, was clearing the table after a meal when darkness enveloped him and he collapsed, unconscious. Meanwhile, Qin Huayu was joyfully feeding her grandson at home, basking in familial harmony. That evening, reflecting on her prolonged absence from Sha Zhu, Qin Huayu decided to pay him a visit. Upon entering his room, she discovered Sha Zhu on the floor. As she helped him up, she realized he could no longer speak, only gesturing towards the east. Immediately, she rushed to summon Bang Gung and his wife. Yet, when Bang Gung arrived, he still refused to call Sha Zhu father. In a fit of frustration, Qin Huayu descended from the bed and struck Bang Gung, who, while evading her blows, callously retorted, "Let him die first, then I will call him." Sha Zhu, lying in bed, reflected on his arduous life, tears streaming down his face. Despite his relentless toil, he had gained nothing but heartache, and with one last breath, he succumbed. Qin Huayu wept uncontrollably, while Bang Gung wore a smile upon his face. As the screen faded to black, the film concluded. Chapter 6. Guy Li. To portray Qin Huayu having absorbed the narrative of the script from Guy Li, Xiao Chao gave Su Guan a thumbs up. "You have finally managed to write the script. Is it still titled The Alliance?" "Indeed, it retains the title The Alliance." Afterward, Su Guan gestured towards the array of dishes on the table with his chopsticks, urging, "Enough talk. The food is ready. Let us begin, or it will grow cold." Guy Li glanced at the chicken, fish, meat, and eggs before exclaiming, "You two big men are just going to feast without a drink? You should at least indulge a little." Su Guan, with a mouthful of food, mumbled, "Eating is what we should focus on. What pleasure is there in two men drinking without food?" Observing Su Guan devouring the dishes and the taciturn Xiao Chao, Guy Li raised her voice to the cashier, "Waiter, bring me a bottle of Red Star Erguo 2 and 3 cups. Are we really drinking? Can it be anything but real?" Guy Li expertly twisted off the cap of the bottle, bent down for a better angle, and began pouring the liquor evenly into the 3 cups lined before her. Satisfied with the equal portions, she presented the cups to the 2 men, declaring, "Tonight, I shall be generous and drink with you 2 gentlemen." Raising her glass, she proclaimed, "To Su Guan's return to the capital, let us drink." Su Guan thought to himself how Guy Li exuded a boldness akin to a man. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Chao, he raised his glass, and the 3 of them clinked them together before taking a sip. With a broad grin and a waft of alcohol on her breath, Guy Li beckoned, "Come, come, let us eat." As she indulged in her meal, she remarked, "Su Guan, I've read your script. I'll treat you to a meal and even tidy up for you." "Isn't that generous?" "Generous indeed." Su Guan replied, "Why not raise a toast to me? Can't you show a little insight? With your demeanor, can you really be a director?" Su Guan fell silent, pondering if Guy Li was truly a woman, given their stark physical differences. As the drinks flowed and dishes were savored, the trio gradually became more relaxed. Xiao Chao, who had initially been taciturn, grew more loquacious after clinking glasses with Guy Li. He set down his cup and said, "Su Guan, You'll likely need to head to the Northeast for outdoor shoots. Without proof, you probably can't even enter a village. As long as one's spirit remains unyielding, solutions will always outnumber difficulties. Guan responded, my family hails from the Northeast. Finding a village is hardly a challenge. If all else fails, I can ask the art department for a little help with a letter of verification. They can sketch a bus ticket. This is nothing. No sooner had he spoken than Guy Li pointed at Guan, who was discreetly sipping water, and exclaimed, I detest it when someone drinks water while we're having a toast. That's cheating. If you keep drinking water, for every drink we take, you'll have to take two. I've noticed you have no drinking etiquette whatsoever. Guan set down his cup, pondering the existence of drinking etiquette. Guy Li, firmly in control of the atmosphere, insisted that they all consume equal amounts. Once the first bottle was finished, Guy Li deftly warded off Guan and Xiao Chao's attempts to dissuade her, turning to shout, bring us another bottle. Just a few sips into the second bottle, Xiao Chao collapsed onto the table, snoring heavily. Guy Li, noticing Guan's slightly dazed expression, flashed a mischievous smile. Forget him, let us keep drinking. As the two continued, Guan was curious about Guy Li's true intentions. Halfway through the second bottle, with her eyes slightly glazed, Guy Li inquired, have you secured the investment for gathering the troops? Without investment, what can I possibly produce? Guan replied, come on, sister, is this how you speak to a beauty? All right, I'll drink to that. My apologies to you, the stunning beauty. Guy Li gestured animatedly, insisting, hurry up and drink. No dilly-dallying. As they neared the bottom of the bottle, Guy Li noticed Guan was beginning to see double. Guan, who are you considering for the role of Qin Huayu? Guan realized Guy Li had circled around to request a role. He teased, so your true intentions are revealed. I must say, you're not suitable, you're delicate. Beautiful face is a bit too enchanting for the character of Qin Huayu. Guy Li was at a loss for whether to feel pleased or displeased by his rejection, her intoxication rendering her foolishly giggly. She raised her glass and declared, let us drink to that. Those under the influence of alcohol often lose track of their strength, and their glasses nearly clashed in a shattering collision. So who are you planning to cast? Guan mused at this point. I'm considering Jiang Wenli for the role of Qin Huayu. Guy Li was distinctly displeased, leaning her rosy cheeks towards Guan and demanding, look at my face. Take a good look. Where's the allure? Why can't I portray Qin Huayu? The warm scent of alcohol from Guy Li's breath wafted over Guan's face. Guan studied the situation with utmost seriousness, yet he still shook his head, insisting that he could not embody Qin Huayu. Guy Li forced a smile, returning to her chair, and after a brief pause, she resumed her cheerful demeanor, saying, come on, Director Su, let us have another drink. After clinking glasses, Guan observed Guy Li pouting as she remarked, if you don't seek my involvement, your film will likely make not even a splash. Guan glanced between Guy Li and Xiao Chao, suggesting, Guy Li, let us call it a night. I've had enough, and I might not make it back if I drink more. Guy Li surveyed the bottle of Erguo too, gauging her own capacity, and replied, finish what's in your cup, and once we VE polished off this liquor, we can retire for the night. Guan pleaded, let us go back. I truly can't handle it anymore. A little drink is nothing. You need to practice. Hurry up, stop the chatter. After they finished the bottle, Guy Li noticed Guan appearing double, and in turn, he saw her in the same light. Guan couldn't help but admire Guy Li's drinking ability, thinking to himself that people from Shandong certainly can hold their liquor. After sitting for a dozen minutes, as Guan prepared to settle the bill, Guy Li unsteadily stood up, her gaze dazed as she patted Guan's shoulder, saying, sit tight. If I'm treating, I shall pay. Wait staff, bring me the bill. Guy Li, swaying slightly, completed the payment and nudged Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao, rise. If you sleep any longer, it will be dawn. Xiao Chao, groggy, stood up unsteadily, pushing away Guy Li's attempt to assist him, insisting, I'm perfectly fine, no need to help. Guan struggled to rise from the table, standing for a moment before preparing to leave. Just before 10 o'clock, as the trio exited the restaurant, Xiao Chao collapsed with a thud. Guan and Guy Li exerted great effort to help Xiao Chao regain his footing, and together they stumbled through the dark alley into the small courtyard. Be more respectful with your hands. Chapter 7. Look at your pitiful state. Upon returning to the courtyard, Guan and Guy Li joined forces to assist Xiao Chao into the room. Upon seeing the bed, Xiao Chao freed himself from their grasp, hopping onto the bed still in his shoes, and burrowed under the covers. Guan felt the room sway and pointed at the bed, scolding. "How dare you get on my bed without removing your shoes? Get up and take them off." Guy Li, leaning against the wall with half-closed eyes, began to act erratically under the influence of the alcohol, murmuring with a tearful tone, "Su Guan, you're not a good person. I worked hard to clean up for you, then treated you to dinner and drinks, and even when I drank to excess, you still haven't given me a roll." After a few more nonsensical remarks from Guy Li, she noticed Su Guan unresponsive and, upon looking up, realized he was dozing off in his chair. Stumbling over, she nudged him awake, insisting, "Help me back to bed." Su Guan thought to himself, how can this woman be so raucous after a few drinks? It's unlike him to want to sleep when intoxicated. Observing Guy Li's flushed cheeks, he mused that were it not for her beauty, he wouldn't bother with her at all. With great difficulty, he rose to assist Guy Li, and it was less of a support and more of a mutual embrace as they unsteadily made their way to the east wing, Guy Li's room. Upon entering the room, Guy Li felt an overwhelming sense of relief, her body immediately succumbing to weakness as she collapsed to the floor with a soft thud, inadvertently pulling Su Guan down with her. Had there been underfloor heating, it is likely that the two would have remained sprawled on the ground. Alas, reality dictated otherwise. Su Guan, exerting considerable effort, managed to drag Guy Li onto the bed. However, before he could cover her with a blanket, darkness enveloped him, and he too succumbed to sleep. The following morning, as dawn broke, Guy Li awoke with a splitting headache and a parched throat. Groggily, she opened her eyes, preparing to rise and seek water. Suddenly, she sensed something was amiss beneath her covers. There was a person nestled against her, their face hidden and holding her tightly. Guy Li's complexion paled in fright as she peeled back the blanket to reveal none other than Su Guan. The events of the previous night's drinking escapade flooded back to her. Su Guan, with his short hair, felt the chill as the blanket was lifted and instinctively burrowed deeper into Guy Li's embrace. She thought to herself that had her sweater not been tucked into her pants, he would surely have sought refuge within it. Frowning, she poked Su Guan with her delicate fingers, and he instantly awoke. Lifting his head to find Guy Li's ashen face before him, sleepily, he inquired, "How did I end up here?" The unpleasant aroma that lingered in the mouths of both hungover individuals was far from pleasant. Guy Li sighed as if bearing the weight of the world, and said, "Get up, big brother. You should return to your own bed." Only then did Su Guan realize he was indeed in Guy Li's bed. He shifted, preparing to sit up, which incensed Guy Li, causing her blood pressure to spike. Unable to contain her frustration, she raised her hand and delivered a series of playful slaps to Su Guan's bald head, exclaiming, "I told you to stay put." After enduring several slaps, Su Guan hastily raised his hands in defense. Seeing that Guy Li had no intention of stopping, he frantically leaped out of bed, barefoot, and made a dash for the yard. It was only upon reaching the outdoors that he realized he was without shoes, while Guy Li continued her tirade from inside. Su Guan glanced up at the overcast sky, muttering that he would retrieve his shoes once the weather cleared. Extending his right hand, he chastised himself with his left, saying, "You foolish hand, you foolish hand." After a few more self-inflicted slaps, he caught a whiff of the lingering scent on his right hand. Just as he was about to return inside, he spotted Guy Li standing beneath the eaves, her hair disheveled, holding his tattered cotton shoes. With a look of disdain, she remarked, "Look at you, what a sight you were. Here are your wretched shoes." With that, she tossed the shoes into the yard and retreated back into the house. Su Guan stood in the yard, utterly embarrassed and wishing he could vanish into the ground. The coldness of the ground beneath his feet was biting, prompting him to quickly retrieve his shoes and put them on. After tightening his shoelaces, he ventured out to the public restroom before finally returning to his room. Upon entering, he found Xiao Chao still fast asleep, having unknowingly kicked off his shoes at some point during the night. A half-empty glass of water sat on the bedside table, evidence that he must have risen in search of a drink. Su Guan, his throat parched and burning, disregarded everything else and gulped down the cold water, shivering as the icy liquid coursed through him. "Awake, awake, Xiao Chao," Su Guan called out as he squeezed toothpaste, urging Xiao Chao to rise. With a weary expression, Xiao Chao sat up and sluggishly prepared to leave. After pouring a bit of hot water from the thermos, Su Guan expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Make the bed properly before you go. Look at how you've messed it up." Once Xiao Chao tidied the bed, he greeted Su Guan, who was washing his face, before riding off on the old bicycle. After Su Guan finished organizing everything neatly, he slung a green canvas bag containing the script over his shoulder and set out on the landlord's bicycle. In the Haitian district, Within the Baitazwang compound of the Beijing Film Academy, Su Guan inquired several times before finally locating director Tian Zhuang's residence and climbed to the third floor, panting slightly. Knock, knock, knock. The door was opened by a woman in her 30s, graceful and delicate, clad in a green high-neck sweater, causing Su Guan to momentarily question if he had arrived at the wrong place. Just as he was about to inquire, a voice from within called out, "Xiao Zhang." "Who is it?" Realizing he had not made a mistake, Su Guan quickly responded, "Director, it's me, Su Guan." "Xiao Zhang, hurry and let Su Guan in." Xiao Zhang, who appeared to be a gentle and kind woman, ushered Su Guan into the bedroom. Upon entering, Su Guan saw Director Tian lying on the bed with his right leg encased in a plaster cast propped up on a stool. Concerned, Su Guan approached and asked, "Director, what happened? You seemed fine when I saw you last time." Tian Zhuang, with his unkempt beard, chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "You were here just 3 days ago." "I was perfectly fine then. I fell the day before yesterday. It's just a fracture, nothing serious. I'll need to rest for a few days." He gestured to a nearby chair for Su Guan to sit, while Su Guan took a seat, holding the warm water that Xiao Zhang had handed him. "What led to this accident, Director?" Su Guan inquired. With a chuckle, Tian Zhuang began to explain, "A few days ago, while filming the great eunuch Li Lianying, I was demonstrating some actions for Jiang Wan when my foot slipped and I fell hard. I couldn't get up at the time, and the crew had to take me to the hospital. Now, I'm just recuperating at home. By the way, Su Guan, why are you here? Weren't you in Yinchuan?" After sharing his experiences at Ning Factory, Su Guan mentioned that he planned to shoot a film guerrilla style and had come to Beijing to prepare the crew. The smile faded from Tian Zhuang's face as he pondered for a moment before requesting, "Let me see the script in your bag." Su Guan thought to himself how perceptive the director was, asking for the script without even asking questions. "Director, there's no rush. Please focus on your recovery. And I can come back later," he said, rising to take his leave. However, Tian Zhuang's voice became stern. "Sit down, hand me the script, and stop with the nonsense." Upon receiving the script from Su Guan, Tian Zhuang smiled. "Xiao Su, could you spare me a cigarette?" "Xiao Zhang, one tea, let me smoke." "So I've been waiting for someone to come and let me sneak one." With a crackling sound, he lit the cigarette and began to read the script at a leisurely pace. After a few pages, he paused to ask Su Guan for explanations, pointing at the script as he did so. Listening attentively, Su Guan explained while diligently taking notes, understanding well the director's intentions. At noon, after a casual meal, the two resumed their script discussions, with Xiao Zhang assisting Tian Zhuang to the restroom several times. It was not until the afternoon that Tian Zhuang finally closed the script and gazed at Su Guanyu, puzzled as to why such a promising talent had not pursued a degree in directing. Su Guanyu chuckled and scratched his head, revealing that he had applied but was not accepted. Tian Zhuang sighed ruefully and urged Su Guanyu to share his current challenges in securing initial connections, offering to brainstorm solutions together. Sitting in his chair, Su Guanyu flipped through his notebook, mentioning two critical aspects: filming equipment and post-production. Tian Zhuang, not easily deceived, promptly inquired about the production stage. Su Guanyu refrained from disclosing his aspirations for awards, not wanting to appear overly ambitious, but Tian Zhuang seized upon the topic nonetheless. "An award? Once you are prepared, head to the Beijing Film Studio for the crew of Grand Eunuch Li Lianying, and I will arrange the necessary equipment for you. The post-production can wait, but your immediate concern should be finding a compatible producer. This is immensely important, and I cannot assist you with that." Dinner was once again at Tian Zhuang's home. Due to his fractured bone, Tian Zhuang abstained from alcohol. After the meal, Su Guanyu rode his bicycle back to his small courtyard, lost in thought. Once in his room, he leaned over his desk, meticulously listing every producer he could think of. After completing the list, he reviewed it, only to find it marred with crosses, indicating that none of the notable names were willing to collaborate with him. The established professionals dismissed Su Guanyu, viewing him as a so-called guerrilla filmmaker who was, in reality, akin to a bandit. Frustration overwhelmed him, and he crumpled the paper, tossing it into the stove. As Su Guanyu stepped outside to clear his mind, the door to the eastern wing opened. There stood Guy Li, clad in autumn attire and a padded coat, holding a basin of water. Upon seeing Su Guanyu, she widened her mouth in mockery, forming the word fool with her lips. Adhering to the principle that a gentleman does not spar with a lady, Su Guanyu was about to enter his room when he suddenly recalled that this woman was the owner of Xinli. Truly, one need not search far for fortune when it appears so effortlessly. After Guy Li finished pouring out the foot-washing water and prepared to enter her room, she noticed Su Guanyu approaching excitedly, which startled her into retreating inside and slamming the door. Bang, bang, bang. Guy Li cried from behind the door, pleading, "I didn't insult you just now. Open the door, Guy Li. I need your assistance," Su Guanyu implored while knocking. At this, Guy Li's temper flared, and she retorted, "Speak quickly." Ceasing his knocks, Su Guanyu softened his tone. "Guy Li, I would like to ask you to be my producer. Is that all? Do you think I am easily deceived?" "Yes, that's all." "Then be off. I have no time for your tricks." With that, Guy Li positioned the foot-washing basin among a row of 5 and retreated to her bedroom. Su Guanyu remained outside, continuing to call, "Guy Li, I know you have time. Let us discuss this properly." Guy Li, seated on her bed, muttered to herself, "She won't even part with the lead role. And now she expects me to be a producer? I would have to be foolish to believe him." Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Listening to the persistent knocking at the door, Guy Li remained silent, turning off the lights, pondering how long the intruder could continue this futile endeavor. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant thuds echoed for 2 minutes. Guy Li, on the verge of exploding with frustration, donned her cotton coat and stepped into the living room, exclaiming through the door, "Stop knocking. The door is falling apart. If you truly wish to converse, you must first acquiesce to one of my requests. Otherwise, the discussion is off the table." Su Guan halted his knocking and responded through the door's crack, "What is it you propose?" "I want to play the role of Qin Huayu. Otherwise, the conversation is moot." Upon hearing this declaration, Guy Li noticed a sudden silence outside, with neither party uttering a word for a full minute. She scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Is that all? You might as well leave. Lingering at my door is detrimental." With that, she tightened her coat and retreated to her bedroom, determined to ignore Su Guan. Just as she entered her sanctuary, she heard a voice from outside. "All right. I agree to your terms. May I enter now?" Guy Li pondered for a moment before emerging from her room, verifying through the door's crack. "Su Guan, are you serious?" With unwavering certainty, he replied, "I give you my word." Delighted by his response, Guy Li opened the door, saying, "Had you stated this sooner, we could have avoided such unpleasant exchanges. It truly hurts our rapport." Upon entering the living room, Su Guan was greeted by the sight of Guy Li draped in a black cotton coat, her vintage pink thermal wear accentuating her curvaceous form. As Su Guan's gaze roamed over her figure, Guy Li, blushing, remarked, "I'll change into something else. If you're thirsty, please help yourself to some water." A few minutes later, Guy Li appeared not only bundled tightly in her attire, but also clad in red woolen socks, completely disregarding any semblance of familiarity with Su Guan. He thought to himself, "Is this really necessary? You were quite at ease this morning, and now you act shy." Just as Guy Li settled down, Su Guan commented, "Now that you're the leading lady, will the producers still be able to manage everything? Perhaps you should take on the producer's role while I find another lead." Guy Li had no interest whatsoever in the producer's position. Her sole desire was to be the star. Feeling manipulated, she coldly replied, "If we are to discuss matters, let us proceed. If not, the door is right there. Please return and do not delay my sleep." Su Guan, genuinely concerned, inquired, "Are you certain you can handle it?" Guy Li, determined to clarify her stance, replied, "Do you think a crew the size of a broad bean could possibly exhaust me? Even if I were to be worn out, it would not interfere with your filming. Now, let's see if we can come to an agreement." Su Guan, silent for a moment, lit a cigarette. As he neared the end of his smoke, he stated, "I don't need you to spout empty assurances. Let us agree on your fee. Once filming is complete, I will settle your payment in full. If this arrangement suits you, we may continue our discussion. What say you?" Now, the pressure shifted to Guy Li, leaving her momentarily speechless, her brows furrowed in contemplation as she weighed the pros and cons. Guy Li was among the earliest solo actors in China, having spent over a year accepting minor roles while the better parts were absorbed internally by major film studios. Securing a leading role in a television drama was equally elusive. After some negotiation, they reached a compromise. Guy Li would join the production for 3,000 yuan, with 1,000 yuan for the lead role and 2,000 yuan for the producer's fee. Extending her delicate hand, Guy Li and Su Guan shook on it, signaling their agreement. In 1990, seasoned producers paid little heed to underground cinema, and this sentiment was equally prevalent in Hong Kong and Taiwan. Chapter 9. The beginning of the code writers. The following morning, Su Guan remained blissfully asleep when the bedroom door was rapped upon with a series of urgent knocks. Su Guan, what time is it? Are you still in bed? Did we not agree to have breakfast early and then convene for a meeting? Get up, hurry up. Hearing Guli's impatient calls, Su Guan clenched his fists and thumped the bed a few times before sitting up, donning his cotton trousers. Yawning as he made his way to the door. Sit down for a moment. I'll wash up and have breakfast, then we can start the meeting. Guli raised the lunchbox in her hand, placed it on Su Guan's desk, and settled herself into a chair. By the time you finish breakfast, the cucumbers will be cold. I've brought it for you, so hurry and brush your teeth and wash your face. That sounds splendid. Su Guan replied as he filled a porcelain cup with hot water from a thermos, squeezed some toothpaste onto his toothbrush, and dashed into the courtyard. There. He vigorously brushed his teeth, gargling the foamy paste before splashing water on his face from the faucet. Returning to his room, he applied a bit of moisturizer evenly across his skin. After finishing the breakfast Guli had prepared, the two proceeded to Su Guan's living room to commence their meeting. Primarily tasked with seeking out the behind-the-scenes crew. Having worked in the film industry for several years, Guli possessed a network that was well worth leveraging at this moment. With her delicate fingers pointing at the details on the sheet of paper, she confidently declared, I'll handle the costumes, makeup, props, and stage management. As for the others, you can search for them, and if you encounter difficulties, I will think of a solution. You'll think of a solution? Su Guan mused, questioning her ability to manage such tasks, especially given her tendency to operate independently. Of course, she asserted. Once their responsibilities were clearly delineated, the clock struck 11. And Guli lamented, Brother, could you not rise a little earlier? We've barely begun our meeting, and half the morning is gone. You must be up by 7 tomorrow. Otherwise, I shall come banging on your door. All right, Guli, today it's on me. How about I treat you to a meal? Guli glanced at Su Guan and replied, Let us eat at home. Instead of that little money, you might as well add a bit to my pay. It's better to invest good resources wisely. With that, she ignored Su Guan and returned to the east wing, bending over the stove to start making noodles. Within 10 minutes, Guli set 2 bowls of clear soup noodles on the table, exclaiming, Stop dawdling. Let us eat. Gazing at the sparse noodles, Su Guan felt little appetite, remarking, There's nothing but a single color in the bowl. Not a hint of green or even a touch of red. If you don't want to eat, just leave it. Guli retorted. After trying a bite, Su Guan was pleasantly surprised. Oh, this noodle is quite good. Guli blew gently on her noodles, speaking in Shandong dialect. I've seasoned it well. After finishing their meal, the two resumed their respective tasks, each riding their bicycles to tackle their assignments. At 2 in the afternoon, in Shidong, Zhao Shouting lounged in a south-facing storefront along Ziyumen West Street, casually smoking a cigarette while scribbling notes. A harsh screech of brakes echoed at the entrance as a tall, bald man entered the shop, his imposing figure swiftly taking command of the space. Before Zhao Shouting could utter a word, the bald man peered around, inspecting the surroundings. He picked up a camera lens, examined it, blew a puff of air onto the glass, shook his head in disapproval, and set it down. Next, he scrutinized one of Zhao Shouting's paintings with the same disdain, once again shaking his head before relinquishing it. Zhao Shouting, sensing trouble, thought to himself that if it weren't for the man's height, he would have confronted him already. After discarding the painting, the bald man continued his scornful survey, ignoring Zhao Shouting entirely. Just as Zhao Shouting was about to speak, the bald man interjected, declaring that the shop was too low, the entrance too shabby, the lens too dirty, and the artwork subpar. There was nothing commendable about the place. Infuriated, Zhao Shouting retorted, If you're not buying anything, you can leave. Is there any need for such disparagement? I still have a business to run. Zhao Shouting found the bald man's words truly offensive, to which the bald man responded, What kind of business can thrive in such a dreadful establishment? Advertising. At a loss for words, and knowing he could neither fight nor call for help, Zhao Shouting sank into his chair, deciding to ignore the man. The bald man, noticing Zhao Shouting's silence, lit a cigarette and tossed one to him, suggesting, Close the shop. I'll take you to film a movie. Zhao Shouting, incredulous, questioned you? Just as he finished speaking, the bald man pointed to his own face and exclaimed, Zhao Shouting, don't you recognize me? Upon hearing his name, Zhao Shouting became even more perplexed, but he realized the bald man was not there to cause trouble. Leaning closer, he squinted and sheepishly shook his head, admitting, I truly cannot recall. Beijing Film Academy, class of '85, does that ring a bell? The light dawned on Zhao Shouting as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Zheng Guan. The bald man was indeed Su Guan, and referring to him as bald was a slight misnomer, as he sported a hint of stubble. Su Guan, unfazed by Zhao Xiaoting's initial mistake, casually corrected him. It's Su Guan. Zhao Xiaoting approached and shook his hand, filled with remorse. I sincerely apologize. Your transformation is so drastic that I failed to recognize you. What brings you here today? Just wandering around? He pulled out a chair for Su Guan, inviting him to sit, and offered a cigarette, which Su Guan declined, gesturing that he was already smoking. Zhao Xiaoting, undeterred, continued to press the offer, placing a cigarette behind his ear. Su Guan stated, though it's been ages since we last met, we know each other well enough to skip the pleasantries. I'm gathering funds to produce a film and am in need of people. Are you interested in collaborating? Zhao Xiaoting's eyes brightened at the prospect of finally making a film. His previous grievances regarding Su Guan's rudeness faded from his mind. It had all been in jest. If you trust my skills, I have no objections. Su Guan nodded, suggesting they find a place to discuss further that evening. Zhao Xiaoting, experienced in shooting advertisements for large companies and managing a few assistants, hesitated, wondering if it was proper to involve others before officially joining the project. Observing Zhao Xiaoting's indecision, Su Guan urged, come on, stop hesitating. Just speak your mind. I have several companions accompanying me. Some work with lighting, others handle sound recording, and there are those who assist photographers. Should I summon them all? Su Guan mused, pondering the abruptness of his newly formed team as two members brandished firearms. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiaoting had connections, he promptly declared, tonight, I shall host, so gather your entire crew. Unbeknownst to him, Su's gaze caught the camera slung at Zhao Xiaoting's waist, causing a reaction akin to that of Li Yunlong upon spotting Su Zhiging. You, a mere photographer, carry a camera, while I, a director, am so impoverished that my belt is burdened with nothing but keys. Su resolved to procure a camera upon his return, etching this thought into his mind. In the afternoon, as the clock struck 6, several individuals began to trickle into the storefront. Zhao Xiaoting introduced his small band of brothers to Su Guan, presenting a complete photographic team. That evening, at the Hot Pot restaurant in Xidan, all but Su indulged excessively in drink, and they settled on a remuneration of 10,000 yuan for the entire team, leaving the distribution to Zhao Xiaoting's discretion. As they staggered out, Zhao Xiaoting, breath heavy with alcohol, reassured the director, rest easy. You needn't worry about us. I will ensure everything is in order. March enveloped the capital in its nocturnal embrace. The biting chill of winter had dissipated, and Su pedaled laboriously against the wind on his bicycle. He sang heartily. In the torrential rain, I rolled up my sleeves and faced the wind. Chapter 10. Youth collides with age. Su Guan pushed his bicycle into the courtyard under the cover of darkness, intending to wash his feet before retiring for the night. He vigorously shook his thermos, and as he poured out the tea dregs, they clanged against the enamel basin, producing a resounding echo. He estimated that there were about 2 bowls of warm water. Knock, knock, knock. Su placed the thermos down and opened the bedroom door, inquiring, Sister, is it appropriate for you to knock on a man's door at this hour? Guy Li entered, clad in a floral cotton coat, a notebook tucked under her arm. She leaned closer to catch a whiff of the alcohol lingering on Su's body, then glanced at the basin filled with tea-stained water. With a playful shake of her head, Guy Li teased, are you saving that water to drink or to wash your face and feet? Su, visibly conflicted as he gazed into the basin, turned to her and retorted, if you're here to be sarcastic, you might as well leave. I still intend to sleep. Guy Li rolled her eyes at Su, placed her notebook on the table, and exited the room without uttering another word. Su plunged his hand into the basin, only to discover the water was ice cold. Frustrated, he muttered, I only had 2 bowls of warm water, and now thanks to you, it's lost all its warmth. Moments later, Guy Li returned, holding the thermos and chattering. You really lead a rather lackadaisical life. If I hadn't come, I imagine you would have gone to bed without washing your face or feet. What do you mean again? Su thought, I'm not sharing a bed with you, so why do you care? With agility, Su accepted the thermos from Guy Li, instantly realizing it was brimming with hot water. He took the basin outside to mix in some cool water, then returned indoors, adding more hot water to prepare for his face wash. Testing the temperature, he turned to her and said, if you have anything to say, please do. As Su vigorously scrubbed his face, Guy Li informed him, I found the costumes and makeup, but we couldn't locate the props today. I shall continue searching tomorrow. After finishing washing his face, Su Guanshou brought the water to the front of the chair and sat down heavily, placing his feet into the warm water. He inquired about the stage manager and the script supervisor. Guy Li, flipping through her notebook, replied earnestly that both the stage manager and the script supervisor were brothers with the surname Zhao. There were no issues. The price was reasonable, but not yet settled. She intended to discuss it further upon her return. If the price is agreeable, then you may finalize it, Su Guanqiu suggested. He rubbed his right foot against his left and then reciprocated with his left foot, saying, "Guile, could you do me a favor and fetch the foot towel from the head of the bed?" Guile stood up, approached the bed, and disdainfully pinched a piece of gray rag with her thumb and index finger, exclaiming, "Ugh," as she tossed it to Su Guanqiu. He picked up the foot towel from the floor and, crossing his legs, dried his feet. "Tomorrow, you should discuss matters with the crew and the script supervisor. There's no need to search for props, as the village is abundant with authentic items." Guile nodded, only to see Su Guanqiu casually scrubbing his socks in the foot basin without any soap. Unable to hold back, she said, "Can't you use a bit of soap?" Su Guanqiu retorted, "I'm not foolish. If I could have used it, I would have. I just forgot to buy some upon my return. Also, could you stop pouting? You've been doing it all night. Isn't it exhausting?" After saying this, Su Guanqiu wrung out his socks and tossed them onto the bedside. He bent down to pick up the basin and stepped outside to pour out the water. Guile, unable to tolerate Su Guanqiu any longer, questioned him upon his return. "You use one basin for washing your face, feet, and socks. Doesn't that feel unsanitary? It's all flesh and blood. Why bother distinguishing between high and low?" Setting the basin down, Su Guanqiu lit a cigarette, suddenly recalling the afternoon's events, and asked, "By the way, how many cameras do you have?" Guile, looking puzzled, replied, "Two, one new and one old." "Why?" Su Guanqiu's eyes lit up as he said, "Lend me one, and I'll return it after filming." Guile felt she was at a disadvantage, having not yet received a single cent of her meager pay, while now she was also lending him a camera. Rising to her feet, she bent down to grab the thermos, filled a cup with hot water, and said, "Wait here. I'll go get it for you." Afterward, she carried the thermos back to the east room, and soon returned to Su Guanqiu's bedroom with the camera, sitting down to patiently teach him how to use it, fearing he might not manage it. Watching the enchanting Guile deftly operate the camera with her delicate hands, Su Guanqiu found himself momentarily mesmerized. After a few demonstrations, Guile looked up to find Su Guanqiu gazing at her intently. She playfully pushed him, saying, "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Don't entertain any thoughts about me. I have zero tolerance for a man who washes his face and feet in the same basin." Su Guanqiu's face flushed crimson, and he hurriedly diverted the topic, stating, "Regarding the crew and script supervisor, you should handle it tomorrow afternoon. Come with me to the bank for some money in the morning." "All right, I'll head back now," Guile exclaimed and hurriedly exited Su Guanqiu's bedroom. Su Guanqiu, observing her flustered departure, surmised that she had been quite flustered. Indeed, upon returning to her room, Guile felt her face burning. Glancing in the mirror, she saw her fair, delicate skin blushing like a ripe apple. Touching her warm cheeks, she recalled Su Guanqiu's lingering gaze and stomped her foot in embarrassment, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this is driving me mad." The following morning, just after 7 o'clock, there was a series of knocks. The door was ajar, and it opened without a knock. As Guile stepped into the room, she found Su Guan fast asleep, his head buried under the covers. Upon lifting the blanket, Su instinctively curled up tighter. The producer scolded the director, questioning how someone of his age could sleep so soundly. After the reprimand, Guile promptly seized the blanket from Su and carried it outside to hang it on the line, muttering, "It's about time you aired out your bedding." Su Guan regretted returning to Beijing. Life in Yinchuan had been delightful, free of worries, a premature taste of retirement. With a grimace, he struggled to put on his thick cotton pants and coat. Just then, Guile entered, impeccably dressed in a deep blue long coat, black trousers, a bag slung at her waist, and holding a lunchbox and thermos. Observing her long legs and slender waist, Su felt as though youth had collided with him unexpectedly. "Come in and sit for a moment. I'll wash my face and brush my teeth, and then we can leave." After a swift freshening up, Su was taken aback upon uncovering Gaile's lovingly prepared lunchbox. "Did you make dumplings this morning?" he inquired. Guile, seated on a chair, recalled how she had prepared the dumplings the night before, waiting in vain for Su's return, and her irritation surfaced. "Who made dumplings this morning?" "I prepared them last night. After waiting and waiting, I ended up eating them myself." "Hurry, stop dawdling, and eat before they get cold." Su promptly bent down to eat the dumplings, reflecting on the years that had passed without anyone to share warmth and care. Gaile's unexpected gesture nearly overwhelmed him. After finishing breakfast, The two rode their bicycles to a nearby bank, only to find the doors firmly shut. They had risen early, only to be met with disappointment. Sue pondered the location scouting for filming and said to Gailey, "You stay here. I'll make a call over there." With nothing else to occupy her, Gailey replied, "What are we waiting for? The doors are closed anyway. Let us go together. What is so secretive that you need to call without me?" Sue chuckled and shook his head, walking over to a nearby payphone. He rummaged through his bag, flipped through a few pages of his phone book, and picked up the bright orange receiver. After inserting 2 coins into the slot, he dialed the number, and it wasn't long before someone answered. "Hello. This is Su Fengyan. Who is this?" Su paused, momentarily forgetting that his uncle had changed his name. He quickly responded, "Uncle, I'm still in Beijing, preparing to shoot a film." On the other end, Su Fengyan cheerfully replied, "That's great. As long as you're filming, do it well. If you need anything, just let me know anytime." His words were like the warm morning sun shining down on Su Guan, bringing a sense of comfort. Su chuckled, "Uncle, I plan to return to our hometown to shoot a film soon, and I need to find a few locations. Do you have paper and a pen handy?" "Just a moment." "All right, go ahead." Su Guan looked at his notepad and said, "I'm looking for a village near the mountains, perhaps with around 100 or 200 households, not too small. Ideally, it shouldn't be too far from the county seat." Su Fengyan on the other end let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Is that all? I can arrange that for you without a hitch. 3 spots should be sufficient, right? That would be enough. Also, make a note of my phone number." Pointing at Gailey, he urged her to quickly provide the number. Gailey immediately understood, leaning closer to Su Guanzhong and quietly articulating the digits, 536-9552. After a brief exclamation, Uncle hung up the phone. Chapter 11. Daily preparations. As soon as the bank opened, the two successfully withdrew 30,000 yuan, which they placed entirely into Gailey's satchel. Outside the bank, Gailey patted her bag, declaring, "I assure you that every single penny will be used for rightful purposes, accounted for with utmost clarity, and will not betray the expectations of the party and the people." "Do I appear to be worried?" I asked, watching her. Gailey playfully nudged Su Guan, exclaiming, "Oh, spare me." At the post office entrance, they parted ways. Gailey went to confirm matters with the crew and the script supervisor, while Su returned to the courtyard. Upon entering, he spotted Xiao Chao, sprawled comfortably under the eaves of the western wing, basking in the sun. Su thought to himself, "Today, I must ensure your visit is not in vain." After parking, he approached Xiao Chao, shielding him from the sun, and inquired, "What brings you here today?" Xiao Chao pushed Su aside, ensuring he could continue soaking up the sun, and replied, "Have you lost your mind? It's Sunday." Entering the bedroom, Su set down his satchel, retrieved the script and a stack of papers, and proceeded to the living room, placing them on the table before Xiao Chao. "Come, help me move the table into the sunlight," he said. The two arranged the table to bask in the sun, ensuring they would continue to enjoy its warmth. Once settled around the table, Su, unabashedly, pulled out a portion of the script and instructed, "Please help me organize this according to the format on the papers, but don't make any mistakes." Xiao Chao might have ignored other tasks, but the prospect of filmmaking piqued his interest. The production of Joining Forces required approximately 100 scenes, and under the sun, they began their diligent work, occasionally shifting the table to ensure they remained in the sunlight. As the sun retreated from the western wing, noon approached. They quickly grabbed a bite at the alley's entrance before returning to lift the table back into the courtyard, continuing their labor until sunset, which marked only half of their work completed. After tidying the table and organizing the papers, Su prepared to treat his friend, suggesting, "What do you wish for dinner? How about hot pot?" Xiao Chao, upon hearing hot pot, beamed with delight but hesitated, saying, "Forget it, I'll eat at school. Save your money for the film. Call me whenever you need." With that, Xiao Chao slung his canvas bag over his shoulder and wheeled his cart out of the courtyard. Su smiled, shaking his head, thinking, "My predecessor left me a good friend. I must cherish this bond." Not long after Xiao Chao departed, Gailey entered the courtyard, pushing a cart laden with vegetables and meat. Calling out to Su, who was still under the eaves, "What are you dawdling for? Come help me." Taking the vegetables from her, Su glanced at the bounty and asked, "What is the occasion? This spread is quite lavish." After securing her cart, Gailey entered the eastern wing. Approaching the basin stand, she bent down to fill the basin with warm water from the thermos, dampening her hands before grabbing soap from the basket to wash them. Turning to Su, who was now nearby, she reported, "The preparations for Joining Forces are progressing smoothly. We're hitting the fast track. worthy of celebration. Moreover, this is all my own money being spent today. Guy Li meticulously cleans the foam and, drying her hands with a towel, urges, you should wash your hands too. Who knows what you've touched all day? Hurry up. Guan reflects that during the day, aside from using the restroom, he has merely been writing. Observing Guy Li's expression, he hastily washes his hands. Just as Guan finishes, he sees Guy Li tie up her hair, don an apron, and begin chopping vegetables in preparation for dinner. After cleaning the chicken, she discards the kidneys and starts to chop the meat. With each chop, she closes her eyes in fright, and after a few strikes, she turns to Guan, saying, you just stand there watching, why don't you come over and lend a hand? Guan sets down his cup, takes the knife, and starts to chop the chicken, while Guy Li washes her hands and begins kneading the dough. Once Guan has chopped the chicken and prepared the accompaniments, Guy Li finishes kneading a small ball of dough. Guan continues to sip tea, watching her cook. Without a proper kitchen, they have set up a cutting board by the stove in the living room, improvising their culinary space. As the oil heats up in the pan, she first adds ginger, dried chilies, and Sichuan peppercorns, then the chicken, it. After a while, she begins to add various seasonings, causing Guy Li to cough from the spice. But after adding water and covering the pot, it settles down. Guy Li places the risen dough into a bowl, adding half a bowl of water to soak it, tearing off pieces and pressing them into flat cakes, arranging them along the edge of the pot. They enjoy Guy Li's hometown specialty, stir-fried chicken, for dinner, which is utterly delightful. After their meal, the two sit in the living room, reviewing the next day's work, and Guan takes Guy Li's thermos back to the bedroom. They both retire to bed almost simultaneously, sharing a night of silence, until the following morning. Bang! Upon opening his eyes, Guan sees Xiao Chao entering. Puzzled, he inquires, aren't you attending class today? Xiao Chao takes a seat and explains, I have fewer classes now. I came to help you with the statistics. Guan is touched by this gesture, thinking that when Xiao Chao is filming, he must lend his support in any way possible. After breakfast, they lift the table and chase the sun, busily working until the sun sets, finally completing their tasks. Just as Guan prepares to reward Xiao Chao, his pager beeps. The first beep of the day prompts him to pat Xiao Chao on the shoulder before rushing outside to return the call. Xiao Chao wonders if his refusal of Guan's dinner invitation yesterday was too abrupt, feeling that Guan's pager is a frugal remnant of his own savings. It is Su Fengnian's pager, instructing Guan to note several addresses for pickup later, with the contact person already arranged, the instructions clear and precise. Guan then pages Zhao Xiaoding, notifying him to bring people to the courtyard for a meeting regarding location scouting. Zhao Xiaoding confidently promises to attend punctually. Since Su Fengnian's call, his uncle has become much more reliable, and Guan contemplates how he will care for him once he achieves success. Upon returning to the courtyard and noticing Xiao Chao has left, Guan mutters about his selflessness, always putting others first. After organizing the materials he labored over for 2 days in his bedroom, he heads to the east wing to scrounge a meal. Upon entering, he hears Guy Li complain, do you really treat my place as a cafeteria? You show up right on time for meals, but otherwise, I don't see you at all. Guan smiled awkwardly and began to assist in serving the dishes. Guy Li instructed that upon entering her room for dinner, the first task would be to wash their hands. Hurry and wash your hands, she urged. During dinner, Guan took a steamed bun and scooped up a portion of shredded potatoes, informing everyone that they would convene for a meeting the following morning in his living room. And in the afternoon, they would head to the North Film Studio to collect equipment. You need to arrange the tickets for tomorrow afternoon. I will provide you with the address shortly. We are pressed for time and have a heavy workload. We depart for Northeast China the day after tomorrow for location scouting. Guy Li frowned thoughtfully and replied, please repeat that after dinner. I fear I might forget. With his mouth full, Guan mumbled, then let us eat quickly. We'll likely be busy later tonight. After dinner, Guan returned to his room with a notebook and pen, pouring himself a full cup of high-quality liquor, and convened the meeting in Guy Li's bedroom. Why in the bedroom? Simply because the living room was cold. Guy Li's bedroom was warm and inviting, adorned with a faint scent of jasmine. The last time they had shared a space, it had been filled with the lingering aroma of alcohol, not particularly pleasant after a woman had indulged in drinking. Seated side by side under the desk lamp, they meticulously organized their tasks, clearly delineating their responsibilities. The two of them resembled elementary school students working on homework at a neighbor's house, exuding warmth and camaraderie. Chapter 12. In preparation the next morning, The rosy dawn cast warm sunlight into Su Guan's West Wing living room. After breakfast, Su Guan and Guy Li busied themselves with the preparations for the meeting. Before long, Xiao Chao wheeled a cart into the courtyard. Su Guan, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you supposed to have class today?" With a beaming expression, Xiao Chao replied, "I informed teacher Wang Di about your film preparations. It was the teacher who sent me here, saying I should assist you diligently." Su Guan officially welcomed Xiao Chao to join the Pulling Strings Preparation Committee, appointing him as the Deputy Secretary General for the day's preparatory meeting. Xiao Chao, filled with enthusiasm, helped arrange the meeting space, ensuring the living room was spotless. The table was draped with a clean red cloth, 2 thermoses filled with boiling water placed in the center. Beside them lay a tea tray neatly arranged with glass cups. A large iron box full of high-quality liquor rested nearby, along with a few boxes of cigarettes, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Before 9 o'clock, Zhao Xiaoding and his group arrived at the courtyard, entering the meeting venue. After a few pleasantries, the Pulling Strings Film Crew Preparation Committee officially commenced. Su Guan stood up without hesitation and addressed the gathering. "On this splendid day, we gather here to hold the inaugural meeting of the Pulling Strings Film Crew Preparation Committee." As soon as he finished speaking, applause erupted from the crowd in enthusiastic support. "Many of us are unfamiliar with one another, and this is our first meeting. I will start with my self-introduction, and then I invite everyone to introduce themselves as well. My name is Su Guan, and I am the director of Pulling Strings and also an investor in the film." Amidst the applause, Su Guan took his seat. Guy Li then stood up to introduce herself. "I am Guy Li, the producer of our crew and the lead actress, Qin Huayu. I look forward to your support in our work moving forward." Amidst a throng of gentlemen, a striking beauty named Guy Li received applause and cheers that far surpassed those for Su Guan, leaving him feeling somewhat envious. As both the producer and the leading lady, it was widely assumed that Guy Li and Su Guan shared a romantic entanglement, cementing the notion that she was indeed his girlfriend. "I am Zhao Xiaoding, the cinematographer. I am Pan Feng, the assistant cinematographer. I am Su Xiaokai, the lighting technician. I am Chen Mingjun, the sound engineer." With each introduction, a wave of applause followed. Su Guan gestured toward the young assistant director, Xiao Chao, urging him to speak. "I am Chao Baoping, the assistant director. I hope for your guidance," he declared earnestly. Following another round of applause, the meeting commenced, extending for over an hour. The agenda primarily revolved around the Team's expedition to Heilongjiang for location scouting, detailing personnel arrangements, task allocations, and various considerations. Zhao Xiaoding also presented a report based on the existing equipment of the cinematography team and the additional equipment required. Gali elaborated on the timing, locations, personnel, and provisions for accommodation and meals, anticipating potential challenges and proposing corresponding solutions. By 11 o'clock, the meeting concluded, and the 7 individuals gathered at a modest eatery for a meal. Due to afternoon commitments, they abstained from alcohol, and upon finishing their dinner, each returned to their respective tasks. Upon exiting the alley, Zhao Xiaoding led Su Guan to a white Mazda 2000 van. He pointed to his superior, Pan Feng, and remarked, "This is borrowed from a friend of Pan Feng. It will be convenient for us in the capital." Su Guan circled the van and clapped Pan Feng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "You've truly outdone yourself." The group lavished praise upon the esteemed Pan Feng, who was so amused he forgot to start the engine. Once inside the van, Su Guan noticed its spaciousness. Even with the last row of seats removed, it could comfortably accommodate 9 individuals, more than sufficient for the La Bang Tao crew. After a brief drive, they arrived at the Beijing Film Studio, where they discovered the production of the Grand Eunuch Li Lianying was underway, capturing scenes of the Golden Palace. After a half-hour wait, Su Guan finally spotted director Tian Zhuang, who was leaning on a cane and limping. After exchanging pleasantries, Tian signaled Su Guan to step aside for a private conversation. Leaning in, Tian whispered, "In a moment, you'll follow my assistant director. I've already briefed him. He will ensure the equipment is arranged for you. The expenses will be covered from the Grand Eunuch Li Lianying, so don't worry about that. However, you must give it your all and shoot well." Su Guan was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. Observing his emotional state, Tian patted him on the shoulder a few times before returning to the set to continue filming. Having heard of director Tian's willingness to support emerging filmmakers, Su Guan felt a profound sense of gratitude, especially since he had only met him a few times through the introduction of teacher Wang Di. It was impossible not to feel touched by such kindness. Before long, a deputy director in his 30s approached Su Guan and his companions. arriving in a van to collect equipment and a few reels of film. The film Su had stored remained untouched. After departing from the North Film Studio, Zhao Xiaoding led the cinematography team in the courtyard to calibrate their equipment, ensuring that it would be ready for immediate use upon arrival at the location. It took nearly 2 hours to complete the adjustments thoroughly. After testing the equipment, Zhao Xiaoding assured Su Guan that everything was in order and that it would not hinder their work on site. Once the adjustments were finished, the group began consolidating their equipment, including what Zhao Xiaoding had brought along. Just as they completed the organization, Guile returned from the train station, distributing train tickets, one for each person. In the courtyard, after handing out the tickets, the group joyfully gathered for a group photo. Declining Su Guan's invitation for dinner, Zhao Xiaoding cheerfully boarded the van and departed. Zhao Xiaoding was more energetic than Su Guan. As he put it, making films is the true calling of a cinematographer, whereas advertisements are merely trivial. Dinner was once again shared between Guy Li and Su Guan. Xiao Chao returned to the dormitory to pack his belongings for their departure the next day. As Guy Li savored her meal, she found herself slightly dazed. Reflecting on her involvement in the film's preparation, which had progressed remarkably smoothly, the sense of accomplishment she felt far surpassed that of her previous acting experiences, filling her with motivation. Suddenly, Guy Li set down her utensils, raised her cup towards Su Guan, and exclaimed, "It still feels like a dream to me. On the night you returned from Yinchuan, when you mentioned preparing for the crew, I must confess I looked down on you, thinking you were unaware of your own limitations. But now, you have truly surprised me. Let me offer my apologies with this cup of tea." With that, she downed her drink in one go, while Su Guan humbly insisted that it was all thanks to the support of friends. Guy Li acknowledged the considerable contributions she had made to the crew's preparations, her spirits soaring. Previously, she had perceived Su Guan as unkempt, a smoker, and lazy, but now she recognized many of his virtues, realizing she had been too focused on his flaws. As she ate, Guy Li occasionally stole glances at Su Guan. What she once considered merely passable looks now appeared rather charming upon closer inspection. Su Guan eventually set down his bowl and announced that he had finished eating. He then stepped out into the courtyard, where he stood under the eaves of the east wing, smoking while waiting for Guy Li to finish her meal so he could wash the dishes. Observing him, Guy Li called out, "Su Guan, you should go rest. I'll handle the cleanup after I finish." After extinguishing his cigarette, Su Guan returned inside, taking the thermos and teacup back to the west wing to prepare for some rest. Chapter 13. I have General Pan Feng. Capable of slaying generals early the next morning, as dawn broke, the 7 members heading to scout locations had gathered in the courtyard, ready for departure with their filming equipment. After confirming that nothing was forgotten, the group boarded the van, driven by a friend of General Pan Feng, who took them to the train station. They boarded a soft sleeper train bound for Heilongjiang at 8 a.m. Although the crew's budget was tight, this expense was manageable, and the 2 soft sleeper compartments were just enough to accommodate the 7 individuals and their equipment. As Su Guan fretted over the possibility of leaving an empty seat that might delay others, Guy Li produced a train ticket, saying, "I had anticipated this and purchased an extra ticket. Given your emphasis on the equipment, I felt it necessary to be a bit more prepared." Su Guan had to admit that Guy Li was quite methodical in her approach, always considering every aspect. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Su Guan stood at the junction of 2 carriages, exhaling clouds of smoke while gazing at the waning sun over the northern landscape. Unbeknownst to him, Guy Li had quietly approached from behind and gently inquired, "Su Guan, what troubles you? Do you miss home?" Su Guan turned to glance at her before returning his gaze to the picturesque scenery, responding, "I have no home anymore. What is there to miss?" Guy Li fell silent for a moment, standing quietly behind Su Guan, observing him as he admired the view. In an attempt to appear nonchalant, Su Guan asked, "Isn't it beautiful?" Guy Li, her cheeks flushed, replied, "It truly is. This is my first time witnessing such beauty." After a considerable time spent in admiration, the 2 returned to their compartment. Guy Li began to prepare for dinner, while Su Guan was ready to partake in the meal. After dinner, Guy Li seized the opportunity while heading to the restroom to summon Xiao Chao, pulling him to the junction of the 2 carriages, leaving Xiao Chao perplexed as he asked, "What is the matter? Just tell me." With a teasing glance, Guy Li asked, "This afternoon, when Su Guan and I were admiring the scenery, he suddenly said he has no home. What could that mean?" Initially distracted by Guy Li's playful demeanor, Xiao Chao soon realized the gravity of the situation and replied, "It's quite literal. His mother passed away when he was too young to remember, and his grandparents followed suit. Last month, his father also died, leaving him with only an unreliable uncle. Guy Li patted Xiao Chao on the shoulder, saying, "You must keep this to yourself, understand? Otherwise, I might just have to hit you." Xiao Chao chuckled and nodded, assuring her, "Don't worry, I can keep a secret." Upon returning, within half an hour, Xiao Chao found himself in the same spot, recounting Guy Li's every word and action to Su Guan, even mimicking her tone at the end. Su Guan placed a hand on Xiao Chao's shoulder and cautioned, "Do not mention this to Guy Li again. The film takes precedence, and we cannot afford any disturbances." Had it not been for Su Guan's timely interjection, Xiao Chao might have attempted to play matchmaker, but he understood the significance of this film to Su Guan, and thus refrained from further discussion. In the early 1990s, the security situation at train stations was quite dire. It was plausible that any stranger encountered could be a criminal. The group remained vigilant as they slept, keeping a watchful eye on the filming equipment, and the night passed without incident. By 3 o'clock the following afternoon, the 7 of them finally arrived at Heilongjiang train station. Upon exiting the station, they spotted Su Fengyan, who was leaping high in excitement. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Fengyan urged, "This is not the place for idle chatter. Your friends should follow me quickly." Winding through the streets, the group followed Su Fengyan to a van, where they hastily loaded their equipment. Su Fengyan, driving a borrowed vehicle, sped towards the county town. As he drove, he conversed with Su Guan, saying, "As per your request, I have located 3 villages for you. Each has our people. Choose whichever you prefer, and feel free to film. The most suitable option is your aunt's village, which is close to the county town. Tomorrow, our first destination will be that place. You shall see for yourself when the time comes. It is impeccably neat and orderly. As for the construction site you mentioned, it will be easy to locate in the county town, and I shall take you there as well." Guy Li nodded in agreement, finding Su Fengyan quite reliable, contrary to what Xiao Chao had suggested. Su Guan had developed a fondness for the 12-seater van, unable to resist asking uncle, "How many days can we drive this vehicle?" Su Fengyan replied, "We can drive it until you depart. I must drive you, as one never knows who one might encounter on the road." He then began to enlighten them about the notorious bandits of Northeast China, advising against traveling with valuable possessions unless absolutely necessary. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the group finally arrived at the hotel in the county town, famished and exhausted. They checked in and casually dined at a nearby small restaurant before retiring for the night. The following day, after a hearty breakfast, they boarded the van to visit the village chosen by Su Fengyan. After spending the morning exploring his father-in-law Manton's village, they felt it was quite suitable. By noon, Manton had arranged a lavish feast. At lunchtime, 6 men filled the calm, with 2 more seated below. Guy Li joined the women at the table. Feeling quite at ease as a native of Qingdao, delighted to avoid the men's boisterous drinking and boasting. The men, lacking in drinking capacity, were full of bluster. Initially, they planned not to drink, as they had important matters to attend to in the afternoon. However, upon witnessing Manton's insistence, they quickly reconsidered. Manton grumbled, "In my home, not drinking during the first meal is simply unacceptable. Look at this chicken stew with mushrooms. Can you truly enjoy it without a few sips?" Su Guan, feeling the tension from their journey, conceded, "Then let us toast with a couple of drinks to lighten the mood." Manton beamed, pouring drinks for everyone, declaring, "At my place, how could we possibly skimp on the wine?" Su Guan noted that Manton resembled Lu Ning from Ivory Mountain, his speech animated and slightly clumsy, yet brimming with warmth and hospitality, as if he believed that not drinking heartily meant he had not properly entertained his guests. After several minutes of toasting, Manton finally took his first sip, then urged everyone to enjoy the dishes, particularly extolling the virtues of the chicken stew. Once everyone had tasted the delicacy, he moved on to his second drink. However, after that, Manton refused to relent, continuing to encourage more drinking. The group, recognizing his good-natured enthusiasm, laughed and joined in for another couple of rounds. As Manton surveyed the table, he saw everyone comfortably settled in and, invigorated, he pressed on with the toasts. Su Guan, mindful of their afternoon commitments, glanced at Zhao Xiaoding, who immediately conveyed a knowing expression, as if to say, "I have General Pan Feng ready to take action." With a glance, Zhao Xiaoding signaled General Pan Feng, who understood perfectly and prepared for the ensuing performance. Pan Feng, ever bold, declared, "I've heard in the capital that the drinking capacity of Northeasterners is nothing extraordinary." Not only was Man Huan displeased, but Su Fengyan also wore an expression akin to having been punctured in the lung. Had it not been for Su Guan's discreet signals, Su Fengyan might have sought to spar with Pan Feng. Clutching a bottle of liquor and pouting, Man Huan surveyed the room before exclaiming, "Is this truly the sentiment of the people from the capital? Today, I shall represent the heroes of the Northeast provinces in a meeting with the capital's bravado." He scanned the attendees, inquiring who among them hailed from the capital, boldly stating that he had no qualms about engaging in a war of attrition. After a round of inquiries, it turned out that only Pan Feng was from the capital, which set the stage for a confrontation. In truth, Zhao Xiaoding and a few others were also from the capital, yet none would admit it. The onlookers eagerly anticipated the showdown between the two. As they filled their cups with spirit, Man Huan raised his glass and downed it in one go. The crowd gasped, exclaiming that it seemed today General Pan Feng might be in for a rough ride. With a steely resolve, Pan Feng too downed his drink. Man Huan, applauding, remarked with a dreamy gaze, "Ah, the friends from the capital indeed possess great capacity." He promptly continued pouring more liquor, and just as he was about to speak, it was Pan Feng who took the lead, downing his drink with aplomb. This left Man Huan momentarily stunned, yet he mustered the courage to follow suit. Within 5 minutes, Man Huan collapsed onto the bed, while Pan Feng staggered off to procure more liquor. The others hurriedly concluded their lunch, hastily making their escape. Chapter 14. Moving in together outside the van, at the doorstep of Man Huan's home, his wife was returning the money given to her by Guy Li, expressing her discontent. "Oh, you little girl, coming to my house for a meal, yet still insisting on paying. Is there such a disgraceful way to treat someone?" Unable to prevail against Man Huan's wife, Guy Li stuffed the money into her grandson's pocket, saying, "Oh, this is not for you. It's for the child, to buy him something to eat. Even so, I cannot accept your money. Otherwise, my husband will surely scold me." The two women exchanged banter, insisting that a group visiting Man Huan's home could not simply partake without contributing. Unable to resolve their dispute, Guy Li reluctantly got into the car. Su Guan snatched the money from her hand and threw it through the window to Man Huan's wife, saying, "Auntie, take this. We are leaving and will return in due time." With that, the car drove off, leaving Man Huan's wife in a flurry of indignation. On the vehicle, after the liquor had taken effect, Pan Feng's complexion shifted from pale to flushed. Zhao Xiaoding affectionately embraced Pan Feng, exclaiming, "General Pan Feng, today you have made a significant contribution." Elated, Pan Feng was buoyant. Previously, he had merely followed Zhao Xiaoding in promotional endeavors and various tasks. But today he had finally represented something substantial. Indeed, he had become the face of the great undertaking in the Northeast provinces, basking in newfound glory. In the afternoon, they followed the schedule to inspect another village, which was quite routine without any notable differences. As dusk approached, the group returned to the county hotel. The next morning, they visited yet another village and several construction sites, returning to the hotel in the evening to convene and finalize the primary filming locations. On the third day, they returned to Man Huan's village. Upon meeting, Man Huan declared, "From now on, no one is allowed to pay for meals. It's utterly disgraceful. Besides, I have put your aunt in quite a predicament." Su Guan nodded in agreement, narrowly escaping Man Huan's fervent hospitality, while the filming crew meticulously scouted the location, assessing everything from composition to lighting and sound recording. Guy Li was preoccupied with securing rental accommodations in the village to ensure that the film crew would have a place to stay upon their arrival, including the arrangements for meals and other necessities. A group of 7 was bustling about, particularly Guy Li, who had developed a large blister on her lip from her tireless efforts. Nevertheless, she found joy in her exhaustion and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. That evening, in a hotel in the county town, there was a knock at the door. Su Guan opened it to hear Guy Li say, "Come to my room, we need to talk." Su Guan glanced back at Xiao Chao and then turned back, whispering, "How are we going to talk?" With a perplexed expression, Guy Li replied, "We'll talk as I wish. Give me a few minutes to take a shower. You think you can tease me?" Blushing furiously, Guy Li promptly pulled Su Guan out of the room and commanded him to follow swiftly, urging him not to dawdle. Once inside Guy Li's room, Su Guan was immediately directed to a chair as she declared, "Su Guan, when the film crew officially begins shooting, I will need to hire an assistant to help me. Otherwise, it will be quite overwhelming." Su Guan instinctively replied, "That is certainly the case. I'll also need to find a deputy director. Otherwise, it will be rather chaotic." Hearing Su Guan's words, Guy Li felt reassured and gratefully smiled at him. Su Guan mused to himself that Guy Li was merely a blabbermouth, offering no tangible gratitude, not even a hint of lipstick to share. Initially, Zhao Xiaoding was somewhat perplexed by Su Guan's meticulous location scouting. However, after several nights of meetings at the hotel to summarize their findings, he came to genuinely respect Su Guan, realizing that there was indeed a reason a literature major could successfully direct a film. After a week of tireless activity, the group finally bid farewell to Man Tun and Su Fengyan and returned to the capital. On March 16th, in the morning, the group arrived in the capital and, upon entering the courtyard of Xinmin Hutong, encountered a troublesome situation. A throng of people had entered the courtyard, prompting the landlord to approach Su Guan discreetly, saying, "Little Su, it seems you all come and go quite noisily every day, and it looks like this will continue. I appreciate my peace and quiet, but I cannot tolerate such commotion. Perhaps you should find another place?" Su Guan thought to himself that living with others was indeed inconvenient, but where could they find a new place on such short notice? Guy Li was about to negotiate with the landlord, but before she could speak, the landlord interjected, "Guy Li, if you're going to join them in this ruckus, I suggest you move as well." "How are we causing a ruckus?" Guy Li retorted, gazing at the landlord's unsympathetic visage. "Can't we stay until tomorrow?" The landlord, unfazed, continued, "There's still time today. I suggest you try to move out today, and I'll refund you the full month's rent." As the landlord finished speaking, the group felt a surge of indignation, thinking that they had traveled from the 3 northeastern provinces and could not falter now. Pan Feng's eyes lit up as she approached Su Guan, saying, "Director, I know a perfect place. It's a secluded courtyard. Give me a moment to make a call." Observing Pan Feng hastily step out to make the call, Su Guan thought to himself that she always managed to devise new solutions. In less than 10 minutes, the resourceful Pan Feng returned, grinning broadly as she approached the group, boasting that there was a secluded courtyard in Sui, Hutong near Nanluoguxiang, which had just become available and could be moved into after a slight cleaning. After a long and arduous journey, the group, having offered their praises to Pan Feng, began assisting Su Guan and Guy Li in vacating the premises for the landlord. Pan Feng led Su Guan and the others in tidying up and settling the rent. Guy Li and Xiao Chao remained in the courtyard to organize and pack their belongings. Before long, a van arrived at Nanluoguxiang. Upon alighting, they were greeted by the sight of a sign reading Sa I Hutong in white letters on a red background. This very Hutong served as the filming location for The Happy Life of Pinzue Zhang Damon, and it was known that Puai's brother still resided there. The vehicle could only be parked at the entrance of the alley, and the group proceeded into Sa I Hutong, which was particularly narrow, measuring about 3 meters wide, enough for 2 individuals to walk side by side, flanked by walls made of blue bricks. After traversing approximately 50 meters, Pan Feng exchanged a few words with a bald man clad in a leather jacket and then led him over for a conversation. The middle-aged man, known as Lao Xiong, distributed cigarettes to the group and guided them into the courtyard. Upon entering, they were welcomed by an ornamental wall adorned with blooming flowers, and a few steps to the left brought them into the small courtyard. The main house comprised 3 rooms, with 2 rooms each in the east and west wings, and 3 in the back, while the southeast corner housed the kitchen and the southwest corner the toilet. Lao Xiong showed them around the neat and tidy courtyard. After a brief discussion with Pan Feng, Su Guan retrieved a year's rent from his canvas bag, which the man counted several times before producing a receipt. Once Lao Xiong departed, Su Guan addressed the others, expressing his apologies for the inconvenience caused to his companions. Acknowledging their exhausting journey and the additional burden of assisting with the move upon reaching the capital, he lamented that the director did not consider them as part of the family. In response, others echoed his sentiments, contemplating the director's intentions moving forward. Following the goodwill banter among the crew, Zhao Xiaoding, along with Chun Mingjun and Su Shaokai, helped with cleaning. Pan Feng drove Su Guan back to Ximing Hutong to retrieve their luggage. After transporting the filming equipment and making 2 trips for Guy Li and Su Guan's belongings, Su Guan advised the weary Xiao Chao to return to school for some well-deserved rest, promising that he would join them in 2 days for the continuation of their efforts. Xiao Chao, in turn, noted that he would keep track of the meal expenses for that day and pedaled back to Beijing Film Academy to recharge for the challenges ahead. Upon arriving at Sua I Hutong, the filming equipment was stored in the west wing, while the luggage of the 2 was placed in the main room's living area. Glancing up at the sun, it was around 5 in the evening. After enjoying a meal at a small restaurant in Nanluoguxiang, Pan Feng, Zhao Xiaoding, and the others returned to their respective homes, agreeing to convene the following morning in the courtyard. As darkness enveloped the sky, Guan and Guy Li returned to the small courtyard, confronted with the piles of luggage in the living room, which caused them considerable distress. After fetching 2 large basins of water, Guy Li urged Guan, who was seated in the living room, not to dawdle and to get to work, lest they find no place to sleep that night. With a sigh, Guan grabbed a mop and cleaned the east and west bedrooms, while Guy Li wiped down the surfaces with a damp cloth, ensuring that the rooms were finally spotless. 2 individuals opened the windows to evaporate the moisture within the bedroom. Guan, addressing Guy Li, who was crouched on the floor tidying up, graciously remarked, "Ladies first, please select your room." Without a moment's hesitation, Guy Li responded, "I shall sleep in the west room." No sooner had she spoken than Guan, carrying his bedding, darted into the east bedroom, kneeling on the bed to make it ready for slumber, while muttering, "Cohabitation is no easy feat. It has utterly exhausted me." "What did you say?" Guan, startled, turned to inquire, "When did you come in? You gave me quite a fright." Guy Li warned him to be cautious that evening, gesturing dramatically as if to sever something, then disregarded him, rolling her eyes and stepping outside to prepare her own bedding. After completing his preparations, Guan was too fatigued to move further. He forced himself to wash up and, upon collapsing onto his bed, drifted into slumber. Guy Li, though equally weary, was plagued by her obsessive-compulsive tendencies. She could not find peace until everything was in order. After arranging her belongings, she meticulously organized Guan's items as well. The following afternoon, after a day of diligent work, the two stood in the yard admiring their newly tidied home. Guan proposed to Guy Li, who was folding laundry, "Shall we celebrate our housewarming with a meal out?" Guy Li countered, "With that kind of money, we might as well cook at home. Let us head to the market and buy ingredients to prepare our own meal." Indeed, they agreed that purchasing groceries would signify the official commencement of their cohabitation, cooking together, sharing meals, enjoying a few drinks in the evening, and retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The next morning, shortly after 8 a.m., the second plenary meeting of the La Bang Tao Preparation Committee convened in the courtyard of Sui Hutong. The committee resolved that all members should rally closely around Director Guan, centering their efforts on the next phase of preparation. The first step was to enhance and optimize the working environment. The second step involved expanding the team. Guy Li would hire an assistant to bolster the production team, while Guan would recruit an assistant director to augment the directing team. The third step was for the team to assist Guan in sketching storyboards, selecting actors, and formulating a detailed shooting schedule. As soon as the meeting concluded, Guan beckoned Xiao Chao over, saying, "Wang Rue from the directing department is also staying at school. Go back and gauge the situation, and if you can persuade him, that would be splendid." After probing the atmosphere, they discussed who would do the persuading. "You can also introduce any suitable candidates. If there are any young ladies, I can certainly include them in the cast." "To hell with you," exclaimed Xiao Chao, as he prepared to leave on his bicycle. Guan estimated the distance from Beijing to Sui Hutong to be around 10 kilometers and quickly advised, "Tomorrow, take a taxi or public transport. Cycling would waste time that we cannot afford to lose for the crew. The production will reimburse your travel expenses." Xiao Chao grinned, gesturing in agreement before heading back to Beijing to scout for information. Meanwhile, General Pan Feng had completely dismantled the back 9 seats of the van, taking along the assistant cinematographer and sound technician to the furniture market to purchase tables, chairs, and sofas. Although the cinematographer, lighting technician, and sound technician were not required to participate, the enthusiasm for the film was so infectious that everyone was fervently engaged in the work at hand. Guy Li made a trip to the Beijing Film Studio, seeking out the young producer, a charming girl named Mei Xing with short hair. Guan also took a moment to chat with Mei Xing before he sent her off to assist Guy Li in fulfilling her duties as a producer. By evening, the renovations of the courtyard were nearing completion. The 3 southern rooms had been transformed into 3 studio offices, while the 2 western side rooms had been converted into a storage room and a reception area. The eastern side now housed a dining room and a bedroom, with the restroom positioned in the southwest corner and the kitchen in the southeast corner. Once the furniture was arranged and the cleaning was done, Guy Li called out, "Committee members, dinner is served." The committee chair, along with the vice chair and several members, gathered in the dining room to commence their meal. Typically abstaining from alcohol, Guy Li surprisingly chose to indulge this evening. Guan stood up, raising his glass, and declared, "Once we finish the storyboard and assemble the cast, We shall set off for the Northeast to begin our work. The crowd cheered, raising their first glasses. Previously, they had been sideline characters. Yet now they were embarking on the sophisticated endeavor of filmmaking alongside Su Guan, a true transformation. Guy Li lifted her glass towards Su Guan and said, "I want to say much. I'll drink to that, and you can do as you please." Su Guan quickly interjected, "What do you mean you drink and I do as I please? Do you look down on me?" Following this, he raised another glass. General Pan Feng and Zhao Xiaoding took turns toasting both the director and the producer. Guy Li, in high spirits, responded to Pan Feng's toast. "I usually don't drink, but today, being together with my brothers for the sake of film makes me truly happy. I have watched La Bang Tao grow gradually, and it gives me a profound sense of achievement and belonging, something I never experienced as an actor." Here's to La Bang Tao. As the night wore on, the atmosphere became increasingly lively, spiraling out of control. Initially, everyone was cordial, showing Guy Li the respect she deserved, but as Guy Li continued to drink with fervor, she nearly toppled Zhao Xiaoding. The cinematography team began to acknowledge the goddess of the table, casting glances at Su Guan and Guy Li. Just when a competitive tension arose between them, Pan Feng unexpectedly launched a surprise attack, leading to both Guy Li and Su Guan being brought down. Chapter 16. Inebriated and in the wrong bed, the cinematography team exchanged amused glances as Zhao Xiaoding chuckled. "Let us not just stand here. Let us help them back to rest, and we'll take our leave." I never expected producer Guy to have such a capacity for alcohol. As they assisted Su Guan and Guy Li into the main room and saw the two bedrooms, Pan Feng inquired which one they should take. Zhao Xiaoding, with a grin, replied without hesitation, "They're pretending with us, sharing meals and lodging, yet putting on a show by sleeping separately. Do they really think we're blind? They belong in the Western bedroom. Sleeping in their clothes must be uncomfortable." After laying Su Guan down, Zhao Xiaoding kindly removed his clothes, leaving him in just his undergarments, and tucked him under the covers. He then turned to Pan Feng, instructing, "Please fetch 2 glasses of water and place them by the bedside for them to drink if they wake up tonight." The cinematography team, ever considerate, also helped Guy Li into bed, tucking her in snugly. Once their tasks were completed, they exited the courtyard, locking the door behind them as they returned to rest at the staff dormitory of the Beijing Film Academy. Xiao Chao returned from Wang Rui's dormitory, sighing heavily and lamenting. "While everyone else is bustling with activity, I am left with a trivial task that I still couldn't manage to complete." Normally averse to smoking, he lit a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was pleasantly surprised to find Wang Rui standing there. "Wang Rui, have you changed your mind?" he inquired eagerly. "Teacher Chow, I apologize, but I am truly preoccupied with my own film," Wang Rui replied with an apologetic smile. Shaking his head, he then gestured to a student beside him, saying, "Allow me to introduce you to Wang Hongwei, a junior from our directing department. He is quite capable. You two should converse." Xiao Chao felt little enthusiasm, influenced by Su Guan's skepticism, thinking, what good could possibly come from a directing major? Nevertheless, with his characteristic humility, he addressed Wang Hongwei, "Meet me at the school gate tomorrow morning, and we shall head to Suai Hatong together. Your success will depend on your own efforts." Wang Hongwei nodded vigorously, expressing, "Thank you, senior." Later that night, Guy Li awoke with a sore throat, feeling unwell. Groggy, she turned on the light and, before even taking a sip of water, sensed something amiss. Suddenly wide awake, she realized someone was nestled in her bed, holding her tightly. Upon lifting the covers, she found none other than Su Guan. Unlike their previous encounter, Guy Li remained calm and nudged him. "Su Guan, wake up. How did you end up here?" After calling his name several times without success, she decided to ignore him, reasoning that they were both familiar with such situations. She took a glass of water from the table and drank it down. After rubbing her stomach, she headed to the outdoor restroom. Upon returning and closing the bedroom door, she shed her outer garments, leaving only her autumn shirt and pants before diving back into bed. They soon found themselves entwined in slumber once more. The next morning, Guy Li's internal clock roused her, and she blushed as she pushed aside Su Guan's arm. She began dressing, tidying up the remnants of yesterday's meal, and prepared breakfast. Once everything was in order, she theatrically entered the bedroom to wake Su Guan. There, she found him sitting up against the headboard, bare-chested, rubbing his head. Their eyes met, and Guy Li, filled with indignation, interrogated, "Su Guan, how did you end up in my bed again?" Su Guan gulped down a glass of water, attempting to recall the previous night, but failing miserably. He offered an awkward smile, saying, "I truly apologize, my friend. I have no idea how I ended up here. I assure you, I had no ill intentions. The heavens can bear witness." Seeing his flustered expression, Guy Li burst into laughter, teasing, "You must have entered the wrong room to sleep here, just as I mistakenly spent the night in yours. Hurry up and get up, stop dawdling." Su Guan's face flushed crimson, akin to someone harboring a secret, as he stammered, "Could you please step outside for a moment? I need to get dressed." Guy Li, now incensed, shouted, "Did you sleep here without any clothes on?" "Well, I did, but not completely," he stuttered, quickly adding, "Don't worry. I'll definitely wash your bedding and sheets today." A sly glimmer crossed Guy Li's face as she stormed to the bed, pressing Su Guan's head down and delivering a flurry of playful punches while scolding, "You rascal! I let you sleep in my bed. And you had the audacity to do so without clothes. Should there be another instance, I shall ensure you spend a lifetime in bed." The moment the words were uttered, the person ceased their relentless hammering and dashed out. As Guy Li emerged from the bedroom, she immediately covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. At 8 o'clock, Xiao Chao arrived at the courtyard with Wang Hongwei. Wang Hongwei, somewhat disgruntled, remarked, "Teacher Chao, you mentioned coming early in the morning. I waited at the door for quite a while, yet you emerged so late. Look, Director Su has already left for errands. My first encounter with Director Su, and I've already been tardy. You must keep me informed." Xiao Chao nodded, pondering the improbability of Su Guan rising so early. The two squatted at the entrance of the courtyard, awaiting Su Guan's return. Shortly after, a group of talented individuals from the photography team arrived at the courtyard entrance. Upon seeing Xiao Chao squatting there, Pan Feng hurriedly retrieved a key to unlock the door, explaining, "We drank too much last night," and locked the door from the outside. Xiao Chao and Wang Hongwei followed suit into the courtyard, their expressions revealing their bemusement. The photography team remained silent about the matters concerning the two inside. To them, it was only natural for the pair to share a bed. Otherwise, why would Guy Li be cast as the lead actress and serve as the producer? As the group entered the courtyard, Su Guan had just finished washing up, while Guy Li busied herself attending to the guests. After a hasty breakfast, Xiao Chao whispered a few words to Wang Hongwei before pulling Su Guan aside, saying, "Wang Rue is preparing to co-direct the film Blood Battle on the Lion ship. I must convey his apologies and express hope for future collaboration." Su Guan was taken aback by the news of Wang Rue's co-direction, inquiring, "What background does this Wang Rue possess that he is already directing films?" "I'm not entirely sure," Xiao Chao replied, shaking his head before gesturing toward Wang Hongwei. "I brought along Wang Hongwei from the class of '87, introduced by Wang Rue. You might want to chat with him. If it doesn't work out, we can send him back." Ceasing his banter with Xiao Chao, Su Guan approached Wang Hongwei, extending his hand. "Wang Hongwei, is it? Come, let us converse inside." After half an hour of discussion, Su Guan found him quite satisfactory: solid foundational skills, modest financial demands, and commendable work ethic. He inquired, "When the crew heads to Heilongjiang, will you be able to take leave?" Upon hearing Su Guan's words, Wang Hongwei recognized the opportunity and promptly responded, "Absolutely. Our instructor encourages us to join the crew." Su Guan then asked, "When can you start?" Wang Hongwei replied resolutely, "Anytime." Su Guan pondered for a moment, assessing that while Wang Hongwei lacked experience in a film crew, his execution skills were commendable. However, it was precisely this lack of experience that brought him to Su Guan. Those with experience were unlikely to be in such a position. Deciding swiftly, Su Guan declared, "Very well, welcome to the laying the foundation crew." Ecstatic, Wang Hongwei nodded, stating, "Director, please assign me a task post-haste." Su Guan chuckled, patting Wang Hongwei on the shoulder. "Ah, you have the spark of potential. Come, follow me." In Chapter 17, during the casting at the Central Academy of Drama, they entered the westernmost room of the back office, where Zhao Xiaoding was intently sketching storyboards. Su Guan placed his hands on Zhao Xiaoding's shoulders from behind and said, "This is Wang Hongwei from our directing department at Beijing Film Academy. He has just joined our crew today. You two will collaborate on the storyboards while I tend to the casting affairs." After Su Guan finished speaking, he exited the room. Just a few steps away, he was greeted by the incessant chatter of senior brother and junior brother from within, which grated on his nerves. Holding the copied script, he approached Guy Li in the middle office and stated, "I am off to the Central Academy of Drama to scout for actors. If you have anything to discuss, let's talk when I return." Guy Li thought to herself, "Is this how you show courtesy? A blatant North Film Academy student going to the Central Academy for actors?" She subtly reminded her partner, "Aren't you from North Film?" We have a car. You could go to North Film. Upon seeing Guy Li, Guan recalled the awkwardness of the morning and preferred to say little. Oh, this is an internal matter between our two esteemed institutions. You from the East China branch of the Central Academy should refrain from meddling. With that, Guan departed with the script, turning left into Nanluoguxiang. And after a quick right turn at the first intersection, he arrived at the Central Academy, nestled within Cotton Lane. Besides the Central Academy, Nanluoguxiang also housed Xia Zhu and Qin Huayu, and he needed to find Xia Zhu, as no one else could embody that particular essence. Arriving fortuitously, he reached the entrance of the Central Academy just as classes were letting out. He quietly slipped inside the faculty office building and, after some inquiries, made his way to Professor Su Min's office. Upon seeing the astonished face of Professor Su, Guan got straight to the point. I am the director from North Film and wish to cast students from your class for a film. Professor Su, observing the young man with barely sprouted facial hair, initially suspected that he was merely using the pretext of filmmaking to seek something else. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and replied curtly, "Where's the script? Let me have a look." Guan promptly handed over the script. As Professor Su realized Guan indeed had a script, his tone softened, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment for underestimating him. He bent down to retrieve a thermos from under his desk, intending to pour Guan some water. After receiving the warm water from this notable figure of the People's Art Theater, he said, "Make yourself comfortable while I review your script." Professor Su took an hour and a half to read through it before closing the script and asking, "This is quite good. Which students from our class are you interested in?" Guan pondered for a moment. "I haven't met anyone from our class yet. I need to see them." Professor Su was left speechless, thinking, is this what North Film has become? Coming to select actors without knowing anything? Clearly, the Central Academy has a good reputation among North Film directors. That was certainly true. Even Zhang Yimou had remarked on how effective Central Academy actors, especially the female ones, were. Professor Su glanced at his watch and said, "Class is currently in session. Once it concludes, I will take you to meet them." Guan replied, "I am not in a hurry. I have the entire day free." As the class break bell rang, Professor Su escorted Guan to the 1987 acting class. Tapping on the podium, once the students ceased their commotion, he announced, "This is Director Guan from North Film, and he is here today to select actors for a film. Please sit down and present yourselves to Director Su." Guan stood beside Teacher Su at the podium and took a fleeting glance, realizing that the actors from the Central Academy of Drama appeared somewhat aged. Although their outward appearance seemed acceptable, he remarked to Teacher Su, "Teacher Su, our team is stationed in Sui Hatong. After school, the students can come and try out. I plan to select a leading male role and a supporting male role, and we also have female roles, albeit with relatively less screen time. What do you think?" Teacher Su nodded in agreement, saying, "This approach is quite good and won't interfere with classes. Let the children come to you after school. Make sure to choose carefully." With the audition plans for noon settled, Guan hurried back to the courtyard and informed the busy staff in the office. A group of actors from the Central Academy of Drama will come to audition at noon. Zhao Xiaoding, Guy Li, and I will interview candidates for the roles of Xia Zhu and Jia Dongxiu. All right, then we need to have an early lunch. Guy Li exclaimed with great enthusiasm, her face beaming. "I never expected that after running through countless productions, today it's finally my turn to audition others." Guan joined in the jest. "Producer Guy, please keep a low profile and remember not to disrupt the auditions. We don't want to make it difficult for these students from the Central Academy." "Understood, don't worry. I will be absolutely reliable." After the group finished their lunch and returned to the courtyard, a lively crowd of students had already gathered. Wang Hongwei assisted in maintaining order as the male and female candidates lined up for their auditions. The three of them settled into the reception room of the West Wing to prepare for the interviews. The auditions commenced swiftly, with two candidates exiting within 5 minutes. He Bing turned to the tall Hu Jun beside him and exclaimed, "What kind of production is this? The auditions are so fast. Each person takes less than 3 minutes. Are we really that inadequate? Is there such a lack of respect for people?" Before Hu Jun could respond, Guan stood at the doorway and said, "Let us first assess whether the candidates fit the image. It's not about their acting skills. Everyone, please relax. Our production at Beijing Film Academy is all about fairness, justice, and transparency." After saying this, he disregarded the students and returned to continue the auditions. By around 2 in the afternoon, the second round had mostly solidified the cast. He Bing would portray Xia Zhu. He Yuzhu would be played by Li Hongtao. The eldest daughter would be Xiao Dang, played by Su Fan, the youngest daughter Huayu by Qin Xiaoyi, and the daughter-in-law Tang Yinling by Lu Hongmei. Zhao Xiaoding, feeling somewhat uneasy, pulled Su Guan aside and said, "Our production doesn't have a single actor from Beijing Film Academy. Doesn't that seem inappropriate?" Su Guan pondered for a moment, recalling that there was still a significant role uncast, and replied, "Let us reserve that role for a Beijing Film Academy student. After all, students from the Central Academy of Drama are of the same level. Those older ones could easily portray the parents of our Beijing Film Academy actors." As for the remuneration, Guy Li was handling the negotiations, and the total amount was only a few thousand yuan, which was not substantial. Once the actors were confirmed, Su Guan retreated to the back room with Wang Hongwei and Zhao Xiaoding to continue sketching the storyboard. The group from the Central Academy of Drama exited the courtyard, chattering away. He Bing teased Li Hongtao, "With how old you two look, how did the director choose you?" "Exactly, you both owe us a meal." The following morning, Su Guan returned to Beijing Film Academy to meet Lu Min, who would later be known as Lu Yijuan, from the 87th cohort of the acting department. After a brief audition, Lu Min was confirmed for the role of Bang Geng. The 1987 class of the Beijing Film Academy's acting department is renowned for its penchant for name changes within the entertainment industry. In the afternoon, at the Beijing Film Studio set for the Grand Eunuch Li Lianying, Tian Zhuang rested his hand on Su Guan's shoulder and inquired, "My friend, is the production ready? Do share the details." After sharing a cigarette with Tian Zhuang, Su Guan lit it himself and replied, "All the actors have been cast, location scouting is complete, and the storyboard and shooting schedule are mostly drawn up. I plan to have the cast conduct a read-through for 2 days before heading north to officially commence filming." Tian Zhuang playfully thumped Su Guan's chest a few times and exclaimed, "You are truly a born director. Splendid work. Retrieve the film from the warehouse and ensure proper registration. Should you encounter any uncertainties or difficulties with the crew in the Northeast, do not hesitate to call me." Deeply moved, Su Guan embraced director Tian before heading to the Beijing Film Studio warehouse with Zhao Xiaoding and Pan Feng to collect a portion of his stored film. Returning to Sui Hutong, the true prowess of the Beijing Film Academy has always been rooted in the behind-the-scenes efforts. It has never relied solely on actors, as the acting department is merely a supplementary aspect. When the illustrious director made his first film, who recognized him nationwide? The leads in Red Sorghum were all from the Central Academy of Drama. Moreover, this is merely a foreshadowing, nothing more. Chapter 18. Preparing to head north later that evening. In the courtyard restaurant of Sui Hutong, Su Guan, bustling with activity, had a hearty appetite, continuously filling his plate and devouring rice. Observing from the side, Guy Li felt her appetite surge, as those who cook delight in watching others enjoy their meals. "Is my cooking truly that delectable?" Su Guan, with his mouth full, mumbled. I often ponder the days of my past, eating nothing but husks and greens daily." Guy Li, with a cheerful demeanor, nibbled at her rice, wishing to return to the kitchen to prepare a couple of signature dishes for Su Guan. In her heart, Guy Li mused, perhaps happiness lies in such moments, two individuals engrossed in their shared passions, dining and resting together at night. The mere thought of sleep flushed her cheeks. Su Guan glanced up at Guy Li and noticed her absent-mindedness as she ate, her smile tinged with a rosy hue. He reflected, this girl must be harboring some secret. Yet his mind was too preoccupied with practical matters to indulge in romantic notions. He bluntly stated, "After the meeting tomorrow, arrange for the train tickets in the afternoon. The day after, we shall set off for the Northeast with Mei Xing." Guy Li, puzzled, responded, "Isn't the accommodation already arranged? Why must we leave early?" She added cautiously, "You have been so busy. Do you truly believe you can portray Qin Huayu effectively? Shouldn't you acclimate to the environment beforehand? Additionally, we need to select a few supporting actors." Regarding the role of Qin Huayu, Guy Li felt a twinge of anxiety, hesitating as she expressed, "To be frank, I have my doubts about performing the role well. Perhaps it would be wise to have a backup in case things do not go as planned." Su Guan, concerned, replied, "It seems we have no choice. Otherwise, we could face significant trouble, and our funding may not last until then." The two fell into a heavy silence. Acutely aware that once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back, they could only brace themselves for the challenges ahead. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Su Guan decided to change the topic and asked, "Guy Li, regarding our first trip to the train station, what became of your classmate Chen Hong? Has she moved to Ximing Hutong?" As Guy Li brought the rice to her mouth, She heard those words and immediately bit down hard on her chopsticks, retorting with irritation. What do you want? Are you interested in someone? Guan, taken aback, replied, What do you mean by interested? I was merely inquiring about your classmate out of concern. Li, exasperated, shot back. Your concern is unnecessary. Just take care of your own affairs. She scoffed. Men are all the same. Glancing at what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot, Guan seized upon her words, asking, When have I ever been so greedy? Li stubbornly insisted. You were. Guan, intrigued, remarked. Although we have shared the same bed twice, both were misunderstandings, and I took a beating for it. Don't you think that's unfair? Li slammed her chopsticks on the table and declared, Unfair? If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I won't let this go. Noticing Li's rising temper, Guan murmured, If something did happen, I'd accept the consequences, but I came away with nothing. Li let out a cold laugh, fixing her gaze on Guan as she said, I knew you were no good. What do you hope to gain? Come, enlighten me. Guan, choosing silence, rose to serve himself more rice, only to hear Li say, Had it been a few years earlier, I could have held your life in my hands. With just a word, you'd be dragged out for target practice, your brains splattered everywhere, you filthy rogue. As Li continued her relentless assault, Guan began to doubt his previous assessment, realizing he may have misread the situation. Returning to the table in silence, he focused on his meal. Li, in a fit of rage, demanded, What's wrong? Lost your voice? Scared? Guan looked up and said, I was wrong before. I apologize. Can we move on? Absolutely not. Guan thought to himself that this woman would never show him a hint of kindness, taking advantage of his good nature. Resolutely ignoring her incessant chatter, he finished his meal and retreated to his bedroom. Watching Guan flee, Li felt she had perhaps overstepped, but she couldn't let his mention of Chun Hong slide. Her insults were far too lenient. Li reminded herself to remain vigilant. After tidying up the dishes and washing them, Li, now in her pajamas, stood in the living room before bed, observing Guan still in his room, smoking and jotting down notes. Her expression softened considerably, and she gently urged, Guan, you have much to do tomorrow. You should get some rest. Guan, without lifting his head, replied, You're not sharing my bed, so why should I care? In a fit of rage, Li lunged at Guan. As he attempted to escape, she pinned him down on the couch. Li scolded him, I told you to get into bed. You're just a daily rogue. After a few hits, Guan's temper flared. He thought to himself, This woman is a real tigress, always ready to strike. With a sudden burst of strength, he flipped Li over and stood up, angrily declaring, Behave yourself. If you hit me again, I swear I'll. That statement carried significant weight in that era. And Li frowned, questioning whether she had misheard. Once she confirmed she hadn't, disbelief washed over her that Guan would utter such vulgar words. What on earth? After Li finished her outburst, she rose and swiftly returned to her room. Once inside, she was utterly flustered, her thoughts scattered, and she fumbled through her tasks. Clearly shaken and experiencing an unprecedented bout of insomnia. The following morning, the conference room in the West Wing convened for the third meeting of the Alliance Preparatory Committee, as well as the inaugural assembly of the entire cast and crew. Attendees included 3 members from the directing team, 4 from the cinematography team, 2 from production, 5 actors, and the makeup artist, along with brothers Zhao De and Zhao Xiao from the production and logistics teams. The meeting concluded with a resolution for Guan and Li to lead the production team, while Zhao Xiaoding would oversee the transportation of equipment and film to Harbin the next day. Xiao Chao and Wang Hongwei would guide the actors and remaining crew to follow suit. The resolution was unanimously approved, and the spirit of the meeting was set to be rigorously upheld. From the previous night until dinner that day, Guan and Li had not exchanged a single word. Li did not even rise to prepare breakfast, and the crew dined together for lunch. During dinner at the restaurant, perhaps due to her sour mood or the impending departure, Li did not cook, simply reheating the leftovers from lunch. Guan, completely unfazed, savored his meal and remarked to the silent Li, Last night, I spoke out of turn, and I owe you an apology. I merely expressed my thoughts, without any real intention. Li responded with a cold laugh. Don't think for a moment that mere words are inconsequential. Even thinking could be considered a crime. A flow of consciousness crime. Guan, I have seen through you. Let us part ways after this collaboration, but rest assured, I will not hinder alliance in any way. After this exchange, silence enveloped them, with Su Guan contemplating that the future was uncertain and no one could predict what lay ahead. Following dinner, they each began to pack their belongings in preparation for the early departure the next day. Chapter 19. The shoot finally begins with a resounding clatter. The train arrived at Harbin Station. As dusk fell, the advance team reached the picturesque mountain village selected for filming. Man Dun had been waiting at the village entrance for quite some time. Upon confirming the arrival of Su Guan's vehicle, he enthusiastically guided the van into the prearranged courtyard. As soon as they disembarked, Man Dun rushed forward, extending his hand, without a flashlight, in a firm handshake with Su Guan, revealing a broad smile with his large, yellowed teeth. "Oh, we have finally awaited your arrival. Come, come, the meals are all prepared," he exclaimed, pulling Su Guan towards the dining table. Su Guan was deeply moved by Man Dun's warmth, yet he replied, "There's no rush. Could you assist us in unloading the filming equipment from the vehicle? Afterwards, I would be pleased to share a few drinks with you." "Why wait? Let us get started," Man Dun exclaimed, handing a flashlight to a nearby child, instructing him to shine the light for them. The child, however, was somewhat disobedient, occasionally illuminating the starless sky, the van, or the weary faces of those busy unloading equipment, inciting a few reprimands in response. During dinner, the gathering once again filled Man Dun's large Kong bed to capacity. As they watched Man Dun prepare drinks, a headache ensued amongst the group, but they had no choice but to join him for a few toasts. Some individuals possess an insatiable affinity for alcohol, determined to consume until inebriation. Manjuan is one such character, and Su Guanshan mused that if drinking were a daily affair, their film project would be futile. He promptly urged Manjuan, "Uncle, I am seeking several actors in the village." Manjuan paused in his endeavor to pour more liquor and inquired, "What kind of actors?" "Both young and old, all for a mere 8 yuan a day." Manjuan appeared quite intrigued, remarking, "How old is old? Would someone like me suffice? I don't need payment. I simply wish to appear on television." Observing Manjuan's keen interest, Su Guanshan reluctantly shook his head. "This role is for someone who abstains from alcohol entirely. You would undoubtedly be unsuitable. What if I drink less?" Su Guanshan resolutely replied, "There is no room for negotiation." Thus, he promised Manjuan a role at 8 yuan a day, sparing the group from further indulgence in drink and allowing them to enjoy a proper meal. Upon returning to their rented courtyard, Su Guanshan, feeling the warmth of the heated Kong, found himself drowsy. He climbed onto the Kong, retrieved a blanket from the cupboard, and prepared to sleep. The crew, having never witnessed such a scene, mimicked Su Guanshan's actions, laying out their blankets and preparing for slumber. 5 individuals occupied a single Kong without a hint of crowding, and soon a chorus of snores filled the air. Nearly 10 people nestled together, with men on one Kong and women on another. Indeed, the spacious Northeast Kong proved to be most accommodating. As Su Guanshan busily finalized arrangements for the temporary and child actors, the subsequent team, led by Xiao Chao and Wang Hongwei, arrived safely, ready to commence filming. On April 10th, under a slightly chilly yet sunny sky, the tranquility of the small mountain village was disrupted as the production of the band began amidst the eager crowd. Manjuan had even procured 2 vibrant bundles of Luyang River firecrackers, further enlivening the village atmosphere. At the primary filming location, the home of Qin Huayu, the crew busily prepared for the first shot. He Bing found everything remarkably novel and remarked to Li Hongtao, "I never imagined filming would involve such warmth from the Kong." Before Li Hongtao could respond, Su Guanshan called out to the group, suggesting, "From today until we wrap, let us adopt new names. You shall be Shaju and Jia Dongxiu. What do you think?" A question mark does not necessarily denote inquiry, and He Bing and Li Hongtao quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing it would facilitate their immersion into character. Shaju and Jia Dongxiu quickly became their new identities. Before long, all preparations for the shoot were complete. Xiao Chao began organizing rehearsals. With Jia Dongxiu and Shaju seated on the Kong, a spread of authentic Northeast drinking snacks laid out before them, accompanied by fresh vegetables and scallions. Not forgetting the quintessential Northeast fermented bean paste. Guy Li, clad in a fitted red floral coat, sat cross-legged on the Kong, her hands busy with sewing. Amidst scraps of fabric and a golden frame crafted from sorghum stalks, Su Guanshan stood nearby, beckoning to Manjuan, "Uncle, take a look and see if this resembles the drinking scenes from Northeast China of yore. If anything seems amiss, do alert me." It was Manjuan's first encounter with film production, and his curiosity was piqued. After observing for a time, he remarked, "It's quite good, but it feels too spirited. It lacks the weariness that comes after a long day's toil. Guan emphatically patted the table twice and addressed those around him. Do you see this? This is what we call professionalism. He instructed, Shizhu, Dongxiu, you two get up, put on your cotton-padded jackets, and run a few laps outside before returning to film. Sitting on the Kong, Jia Dongxiu and Shizhu exchanged glances, then hopped off the Kong, donned their shoes, and went out to jog. Under Guan's watchful gaze, Guy Li also followed the two men out to the door for a run. 15 minutes later, the three returned, having completed their run, and took a moment to catch their breath before resuming their positions on the Kong, ready to begin filming. At that moment, everything felt harmoniously aligned. Come, let us rehearse once. As Guan's words echoed, Shizhu and Jia Dongxiu began to eat and drink, while Guy Li pretended to stitch and mend. After observing their performance, Guan shouted, Jia Dongxiu and Shizhu are doing well, but Qin Huayu, you should add a bit more action, such as using the needle to dab a bit of oil on your head. He urged, come, let us rehearse again. After 2 more rehearsals, Guan felt satisfied and gestured to Wang Hongwei, who immediately understood. The set fell silent as non-essential personnel exited the filming area. Camera rolling. Recording is normal. Scene 1. Take 1. Action. On the Kong, Shizhu and Jia Dongxiu began to eat heartily, occasionally picking up green onions to scoop up some soy paste and shove it into their mouths. Guy Li sat beside them, mending Shizhu's tattered coat, while a 2-year-old girl lay sleeping beneath a small blanket. Cut. Perfect. The crew applauded as the first scene concluded flawlessly. Man Tun watched with great enthusiasm, thinking to himself that Jia Dongxiu and Shizhu's performance was merely passable, and he was certain that he would deliver a more polished rendition when it was his turn to film. The first day went relatively smoothly, having completed 2 shots, which Guan deemed satisfactory given that the crew was still in the early stages of production. That evening, in one of the rented courtyards, 3 large tile-roofed houses formed a cozy arrangement. In the center was the living room, flanked by 2 bedrooms. Each room housed a large dining table, around which nearly 10 crew members eagerly awaited their meal after a long day of work. The chef, a renowned master from the village, was assisted by a helper, who skillfully sliced cabbage while the chef, donned in a white apron, worked diligently at the stove. Dinner is served, the chef announced, as he and the helper placed a basin in the center of the dining table, releasing a cloud of steam from the braised pork with vermicelli that enveloped the room in a fragrant haze. The helper carried a basket of steamed buns to the table, calling out, buns for sale. Starving crew members eagerly reached for the buns, each taking 2 or 3, including Guy Li, amidst the swirling steam. They eagerly used their chopsticks to grab the braised pork and vermicelli from the basin, stuffing their mouths with the delectable Northeastern feast. The slippery vermicelli delighted them, prompting Shizhu to exclaim, wow, this is truly authentic. In the kitchen, the chef, helper, and 5 small children gathered around the cutting board, enjoying the same braised pork with vermicelli. The chef shared a drink with the helper while occasionally transferring fatty pieces of meat from the basin to the children's bowls, who eagerly clutched their long chopsticks, their faces smeared with grease as they feasted. Chapter 20. Learning to act from Man Tun. It is well known that the Northeast is characterized by its vast arable land, measured in tangs, with 1 tang equaling 15 acres. In contrast to the southern regions where the mountainous terrain yields only a fraction of farmland. After savoring a delicious lamb, cabbage, and vermicelli soup prepared by the chef, the crew, with their warm, full bellies, headed to the fields to commence their pre-shoot preparations. Today, they were filming scenes of labor in the fields, and even Guy Li was present, holding a hoe and waiting expectantly. At the director's command, the trio sprang into action like a released boar, wreaking havoc in the fields. In Man Tun's words, they were working chaotically, with no semblance of order. Stop. Look at how you are working. I truly doubt you can distinguish between chives and wheat seedlings. Step aside and let uncle and aunt demonstrate. As soon as he finished speaking, Man Tun spat into his palm and swung his hoe with precision, demonstrating impeccable strength and accuracy, occasionally pausing to exchange a few words with his wife. Shizhu, leaning on his hoe with his chin resting on his hands, turned to Jia Dongxiu, who struck a similar pose, and remarked, what we learn from books is merely superficial. To truly understand, one must practice. Dongxiu, we need to put in the effort and learn diligently from Man Tun. Just look at how effortlessly he engages with the land, his lines blending seamlessly into the scene. How does he manage that? That evening, Shizhu suggested, Let us invite Man Tun for drinks to learn from him. Dongshu's eyes lit up as he replied, "Ah, what a splendid idea. After the shoot, I will bring a decent bottle of wine to Man Tun's home." Guiley, standing nearby, thought to herself that she could not be outdone by these two drama school students. She too needed to learn from the villagers. Although Guan had not been overly harsh yesterday, she sensed his dissatisfaction and lack of recognition towards her performance, primarily regarding her acting skills. That night, in the bedroom of Man Tun's home, 5 individuals gathered around a Kong table, feasting on a large goose cooked in an iron pot and drinking Beidetsong wine. All brought by the trio. "Uncle, I toast to you." Man Tun raised his glass but then recalled Guan's words, inquiring, "Before we drink, tell me, do you know about this Guan fellow?" Guiley quickly interjected before Zhu could speak. "No, he is too busy to concern himself with such matters." Man Tun scoffed. "You too. Do you really think he wouldn't know if you were here?" Guiley blushed and playfully protested. "Uncle, we are not a couple. Please don't talk nonsense." "Oh, are we bickering now?" Without waiting for Guiley's further defense, Man Tun lifted his glass and declared, "Since we have this iron pot goose, let us drink a bit." After just 2 sips, Zhu could no longer contain himself and asked, "Uncle, we wish to learn from you, especially that natural ease you exhibit while working." Man Tun looked puzzled. "What is there to learn?" "I wish I could learn from you for your university education." Jia Dongshu, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Uncle, we are sincere. Please teach us how to work or how to make work feel effortless." Man Tun took a sip from his glass and replied, "I am merely a farmer. Is there any acting required? I swing the hoe and just work. What is there to act?" Man Tun's words left the 3 professional actors in silence. Zhu mused to himself. Man Tun speaks such profound truth. We are too eager to perform, wishing to wield the hoe like a seasoned actor. While Man Tun simply declares, "I am just a farmer. What is there to perform?" After a prolonged silence, the 3 individuals experienced a moment of epiphany. Zhu, slapping his thigh, exclaimed, "Count on it. As soon as I finish filming tomorrow, I'll come to your home. Whatever tasks you have, just call on me. I promise to handle them efficiently." Jia Dongshu chimed in, "I feel the same." Guiley remained silent, preoccupied with her responsibilities as a producer, only able to steal a moment to observe and learn. The trio exchanged knowing smiles and raised their glasses in a toast to Man Tun. Just as they lifted their cups, Man Tun's wife entered, carrying a platter of freshly cooked dishes, declaring, "It's simply unacceptable to have guests without serving a single dish." From the moment Man Tun's wife arrived, Guiley scrutinized her every move, causing the woman to feel self-conscious, prompting her to say, "You all start eating. I'll go prepare some soup." "That's enough. We can't possibly finish all this, Auntie. Please, sit down and join us." Despite their efforts to pull her into the gathering, she hesitated until Man Tun nodded, at which point she settled onto the edge of the Kong and began to eat. As they dined and chatted, Man Tun suddenly inquired, "Zhu, have you ever seen the instructor in the capital?" Zhu shook his head, responding, "I haven't had that fortune. I've only been to the memorial hall." Man Tun, brimming with excitement, pressed, "Really? Please, tell me more." Zhu glanced at Man Tun's cup and raised an eyebrow. "You drink one, and I'll tell you a story. If I drink 2, you must share all your tales." Without waiting for a response, Man Tun eagerly downed 2 cups. Zhu followed suit and began recounting his childhood memories. "I was 11 years old that year and remember getting up very early. I stood on Chang'an Street, waiting alongside the crowd. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my plastic-soled cotton shoes freezing to the asphalt. Being small, I was stuck in the middle and couldn't see anything. Suddenly, the entire street erupted in tears, and I joined in the weeping. Barely managing to glimpse the hearse passing by, Man Tun downed a cup and remarked, "Once I earn some money, I'll take my partner to the capital to see the instructor and take a photo at Tiananmen. Right, dear?" His wife laughed heartily, and the 3 fell into a contemplative silence. The mood turned somber, and after several cups, they chatted about lighter subjects, gradually rekindling the lively atmosphere. Man Tun then turned to Guiley, asking, "Little guy, why do you always have a woman around you, assisting you with everything? Is she your bodyguard?" Guiley gently clarified, "That's my assistant, helping me with work. Sometimes, I simply can't manage everything alone." Man Tun's mind began to race as he thought, "In a few days, I should also get myself an assistant." After finishing their meal and engaging in conversation for a while, the trio prepared to leave. Zhu supported Man Tun, saying, "Uncle, remember to save some work for tomorrow. Dongshu and I will come by to help. You can come." But do you really think I would let you work? You know what kind of person your uncle is. After bidding farewell to the three, Man Tun washed his feet, settled on the Kong, and teased his wife. This production has just begun, and I can handle it alone for now, but my role will become more demanding later. You must assist me for a couple of days. S-wife was taken aback and said, assistant? Like the one by Xiao Gai's side? I cannot do that. What if something goes wrong with Su Guan's affairs? Confidently replied, I can handle that. Just follow my lead when the time comes. After saying this, he spread out his bedding and prepared for sleep. S-assistant returned to the room after fetching foot-washing water and laid out another quilt beside him. Chapter 21. You are even worse than him the next day. As dawn broke, after a performance, Xia Zhu and Jia Dongshu dragged to the film set for a meal. After dining, the three of them went twos home to work, attending to any tasks at hand. They not only completed chores, but also took care of his wife's duties, which delighted immensely, exclaiming, our 8th Route Army is back. During the day, Su Guan was busy filming, and at night, he summarized the day's shooting. If any issues arose, he would promptly convene a meeting with the cinematography team. Since they all shared a room, he sometimes initiated work right from the bed. When there were no meetings, Su Guan would wear his heavy coat under the lamp, reviewing the next day's storyboard, striving to discover better shooting methods to render the gang as flawless as possible. Often, he would find himself reading under the lamp until late at night, only to be reminded by Zhao shouting to go to bed. Su Guan observed the progress of Xia Zhu and Jia Dongshu with great satisfaction. Both possessed a solid foundation and were eager to learn. After finishing a scene, Su Guan called Jia Dongshu and said, you should stop trying to join the fun. In a few days, you will be too exhausted to do anything productive. Jia Dongshu replied, indeed, I am completely worn out. He then began to seek other subjects for observation and learning, inquiring around the village about families with long-term bedridden individuals. Previously, he had only imagined such roles in school, but now he was diving into reality. Since the gang arrived in the small mountain village, the happiest individuals, aside from, were the owners of the small retail store. With a steady stream of customers buying cigarettes and other goods, the village's wealthiest felt as though he had wed a bride, often needing to venture into town to replenish his stock. Was a quintessential example of someone who could never be impoverished by hunger or clothing, yet would suffer financially if not calculated properly. These days, he remained on standby even while sleeping. He would rise to open the door for anyone, no matter how late it was, even if it was just for a needle. One day, just as had settled down, he heard a series of loud knocks on the door. He quickly threw on his heavy coat and went to open it. Upon seeing the visitors, he greeted them with a smile. Ah, it's you two again. Out of cigarettes? The stagehand, Xiao Zhao, peered in under the dim light of a 15-watt bulb, squinting at the cigarette shelf, and said, yes, as soon as I got busy, I smoked one after another. I haven't had a full pack today. Big Zhao from the crew suggested, you should save some. Don't spend all your wages on smoking. With a crafty glint in his eye, replied, what do I have to fear? Just charge it to the crew's account. Take a bit more at once. Xiao Zhao, intrigued, said with a grin, aren't you worried our producer won't pay you? With a smile that didn't reach his eyes, retorted, this is our village. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Just put it on the tab. Besides, I know those women who frequently call from your crew are all on credit. Upon witnessing the stagehand Xiao Zhao attempting to charge items on credit, the production manager De Zhao hurriedly interjected, brother, this is against protocol. We are merely indulging in our own smoking habits, not purchasing props. Do not act foolishly. However, stagehand Xiao Zhao paid no heed to De Zhao's counsel and pointed towards the shelf, declaring, brother, fetch me a pack of those. You need not buy them. We can each take 5 packs on credit. Seeing that Xiao Zhao had already taken the cigarettes, De Zhao ceased his protests, tacitly accepting that Xiao Zhao would be charging the cigarettes to the troops' account. After meticulously noting down the transaction for the La Bang Tao production, Xiao Zhao beamed as he prepared to deliver the goods to De Zhao. Closing the door behind him, he returned to his bed, removing his cotton coat and placing it atop the Kong. As he nestled into his covers, he murmured, if only the crew would stay, I'd be able to sell goods to my village chief without a care. Suddenly, he sat upright and exclaimed, oh dear, indeed, the crew will leave. If we wait for the next production, who knows how long that will take. As the restless Xiao Zhao contemplated his situation, Su Guan also found himself unable to sleep. Clutching the shooting schedule and storyboard for the following day, he pondered deeply, hoping to uncover inspiration to enhance the performance. Perhaps due to the frequent late nights, Su Guan was suddenly beset by a ringing in his ears, which left him feeling unwell. He promptly set aside the schedule and sought solace in sleep. Yet, even in bed, slumber eluded him. Having endured years of tinnitus in his past life, he could hardly bear the thought of its return, causing him great distress. After an indeterminate period, he finally drifted into a fitful sleep, only to awaken with the dawn. With a lackluster demeanor, he quickly rose to commence the day's tasks, fully aware that a poor night's sleep would undoubtedly affect his mood. Following breakfast, he arrived at the filming location just as preparations were underway when a light spring rain began to fall. This precious rain, as rare as gold, cloaked the small village in a misty ambience, lifting Su Guan's spirits considerably. He announced, "This gentle drizzle shall not hinder our progress. Fellow comrades, we shall proceed with our filming today." The morning shoot unfolded smoothly, and to Su Guan's delight, his tinnitus seemed to vanish amidst the joy. Yet, he understood that the early stages of tinnitus could be intermittent, presenting an opportune moment for treatment. He muttered to himself, "The entire crew awaits. I can only postpone treatment for a few days." However, the afternoon scene at 5 o'clock proved troublesome, particularly the segment featuring actor Jia Dongshu's injury. Su Guan, unexpectedly agitated, reprimanded the crew. "Is this the best you can do from the Central Academy of Drama? At this rate, how can you ever hope to enter the People's Art Theater? This is utterly subpar." An uncomfortable silence enveloped the crew, prompting actress Guy Li to approach Su Guan and gently pull at his sleeve, saying, "Su Guan, your words are rather harsh. Even I, from the Shanghai Theater Academy, find it difficult to tolerate such scathing remarks." Su Guan retorted, "You find it intolerable? I scarcely care to address you. You are even less competent than him." Guy Li's face flushed crimson, and the crew remained hushed in the tense atmosphere. Jia Dongshu, feeling the heat of embarrassment, dared not utter a word. He knew that any shortcomings in his performance could not be blamed on the director, yet he always felt that he fell just short of the mark. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Su Guan, "Director, may I have a few moments to recalibrate?" After Su Guan departed, Jia Dongshu stood anxiously to the side, pondering where things had gone awry. By all accounts, his performance had been satisfactory, yet he and the director seemed to share an elusive sense of disconnect. At the moment of deep contemplation, Jia Dongshu turned his head to find Man Tun squinting his eyes while puffing on an old tobacco pipe. Suddenly, as he pressed one nostril, a bullet was shot forth from the other, the entire process executed with remarkable fluidity and naturalness. At that instant, Jia Dongshu felt a surge of enlightenment. He realized that his fervent desire to perform had led him to exert too much effort, lacking the ease and spontaneity he sought. He resolved to buy a pack of cigarettes for Uncle Man Tun as a token of gratitude. With a cheerful smile, Jia Dongshu exclaimed, "Director, I have adjusted my approach. Let us begin." Su Guan, somewhat apprehensive, suggested, "Let us rehearse once more." Jia Dongshu nodded with a smile, confident and undeterred, thinking that even a few more attempts would be welcome. The first rehearsal concluded flawlessly, and upon a second run, it remained impeccable. The two performances bore distinct nuances, much to Su Guan's delight, who called for the cameras to roll, and the shot was achieved in one take. Just after completing the scene, Su Guan felt a certain excitement building, but Zhao Shouting interjected, "We are running out of time. Once the set is arranged, the lighting will be off. We must postpone until tomorrow." At the end of the day's shoot, Su Guan approached Jia Dongshu, who was conversing with Man Tun. Su Guan clapped Jia Dongshu's shoulder a few times and said, "Dongshu, you were remarkable. It seems you have finally found your rhythm. You've truly surprised me. Each performance is distinct, yet consistently enjoyable. Pray tell, what is the secret?" Jia Dongshu, grinning broadly, replied, "I owe it all to the director. Your stern words awakened me. The inspiration has come alive. I simply didn't get enough today, and I am eager to return tomorrow." Su Guan playfully thumped Jia Dongshu's chest before turning back with a smile. In Chapter 22, Jia Dongshu found himself in a quandary regarding his honesty. If it were a typical director, they might have overlooked it, but Su Guan sensed something amiss and abruptly halted the shoot, applying pressure. Rather than feeling angered, Jia Dongshu was instead elated, contemplating how much stronger he would perform if the scene were to be res hot. After dinner, Jia Dongshu prepared to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes from Man Song, intending to deliver them to Man Tun and engage in conversation. He cherished the simplicity of their exchanges, which, though often crude, held profound wisdom upon reflection. Upon entering Man Song's home, Jia Dongshu leaned forward and said, "Brother, could you fetch me 2 packs of that cigarette?" Man Song handed him the money and asked, "Cash or credit?" Jia Dongshu, contemplating the absurdity of credit for cigarettes, shook his head and paid in cash, then inquired, "Is it possible to charge cigarettes for the crew? I would like to know who is doing that." Man Song replied without hesitation, "Your crew members. De Zhao and Xiao Zhao charged a pack yesterday." Jia Dongshu was taken aback, chuckling as he bid farewell and made his way to Man Tun's house. It was still early evening, and in the countryside, doors remained open. Upon entering Man Tun's home, he called out, "Uncle, are you home?" Man Tun's wife, clad in an apron and scrubbing pots, stood at the kitchen door and said, "Ah, Dongshu, you've come. Your uncle just left with Shaju. He should be back shortly. Come in and sit for a while." Jia Dongshu, with a cheerful demeanor, handed a cigarette to Man Tun's wife, saying, "Auntie, I have no particular business. Just passing by to see you. Please give this cigarette to Uncle Man Tun later. I shall take my leave now." As Jia Dongshu departed, Man Tun's wife murmured to herself, "Such young folks from the capital, always bringing food to work and even gifting cigarettes. It seems the instructor's amiable nature indeed wins hearts." Jia Dongshu, burdened by thoughts of the credit he had taken for the cigarettes, found himself distracted upon reaching the Kong. His reverie was abruptly interrupted by Shaju's remarks. Shaju, a straightforward individual, promptly dressed and set out to find Guy Li, knocking vigorously at the door of the women's quarters. "The door is open. Come in." Guy Li, who was wiping her feet, greeted Shaju with a smile and inquired, "What brings you here at this hour, Shaju?" With a grave expression, Shaju replied, "Guy Li, I must earnestly bring a matter to your attention. Someone has been purchasing cigarettes on credit from the village shop under the guise of the film crew." Guy Li's countenance immediately darkened. "Are you certain?" Shaju, with unwavering conviction, affirmed, "I am absolutely certain." "Who? How much?" "De Zhao and Xiao Zhao have charged a whole carton." Guy Li fell silent, gesturing for Shaju to return, her frustration palpable. De Zhao and Xiao Zhao were her own recruits, now charging expenses to the crew, clearly undermining her authority. Fuming, Guy Li slipped on her shoes without socks and stormed next door. Bang, bang, bang. Upon entering, she sternly announced, "De Zhao, Xiao Zhao, step out here." As they emerged, cigarettes in hand, Guy Li confronted them. "Did you two purchase cigarettes on credit under the crew's name at Mansong's?" De Zhao hung his head in silence, while Xiao Zhao nonchalantly replied, "Yes, we did. Just yesterday. A whole carton?" "Indeed, a whole carton, as Mansong mentioned." Guy Li pondered briefly, gritting her teeth. "It doesn't matter who mentioned it. This time, I will overlook it. I will cover the cost of the cigarettes. But tomorrow, there must be a formal reprimand." Xiao Zhao, incredulous, retorted, "Guy Li, we have worked tirelessly. Don't we deserve some recognition? Besides, if we can charge cigarettes with the Beijing Film Studio, why can't we do the same with this humble crew? If you reprimand us tomorrow, how can we continue to fit in?" Guy Li, realizing she had made a poor choice bringing these two into the crew, shot back. "Why didn't you think of that when you charged it? A reprimand is unavoidable, and in the future, charging cigarettes to the crew will be strictly prohibited." With that, Guy Li turned and exited the courtyard. Xiao Chao, who had been listening intently from inside, found the brothers exceedingly irritating and resolved to report the situation to Su Guan the following day. Meanwhile, Su Guan was in his room, troubled by the incessant buzzing in his ears, which was likely to disrupt his sleep once more. He turned to Zhao Xiaoding, who was reviewing the script, and inquired, "Do you have any liquor?" Zhao Xiaoding, astonished, responded, "Why drink at this hour?" Su Guan proceeded to explain his sleepless plight due to the tinnitus, prompting Zhao Xiaoding to shout towards the Kong, "Pan Feng, bring out your red star, Erguo 2. Pan Feng, with a rueful expression, rose to fetch the liquor, exclaiming, "Director, you must leave me some. It's my last bottle." Taking the red star from Pan Feng, Su Guan reassured him, "Rest assured, I will save you a portion." As soon as the wine was poured, Pan Feng placed a bag in front of Su Guan, saying, "Drinking straight can harm your stomach. You should try the fried broad beans." Accompanied by the beans, and while gazing at the script, Su Guan began to drink hurriedly, and after consuming nearly half a bottle, he felt a slight intoxication. He then set down the script and retired to bed, hoping for a restful night. The following morning, a gentle drizzle enveloped the village in a misty shroud. Su Guan, having enjoyed an uncommon good night's sleep, rose with vigor to partake in breakfast, preparing for a day of shooting. Just as he began to eat, Guy Li at the adjacent table stood up and declared, "Ahem, I have a few words to say. Recently, De Zhao and Xiao Zhao charged their cigarettes to the crew's account at the Manson convenience store, causing significant negative repercussions and losses for the production. I hereby issue a formal reprimand to De Zhao and Xiao Zhao. Let this serve as a cautionary tale for everyone. No charging personal items to the crew's account. Su Guan paid little heed to her remarks. Recognizing that these two were brought back by Guy Li herself, her criticism seemed rather justified. He added, everyone should take heed. However, many in the crew harbored objections to Guy Li's announcement, noting that while she mentioned the adverse impact, she failed to specify any punishment, which appeared to be blatant favoritism. Xia Zhu felt somewhat disgruntled, pondering whether it was necessary to publicly address a reprimand that lacked consequences. Nevertheless, considering Guy Li's possible connection with the director, he resumed his meal quietly. De Zhao continued to eat in silence, while Xiao Zhao wore a sullen expression. Had it not been for De Zhao's insistence, Xiao Zhao might have confronted Guy Li. After finishing their meal, the previously gray sky darkened ominously, a thick layer of clouds cloaking the heavens. A gentle chill swept through, intensifying the rain into a fine, relentless drizzle. Su Guan glanced at the sky and, after some contemplation, addressed the group. Today, we shall take a break. Feel free to engage in activities of your choice. Tomorrow's arrangements will be communicated later tonight. The crew, having worked tirelessly for days, erupted in excitement, eagerly planning their brief respite. Su Guan decided to visit the county town to check on his ears. He sought out Xiao Chao, and, before Xiao Chao could inquire further, was whisked away in a van towards the county. Once inside, Xiao Chao began to lament, "Oh, I finally have a day off and wish to enjoy the Northeastern scenery in this fine drizzle, and yet you take me away, Su Guan." Chapter 23. Rising Waves. I am unwell. Xiao Chao, who had been incessantly complaining, abruptly ceased and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Tinnitus. I can't sleep." Xiao Chao was left speechless. Is tinnitus really considered an illness? After Su Guan elaborated in a somewhat exaggerated manner, painting tinnitus as a high-risk condition leading to sudden death and cancer, Xiao Chao ceased his complaints and doubts. Suddenly, Xiao Chao noticed Su Guan adeptly shifting gears and asked in surprise, "When did you learn to drive?" With a casual demeanor, Su Guan replied, "What a surprise. Not only can I drive, but I can also navigate highways. It's not like I've never been behind the wheel." "Hey, slow down, Su Guan." The sky grew even darker as the rain intensified. Yet Su Guan remained unfazed, skillfully maneuvering the van while reassuring Xiao Chao, "Don't worry, I'm not speeding. I'm a seasoned driver, steady and reliable." The journey continued smoothly and uninterrupted. Upon arriving in the county town, Su Guan discovered that reality aligned with his expectations. Indeed, there were no inspections along the way. He proceeded to the People's Hospital, where he secured an appointment with an otolaryngology specialist, received a few packets of medication, and was advised to maintain a proper diet and minimize late nights. Tinnitus, after all, should be addressed promptly. Do not delay or procrastinate. At noon, the two indulged in the Northeastern bathing culture, enjoying a relaxing experience in the bathhouse until they awoke at 3 o'clock, feeling rejuvenated as they leisurely drove back to the village. Just as they approached the village, they spotted Zhao Xiaoding and Guy Li waiting at the intersection. Exposed to the elements without umbrellas, a sudden wave of intense unease surged within Su Guan, leading him to suspect that something might have gone awry with the film crew. Unconsciously accelerating, he halted the vehicle abruptly and leapt out, urgently inquiring, "What's wrong? Did something happen to the crew?" Zhao Xiaoding, in a fit of despair, began slapping his own face while weeping. "Su Guan, I'm so sorry. I failed to supervise the film properly." Su Guan grasped Zhao Xiaoding's shoulders tightly, demanding, "Clarify what the hell happened." Guy Li, tearful and trembling, stammered, "It's my fault. I chose the production assistant and crew carelessly, and they ruined our film." Enraged, Su Guan contemplated running someone over with his car, momentarily disregarding it as he dashed toward the village. Upon entering the room, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Fortunately, Xiao Chao, who had followed closely, caught him just in time. When Su Guan regained consciousness, it was already past 10 at night, and he found himself nestled in Xiao Chao's bedding, surrounded by Zhao Xiaoding, Guy Li, Xiao Chao, Wang Hongwei, and members of the photography team. Sitting up, Su Guan lit a cigarette and said, "You all may leave. I need to speak with Xiao Chao." Everyone understood the deep bond between Su Guan and Xiao Chao. Although Guy Li felt a twinge of jealousy, knowing Su Guan's trust lay with Xiao Chao, She recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from expressing such sentiments. Once the others exited, Guan took several deep puffs from his cigarette and asked how much film was lost. Xiao Chao, with a sorrowful expression, reported, "Almost all of the film material was destroyed. Nearly 20 days of our efforts have gone to waste. We lost 3 reels of unshot film, which isn't too significant." He handed Guan a piece of paper, stating, "The specifics of the losses are detailed here." Guan examined the document carefully, asserting, "As long as our filming equipment remains intact, we can always reshoot the ruined film. However, we cannot let this slide." "Who is responsible?" With a fierce glare, Xiao Chao seethed. It was De Zhao and Xiao Zhao. They bought cigarettes on credit and have harbored resentment, acting with reckless abandon. Pan Feng and a few others had wandered outside the village and, upon noticing something burning, approached curiously, only to discover it was our film. By then, the culprits had fled, leaving behind unburned film and a half-empty bottle of liquor. Guan, maintaining a stoic expression, asked, "How did they escape?" Xiao Chao, filled with fury, replied, "They were smuggled into the city with the cargo." Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Guan said to Xiao Chao, "Please fetch me some water." After receiving the water, Guan retrieved the tinnitus medication he had acquired earlier that morning, opened a packet, poured its contents into his hand, and swallowed them down with a sip of water. After taking his medication, Guan got out of bed and, after a brief movement to ensure he felt normal, made his way to the courtyard. He announced, "There have been some issues with the crew, and we shall rest here for 2 days. Resuming work the day after tomorrow morning." As the crowd dispersed, Guan called for Guy Li and Zhao Xiaoding, who followed him quietly and slowly. Upon reaching the village entrance, Guan did not pause or turn around, calmly inquiring, "Xiaoding, are we certain our equipment is in order?" With a steady heart, Zhao Xiaoding replied, "I tested it. There are no issues. We can shoot the day after tomorrow." Guan contemplated for a moment and decided, "Then we shall resume filming the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, we need to meticulously draft a shooting schedule, specifying plans down to each day." Zhao Xiaoding resolutely affirmed, "Absolutely. I will ensure that the camera crew closely monitors the film and equipment." Under the tree at the village entrance, the trio continued their conversation. Guan turned to Guy Li and asked, "Guy Li, who are De Zhao and Xiao Zhao?" Guy Li responded without evasion, "They are individuals I met on the set at Beijing factory. This mishap is entirely my fault, and I accept full responsibility. I do not wish to receive any of my compensation." Guan retorted, "Do you think I care about that meager sum? Tomorrow morning, you two should focus on drafting a detailed shooting plan while I arrange for someone to retrieve the film." After their discussion, the 3 returned in silence. Once in the bedroom, Zhao Xiaoding began to busy himself. Guan, after finding a bite to eat in the kitchen, visited Xia Zhu and Jia Sudong to brief them on the situation. They both assured him they would follow the director's lead to complete the filming. Upon returning to the bedroom, Guan still felt a buzzing in his ears, so he joined Zhao Xiaoding in their tasks. The next morning brought a slight rise in temperature, with the sun shining brightly and spring in full bloom, a renewal of beginnings. Guan initially intended to call Man Song, but felt a twinge of discomfort upon remembering that De Zhao and Xiao Zhao had fled in Man Song's vehicle. He decided to drive to a neighboring village 2 miles away to make the call. After several rings, a gentle voice answered, "Whom do you seek?" "I'm looking for Director Tian Zhuang. Director Tian is looking for you. You should come over quickly." "Hello, this is Tian Zhuang. Who is this?" Without unnecessary pleasantries, Guan got straight to the point. "Director, this is Guan. I've encountered a problem. The film we shot has been completely ruined. We need new film, and I cannot return for the moment. I will send someone to retrieve some from you. Are you currently in Beijing?" Typically, a film would require around 100 scenes over approximately 3 months. Losing 20 days' worth of footage was nearly fatal for a young crew. Tian Zhuang was taken aback, pondering that Guan must have been filming for over 20 days. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "What exactly happened?" "Just send someone over. This is a minor issue. Speak plainly." Guan sighed deeply. 2 pests took advantage of everyone's absence, burned the film, and fled to Beijing. "I must maintain stability within the crew to continue filming. Otherwise, it might lead to dire consequences." In the 1990s, without the internet, the lines between right and wrong were often blurred. For a clearer understanding, one might refer to the earlier years of urban management. Chapter 24, Restarting Production. Indeed, quite impressive, exuding the demeanor of a true leader. Director Tian Zhuang first commended Guan for his composure and then began to counsel him, stating that these two pests have indeed sullied the reputation of the Beijing Film Studio. However, Guan, you are currently engaged in underground cinema, which means that until the post-production is completed, it cannot bask in the light of day. Even once the editing is finished, this matter can only be resolved discreetly, remaining off the public stage. Thus, you must contemplate this seriously. After hanging up the phone, Guan returned to the village, burdened with thoughts. Observing the dilapidated state of the film crew, he sighed deeply. Alas, let us first complete the filming and then address the post-production. Upon entering his bedroom, Guan took out a small notebook and flipped to the last page, jotting down the names of De Zhao and Xiao Zhao. He then called out to Xiao Chao, who was assisting Zhao Xiaoding, and earnestly said, Xiao Chao, I need someone to return to the capital for me, to find director Tian Zhuang and retrieve the film reels I have stored at the Beijing Film Studio. I can only entrust this task to you. All right, I shall depart today, Xiao Chao replied without hesitation. As he noticed Guan still had more to say, Xiao Chao quickly interjected, Don't say anything more. A true brother is there for you in times of difficulty. Guan embraced Xiao Chao tightly, saying, We still have enough film for now, so it's no issue if you return a few days later. Also, bring Bang Gung along so he can get into character sooner. After relaying his instructions, Xiao Chao quickly packed and was escorted by Pan Feng to the Harbin train station. In Xiao Chao's absence, Guan spent his time eating and sleeping, while also formulating shooting plans with Zhao Xiaoding, optimizing their approach based on the initial filming, striving to condense time without compromising quality. Initially, Guile participated, but was soon dismissed by Guan, who irritably remarked, You need not complicate matters here. Your sole task is to immerse yourself in your role. Do not hinder the filming process. Just look at your hands. Do they resemble those of Qin Huayu? Having not captured any close-ups earlier, he refrained from addressing her previously, but warned, Pay attention to your appearance before filming, or I shall not merely scold you. Realizing her significant blunder, Guile felt naturally diminished in Guan's presence. Though his words were disheartening, she could not deny that her hands were indeed too delicate, entirely unfit for labor. 2 days swiftly passed, and Xiao Chao successfully arrived in the capital. He first returned to Beijing Film Academy to find Wang Di, reporting on the progress of pulling strings and expressing his desire to extend his leave to assist Guan further. Wang Di, of course, supported him, but the influence of the literature department at the academy was limited, thus confining their support for Guan to mere verbal encouragement. After a night's rest, Xiao Chao proceeded to the 87th level acting department to prepare Bang Gung, Lu Min, for imminent departure. In the small mountain village, aside from the film crew harboring intense resentment towards De Zhao and Xiao Zhao, the one who loathed them most may very well have been Man Song. His intention was merely to obstruct the crew's plans, prolonging their stay, yet he never anticipated that De Zhao and Xiao Zhao would bear such a heavy burden, leading to the burning of the film reels. Man Song, inadvertently becoming an accomplice, took these two to the city, raising suspicions of collusion. The crew has ceased purchasing supplies from his store, opting instead to take a van to the town or the neighboring village for their needs. Man Song, having made several trips with cigarettes in hand, found that the crew had lost interest in buying from his establishment. With a sigh, he lamented, Cunning schemes often lead to one's own downfall. One ends up losing both the wife and the army. On May 5th, in the morning, the crew gathered grandly at Jia Dongshu's home in the quaint village to celebrate the second commencement of the gang's ties. Guan delivered an impassioned speech on the theme of stifled dreams, aiming to uplift the crew's waning spirits. By the afternoon, filming officially began. Compared to the initial shoot, the performances of the three lead actors exhibited a stark contrast, flowing with the smoothness of a well-oiled bearing, their movements swift and seamless. They achieved in half a day what had taken an entire previous day to film. Silly Zhu and Jia Dongshu sat together, drinking and dining, as if they were in Man Song's home, their camaraderie bolstering the crew's confidence significantly. Guile's performance also showed marked improvement from the first shoot. Guan mused that perhaps reshooting was not such a dire circumstance after all. Initially, Guile had seemed somewhat restless, her acting lacking depth. Remarkably, within just 5 days, they completed the scene where Jia Dongshu sustains an injury, his portrayal appearing natural and effortless. May 12th, which would later be recognized as Valentine's Day, was a regular shooting day for the crew. As dusk fell and filming wrapped, Guan entered the courtyard to find Xiao Chao returning with props in tow. Surprised, he hastened forward, and before he could speak, Xiao Chao exclaimed. "I've brought the film and the props." Overjoyed, Guan embraced Xiao Chao tightly, then playfully punched his chest a few times, exclaiming, "Well done." Guan then turned to the props, explaining, "Your early arrival is greatly appreciated. Given the tight schedule and heavy workload, we need you to acclimate quickly to your role." The eager Xiao Chao nodded vigorously, assuring, "Director, you can count on me. I want to hold the crew back." Guan nodded in approval and said to Xiao Chao, "Please wait a moment. I'll first introduce the props to Silly Zhu and Jia Dongxiu so they can all stay together." Just as he was about to leave, Silly Zhu entered the courtyard, flashing a bright smile and pointing at the props, saying, "Director, is this the prop? You carry on with your work. Just hand it over to me." Since seeing Xiao Chao, Guan had noticed that he hadn't smiled, sensing there were matters Xiao Chao couldn't disclose. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Chao, and they stepped out of the courtyard to a secluded spot at the village entrance, sitting atop a large grinding stone. Guan casually retrieved a cigarette from his pack, and, just as he lit it, he heard Xiao Chao request, "Could I have one too?" Xiao Chao, who had never smoked before, coughed from the first inhalation, prompting Guan to pat his back until he regained his composure after a couple of minutes. Once steady, Xiao Chao held the cigarette without smoking it and began to articulate his thoughts. Guan, after De Zhao and Xiao Zhao returned to Beijing, they have been fervently spreading rumors about you making underground films, claiming you used the equipment and film from the Beijing Film Studio, and that you intend to utilize the post-production facilities thereafter. The leadership of the Beijing Film Studio first consulted director Tian Zhuang regarding the situation, and the conclusion was that the borrowed equipment could continue to be utilized. However, post-production work would not be permitted at the studio. Such audacity from Zhao De and Zhao Xiao stems from their awareness of our underground film endeavors, firmly believing that we would neither report them nor escalate the matter. After Guan vented his frustrations towards Zhao De and Zhao Xiao, he rose to face Xiao Chao, saying, "You've had a long journey. Go home and get some proper rest. I wish to take a solitary walk." Xiao Chao, observing Guan's disheveled demeanor, felt a pang of concern, fearing for his well-being, and silently trailed behind him. After much contemplation, Guan found no viable solution. The Beijing Film Studio had clearly stated they would not allow him to proceed with post-production, and the prospects with the Qingying studio remained uncertain. Filming had to be completed first. Chapter 25. Your performance is abysmal. Silly Zhu watched as Bang Gung meticulously applied facial moisturizer after washing his face, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Bang Gung, how is it that all the actors from your esteemed North Film Academy are so naturally beautiful? We three are of similar age. Why must we play the elders? Upon noticing Jia Dongxiu echoing his sentiments, Bang Gung retorted, "We are all of comparable age. I find it absurd that I am relegated to a lower generation. You two shouldn't take advantage of this and pretend otherwise. It's quite vexing, and I have no avenue to contest it." The director had mandated that they address each other with proper titles, prompting Bang Gung to say, "Come on, let us hear you call me uncle. I shan't call you anything of the sort. If you continue to provoke me, I shall change dormitories." After some light-hearted banter, the three settled down to sleep on the same bed, but in separate corners. The following morning, at the filming location, the shoot commenced. Jia Dongxiu lay languidly on the bed, watching Huayu as she busied herself attending to the child while simultaneously caring for him. The expression on Jia Dongxiu's face grew increasingly tormented until, in a fit of despair, he overturned the table beside the bed and began striking his own face. Weeping, "I am utterly useless, a burden to both of you who do so much while I contribute nothing. It would be better if I were dead. At least then, you two could have a better life." Huayu, holding the child, sat weeping softly, wiping her tears. Cut. That essay wrap. The nearby Bang Gung could hardly believe his eyes. Jia Dongxiu's performance was so convincing that it seemed as though he had truly suffered infidelity. Wang Hongwei promptly organized the next shooting scene, in which Mantuan's character, the distant uncle Yi Zhonghai, would devise a plan for Jia Dongxiu to rally support. The setting remained unchanged, still within Jia Dongxiu's household. Considering it was Mantuan's first acting endeavor, Wang Hongwei took special care to instruct him on the filming area, ensuring he performed within the designated frame. During the initial rehearsal, Mantuan performed admirably, albeit with a slight adjustment period. Guan patiently guided him through 3 rehearsals before finally commencing the official shoot. Once the cameras rolled, Mantuan entered, carrying items, and without hesitation, sat on the bed, exuding an effortless grace. On the bed, Yi Zhonghai held Jia Dongshu's hand, sighing repeatedly, lifting the blanket to check on his injuries, then glancing at Qin Huayu, whispering, "Nephew, this is not sustainable. We must devise a way to improve our circumstances. Without a strong laborer in the household, Qin Huayu will inevitably buckle under the weight of our struggles. Our family cannot continue in this manner." Jia Dongshu sat in silence on the kong, seemingly bereaved, largely in agreement with Yi Zhonghai's words. Qin Huai, still cradling the child, sighed deeply as she sat at the head of the kong. Yi Zhonghai held Jia Dongshu's hand and said, "Let us speak no more. Observe how your old uncle has arranged everything meticulously." Looking at Man Tun, who exhibited no signs of performance, it felt akin to visiting relatives and observing a distant cousin, even down to the items he carried, all chosen by Man Tun himself. Despite being illiterate and unable to memorize lines, he spoke in the most rustic Northeastern dialect, conveying the essence of the dialogue. In Man Tun's words, he had indeed encountered a gathering of helpers, and he was quite familiar with it. Just wait and see. Upon witnessing this scene, Bang Gung inquired of the nearby Shaju, "Where did this elder come from? The performance is truly remarkable. It seems so genuine." Shaju, gazing at Man Tun, replied, "Do you think so too? This elder is from our village. We know him well. Tomorrow, I shall take you to his home." That evening, after finishing the show and dining with the crew, Man Tun returned home and told his wife, "Tomorrow, set aside your work and assist me for a couple of days, carrying bags and such." His wife retorted, "You old fool, how can we manage if no one does the work?" Just as Man Tun was about to respond, Shaju entered with Bang Gung, pointing at him and saying, "Uncle, I've brought you another helper. Feel free to assign him any tasks." This news delighted Man Tun, who warmly embraced Bang Gung, even offering him his precious filtered cigarettes, thinking to himself, if only all Northeastern lads were like this, then the work in the fields would be well taken care of. That evening, Bang Gung became a temporary worker at Man Tun's home, guided by Shaju to cut grass, sift through it, and feed the cattle, specifically instructing him not to let the village pigs and cows go hungry. The following morning, Man Tun arrived at the filming site with his wife, who carried a large black leather bag and a stool, while holding a large canister containing the high-quality tea brought by Shaju from the capital. As soon as they reached the set, Man Tun sat down heavily on the stool, and his wife promptly opened the canister, handing it to him. He took a few sips with exaggerated flair and, without looking back, passed it to his wife behind him, embodying the demeanor of a star with perfect poise. Shaju approached and suggested, "Uncle, if you don't mind waiting until filming wraps up, come back to Beijing with me. I can introduce you to the crew. During busy farming seasons, you can help at home, and during the off-season, you can join the production. What do you think?" Though Shaju spoke without intent, Man Tun's mind began to race with possibilities, planning to scheme further upon his return. He was entirely in the spirit of Lu Nong. In the morning, as the filming set was prepared, they commenced shooting a scene with Yi Zhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and Yin Bugui dining at Shaju's home. Persuading Shaju to gather helpers at Jia Dongshu's house, Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui sought out the local performers of the two-man show, and they performed without a hint of stage fright. The table was laden with dishes prepared by the chef, and as wine bottles were uncorked, the three engaged heartily, entirely devoid of pretense. If not for Shaju's rapid advancement, they would have struggled to keep pace with the performance. The three dined heartily, and the cadre of professional actors and crew members watching were equally entertained, particularly by the audible slurp of drinking, which made Bang Gung's stomach rumble. In the village where everything is theatrical, the villagers dine alongside the film crew, with payments settled promptly at the end of each shooting day, never in arrears. Following dinner, rather than resting as usual, the crew resumed filming night scenes. The scene depicted Shaju entering Jia Dongshu's home to form alliances, while Jia Dongshu, in the East Room, wallowed in jealousy as he watched Qin Huayu and Shaju share a bed in the West Room. Jia Dongshu's melancholic performance was flawless in a single take, executed with remarkable precision. Conversely, Shaju and Qin Huayu's scenes in the West Room required 2 attempts, primarily due to Guy Li's inability to fully engage. Su Guanquan, suppressing his frustration, urged, "Guy Li, loosen up. There's no intimate contact. It's merely getting under the covers together." After another attempt yielded the same result, Su could no longer contain himself. He approached Guy Li, confronting her directly. "Guy Li, what are you doing? Your performance is utterly subpar. You've done this 3 times and still look like a fool. Are you toying with us?" If you can't perform, say it sooner. Guy Li, taken aback by Sue's sudden outburst, felt her cheeks flush as she clenched her teeth and retorted sharply, I can act. Sue, unyielding, shot back, if you can act, then why is your performance so dreadful? Xiao Chao quickly intervened, pulling Sue aside and addressing the group. Let us take a break. Guy Li, you should regroup. We'll resume shortly. Seated silently on the Kong, Guy Li reflected, while Sue, stepping aside with Xiao Chao for a smoke, expressed his disdain for her lackadaisical approach, insisting she needed a firmer push. Xiao Chao, glancing around to ensure their privacy, queried, is she like this when you're together? Sue's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't even think about it. Xiao Chao retorted, I'm not afraid to say it. I have evidence. Do you want me to elaborate? Noting Sue's silence, Xiao Chao added, as for your woman, no matter the pressure, you must cherish her. Sue exhaled a plume of smoke towards Xiao Chao's face and strode back into the filming area without a backward glance. Chapter 26. Turmoil resurfaces. Sue confronted Guy Li at the Kong, his expression impassive. Once you're ready, we'll continue filming. Can you manage? Guy Li regarded him with disdain but nodded, aware of her professional responsibilities. Indeed, pressure breeds motivation. After a brief interlude, the next take was executed flawlessly. The night's filming concluded, and the crew began to tidy the set, preparing to retire for the night. After a moment's contemplation, Sue led Guy Li to a tree at the village's edge, intending to have a serious conversation, knowing that women tend to harbor grudges. Before he could speak, Guy Li coldly remarked, Su Guanchuan, do you despise me? After all, I'm merely hindering your efforts. Su interrupted, I have never blamed you for any issues concerning De Zhao or Xiao Zhao. To this day, I believe you have performed admirably. I merely wish for you to channel your energy into acting and involve yourself more in production matters so we can expedite our filming. Guy Li remained silent, prompting Su to softly apologize. Guy Li, I'm sorry. Tonight, I was rather anxious on set and may have spoken a bit harshly to you. Please do not take it to heart. Observing Su Guan's increasingly gaunt figure, Guy Li gracefully took a step back, saying, I didn't perform well, as the director. You are entitled to your remarks. I don't find it inappropriate. Su Guan suddenly recalled Xiao Chao's words and approached Guy Li, intending to speak, but she retreated a step, fanning her nose in disdain, exclaiming, Oh dear, do you even realize the odor emanating from you? You seem to be a bit ripe. Have you not changed clothes or bathed for days? Su Guan retorted, I barely sleep for a few hours each night. When would I find the time to wash? After a moment's thought, Guy Li suggested, well, go wash yourself and bring me your clothes. I can give them a good scrub for you. I lost my temper today, but Xiao Chao advised me to take care of my own woman. Su Guan continued, noticing Guy Li's subdued reaction. Xiao Chao knows that we share a bed. Guy Li gasped, which occasion? Was it the time the three of us drank together? Su Guan nodded affirmatively. He didn't say it outright, but I suspect it was that time. So, will you still wash my clothes? If you do, it would solidify our relationship, wouldn't it? Guy Li's cheeks flushed crimson, and fortunately, the night concealed her embarrassment. She softly probed Su Guan. Are you afraid of being tied to me? Upon confirming he had not misheard her, Su Guan fell silent for a moment before reaching for Guy Li's hand, only to find she did not withdraw. Her hand felt slightly rough, lacking the previous smoothness. Just as Su Guan was about to speak, Guy Li placed a finger over his lips, saying, Let us not say anything now. We shall discuss everything after the film wraps, all right? Su Guan nodded, and the two spent a moment whispering under the tree before returning to rest. The following day dawned bright and clear. The crew was as busy as ever, with Su Guan and Guy Li engaged in their respective tasks. Though Guy Li had delegated many production duties to Mei Xing. The next day, Man Tun arrived with his assistant wife. Lu Haizhong, feeling disgruntled, thought, as a performer of two-person shows, I am part of the entertainment industry. Yet, I have no assistant, and here you are with one. How fortunate you are. You can manage home duties without a hitch. Approaching Man Tun, he seized his wife's bag, saying, Sister-in-law, you may head home. Today, I shall assist Man Tun. After all, I am also in the industry and will ensure he is well taken care of. Such a delightful opportunity? Then you should leave. I need to properly train my new assistant today. Once Man Tun's wife departed, Lu Haizhong tossed Man Tun's bag onto the roof, and the two began playfully tussling. While the rest of the crew paid no heed to the ruckus, the atmosphere chaotic. Once the scene wrapped, Su Guan advised Xia Zhu and Bang Geng to ignore Man Tun and let him work alone. If you truly wish to help, just tell Man Tun to go to Lu Haizhong's home. This strategy effectively humbled Man Tun, who could not afford to miss out on any advantage without suffering consequences. Time flew by, and soon it was June. The temperature in Heilongjiang continued to rise gradually, yet the mornings and evenings remained quite cool, with significant temperature variations between day and night. In the quaint mountain village, Su Guan transitioned from his original cotton jacket and trousers to long garments, and now to short sleeves. Guli's laundry time has significantly diminished. She has even taken to washing Su Guan's undergarments, marking a notable breakthrough. The filming crew is progressing smoothly, albeit with occasional hiccups from the young actors. However, Su Guan has ensured that snacks are readily available on set as rewards, which has charmed the young performers into cooperating splendidly with the filming process. As the narrative unfolds, the adult versions of Xiao Dang and Huayu, along with the daughter-in-law Bang Gong, are set to enter the filming scene. In the early 1990s, train security was notoriously poor, with frequent incidents of robbery, theft, and even child abduction, not to mention the nefarious activities surrounding train stations. In the girls' dormitory of the 87th class of the Central Academy of Drama, during the midday break, Su Fan, with her flowing medium-length hair casually tied back, donned a fitted azure short-sleeve top and denim shorts, revealing a hint of her posterior as she hung bed linens out to dry, showcasing her flat abdomen and navel in the refreshing air. Just as she was about to hang a pillowcase, Lu Hongmei burst in, arm in arm with Chen Xiaoyi, exclaiming that He Bing had called, indicating that they could make their way north. Su Fan set down a basin she was carrying and sat on the bed, expressing her reluctance to go, stating that Su Guan was merely filming underground movies, and considering the distance, with only the three of them being women, their safety to Harbin was uncertain. Chen Xiaoyi and Lu Hongmei echoed her sentiments, recalling previous rumors about film reels being burned due to the underground movie situation, and lamenting that their roles were minor and unimportant. Su Fan contemplated her previous encounter with Su Guan on the set of The Great Eunuch Li Lianying, unable to ascertain the nature of his relationship with Tian Zhuang. She then suggested that one of them speak to He Bing, claiming they needed to prepare for an exam and could not leave. After a brief silence, the bold Chen Xiaoyi stood up, asserting that she would convey the message, likely catching He Bing before he left the phone. However, when Chen Xiaoyi finally reached the phone, it was not He Bing on the line, but Wang Hongwei. She quickly responded, asking him to hold on while she fetched Sha Zhu. A minute later, Sha Zhu arrived at the phone, and after exchanging pleasantries, Chen Xiaoyi informed him that they had to prepare for an exam and could not take leave for Harbin. Sha Zhu countered, reminding them that they had previously agreed to take leave to film, questioning why they now claimed they could not. Chen Xiaoyi revealed their true intentions, emphasizing their solidarity with He Bing rather than aligning with someone making underground films. Sha Zhu, exasperated, remarked that it seemed they were dismissing the film due to its lack of a production logo. He cautioned them that acting is no trivial matter. If they decided not to participate, the absence of a contract meant they could not be compelled, but future opportunities with the production might become elusive. Chen Xiaoyi retorted with a cold smile, firmly stating that they were definitively not going. A film without a proper production logo hardly constituted a legitimate endeavor. As Sha Zhu was about to engage in a debate, the phone abruptly disconnected with a sharp click. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, "What on earth is this all about? Director Wang, you go ahead. I will sit here for a moment." Wang Hongwei, overhearing Sha Zhu's conversation, discerned the underlying issue and felt a surge of indignation at the actress's remarks and actions on the other end of the line. He thought to himself, the girls in your class certainly have a grand reputation to receive a role and yet not show up. Quite impressive for a first encounter. Recognizing his own fault, Sha Zhu found himself at a loss for words in the face of Wang Hongwei's criticism, remaining silent with a sullen expression. Chapter 27. 3 female actresses arrive. Wang Hongwei chose to disregard Sha Zhu's plight and picked up the phone to dial again. Once the call connected, Sha Zhu heard Wang Hongwei say, "Teacher Zheng, this is Wang Hongwei. I must request another leave of absence. My senior's film has encountered numerous complications. The film reels were damaged. We are now restarting the shoot, and there are still many issues to resolve. The filming schedule is quite tight, and I truly cannot make it back for the final exams." After a moment of hesitation, the voice on the other end replied, "Although the film you are shooting is an underground project, it is still a work created by students of our school. The entire school is aware of your crew's situation and is quite concerned for Su Guan. At this juncture, we cannot add to your troubles. We can discuss the final exams upon your return. Focus on assisting Director Su with the filming. What you learn there is invaluable and cannot be taught in school. I look forward to your return with the completed work for a screening. Listening to Wang Hongwei's conversation, Xiazhu felt a wave of shame wash over him regarding his classmates' actions. Without a backward glance, he returned to his residence to consult with Jia Dongxiu about their next steps. While they were deliberating, Su Guan had already learned that the actress had no intention of joining the production, and indeed, as Wang Hongwei had indicated, this was a significant matter. By informing Su Guan early, Wang Hongwei prompted him to make a swift decision. Su Guan, after a moment of contemplation, responded calmly, hearing the cicadas chirp. Shall we abandon our crops? Go inform everyone that there will be a break this afternoon, and we shall resume filming tomorrow. As soon as Wang Hongwei departed, Su Guan followed suit, gathering Pan Feng and Zhao Xiaoding before heading to Harbin City. After the tourism boom, Harbin's unique architecture and old streets had become well known among travelers. Jialan Street was one of the most famous among them, a picturesque historical street adorned with ice lanterns. Along Jialan Street stood Harbin No. 1 Middle School, Jialan Park, the Byzantine-style St. Sophia Cathedral, as well as the Harbin Drama Theater and Song and Dance Theater. The Harbin Drama Theater was Su Guan's destination. The trio endured a bumpy 3-hour journey before finally arriving at No. 60 Jialan Street, where the theater awaited them. Upon disembarking from the van, they were greeted by the understated yet substantial facade of the theater. The grand, arched walls were constructed with traditional Chinese architectural elements, exuding a profound sense of cultural heritage. Zhang Yi was indeed a prominent figure in Harbin's theater scene. The three entered the opulent interior of the theater and, after some inquiries, met with the vice president, Chun Li. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Li, wary of the unfamiliar young visitors, inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Su Guan promptly introduced himself. "Hello, Vice President Chun." I was interrupted before I could finish my self-introduction. Chun Li corrected me, stating, "I am the Vice Dean." Su Guan seemed a bit puzzled, as it is often said that Vice Deans enjoy being addressed as deans. After a moment of confusion, he continued, "I am the director of La Bang Tao, which we are filming here in Harbin. Our crew has 3 female roles, and I came to our theater to see if there are suitable candidates." Upon hearing that auditions were being held, Chun Li, as the director, warmly invited the 3 to sit down, his demeanor shifting noticeably. As he poured tea, he inquired, "Which film studio are you with? It's quite impressive that you're directing on your own at such a young age." Su Guan replied, "I am with the Ningxia Film Studio." The Ningxia Film Studio is a typical small studio, where it is not unusual for someone in their 20s to direct a film. The group began to converse over tea, and Chun Li became increasingly enthusiastic upon learning that Su Guan was a local from Harbin. "Tell me about your filming situation," he urged. Su Guan, of course, chose not to disclose the truth, as revealing that it was an underground film might lead to the 3 being promptly dismissed. He skillfully highlighted the plot of La Bang Tao, which inherently possesses a unique Northeast flavor. After a moment of contemplation, the dean remarked, "As you are one of our own from the Northeast, I must assist you. However, I cannot allow you to take 3 actresses based solely on your word. That would be highly irresponsible." Su Guan, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly proposed, "The filming location is not far from here. We can arrange for someone to accompany us to observe. If it's not suitable, we can return." Chun Li, somewhat surprised, responded, "In that case, I will arrange for 2 male actors to accompany you. If it's a legitimate production, the actresses may stay to film. If not, don't blame me for being unaccommodating." Chun Li was concerned that the young men might entice the actresses away to shoot some disorderly action film. The actors from the theater are indeed fortunate to have such a responsible dean. This time, when Su Guan referred to him as the dean, Chun Li did not correct him and cheerfully led the 3 to meet the actresses. After a brief audition, Su Guan selected 3 actresses suitable for the roles. After bidding farewell to Vice Dean Chun Li, he enjoyed dinner with the 3 actresses and 2 male actors from the theater in Harbin. They traveled back to the set in a van, enduring a bumpy ride, and did not return until nearly 9 o'clock. Su Guan greeted Gai Li, and Mei Xing arranged accommodations for everyone. In fact, He Bing had sought out Su Guan earlier that afternoon, but was informed that he had already gone into the city. Upon seeing Su Guan again that evening with the actresses he had brought, He Bing realized that even if her classmates had come, they would have no roles, leaving her with an indescribable feeling. The next morning, the crew resumed their busy activities. The actors from the Harbin Theater also rose early to enter the set and observe the filming. After watching for a whole morning, they recognized that this was indeed a serious production, not a haphazard one. In the afternoon, They filmed the scenes depicting the death of Jia Dongxiu, whose performance remained flawless. After completing his scenes, Jia Dongxiu wrapped up his part and prepared to leave. After the conclusion of the filming, Jia Dongxiu approached Su Guanshu and expressed, "I will be leaving tomorrow. I am immensely grateful to you, director, for selecting me for this role. I have learned a great deal during my time with the crew. However, as we are in a critical phase of shooting, I shall not trouble anyone. Once I return to the capital, we shall gather again. Tonight, I wish to enjoy a hearty drink at Manton's place." Su Guanshu found Jia Dongxiu to be quite amusing and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I will have Guiley prepare some fine liquor for you. Just take it with you and drink to your heart's content." The following morning, after a night of revelry at Manton's, Jia Dongxiu accompanied 2 male actors from the Harbin Drama Theater back to the capital. Su Guanshu swiftly resolved the issue regarding the reluctance of female actors from the Central Academy of Drama to join the crew, and soon, no one mentioned it again. After Jia Dongxiu's passing, the scenes featuring the character Bongging Xiaodang Huaihua finally commenced. Following a brief period of adjustment, the production resumed its swift pace. Upon returning to the capital, Li Hongtao refrained from commenting on the actions of the women in his class, choosing to remain aloof. As he had barely managed to gain entry into the Central Academy of Drama, he saw no point in offending anyone over matters already transpired. However, upon his return, during rehearsal sessions with his classmates, his performance astonished teacher Su, who subsequently invited Li Hongtao to his office after class. When asked by the teacher, Li Hongtao candidly shared, "I encountered true masters in the crew, a genuine farmer named Manton. I often went to his home to work and learn. Just before I left, I even enjoyed a drink there. I truly learned the art of relaxed performance." Teacher Su was greatly intrigued and posed numerous questions about the insights Manton had imparted to Li Hongtao, engaging in extensive discussion. Chapter 28. A final farewell to the mountain village. As July progressed and the weather grew increasingly warm, the filming of Laying the Foundation approached its conclusion, with actors gradually wrapping up their roles and departing the set. One night, in the bedroom, Su Guanshu and Zhao Xiaoding were discussing the next day's shooting plan. Enveloped in a haze of smoke from wild buffalo brand mosquito coils, the unique scent enticing the buzzing insects. With a swift motion, Su Guanshu flicked away a mosquito carcass from his thigh and remarked, "Let us adjust the plan for tomorrow, placing the wedding scene of Bongging last. It will serve as our wrap party." "That sounds splendid. It will save us some resources," Zhao Xiaoding responded, demonstrating unwavering obedience to Su Guanshu's directives since the second round of filming commenced. With that, they proceeded to discuss the next shot. Perhaps buoyed by the recent smooth progress of filming, as Su Guanshu's tinnitus had subsided. After their discussion, they shared a round of good-natured banter about De Zhao and Xiao Zhao before retiring to bed, one after the other, within the mosquito net. The following morning, the chef arrived early in the kitchen, slowly simmering pre-soaked cornmeal and adding red beans, allowing it to cook gently. Just as the porridge was ready, members of the crew began to gather in 2s and 3s, bowls in hand, preparing for breakfast. After Su Guan rose with a vibrant spirit and completed his morning ablutions, he settled in the courtyard, savoring a thick and sweet bowl of authentic Northeast congee, occasionally picking at the plate of overly salty pickled vegetables. Suddenly, he turned to the chef and declared, "Chef, regardless of what you prepare for lunch, just refrain from making stir-fried bean curd sticks. The mere thought of them makes me feel nauseous." "All right, I promise no bean curd sticks," the chef responded with a chuckle. In the morning, they filmed scenes featuring Qin Huayu and Bang Gung's family. Upon entering the set, Guiley noticed that stir-fried bean curd sticks were still on the table. With a grimace, she approached Su Guan and pleaded, "Could we possibly change the dish? Eating bean curd sticks in the scene, and then again outside of it, is simply unbearable. I would even prefer leaves." Su Guan empathized with her. He too could hardly tolerate the thought. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, "How about this? You hold the baby and feed him during the meal, and you can nibble on whatever you like. It's too late to change the dish now." Bang Gung, with a hopeful expression, chimed in, "Director, what about me?" Su Guan turned to him and replied, "You must embody the feeling of family happiness while eating, or else I shall be forced to scold someone." With no other choice, Bang Gung resigned himself to the prospect of eating bean curd sticks. The crew, observing Bang Gung happily consuming the tender green bean curd sticks, secretly admired his dedication, albeit with a touch of schadenfreude. When lunchtime arrived, Su Guan was in a foul mood. He cornered the chef and inquired, "Did you disregard my instructions? Why are there still bean curd sticks?" The chef, puzzled, replied, "Didn't you say no stir-fried bean curd sticks? I specifically made a garlic sauce cold dish with them. It's not the same." With the dish already prepared, Guan had no choice but to command, "No form of bean curd sticks must appear at dinner tonight. If they do, I shall replace someone." From that evening onward, bean curd sticks were notably absent from the menu, elevating Guan's reputation to an all-time high since joining the crew. In comparison to Qing Man Shi Yuan, La Bang Tao was far kinder to Xia Zhu, who had lived with Qin Huayu for many years and fathered a son and daughter, unlike the latter who abandoned his own child to care for ungrateful others. Today marked the filming of a pivotal scene in La Bang Tao, wherein Xia Zhu meets his demise. After several rehearsals, they commenced the official shoot. Xia Zhu finished his dinner early, descended from the bed, and prepared to clear the dishes, only to collapse suddenly onto the floor, reminiscent of Guo Jinfeng's fall. He lay there, unable to utter a sound. "Cut!" the director shouted. Everyone rushed to assist Xia Zhu, fearing he had truly suffered an injury. After a few moments, as he regained composure, Guan let out a sigh of relief and praised him heartily, patting his chest. Having finished her meal, Qin Huayu, recalling that she hadn't seen Xia Zhu for some time, decided to sneak a look. Upon entering, she found Xia Zhu sprawled on the floor, unresponsive. She called for Bang Gong, who, upon seeing Xia Zhu, displayed a hint of amusement and stubbornly refused to call him father, even exclaiming, "The moment he dies, I will." Under Qin Huayu's insistence, and amidst Bang Gong's cold laughter, Xia Zhu reflected on his career in La Bang Tao before passing away unexpectedly. Henceforth, the remaining scenes would involve the construction site in the county and Bang Gong's wedding scenes. The following day, adhering to the customs of Northeast China, a wedding for Bang Gong was being meticulously organized, allowing the chef to fully showcase his culinary talents. The courtyard was filled to capacity with crew members and local villagers eagerly awaiting the feast. In the rural Northeast, the act of enjoying a banquet is known as sitting for a feast, and the dishes served have become increasingly sumptuous with the improvement of living standards. During the 1960s, the primary fare consisted of large bowls of soup, with the focus being on the soup itself, which came in two varieties, Western style and aid soup. These included delectable creations such as egg drop soup, shredded dried tofu soup, fried potato slice soup, fried vermicelli soup, fried large tofu block soup, and meatball soup, all thickened with starch to achieve a smooth, viscous texture. The final offering was the meatball soup, colloquially known as rolling egg balls, after which guests would depart. By the 1970s, large bowls of soup gradually disappeared from wedding tables, giving way to home-style dishes featuring cucumbers, potatoes, radishes, celery, and peppers, with fresh vegetables in summer and dried ones in winter. The key was to assemble a selection of 10, 12, or even 16 dishes. In the 1990s, home-style dishes were no longer served. Instead, lavish dishes such as Western-style cold dishes and hot dishes became the norm, featuring significant items like chicken, fish, braised pork, elbow meat, and sumptuous meatballs. On this day, the crew filmed the final scene in the quaint mountain village, with Guan calling upon the chef to prepare an extravagant spread for 18, much to the delight of the extras. After filming the wedding sequence, firecrackers were set off to signal the commencement of the feast, where everyone eagerly indulged, devouring every morsel until not a scrap remained. In the afternoon, the actors from the nearby theater returned to Harbin, marking the conclusion of Guy Li's scenes. As the camera crew began to pack up their equipment, Xia Zhu and Bang Gong busily bid farewell to the locals, aware that this parting might be for a lifetime. Guy Li urged Guan to explore the village in the summer sun, to which Guan grumbled about the lack of appeal in the shabby village, preferring to take a nap until it cooled down. Upon hearing this, Guy Li insisted he rest on the Kong, the traditional heated bed. Guan hesitated, questioning the appropriateness of such an act, but Guy Li rolled her eyes in annoyance, retorting that others were comfortably together as families, while they were merely two. Guan protested, claiming that those were families, to which Guy Li playfully kicked him and chided him for being cowardly. Thus, Guan found himself on Guy Li's Kong, without even a kiss exchanged yet. The ever-present Mei Xing followed suit, joining them on the Kong for a light-hearted afternoon nap, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Chapter 29 finally wrapped up reluctantly departing the charming mountain village. The remaining crew members arrived at the final filming location for Labatiao, a construction site in the county town. Under the scorching sun, Xia Zhu stood bare-chested, his skin glistening from exposure. In a bid to help Bang Gong secure a bride, Sha Zhu exerted all his strength, driving piles into the earth with relentless vigor. Pile driving involves forcefully embedding cylindrical wooden or stone piles into the ground, thereby compacting the soil. Common methods of pile driving include hammering, vibration, water jetting, and pressing. When it comes to the act of piling, Su Guan cast a glance at the perspiring and alluring Guy Li beside him. Guy Li, sensing the fervent intensity in Su Guan's gaze, playfully chided. "What are you thinking about? Focus on your performance." Su Guan observed the clumsy attempts of Sha Zhu at piling and called out, "Cut! Sha Zhu, your movements are still rather awkward. Adjust a bit and learn from the brother beside you. We'll try again in a moment." Filming on an unfamiliar construction site, they encountered numerous hurdles over the span of 3 days before successfully capturing the scenes of Sha Zhu piling and the humorous negotiation for a bride. "Cut!" Su Guan exclaimed with excitement as he seized the loudspeaker from Wang Hongwei, declaring, "It's a wrap. I hereby announce the conclusion of laying the foundations." In the realm of film production, one typically shoots while simultaneously editing, promptly correcting any missteps upon discovery. Yet, it was clear that Su Guan lacked such favorable conditions during the filming of laying the foundations, leaving the quality of the footage to fate. Ultimately, the film was completed through a series of ups and downs, with the remaining crew members joining from the capital. Guy Li snatched the loudspeaker from Su Guan's hands, proclaiming, "Despite our tight budget, the director has decided that we should celebrate with a hearty drink tonight. Bravo, director!" And a round of applause for the producer. After meticulously packing away the filming equipment and film reels, the group gathered for a final wrap party at a small restaurant next to the hotel. It was a modest private room, yet it was comfortably filled with over a dozen people, creating a slightly cramped atmosphere. The relieved committee members chatted joyfully within the confines of the room, while stealthily indulging in the freshly served dishes, as having something in their stomachs made drinking more enjoyable. As the chilled Harbin beer arrived, Pan Feng enthusiastically opened a dozen bottles, exclaiming, "Come on, everyone, grab a bottle." Su Guan, holding a full glass of Harbin, stood up and announced, "The journey of laying the foundations has not been easy. We faced significant challenges. Yet my brothers remain steadfast by my side. I extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you. Tomorrow we shall rest, and the day after, we return to Beijing. Let us indulge in food and drink. As with producer Guy here, we need not worry about footing the bill. Cheers." As Su Guan finished his speech, he raised his glass and downed the entire contents in one go. Guy Li quickly served some cold dishes on his Su Guan's plate. Su Guan lifted his glass, declaring, "Let's get this started." The others followed suit, drinking heartily from their beers, Guy Li included. Meanwhile, the makeup artists and Mei Xing opted for the local specialty, Russian kvass. After the cold dishes, they moved on to skewers of barbecued delights and various famous Northeastern dishes. With no early morning shoots ahead, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and naturally, their tolerance for alcohol increased. Zhao Shouting approached Su Guan with a beer in hand, saying, "Director, I still vividly remember your first visit to my shop and your rather cocky demeanor back then. Had I been able to take you on, I would have confronted you that day. Little did I anticipate that you had come to seek my collaboration on a film. Your care for the brothers was evident. Yet our photography crew failed to safeguard the precious film." Su Guan interrupted Zhao Shouting, saying, "No one desires such outcomes. If you wish to collaborate with me in the future, let us refrain from discussing this matter again." With red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Shouting nodded and raised a glass of Harbin beer, downing it in one go. As Su Guan's hand brushed against the rounded beer belly of Guy Li, the wrap party concluded with the last sip of their drinks. After everyone queued to relieve themselves of the beer in the owner's restroom, they staggered back to the hotel along the broad road of the small county. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze caressed them as they strolled together in small groups. Planning their itinerary for the following day, Su Guan wrapped his arm around Guy Li's neck, while she embraced his waist, whispering sweet nothings as they lingered at the back, unabashedly flirting. The serendipity of mutual affection is what one might call happiness. In this moment, Guy Li felt blissful and asked coyly, "Su Guan, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Su Guan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips. Guy Li promptly took a lighter, pouting playfully as she ignited it for him. With a deep inhalation, he released a plume of smoke and, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "In the future, I may visit home less often. I wish to see my parents." Guy Li remained silent, tightening her embrace around Su Guan's waist, resting her head against his chest in a bid to warm his heart. Upon arriving at the hotel and entering their rooms, the last two, however, changed course, slipping into a nearby dim alley. In the darkness, Gailey stood on tiptoe, wrapping her arms around Su Guan's neck, passionately kissing him, stirring the long-dormant emotions within him as he fervently reciprocated her affection. Upon returning to his room, Su Guan was greeted by Xiao Chao's peculiar gaze. It was only when he entered the bathroom and caught sight of himself in the mirror that he understood the reason for Xiao Chao's scrutiny. The mirror reflected Su Guan's lips, adorned with Gailey's lipstick, encircled by the imprint of his closed mouth. He sighed in relief that no one else had witnessed this, lest he be utterly embarrassed. Gailey was not faring much better either. She spent the better part of the day in the bathroom, eventually emerging with a forced, serious expression to face the adorably naive Mei Xing, thinking to herself, "This is utterly maddening." In the summer, the high latitude of Harbin afforded particularly lengthy days, with daylight lingering until the dusk of evening. Su Guan rose early, driving a van and rolling down the window to savor the refreshing morning breeze as he set out to visit Su Dajin and his estranged mother. It was Su Dajin's profound paternal love that propelled Su Guan to embark on the filming of Laban Tiao, eschewing the script he was familiar with. He knelt before the graves of Su Dajin and his wife, burning a handwritten script of Laban Tiao, uttering not a word. As the smoke dissipated, Su Guan bowed his head several times before rising to depart. Upon returning to the hotel, the others were just beginning to stir for breakfast. Gailey, noticing Su Guan's melancholic demeanor, inquired, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well?" Su Guan gently embraced Gailey, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I just need a moment to gather myself after seeing my parents." Gailey, accompanied by Su Guan, hastily consumed their breakfast before retreating to their room for a period of rest. They lay in bed for half the day, neither initiating any conflict, enveloped in a serene and civilized tranquility. On the large bed, Gailey gently patted and caressed Su Guan, who lay on her chest, as if tending to a beloved young foal that had sustained an injury. Their slumber was imbued with a pure and innocent quality, almost as if it could withstand the scrutiny of authorities concerned with propriety. It evoked a feeling akin to that of a newly adult asserting their identity with pride before an authority figure. Chapter 30. I am a person of standing. Since Gailey had met Su Guan, he had been diligently preparing for a film, and their moments of leisure were rare. Even a simple stroll hand in hand through the small northern town filled Gailey with warmth and sweetness. The following morning, the group departed from the small town and boarded a train to the capital, Harbin. Although the film had been completed, the crew remained vigilant, carefully overseeing the film reels and equipment, wary of any unforeseen events. On July 16th, Su Guan finally returned to the capital after an absence of over 3 months. Upon exiting the train station, the group split into 2 factions. Su Guan took Zhao Xiaoding to the Beijing Film Studio to return the equipment, while Gailey led the remaining members back to their courtyard to store the film reels. July marked a time when the capital's temperatures were nearing their peak, coinciding with the grand assembly of athletes from across Asia that was about to commence in the city. The entire populace had been mobilized and organized, with streets adorned with vibrant flowers and images of pandas waving, along with fluttering colorful flags. Cleaners donned bright red new uniforms, scrubbing the streets to pristine condition, enveloping the capital in a festive atmosphere that would last for several months. As Su Guan and Zhao Xiaoding traversed the jubilant streets of the capital, they entered the courtyard of the Beijing Film Studio. Upon inquiry, they discovered that director Tian Zhuang was still engaged in filming the Grand Eunuch, Li Lianying. Su Guan pondered the delay, considering that the gang had completed filming twice already, while this production seemed to linger on. Suspecting that Jiang Wen might be up to some mischief, while Jiang Wen might dare to engage in antics before Zhang Yimou, he would never risk it in front of Xie Jin and Tian Zhuang. Drawing upon their previous memories, they located the filming site, where Su Guan was left speechless to find them still laboring over the scenes in the Golden Palace. In a secluded corner of the set, before even spotting Tian Zhuang, he heard the sound of mahjong tiles clacking together. It was utterly absurd, playing mahjong on set, truly a testament to the talent present. Upon noticing Su Guan's arrival, director Tian Zhuang, seeing the equipment in tow, signaled for the assistant director to take his place at the mahjong table and came over to greet Su Guan. At the table, Su Guan also spotted Su Fan, and they exchanged silent acknowledgments, each choosing to ignore the other. Zhao Xiaoding and the crew coordinated the transfer of equipment outside the set, while Tian Zhuang and Su Guan engaged in light banter. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Guan inquired, "Is your film still not finished? Has it been nearly half a year? What is the situation?" Tian Zhuang extracted a cigarette and offered it to Su Guanshu, stating, "This film was initiated in August of last year, and we commenced filming in February. With an investment of 1.8 million, we captured over 300 shots, many of which were imperfect. Xiaoqing attended a CPPCC meeting, and I suffered a leg injury, causing delays. But we are nearing completion." Su Guanshu had no words to offer, merely exclaiming, "Impressive." Tian Zhuang, wrapping his arm around Su Guanshu's shoulder, remarked, "Su Guanshu, my friend, I have failed to keep my promise. Your film may struggle to undergo post-production at the Northern Film Factory, as those two incompetent individuals have been spreading rumors about you making an underground film. Furthermore, there are some in the factory who are at odds with me, and unfortunately, you are caught in the crossfire." Su Guanshu's heart felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, cold and desolate. Yet he forced a smile and replied, "Director, you have already assisted me immensely, for which I am profoundly grateful. I shall devise a solution for the remaining post-production." Observing Su Guanshu's demeanor, Tian Zhuang could only pat his shoulder and say, "You must act swiftly. If you truly cannot find a solution, come to me again, and I shall ponder further. For now, do not rush home. Accompany me for a drink tonight." Despite his exhaustion from travel, Su Guanshu readily agreed. Upon Tian Zhuang's return to the set, Su Guanshu informed Zhao Xiaoding that he would head back first, citing other commitments. That evening, at Tian Zhuang's residence within the Northern Film Factory staff quarters, the two enjoyed Red Star Erguo in the living room. Tian Zhuang said to Su Guanshu, "The dealings of De Zhao and Xiao Zhao are quite unsavory. Yet their uncles are esteemed directors at the Northern Film Factory, and their parents are also part of the industry. They have been ingrained in the factory's culture since childhood. Before your film's post-production is complete, refrain from seeking revenge hastily. Contemplate the notion of forming alliances. After all, you have invested so much effort in this project. Do not let it unravel unexpectedly. Do you understand?" Su Guanshu remained silent, lost in his thoughts as he sipped his drink. Tian Zhuang tilted his head to observe Su Guanshu, firmly patting his shoulder, urging him to reflect deeply and to avoid acting like a naive fool. "I will leave the equipment with the crew. You must swiftly find a suitable place for post-production. If any issues arise during filming, return to retrieve the equipment and continue shooting." Su Guanshu grimaced, "Director, could you not have a bit more faith in me? Hearing you speak this way fills me with trepidation." "Ha. Very well. Your film will succeed in one go. No need for reshoots. Is that agreeable? Trust your instincts and strive to avoid any reshoots." The two continued their conversation late into the night, drinking until the early hours, although Tian Zhuang's tolerance was modest. He mostly transitioned to tea and conversation after the initial drinks. Exiting Tian Zhuang's home, Su Guanshu hailed a yellow taxi and returned to Suai Hutong. Upon reaching his small courtyard, he reached beneath the door to extract his key and opened the door. Stealthily entering his room, he flipped on the light, only to be astonished by the sight before him. Grass had sprouted within, nearly a meter high. After a quick shower, Su Guanshu knocked on Guy Li's door but received no response. Gently pushing the door open, he stepped into the bedroom, inhaling the fragrance of jasmine that filled the air. After a soft cough, he lay down on the cool bamboo mat. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, Guy Li's cool body pressed against him, inquiring, "Why have you been drinking again?" "I am troubled. The post-production remains uncertain. I was merely accompanying Director Tian for a few drinks." After speaking, Gaily took the initiative to kiss Su Guan. After a fleeting moment, Su Guan inquired, "I've been drinking. You don't mind my sudden advances, do you?" Gaily kissed him once more, playfully replying, "You are my boyfriend. Besides, we've already shared a bed, so what is there to complain about?" Outside the window, the wind rustled through the leaves, producing a sound reminiscent of shedding garments. Moments later, thunder rumbled ominously, and raindrops began to fall, heavy and dense, drumming fiercely against the bedroom window. The rain lashed against the banana trees, drenching the night with its relentless rhythm. The following morning, Gaily cautiously moved towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the two of them. Just as she lit the stove, Su Guan entered the kitchen and said, "Sisterly, you should rest. I can see you are struggling to walk. Today, allow me to pamper you and restore your energy." Pouting slightly, Gaily settled at the dining table, waiting for her lovingly prepared breakfast after Su Guan gently brushed his lips against hers. In the simmering millet porridge, Su Guan had thoughtfully added several large red dates, specifically to nourish her. He peeled a soft-boiled egg and placed it in Gaily's hand, saying, "Sisterly, you've been working hard for half a year. Take a few days to relax at home. Gailey took a small bite of the sweet egg and replied, as a freelancer, if I don't work, I might starve. Unlike you who has a stable job. Guan paused, realizing the implications of her words, and his mind began to race with thoughts about the Ningxia Film Studio. Observing Guan's sudden contemplation, Gailey shyly interjected, "Oh, I wasn't asking for a salary. Truly, I wasn't." Guan raised a hand to silence her, insisting, "This isn't about your pay. Please let me think this through." Seeing Guan deep in thought, Gailey carefully continued to eat her egg, savoring it with pickles and sipping the millet porridge. After a while, Guan slapped the table and exclaimed, "Sisterly, you are indeed clever. How did I not realize I could leverage the resources of the Beijing Film Studio? After all, I have a stable job. Sisterly, don't go anywhere this morning. I will make a call to my esteemed leader at the Ningxia Film Studio." Chapter 31. To Yinchuan excitedly, Guan slipped on his slippers and dashed out, swiftly making his way to a shop in Nanluo Guxiang. There, he borrowed the phone at the counter to dial the director of the Ningxia Film Studio. Straining to contain his excitement, he said, "Hello, director, this is Guan." The director, somewhat surprised on the other end, responded, "Ah, what's up? Are you thinking of returning to work? You can come back anytime. Now you understand how challenging filmmaking can be. Steady yourself and come back to work." Realizing the director was about to ramble on, Guan had to interrupt, getting straight to the point. "Director, I finished filming, but I'm facing some difficulties and need the organization's assistance." "Finished filming? Tell me more." The director replied, "Currently, we have nowhere to complete post-production. The original arrangements for post-production have fallen through." The factory director contemplated the impending abandonment of the washing workshop and the dire financial situation of the facility. He resolutely stated, "Xiao Su, as an employee of our factory, I feel obligated to assist you. However, considering our current circumstances." Guan promptly interrupted the director, declaring, "Director, I will cover the expenses. I shall contribute as much as necessary." It was now the director's turn to interrupt Guan, exclaiming with excitement, "Xiao Su, it's settled then. Hurry and bring the film reels. The comrades at the factory have missed you dearly." Although Guan had only spent a few days in Ningxia, he found himself yearning for those unfamiliar faces. With enthusiasm, Guan responded, "Splendid. Director, I plan to depart tomorrow. You all should prepare the workshop in advance. We can commence editing as soon as I arrive." With the post-production of the film secured, Guan hung up the phone and dashed home. Gailey was tidying the kitchen, preparing to take a break before doing laundry, when suddenly, Guan burst into the kitchen. Before she could utter a word, he swept her off her feet, lifting her by the thighs. Caught off guard, Gailey frowned, still adjusting to the suddenness of it all. Before she could voice her discomfort, Guan exuberantly exclaimed, "Sisterly, we have a place for post-production. We have a place." Seeing Guan's childlike joy, Gailey, despite her unease, leaned down to kiss his face, believing that men require encouragement. After a moment of affectionate exuberance, Guan remembered Gailey's discomfort and gently set her down, apologizing, "I'm sorry, sisterly. I was just too excited and nearly hurt you." Gailey's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully teased him. "With your meager strength, you think you could hurt me? You ought to consider my muscles." With that, she rolled up her sleeve to showcase her delicate arms, striking a few bodybuilding poses, implying, "Do I not look impressive?" They spent the day together at home, savoring their fleeting moments of happiness. However, starting tomorrow, they would face a long-distance relationship, likely lasting several months. That evening, although Guan hesitated to go out, there was a matter he had to attend to, lest he be forever tormented by an unsettling thought. At a small restaurant in Xidan, upon arrival, Guan spotted Pan Feng waving him over. They shared a simple meal, abstaining from alcohol. After dinner, Guan proceeded to Pan Feng's home, where they conspired quietly for quite some time. It was only past midnight that Guan took his leave, having entrusted Pan Feng with 5,000 yuan for operational expenses. In the cozy bedroom of Sui Hutong, after a refreshing wash, Guan and sisterly embraced, expressing their impending separation. Gailey lay in Guan's arms, a hint of melancholy in her voice as she remarked, "Once you leave, I too must return to my own work. The thought of acting feels burdensome now. Perhaps becoming a producer has dulled my passion for performance." Guan, shifting his arm that had fallen asleep beneath her weight, reassured her, "If you don't wish to act, you can stay home. Once the new year passes and I sell the film, life will improve for us. We will work together in the future. I shall direct while you produce. United, we shall forge a prosperous path. Guy Li playfully pinched Su Guan and bashfully remarked, "Who said we are a couple? How shameless of you." Su Guan, undeterred, responded, all right. If we are not a couple, that should suffice." Guy Li, now a mix of embarrassment and anger, took hold of a small piece of flesh on Su Guan's arm, twisting it painfully, causing him to exhale sharply. After her playful torment, she gently massaged the discolored area, lamenting, "Even in acting, I no longer wish to accept others' roles. Those directors are all like you, with hardly any decent ones among them, constantly seeking to take advantage of actresses." Su Guan, in agreement, nodded earnestly and suggested, "How about you join me in Yinchuan? The factory has ample dormitories. You could assist with logistics, and we could continue our collaboration." Guy Li, you've already spent over 80,000 on this film before even entering post-production. Though there remains 120,000, it's still a significant sum. We cannot simply live off our past earnings. Su Guan attempted to clarify, if you take on a role, even for 3 to 6 months, it could bring in 3 to 5,000. If we economize during post-production, we can easily recover that. So, where's the notion of living off our past gains? Indeed, Guy Li, having tasted the sweetness of success, couldn't help but nuzzle closer to Su Guan upon hearing they would part ways for Yinchuan. With a decisive tone, she declared, "All right, it's settled then. I also prefer not to be apart." The following day, the two rose early. Guy Li busily surrounded a suitcase, packing it with fervor, leading one to believe they were moving homes. "Sisterly, we're merely heading for post-production. Why so much luggage?" Su Guan questioned, gesturing at the suitcase, puzzled. "Do you really need to bring a pot?" Guy Li, holding a frying pan, explained, "We'll be there for several months. We must cook our own meals. Eating out every day would be exorbitantly costly. How would we manage?" "Sisterly, I am employed. Having family visit is normal. What is wrong with dining at the cafeteria?" Su Guan retorted. Upon hearing of the savings to be had, Guy Li's enthusiasm surged. She promptly reevaluated her belongings, deciding to leave behind what was unnecessary. After some rearranging, the luggage significantly lightened, and the two exchanged knowing smiles, realizing they were truly kindred spirits. In the afternoon, with film reels and luggage in tow, they boarded the train, embarking on their honeymoon journey to Yinchuan. As the train ventured beyond the Yin mountain range, night fell over the capital. Pan Feng drove toward the embassy district near Liangmakio, gradually slowing down as he turned off the main road. While driving, he craned his neck, eyes wide, admiring the vibrant blossoms along the roadside. After traveling approximately 50 meters, he halted upon spotting a tall, youthful girl. He waved her over, and after a brief exchange through the car window, she entered his vehicle. Just as she was about to inquire, Pan Feng handed her 200 yuan with a serious tone, instructing, "Ask no questions. Simply come home with me today. Once we arrive, I will handle matters, and I shall provide you with more money." This 200 yuan was a considerable sum, especially in the context of the 90s, equivalent to 2020 yuan bills. The girl nodded excitedly, saying nothing but following Pan Feng to a somewhat refined rental apartment at Zinjiku. As soon as she sat down, Pan Feng greeted her, "I just bought some pig's head meat, cold dishes, and beer this afternoon. Come, sister, let us chat." Chapter 32. "That is what I dressed you in since we're here. Why not enjoy a meal?" The girl boldly tossed her handbag onto the bed and nonchalantly sat down at the table, declaring, "I want to be polite then. Here's to you, brother. I truly admire your straightforwardness." After clinking glasses, Pan Feng downed his drink in one go and, picking up a piece of pig's head meat, inquired, "You don't sound like you're from around here?" Chewing the meat, the girl poured some wine for Pan Feng and replied, "I'm from Shijiazhuang, 20 years old. Just call me Yuan Yuan. Shijiazhuang Yuan Yuan." 5 words, 2 pieces of information. Pan Feng surmised that Shijiazhuang was indeed true, while Yuan Yuan was likely a fabrication. After several rounds of toasting, Yuan Yuan began to recount her story. "I was one of the top 5 students in my class. During my sophomore year, I met a small-time thug from the streets who seduced me into bed with just a few sweet words, and I naively thought I had fallen in love." After finishing her drink, she continued, "Studying well is hard, but learning bad habits is easy. Within half a year, I had picked up drinking and smoking." Pan Feng lit 2 cigarettes at once, handing one to Yuan Yuan. She took it, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a thin wisp of smoke, saying, "For the sake of a so-called romance, I neglected my studies and ended up nearly beaten to death in a rental apartment by that scoundrel. I couldn't face my family, so I decided to come to Beijing to pursue my dreams. Upon arriving in the capital, I worked tirelessly yet earned barely enough to get by. Eventually, an older sister introduced me to the trade. I refused to live in poverty for a lifetime. Once I save enough, I plan to open my own clothing store and run my own business. Pan Feng, visibly moved, raised his glass, saying, Yuan Yuan, you've had it tough. I believe you will succeed in Beijing and make a fortune. The two of them sat at the table, one sentimental and the other emotional. Yet neither had spoken two genuine words to each other. After finishing their meal and drinks, Pan Feng, gazing at the tall and graceful Yuan Yuan, began to get down to business. After their business was concluded, in the quiet of the night, Pan Feng wrapped one arm around the shapely Yuan Yuan while retrieving a bulging wallet from the bedside. He opened the wallet, confirming that Yuan Yuan could see the cash inside, and said, Brother has a task for you. If you help me with this, all that S inside is yours. Yuan Yuan, not foolish, calmly responded, I want to engage in anything criminal, no matter how much money is involved. You can't spend what you don't have. Pan Feng lowered the wallet and whispered in Yuan Yuan's ear for a few minutes. Gradually, her eyes sparkled brighter, and her demeanor grew increasingly joyful, making her sleep more soundly. The next morning, he said, I've left the keys and documents on the table. Settle in comfortably. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Pan Feng got up and left, while Yuan Yuan continued to rest and recharge. As noon approached, Yuan Yuan diligently reviewed her materials. After confirming their accuracy, she carefully tucked the photographs into her bag and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. Half an hour later, she emerged, radiant and youthful, stepping out with her long legs. However, instead of heading towards the Yansha Bridge, she made her way to the North Film Studio's residential area, where she enjoyed a leisurely lunch before finding a spot to wait for someone. It was not until 3 p.m. that Yuan Yuan spotted the person from the photograph at the entrance. Observing him riding a bicycle, she devised a plan and gracefully glided over. As he passed by, Yuan Yuan deliberately turned her head to feign distraction, accidentally leaning against the front wheel of a bicycle, resulting in a collision that sent both of them tumbling to the ground. The man was none other than Zhao, who had previously burned the La Bang Tao film reels. Upon realizing he had knocked down a beautiful woman, Zhao promptly rose to assist Yuan Yuan. Before he could utter an apology, a gentle and melodious voice said, I'm so sorry. I wasn't paying attention. It was then that Zhao got a clear view of Yuan Yuan, standing at 1.7 meters tall, with long legs and a slender waist, complemented by a curvaceous figure and a youthful ponytail. Zhao quickly responded, No, it was my fault for not watching where I was going. I should be the one apologizing. Yuan Yuan, bowing and expressing her regrets, declined Zhao's offer of compensation and limped away, leaving behind a strikingly beautiful silhouette. Zhao felt as if his heart had been struck with force, murmuring to himself, What a beautiful and kind-hearted girl. Later that day, Zhao returned home, lost in thought about Yuan Yuan's graceful figure, his appetite, and sleep forgotten. Meanwhile, Su Guan, accompanied by Guy Li and film reels, arrived in Yinchuan, returning to his loyal Ningxia Film Studio. Upon entering, the personnel manager led Guy Li to select a suitable temporary accommodation, while Su followed the studio head into the office to discuss business matters. After the studio head warmly offered tea and a seat, he praised, Su Guan, you quietly produced a film that truly deserves recognition. Alas, discussing it brings tears. Su accepted the studio head's cigarette, lit it, and continued, We spent nearly a month filming in Heilongjiang, only to have our footage incinerated by 2 disgruntled crew members who harbored resentment over a reprimand regarding the purchase of cigarettes. These 2, being from the North Film Studio, maliciously labeled us as underground filmmakers, claiming they weren't afraid of us reporting them, as the studio would protect its own. This blow nearly incapacitated us. The studio head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, responded, I never imagined such a thing could occur. It truly is a difficult situation. Given your struggles, I shouldn't ask for money. But the studio is in dire straits, with dozens of families relying on their salaries. Su quickly interjected, Director, if you can assist me with the post-production, I would be immensely grateful. As for the payment, it should be fair. If the work isn't satisfactory, I'll have every right to express my dissatisfaction. The studio head chuckled, tactfully sipping his tea, then set down his cup and got straight to the point. How about 30,000 yuan? I'll use it to pay the studio's staff their salaries for these past few months. As soon as the factory manager's voice fell, Su Guan promptly responded, We'll proceed as you said, manager. Rest assured, we will execute the tasks beautifully. Observing that there was still time in the afternoon, Guan accompanied the manager to the nearby post office to withdraw 30,000 yuan. Upon returning to the factory, the manager summoned everyone for a meeting using a loudspeaker. Once the conference room filled with dozens of employees, the manager grasped the microphone and announced, I have called you all here for 2 reasons. The first is to distribute your salaries. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as the anticipation of receiving their wages mounted. The thought of their families struggling without support had weighed heavily on them. As the employees began to chatter enthusiastically upon seeing the actual cash in hand, the conference room erupted with noise, and they swiftly formed an orderly queue. At the front of the table, the accountant worked in tandem with the manager to promptly disburse each person's salary. After about half an hour, the manager cleared his throat several times into the microphone to quell the din in the room and continued, now that the salaries have been distributed, let us move on to the second matter. The factory has secured a post-production project, and the crew will start work in the wash and print workshop tomorrow. I want to emphasize that it is precisely because we have taken on this project that we have managed to pay salaries for these past few months. Therefore, we must execute the work flawlessly, as it may lead to more opportunities in the future, ensuring everyone receives their wages on time each month. That evening, the post-production director began organizing the work for the following day while the others chatted in small groups as they exited the conference room. Aware of the factory's struggles, Guan chose not to collect his own salary. Instead, he requested a few months of leave as he felt he was essentially drawing a salary without working. At times, Guan genuinely admired Guy Li's skills. Within just a few hours, she transformed their modest dormitory into a cozy and inviting space, filled with delightful fragrances. Upon entering the room, he noticed Guy Li diligently affixing newspapers against the wall to cover up the unsightly stains and to shield the bed from dust that might fall. Guan picked up a glass of cool water from the table, sipping it slowly while quietly observing Guy Li's industrious figure. Turning around, he was startled to find Guy Li behind him, exclaiming, "Oh, when did you come in? You nearly scared me to death." After getting off the bed, Guy Li scrutinized the newspapers on the wall, ensuring each one was perfectly aligned. Just as she was about to return to her task, she turned to Guan and instructed, "Could you please bring the bamboo mat I washed and hung out to dry at the door? And while you're at it, could you fetch some food from the cafeteria? I'm a bit hungry." With a playful admonition, she added, "Hey, don't touch me with unwashed hands. Hurry up." Guan whistled a cheerful tune as he retrieved the mat and headed to the cafeteria to collect their dinner. For their evening meal, the two gathered around a small table in the dormitory, savoring large steamed buns alongside simple greens. After finishing their dinner, Guan made his way to the communal washroom for a shower, but Guy Li insisted on bathing in their room. Hence, after he was done, he carried a large bucket of hot water back to the dormitory. He found Guy Li's large iron basin sparkling clean, as she mixed half a bucket of hot water with the cold water already inside. After testing the temperature, she confidently shed her clothes and elegantly stepped into the basin, causing the water to rise almost to the brim, perfectly full. As she poured water over herself, gaily tilting her head back, Guan often felt an urge to capture the moment with his camera, as it seemed strikingly familiar. "What are you staring at? Hurry and grab a stool to come over and help me with my back," Gaily said, embodying the spirit of helpfulness. Guan diligently rubbed her back for an entire hour, leaving her skin even fairer and smoother. Since they began cohabiting, Guan discovered that Gaily preferred to sleep in a camisole. If one were to inquire how he made this observation, he would candidly admit, "Well, it was I who dressed her that way." Chapter 33. A reunion the following morning. Having left early, Guan returned to the dormitory from the developing room by 9. Upon entering, he found Gaily seated on a stool, a large basin before her, vigorously scrubbing her clothes just as she had done the previous day. She looked up, her delicate and radiant face flushed, and exclaimed in surprise, "What a surprise! You're back so soon?" Upon entering the developing room, he was greeted by a pungent sour smell that nearly turned his stomach. Guan tossed his long pants to Gaily and bent down to slip into a pair of oversized shorts. "I tried to assist the post-production staff once, and almost ruined the film. If my lack of professionalism had jeopardized the project, it would have been quite the joke. I won't meddle any further. I'll just take a break here." Developing film is a skilled task. Aside from the harsh environment, the technician must constantly monitor the temperature, concentration, and duration of the developing solution. Without proper expertise, one can easily make a mistake. How long have you been wearing those pants? You can wear them again this afternoon and tomorrow before washing, gaily remarked, taking Su Guan's pants, sniffing them, and finding no discernible odor. She tossed them back to him, her tone laced with discontent. Honestly, when we weren't on good terms, you never changed your clothes so frequently. Now that someone is doing your laundry, you change twice in a day, taking advantage of me. Su Guan remained silent, reclining on the cool mat with his legs crossed, relishing the rare tranquility as he closed his eyes, enjoying Gailey's laundry ritual. The sight of a woman washing clothes, sitting with her legs slightly apart at an angle of about 120 degrees, was unmistakably alluring. Although clad in shorts, Gailey could not entirely conceal her delicate form, prompting Su Guan to tease, "I don't recall you sitting like that before." Gailey's face flushed crimson, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, she splashed water towards him from the basin, playfully scolding, "You rogue. I'll drown you. I knew from our first meeting that you were no good." After a playful scuffle, they donned their clothes and prepared to explore the picturesque landscapes of the Northwest. For some time thereafter, Su Guan made it a daily routine to visit the developing room in the morning to check on the progress of the post-production, after which he and Gailey would venture out to dine and wander. Their leisurely, unhurried cohabitation felt blissful, and each time Su Guan arrived in Yinchuan, he contemplated the notion of settling down there. Since their previous conversation, Pan Feng had taken to wearing a hat daily, driving her van around town, occasionally stopping to use her binoculars for a glimpse into the world, and often jotting down notes in a little notebook, embodying the essence of a seasoned paparazzo. As evening approached, around 7 o'clock, in a restaurant near the Beijing Film Studio, at the height of the dinner hour, De Zhao was seated at a table facing the entrance, enjoying a meal with friends. Casually, he caught sight of a graceful figure at the adjacent table, instantly recognizing the silhouette as familiar, yet hesitating to confirm. As he attentively observed the movements at the neighboring table, his heart raced upon finally seeing the woman's face. It was indeed the enchanting beauty he had been thinking about for several days. Having regrettably missed the opportunity last time, De Zhao resolved to take the initiative this time. He stood up, wine glass in hand, and approached her table, starting the conversation. "Hello, miss. I'm the one who accidentally bumped into you a few days ago. Do you remember me?" Yuan feigned deep contemplation, then suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. "Oh my. It's really you. What a coincidence. Are you dining here as well?" Elated by her recognition, De Zhao replied, "Yes, indeed. I live nearby. May I ask your name?" Before Yuan could respond, her friend chimed in with a teasing tone, Yuan, who is this person you know? You've been chatting away without even knowing his name. Why are you even engaging with him? You should head back." Embarrassed, De Zhao sheepishly returned to his seat, yet he did not leave empty-handed, muttering to himself, "So her name is Yuan." Before 5 minutes had passed, Yuan exited the restaurant with her friend, seemingly heading home. Anxious and restless, De Zhao downed 3 glasses of wine before finally excusing himself from his friend's table. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Yuan standing alone by the roadside. He hurried over, calling out, Yuan, where's your friend?" Her boyfriend picked her up. She left. Yuan replied casually, then blushed as she added, "Oh dear. Why are you calling me Yuan? We've only just met." De Zhao, captivated by her bashful demeanor, introduced himself. "I'm De Zhao. Fair is fair. I've shared my name with you." Yuan stood on the curb, engaging in a light conversation with De Zhao. Suddenly, a taxi pulled up in front of them, and De Zhao seized the moment, saying, Yuan, allow me the opportunity to take you home." Yuan, displaying her acting skills, reluctantly entered the taxi, simultaneously expressing her irritation at De Zhao's advances while instructing the driver to stop at a residential building in Zenjiku. As De Zhao followed her out of the car, Yuan swiftly admonished, "If you continue to follow me, I will call the police. I initially thought you were a good person, but you're becoming increasingly insistent." Realizing he had overstepped, De Zhao pleaded, Yuan, I'm sorry for being so forward. Could you please give me a phone number or pager? I'll contact you, and you can tell me to leave immediately." 7 digits were quickly etched into De Zhao's memory, and he apologized before departing. Yuan watched him leave, spitting in disdain. "Look at that pathetic figure, trying to win me over without spending a dime. I wonder if it's you who's strange, or if it's me." After finishing her tirade, she strode away, entering her room with a beaming smile as she flung herself into the embrace of Pan Feng, exclaiming, "I got his contact. What kind of person is he? Pan Feng, with a stern demeanor, declared, do not inquire about matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much will not serve you well. Yuan, seemingly oblivious to the tension, felt a wave of indignation rise within her as she gazed at the fierce Pan Feng, on the verge of tears. Yet, upon witnessing Pan Feng's gesture of retrieving money from his wallet, she swiftly transformed into a gracious and hospitable host. At Xinjiku, Pan Feng was enveloped in Yuan's passionate warmth. Simultaneously, director Tian Zhuang was entertaining a guest at home. The visitor was none other than his collaborative photographer, Huayu, who also happened to be a former classmate of Zhang Yimou. The two had previously worked together on the horse thief and hunting ground. Noticing the furrowed brow of Huayu, Tian Zhuang encouraged, "Oh, just enjoy your drink. If Shaoqing is reluctant to act, simply cast someone else. It's not a monumental issue. I mentioned it to her early on, and after much deliberation, she remains in a state of contemplation. Now, with my film on the verge of production, she is still pondering her decision. Why must I be so unfortunate?" Just as Tian Zhuang was about to offer further counsel, he was interrupted by a ringing phone in the living room. Glancing at his wife in the kitchen, he meandered over to answer the call. Immediately, a cheerful voice greeted him, "Director, it's Guan. I have secured the post-production for my film and have already commenced work. I specifically called to inform you." Tian Zhuang responded with a hearty laugh, "Wonderful. Proceed diligently, and if anything arises, don't hesitate to let me know. By the way, where are you these days?" In Yinchuan, Tian Zhuang realized that the Ning factory had taken on the film's post-production. Contemplating Huayu's perplexity, he proposed, "How about I introduce a reliable role for your partner? She could audition for it. The director is my classmate, Huayu." Chapter 34. Gradually gaining momentum 3 days after the phone call, Guan welcomed the visiting Huayu in Yinchuan. Upon their first encounter, Guan was taken aback. This renowned photographer appeared almost delicate, speaking in a soft, gentle tone. Even more bashful than Guy Li, Huayu had learned from Tian Zhuang about Guan's underground film project and exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, "You are incredibly bold. You surpass us. We toiled under the fifth-generation directors for nearly a decade before we had our chance. You are truly methodical, while I am merely a reckless youth." As they entered the Ning factory's reception room, Guan curiously inquired, "Director Tian, why didn't you recommend Su Fan? You are aware of the situation in Ningxia. Do you think he would dare to recommend her?" Huayu, sensing his old classmate's discomfort, shook his head in defense, saying, "It's merely a passing game, and besides, Su Fan has a boyfriend. After filming The Grand Eunuch, we all returned to our respective lives." Guan laughed heartily. "Ah, the fifth generation truly excels at this game. You are not so bad yourself." Huayu quickly slapped his own mouth, turning to Guy Li, "Look at my loose tongue. I truly apologize, Guy Li." Guy Li promptly replied, "Oh, please, do not say such things. Guan is indeed like that, so I must keep a close watch." Realizing the potential repercussions of the fifth generation's reputation on himself, Huayu thought it prudent to say, "Guan, since you have some free time, why not join my crew? You could assist me and take on the role of assistant director." Guanjing, filled with restless thoughts, expressed some hesitation. "As someone who makes underground films, I might end up dragging you into trouble." Huayu promptly clarified, "We can manage it flexibly." Guanjing grasped Huayu's intent, realizing that if complications arose, it would be simple to remove him from the equation. After glancing at Guy Li, he turned to Huayu and suggested, "Allow us to contemplate this for a moment. We shall provide you with a definitive answer by tomorrow morning, if that suits you." Huayu pondered that this was the only course of action available, and thus, under Guanjing's warm farewell, he made his way to a nearby inn. That evening, after taking a bath, Guanjing had just reclined on the bed when he observed Guy Li expertly placing a roll of tissue on the bedside table, then extinguishing the light and retreating into the mosquito net. Over an hour later, as they lay together, they engaged in conversation. "Are you truly considering working as Huayu's assistant director?" "Assistant director? It's merely for a bit of fun, given our limited funds. We can only produce one film a year. Once our finances become more robust next year, we can invest in some business ventures. This way, we can sustain ourselves through our endeavors, and you will have something to occupy your time. Honestly, I find acting rather dull at this point. But one must always have something to do." The following afternoon, Guanjing accompanied Huayu to a village near the desert in Shaanxi to film Blood from the Sky. In the capital, Dezhao finally encountered the unforgettable Yuan beneath the residential building in Xinjiku, his face drawn with concern. Yuan, did you give me the wrong pager number? I've been trying to reach you for days, yet you haven't responded. What is our relationship? Why should I return your page? Besides, I am so busy that I hardly have time to sleep, let alone reply to your messages. With that, Yuan hurriedly entered a quaint shop off Xinjiku, unlocking the door and stating to Dezhao, "See, I have my own affairs to attend to. I hardly have time to chat with you, so you should swiftly attend to your own matters." Ignoring Dezhao, she began tidying up the shop, clearing debris from the renovations. Observing her radiant figure, diligently working amidst the clutter, Dezhao reflected, "What a remarkable woman, beautiful, tall, kind, and independent. How fortunate I am to have crossed paths with her." Any lingering frustration over Yuan's lack of response to his messages dissipated entirely. From that day forth, Dezhao arrived at the shop before Yuan and departed later, diligently assisting her with the renovations. Had it not been for a few years of streetwise experience, Yuan might have succumbed to the situation. As for the shop, it was a dilapidated place that Pan Feng had found. After a few days of effort with some hired help, it was handed over to Yuan as her venture. One rainy day in the capital, Yuan arrived at the shop as usual, but found herself missing Dezhao. What a pity. The fish I finally hooked has slipped away. After sitting in the shop for a while, just as she prepared to seek out Pan Feng for sleep, a figure clad in a raincoat entered, grinning broadly as he pulled out a lunchbox. "Tada, Yuan, guess what I've brought for you?" Noting Yuan's keen interest, Dezhao opened the lunchbox and declared, "These are dumplings made by my mother. I had her prepare your favorite fennel filling." Upon witnessing the fish that had darted away return, Yuan was overcome with joy. She embraced Dezhao and, under his attentive care, began to savor the dumplings. The authentic taste of fennel filled her with delight, prompting her to hum contentedly while pointing her chopsticks at Dezhao, exclaiming, "The dumplings are absolutely exquisite. Dezhao, having you around is truly wonderful. I no longer feel so lonely in the capital." Dezhao, brimming with enthusiasm, shed his raincoat and immediately set to work, occasionally inquiring, "How are the dumplings? If you enjoy them, I'll have my mother make some for you tomorrow." Yuan, in a soft voice while eating, replied, "Will your mother think poorly of me for being from out of town?" Dezhao nearly ascended in excitement, eagerly asking, Yuan, what did you just say? You silly." As the rain ceased, Dezhao eagerly escorted Yuan back to the foot of the building at Xinjiku, unable to contain himself any longer. He cupped her face and bestowed upon her a passionate kiss, inciting Yuan to playfully strike him and chide, "You scoundrel." Riding his bicycle, Dezhao whistled a cheerful tune, radiating happiness as he returned home to prepare more dumplings for Yuan. Once upstairs, he found Pan Feng sprawled on the bed watching television. Yuan plopped down beside him, took off her shoes, and exclaimed, "Brother, this person has nearly moved me to tears. I can hardly bear it." Pan Feng, sitting up excitedly, urged, "Stop dawdling. Hurry and take a shower. We need to talk." Half an hour later, Yuan addressed the imposing Pan Feng, saying, "Dezhao has been coming to the shop every day, either working or bringing me meals. He is so kind that I feel I might be falling for him." Pan Feng clapped his hands a few times and admonished, "This is just the beginning. You won't achieve anything without your own efforts. Has Dezhao spent even a dime on you? Even if you get on solid ground, you should seek someone wealthy, right, sister? Yes, you always speak such truths, yet you make valid points." The next day, Yuan rose early, took care of Pan Feng, and then proceeded to the shop to manage Dezhao's presence while also restocking supplies. Dezhao was busier than in his own shop, assisting with restocking, delivering meals, and checking on her well-being. With so much to do, he even called upon Xiao Zhao for help, who, eager for his brother and sister-in-law's happiness, worked diligently without causing any trouble. Chapter 35. Her aunt comes to play on a morning in early August at the crew's lodging for Blood in the Sky. The sound of several impactful knocks echoed through the air. Guy Li, frowning, turned over and grumbled, "Why are you waking me for my afternoon shoot?" Guan leaned in close to her ear and whispered, "The rough cut for forming alliances is finished. I must hurry back to check on it. I need to oversee the fine cut and will return in a few days." Only then did Guy Li open her eyes, slowly sitting up against the headboard and saying, "You needn't come back. Focus on your post-production instead. It's exhausting to be tossed around like this, with daytime shoots and nighttime work. Who can endure such a schedule?" Guan nodded, grabbing his luggage and preparing to leave when he heard Guy Li say, "What difference does it make if you leave now? I don't start filming until the afternoon." With a pained expression, Guan set down his luggage and went to comfort Guy Li, who had yet to brush her teeth. In the bustling heart of the capital, as Guanan comforted Guy Li, Yuan's new shop officially opened its doors. De Zhao enlisted Xiao Zhao's help to warmly welcome waves of customers, creating a lively atmosphere. The bond between De Zhao and Yuan was so deep that it was only a matter of time before they met each other's parents. De Zhao had seemingly assumed the role of the shop's male proprietor, diligently managing the various bustling activities both in front and behind the scenes. As night fell, after exchanging a few words, De Zhao sent Xiao Zhao on his way, preparing to escort Yuan home and finally reveal his true intentions. Sweetly you smile, like flowers blooming in the spring breeze. Yuan, seated on the back of a sturdy bicycle, embraced the charming De Zhao as they arrived at her apartment. Just as Yuan was about to bid him farewell and ascend the stairs, De Zhao playfully ambushed her, insisting they share a cup of tea before parting. After a prolonged delay, a mischievous glint appeared in Yuan's eyes as she silently ascended the stairs, with De Zhao excitedly following, inwardly declaring, "Tonight, I shall savor the fruits of my labor." Upon entering her home, De Zhao could no longer restrain himself, and he pulled Yuan close, kissing her youthful, radiant face. As the kiss deepened, his hands began to wander. Suddenly, he tasted saltiness in his mouth and realized that Yuan had been crying, her face a cascade of tears. Yuan, what is the matter? Have I been too reckless? She sobbed from the bed, her voice tinged with anguish. I sincerely wish to pursue a relationship with you. But how do you regard me? The moment you step inside, you abandon all decorum. Do you possess even a modicum of respect for me? I seek a partner for marriage, not merely a fleeting encounter. Leave. De Zhao felt as though he might kneel in apology, taking a long time to earn her forgiveness. To which Yuan replied, I wish to reserve my best for our wedding night. De Zhao thought to himself, chastising his own impulsiveness. How could he have encountered such a wonderful woman and nearly jeopardized their future? He understood the distinctions between a long-term commitment and a fleeting fling. As soon as he departed, Pan Feng emerged from the cupboard, clapping her hands and exclaiming, You cried on cue. Yuan, your acting skills have truly improved, nearly rivaling Lu Shaoqing. With a pout, Yuan retorted, Brother, you are incorrigible. While witnessing my distress, you make light of the situation. It is truly exasperating. You brought De Zhao up here without a word, nearly cornering me on the bed, and I still have a score to settle with you. Pan Feng, displeased with Yuan's clandestine invitation of De Zhao, playfully smacked her and declared, Enough of this. It is time for you to wash up. Allow me to experience the joys that De Zhao lacks. Upon returning from the set of Heavenly Blood, Guanan hurried into the screening room. Inside, a sparse group of individuals sat, primarily the post-production team, for joining forces. Without further ado, they commenced the screening of nearly 4 hours of rough cuts. Predicting a late night ahead, after a polite smattering of applause, Guanan remarked, I truly did not expect you all to edit so brilliantly. No more words, tonight. We feast on lamb. Cheers erupted. Oh, Director Su, you are remarkable. The tender lamb from Yinchuan paired perfectly with the springtime delicacies of Shao. As the standing post-production crew reveled in the celebration. The following morning, Guan immersed himself in the editing room, embarking on the laborious task of fine-tuning the cuts. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and mid-September had arrived. As Guan became engrossed in the gradual formation of the alliance, a call from Guy Li broke his concentration, reminding him of his girlfriend. After exchanging pleasantries, Guan began to feign excuses, sisterly. We are currently in the critical phase of fine editing for the alliance. The process will conclude in just a few days, and I truly cannot leave. It appeared that Guy Li was thoroughly enjoying her role, as she cheerfully replied, Oh, I wasn't saying anything. Why are you so defensive? Besides, my filming has gone smoothly, and I'll wrap it up in just half a month. I'll come to find you in Yinchuan. Guan pondered the timeline and replied, I will also be occupied for about half a month, so do not bother coming over. Just return to the capital. But you must bring back my belongings from the dormitory. She insisted. All right. I'll even peel the newspaper off for you. After hanging up, Guan returned to his editing work. Meanwhile, in the capital, a captivating drama unfolded. Unbeknownst to De Zhao, Xiao Zhao stealthily visited Guy Li's shop with his mother, who was forthrightly meeting her future daughter-in-law. Upon seeing Xiao Zhao accompanied by a middle-aged woman, Yuan immediately grasped the situation and thought to herself, Let me orchestrate a delightful encounter for the two of you. Dear girl, What do your parents do? How many people are in your family? Yuan's responses were music to Dai Zhao's mother's ears, leaving her grinning from ear to ear. After glancing at the son, she took Yuan's hand and said, "My dear, you must be tired after a long day. Come home with your aunt. I'll prepare a sumptuous meal for you." Yuan, hesitant but understanding the importance of seizing the opportunity, shyly nodded, delighting her aunt's heart and filling her with hope for their future. Upon entering the house and taking in the scene, Dai Zhao questioned whether he had mistakenly walked into the wrong home, finally exclaiming, Yuan, what brings you here? You silly fool. If I were to rely on you, I might never see Yuan again." Before Yuan could respond, her aunt, with a stern tone, warned, "If I find out that anyone dares to bully such a wonderful girl, I won't let it slide." That evening, in the Beijing Film Academy's family compound, a harmonious gathering unfolded as the five of them sat around the table, savoring the delicious dishes lovingly prepared by her aunt. The addition of one more person created an even warmer atmosphere. After dinner, her aunt affectionately told Yuan, "Consider this your home. Feel free to drop by any time, and I'll make sure to have delightful meals waiting for you." After sharing heartfelt words, Dai Zhao eagerly rode his bicycle, taking Yuan back to Pan Feng's home. Pan Feng had developed a fondness for manipulating others from behind the scenes, relishing the thrill of operating in the shadows while the enemy remained unaware, an exhilarating addiction, indeed. That night, Pan Feng embraced Yuan and declared, "In a few days, await my signal for the final offensive. With one decisive strike, we shall bring them down." Yuan, filled with reluctance, questioned, "Brother, must we truly go through with this?" Pan Feng scoffed, "Have you been so easily swayed by Dai Zhao? Truly, you have a selective memory when it comes to pain and pleasure. Tell me, how much has Dai Zhao spent on you? Do the calculations now." Yuan fell silent for a moment before responding, "Brother, I now know what to do. If it weren't for you, I would have been caught in Dai Zhao's ambush." By the end of September, Guan had nearly completed the post-production work and was preparing to wrap things up and return to the capital. Guy Li had also hurriedly arrived in the city, diligently tidying and adorning their shared home. On the 27th, the capital was drenched in a relentless drizzle. Business was slow at the shop, and Yuan turned to Dai Zhao at the entrance, saying, "Dai Zhao, there isn't a soul in the store. Let us go for a stroll." Chapter 36. Opening a store for investment with a wave, Dai Zhao led Yuan to Shidan. Under the rain, he sweetly accompanied her, holding an umbrella as they leisurely strolled along the streets. Initially lacking enthusiasm, Yuan's spirits lifted as they passed a uniquely decorated shop. She excitedly pulled Dai Zhao inside, exclaiming, "Come on, Dai Zhao, let us check out this store. I want to buy you some clothes. Let us see what you look like in something stylish." Dai Zhao, taken aback, pointed to himself and asked, "You want to buy me clothes?" Yuan lifted her chin, pouting adorably, and replied with a few enthusiastic affirmations that made Dai Zhao's heart flutter. Gazing at the grand sign above, Yuan eagerly dragged him into the store. Both were visiting such a large standalone shop for the first time, resembling Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. "How splendid. I wish I could open a store this big someday. Just imagine the scale." A flight attendant-like saleswoman smiled and responded, "Ma'am, our store spans over 1,000 square meters. The first self-service clothing store in the capital. We hope you find something you love." In the men's section, Yuan resolutely spent over 200 yuan to purchase a complete suit for Dai Zhao. As she paid, several nearby gentlemen expressed their envy, saying, "Brother, you're incredible." After exiting the store, the couple didn't venture far, but instead stood on the curb across the street. Yuan took out her notebook, observing the bustling crowd entering and exiting the store, and began sketching her ideas. "Ah, so that's why my shop is empty. Everyone is here. If only I could open a store like this. I must open a store like this." Seeing Yuan so engrossed, Dai Zhao's heart trembled. Can I really open such a store? Yet he remained by her side, watching her doodle. As the store closed, their stomachs growled, prompting them to seek a place to dine. Yuan, how is your tally coming along?" Dai Zhao inquired. Yuan extended her delicate hand, slightly opening it, and replied, "I estimate the day's revenue is about this much. 50,000. That is quite a sum." Yuan shot him an incredulous glare, retorting, "I meant 500,000. Dai Zhao's expression turned to one of disbelief as he confirmed, Yuan, are you joking? 500,000 in just one day?" Yuan tossed her notebook to Dai Zhao and declared, "Dai Zhao, I intend to lease that shabby store and prepare to open a grand establishment. De Zhao remained silent, meticulously flipping through his notebook. Beyond the astonishment at the data before him, he was even more taken aback by Yuan's audacious ambition. After their meal, De Zhao escorted Yuan home, and following a brief kiss at the entrance, she ascended the stairs alone to find Pan Feng and retire for the night. As for the reason, Yuan simply stated that it was how the script dictated. The following day, the 28th, upon arriving at the clothing store, De Zhao noticed Yuan at the entrance, hanging a sign indicating the shop was up for transfer. Before he could inquire, Yuan declared, De Zhao, what I seek is not discouragement, but support. That afternoon, a woman entered the store, and after a brief conversation, she departed with both the shop and its garments. Upon learning of Yuan's intention to open a larger establishment, the woman praised her profusely, adding a compliment for De Zhao. How fortunate you are to have found such a remarkable partner. Think of how many years of struggle that saves you. Before De Zhao could respond, Yuan's sardonic laughter interrupted him. She pocketed the money and returned to her residence, where she told De Zhao, I require a sum of money, so I will be quite busy in the coming days and may not have the time to attend to you. Let us revisit this once I am through with my obligations, shall we? On the 29th, De Zhao returned to find Yuan utterly preoccupied with her fundraising efforts. She stood in a public phone booth, dialing one number after another, each call a request for financial assistance. During a brief interlude while she drank water, De Zhao suggested, why not start with a smaller venture? Yuan, visibly irked, retorted, brother, open your eyes and see. Every business is built on borrowed funds. Besides, I only need 40,000 more. I believe with that, I will be nearly there. When De Zhao attempted to interject again, Yuan sharply countered, could you be quiet? A grown man with no financial contribution to make. On the 30th, De Zhao continued to follow Yuan as she sought loans. By evening, only 35,000 remained to be raised. They shared a rare dinner at her home, where Yuan, amidst tears and with a glass of wine in hand, lamented the struggles of a girl from the provinces trying to thrive in the capital, voicing the difficulties faced by women entrepreneurs. Exhausted from her emotional outpouring, she looked at De Zhao with red-rimmed eyes and said, De Zhao, you are a good man, but we are not meant to be. What do you mean? De Zhao asked, bewildered. Yuan raised her glass and downed its contents, saying, let us end this, De Zhao. You will find a better woman. De Zhao resisted, unwilling to accept the end, pleading for another chance, promising to change, to be forgiven. A simple request for a few days of calm concluded their quarrel as De Zhao returned home. Later that night, at the dinner table, Pan Feng comforted a tear-streaked Yuan, saying, do not lose heart. De Zhao is not going anywhere. At the Beijing factory dormitory, Xiao noticed De Zhao's forlorn demeanor upon his return and asked, what's wrong, brother? Did you have a spat with your partner? Recognizing Xiao's perceptive nature, De Zhao sought his counsel. After a few minutes of discussion, Xiao, tugging at his bare chin, suggested, what we hear may be misleading. Let us see for ourselves. Tomorrow, we shall visit Tay and investigate before making any decisions. October 1st marked the National Day. Early in the morning, De Zhao and Xiao took sesame cakes and stationed themselves outside Tay, meticulously gathering data. From the moment the doors opened in the morning until they closed late at night, the two spent the entire day in vigil. In the modest eatery, Xiao consumed his meal while calculating figures, and upon receiving the results, he was taken aback. Goodness gracious, sister-in-law was conservative. The revenue for the day exceeds 500,000. He presented the data to De Zhao, excitedly patting him on the shoulder, exclaiming, brother, you are destined for great fortune. You are indeed fortunate to have a sister-in-law like her. However, De Zhao's reaction was markedly different from Xiao's exuberance. With a furrowed brow, he lamented, but Yuan still needs 35,000. Where shall we procure that? His words plunged his brother into silence, and they both drank their sorrows away. As the night drew to a close, Xiao proposed, I can procure the 35,000, but it cannot be a gift. Brothers must keep accounts. Consider it my investment. If you agree, I will have the money for you the day after tomorrow. De Zhao, aware of Xiao's dubious methods, anxiously inquired, where will you acquire such a sum? Xiao narrowed his eyes and replied, that is not for you to worry about. Just tell me, is it acceptable? De Zhao, recalling Yuan's tearful pleas, felt his heart shatter and consented, all right. Xiao, with a sly grin, remarked, "Brother, you truly stand to gain. I provide the 35,000 while you only exert a little effort, yet you will reap the rewards from sister-in-law." Ah, indeed, some people are just more fortunate than others. That evening, De Zhao sought out Yuan to share the news. "The day after tomorrow, I will bring you the money. Darling, you are wonderful. I knew you would not let me down." Yuan exclaimed, showering De Zhao's face with kisses, adding, "I will be waiting to see your performance in a few days." Hearing this, De Zhao nearly lost his balance, his nostrils flaring in earnestness as he affirmed, "You speak truly." Yuan, blushing, playfully retorted, "You are such a bother." Meanwhile, as the couple indulged in their affectionate banter, a shadow stealthily entered the storage room of the Northern Film Factory, retrieving filming equipment based on memory. On the afternoon of the 2nd, Xiao Zhao sold the equipment to an advertising company in Shijingshan. That evening, De Zhao received 35,000 yuan from Xiao Zhao, and together they proceeded to Yuan's residence in Xinjiku. De Zhao showed no restraint, engaging in affectionate exchanges with Yuan in front of Xiao Zhao. Only upon Xiao Zhao's urging did he finally hand the money to Yuan, and the brothers returned home together. Yuan watched from the window as De Zhao and Xiao Zhao descended and rode away on their bicycles, her heart racing with excitement. "Reluctant to part?" A sarcastic voice echoed in her ear, startling her. "Elder brother, you nearly frightened me to death. Are you planning to keep me in suspense alone? That would be impossible. You are my sister, how could I do such a thing?" replied Pan Feng, counting the money from a black bag on the bed before handing Yuan 15,000 yuan. "Go take a bath, then rest. I shall take you to the train station at dawn." Chapter 37. The Elder Brother, Xing Daorong at 3 in the morning. When nearly everyone was lost in slumber, it was arguably the quietest time in the entire city of Beijing. The sound of 3 powerful knocks reverberated through the room, carrying an air of urgency. With a weary expression, Yuan forced herself to sit up, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She glanced at Pan Feng, who was leaning against the headboard and smoking, and mumbled in dissatisfaction, "Brother, do you truly not regard me as one of your own? You're exhausting me to the brink. It's hard to contain my emotions. After all, we are parting ways. Who knows when we shall meet again?" Pan Feng did not perceive Yuan's words as reproach. Rather, he interpreted them as a compliment. He glanced at the time and urged her, "If you dawdle any longer, De Zhao will come looking for you." Upon hearing De Zhao's name, Yuan instantly perked up, no longer needing Pan Feng's encouragement. She hurriedly got up to gather her belongings, diligently wiping away every trace and packing everything into a large black plastic bag. In the early hours, just past midnight, seizing the darkness before dawn, Pan Feng drove Yuan to the train station, preparing for her journey back to her hometown, Shijiazhuang. Upon arriving at the train station, Pan Feng discarded several bags of trash before ushering Yuan inside, insisting on seeing her off. At the departure platform, he remarked, "Yuan, you have truly outsmarted me. Until now, I still believed you hailed from Shijiazhuang." As he gazed at the familiar train, he chuckled and shook his head. "You are a promising young woman. Upon your return, engage earnestly in a small business and steer clear of any misguided paths." "Brother, I don't even know what to call it." A smile illuminated Yuan's fatigued face as she embraced Pan Feng, bidding farewell. "However, the months spent with you have been the happiest of my life. Our paths shall cross again, perhaps in the future. My dear sister, we shall meet again." As Yuan turned to board the train, Pan Feng sincerely replied, "By the way, my name is Xing Daorong." Yuan waved back with a smile, ascending the train bound for Harbin. The next time Pan Feng encounters Yuan, it will be during a tourism boom in Harbin, 33 years later. As the train departed the capital, De Zhao and Xiao Zhao were just rising to have breakfast. "Didn't your sister-in-law mention searching for a shop these days? Let us finish our meal and hasten to assist her." Xiao Zhao slurped his porridge while circling around, saying, "After all, we are residents of the capital. Perhaps we can be of great help. You usually sleep in, but today you not only get up, but also actively help. How refreshing." Xiao Zhao blurted out, "Usually, we're doing others' work. Now we're doing our own. Is it really the same?" After breakfast, the two rode their bicycles, filled with aspirations for a better life, to Yuan's home at Xinjiku. Knock, knock, knock. As Xiao Zhao's knocking grew increasingly urgent and impatient, De Zhao grumbled, "Is this how you knock? You'll ruin her door. Can't you see that Yuan has already left? Who knew your sister-in-law would rise so early?" "De Zhao, did she always wake up this early?" Without a moment's hesitation, De Zhao replied. Even earlier than this. Let us not linger any longer. Let us wait downstairs. While the two Zhaos awaited downstairs, the North Film Studio finally realized that equipment was missing. The studio immediately initiated an internal investigation to trace the whereabouts of the equipment. All personnel capable of using the equipment were urgently gathered to ascertain whether anyone had taken equipment without proper registration. After half a day's investigation, everyone was utterly astonished. The camera from the Beijing Film Studio had gone missing, most likely stolen. It is highly probable that the perpetrator is an insider, as it would be nearly impossible for an outsider to access the studio's equipment. An immediate report to the police was deemed necessary to swiftly identify the infiltrators within the studio. Until the equipment is recovered, all external borrowing of filming equipment at the Beijing Film Studio is to be suspended, and those who have borrowed items must promptly confirm their return dates. Conversations ensued among the group, yet they failed to reach any conclusive understanding. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Tian Zhuang dialed the phone number for the Ning Film Studio and reached Su Guan. How is your post-production coming along? Tian Zhuang inquired. Even through the phone, he could sense Su Guan's elation as he replied. The work has been splendidly executed and is now entirely complete. I will return to Beijing tomorrow morning and will come to see you then. That sounds wonderful. I look forward to welcoming you at my home. After hanging up, Tian Zhuang recalled the incident at the studio and added, by the way, Su Guan, equipment has gone missing from the Beijing Film Studio today. In the future, you must ensure that borrowing equipment is done properly and not in such a haphazard manner as before. Su Guan quickly agreed, saying, fortunately, we finished the film, otherwise, recovering the equipment would be quite a challenge. We owe much to your assistance, director. Haha, let us leave it at that for now. We shall discuss it further upon your return. In the quaint courtyard of Sui Hatong, Guy Li, who had recently returned, finally tidied up the yard. She had added numerous flowers and plants, filling the air with a delightful fragrance that invigorated the entire space. Guy Li gazed contentedly at her handiwork and mused. Everything is ready. I am merely waiting for my troublesome younger brother to return. Otherwise, living alone is rather dreary. Before she could further indulge in her self-praise, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found Chun Hong, adorned in an exquisite floral dress, standing at the entrance with gifts in hand. Look at you, coming here with presents. It's quite bothersome. Chun Hong playfully protested as she presented the gifts to Guy Li. I just happened to pick up a few things. Besides, I can't come here without contributing, can I? Guy Li accepted the gifts and, seizing Chun Hong's hand, pulled her into the yard, teasing, you want to get away with just eating and drinking for free. This evening, you shall be the one to warm my bed. Chun Hong retorted with equal spirit. That sounds splendid. I assure you, I will keep it warmer than Su Guan ever could. Having graduated this year, Chun Hong was assigned to the Youth Art Theater in Beijing, located near Dongdan and not far from Nanluo Guxiang, prompting her visit to catch up with her old classmate. After a lively tour of the courtyard, the two women entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Once the door was closed, they found themselves in a tranquil and liberating little haven. Savoring delectable home-cooked dishes and sipping the red wine brought by Chun Hong, they exchanged risque anecdotes, reveling in the rare pleasure of their companionship. When did you and Su Guan start dating? How long have you been kissing? And how long have you been sleeping together? The conversations between close friends ventured into realms that would astound any man. That night, a slightly inebriated Chun Hong found herself resting in Su Guan's former spot, sharing heartfelt sisterly moments and intimate late-night talks with Guy Li. Time had approached 10 o'clock, beneath the building of Yuan's home at Xinjiku. Zhao and Xiao Zhao were still waiting and hoping for Yuan to return after finishing her work. They waited from morning until noon, and then until nearly midnight. By that time, Yuan had already ventured deep into northeast China. Xiao Zhao gradually lost his patience and questioned, do you think sister-in-law has run away with the money? De Zhao immediately reprimanded him. Nonsense. I will not allow you to speak of your sister-in-law in such a manner. She is not that kind of person. Perhaps she was delayed by some matter. Let us come back tomorrow. Unable to wait any longer, the two decided to return home to rest, with De Zhao hoping to see Yuan, whom he had missed all day, first thing in the morning. Upon returning home, they heard about the incident of stolen filming equipment at the North Film Factory. De Zhao glanced at Xiao Zhao but remained silent, thinking to himself, Xiao Zhao is doing this for the happiness of the three of us. Xiao Zhao meticulously recalled the events leading up to his theft of the equipment from the North Film Factory, and after confirming that he had overlooked nothing, He finally allowed himself to sleep soundly, determined to wake early the next morning without fail until he found his sister-in-law. Chapter 38. In this bed, as Xiao Zhao returned home, an unsettling feeling grew within him, causing him to toss and turn in bed. After an arduous wait until dawn, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he dragged De Zhao to Yuan's doorstep. They knocked and pounded on the door in various ways. Yet there was no response from within. Xiao Zhao shouted through the crack of the door, "Sister-in-law, I beg you, if you are there, please reply." Not satisfied with just his own voice, he urged De Zhao to join in the call, while De Zhao, still clinging to hope, leaned against the door and called out, Yuan. Suddenly, Xiao Zhao asked, "Brother, what is sister-in-law's full name?" De Zhao was taken aback by the unexpected question, stammering, "Gao. Her surname is Gao." Xiao Zhao had no doubts, thinking to himself that De Zhao surely wouldn't be oblivious to his sister-in-law's surname. He pressed his ear against the door and shouted, "Sister-in-law. Yuan, Gao Yuan." As his urgency escalated, so did his frustration, leading him to kick the door in a fit of desperation. Thud, thud, thud. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks, and with a final forceful kick, the door burst open. The two rushed inside, only to be met with an astonishing sight. The room was entirely empty, devoid of any belongings. Not even a single hair remained. Xiao Zhao questioned whether he had kicked down the wrong door, rushing back to verify. No mistake. He recalled distinctly witnessing De Zhao embrace Yuan right there. What on earth? In the room, aside from the non-recyclable trash in the wastebasket beside the bed, there was truly nothing left. Upon seeing the rubbish, De Zhao felt a wave of nausea wash over him, as if his very spirit were trembling. Oh my goodness! Xiao Zhao, losing control of his emotions, began to pound the wall, while De Zhao squatted in front of the trash can, attempting to discern a scent that was not Yuan's roses. After tiring himself out and feeling a pang of sadness, their emotions gradually stabilized. Sitting on Yuan's bed, chain-smoking one cigarette after another, De Zhao remarked, at this point, "The only option left is to call the police. Brother, we absolutely cannot call the police. That money was what I acquired by trading equipment from the North Film Factory. If I report it, I am finished." De Zhao pondered for a long while before exclaiming, "Well, let us hope that we can find Yuan and retrieve your money. After all, it is not our own money. If it is lost, so be it." Xiao Zhao, ever the self-soother, suddenly recalled the romance between De Zhao and Yuan, and asked, "By the way, brother, have you and Yuan shared a bed?" Xiao Zhao always had a knack for posing unexpected questions. "Of course we have. We've been intimate several times." De Zhao erupted, standing up and pointing at the bed, saying, "Right here, on this very bed." De Zhao felt aggrieved. Unable to locate the person, he could only accept his misfortune, dejectedly cycling home as if mourning a loss. Panfeng, having learned from Yuan that it was Xiao Zhao who provided the funds, coupled with the news of the stolen equipment from the Beijing Film Studio, nearly concluded that Xiao Zhao had pilfered the equipment to finance Yuan. In the following days, Panfeng often wandered through the streets and alleys of the capital, attempting to locate the stolen equipment. Reporting anonymously might not bring Xiao Zhao down, but finding the filming equipment felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. The next morning, after meandering near Xinjiku for a considerable time, Panfeng checked the time and estimated that Su Guan would soon arrive at the station, prompting him to drive to the train station. Upon meeting Su Guan, before Panfeng could utter a word, Su Guan embraced him tightly, giving a few hearty pats on his back, saying, "Let us go. We must help move the film reels first, and we can talk later. Brother, I find filmmaking utterly uninteresting now. You know I am heartbroken." Along the way, Panfeng incessantly chattered, and Su Guan had no choice but to indulge him. The car finally halted at the entrance of Nanluoguxiang, where Panfeng stopped the vehicle, retrieving 15,000 yuan from a black plastic bag, stating, "This is for you. Yuan is truly a wonderful girl. We didn't exhaust the capital and even made a profit in the end." Su Guan, without glancing at him, promptly stowed the money in his bag, saying, "As for the equipment from the Beijing Film Studio, we must remain vigilant, keeping an eye on the advertisers. Others lack the spare cash to purchase equipment. Once confirmed, we shall report anonymously and ensure Xiao Zhao faces a few years of hard labor." Panfeng nodded vigorously in agreement. "All right. I will keep an eye on the advertisers over the next few days. Well then, I shall take my leave. I will call Zhao Xiaoding, and we can gather together," Su Guan said before opening the car door and alighting. carrying the film reels as he traversed through the narrow alley into the courtyard. Guy Li was busy in the fragrant garden, tending to the winter clothing of the two, primarily cotton jackets and trousers. Upon hearing the commotion, she set down Su Guan's tattered cotton jacket, swiftly darting towards Su Guan and enveloping him in a tight embrace. With her head nestled against his chest, she exclaimed, "Stinky little brother, you have finally returned. If you had not come back soon, I would have gone to Yinchuan to find you." Su Guan set down the film reels and held her for a moment before releasing her, saying, "Sisterly, wait until I finish organizing the film reels." Guy Li pouted, gazing up at Su Guan's noticeably gaunt face, saying, "You only care about your films and show no concern for me?" Su Guan chuckled, "What can I do during the day? I will show you care tonight." Guy Li bashfully tapped her small fists a few times and exclaimed, "You become indecent after just a few words. All right, you continue with your film, while I tidy up your tattered cotton coat and pants." After Su Guan set aside the film copy, he indulged in a refreshing shower, yet emerged feeling even more fatigued. Overcome by drowsiness, he succumbed to sleep as soon as he lay down. When dinner time arrived, Guy Li roused him for a meal. After devouring 2 bowls of noodles with egg sauce, the couple retreated to the bedroom early, extinguishing the lights to prepare for slumber. After an hour of preparation, Su Guan turned to Guy Li, who was already nestled in bed, and proposed, "Let us visit director Tian Zhuang's home tomorrow. He has contributed significantly to the film and has even introduced us to a female lead, so it is only fitting we express our gratitude." The night concealed Guy Li's flushed face as she sweetly replied, "I will follow your lead." The following morning, Guy Li felt invigorated and radiant as she busied herself with breakfast. Su Guan wandered about the courtyard, discovering that his bedroom had been transformed into a study. After enjoying millet porridge, pickles, and a boiled egg, the pair set out to procure gifts, mindful of the decorum and appearance necessary for their visit. By nearly 11 o'clock, Su Guan took Guy Li, carrying turtle essence and Maotai liquor, to director Tian Zhuang's residence. Upon entering the room, they soon realized that director Tian had a guest. He promptly called out to Su Guan and Guy Li, introducing them to a tall figure. "You should recognize this gentleman. He is director Wong Kar-wai from Hong Kong." At that moment, Wong Kar-wai had yet to earn his moniker as Sunglasses King, appearing rather scholarly in glasses, a white shirt tucked into his trousers, resembling a leader from some official department. In Chapter 39, Sending to Berlin, Su Guan shook hands with Wong Kar-wai, while Tian Zhuang introduced Su Guan. "This is Su Guan, a promising new director from our film academy, who just graduated last year and independently funded a film." Wong Kar-wai, well acquainted with film production in mainland China, expressed his astonishment. "You self-funded? Is it a feature film?" After Tian Zhuang nodded, Wong Kar-wai praised, "Young man, truly remarkable. This is Guy Li, Su Guan's girlfriend, an exceptional actress." Tian Zhuang added. Once the introduction was complete, Guy Li interjected, "Director Wong, it's a pleasure to meet you. You three enjoy your conversation. I shall assist sister-in-law." As the three settled down to converse, Su Guan gleaned from director Tian that Wong Kar-wai was in Beijing for work at the film studio and that they had previously known each other. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Zhuang invited Wong Kar-wai for a visit to share a meal and discuss cinema. The discussion among directors inevitably circled around the craft of female actors and the art of filmmaking, and today was no exception. Wong Kar-wai, speaking in impeccable Mandarin, inquired, "What is the central theme of your film?" Su Guan took a sip of water before articulating the essence of his film. Wong, having lived in Shanghai and Hong Kong, was somewhat unfamiliar with matters concerning Northeast China, and asked, "Do such things still occur in Northeast China?" Su Guan refrained from a direct answer, merely stating, "All is done for the sake of survival, out of necessity." As Tian Zhuang refilled Wong Kar-wai's tea, Su Guan quickly took the kettle to serve himself. Tian Zhuang remarked, "Su Guan, isn't your film completed? This afternoon, let us gather in the screening room at the Beijing Film Studio, where director Wong can provide his insights." Su Guanjing, troubled by his inability to submit to the film festival, glanced at the clock on the wall and felt a surge of joy. "Wonderful. There is still some time before noon for lunch. I shall return to fetch the copy, and after our meal, we will screen it at the studio." Su Guanjing entered the kitchen and requested the key from Guy Li, instructing, "Stay here comfortably. I will return shortly with the film copy." As soon as Su departed, Tian Zhuang glanced around the kitchen and quietly remarked to Wang Jiawei, "Su Guanjing is quite remarkable. He has harbored a profound love for cinema since childhood and studied scriptwriting at the Beijing Film Academy. His family has all passed, and he hasn't even been assigned a position yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiawei sighed. Indeed, what a challenging journey. It must be arduous to face such trials on his first film. Let us watch the film after lunch, and if the quality is satisfactory, we shall discuss it further. What do you think? Wang Jiawei proposed, to which Tian Zhuang reluctantly agreed. Very well, we shall discuss it after viewing the film. Su Guanjing hailed a minivan at the entrance of the alley and instructed the driver, please wait for me just a few moments. I will gather my things, and then we shall depart back to where I boarded. A few minutes later, Su hurriedly returned with the film copy and made his way to Tian Zhuang's residence, arriving just in time for the meal. Wang Jiawei, not fond of drinking, and Tian Zhuang, preoccupied with thoughts of the afternoon's screening, concluded their meal before 2 o'clock. Su, carrying the film copy, followed Tian Zhuang to the screening room at the Beijing Film Studio. Tian Zhuang greeted the projectionist, and they all settled in, preparing to watch La Bang Tao. As the lights dimmed and the screen illuminated, the film opened with Xia Zhu and Jia Dongshu sharing a meal on a heated Kong. With just a few lines of dialogue and a few authentic Northeastern dishes, the background of Xia Zhu and Jia Dongshu was established clearly and concisely, showcasing an economy of language with rich visual storytelling. As the film approached its poignant conclusion, Xia Zhu appeared complex, swallowing hard amidst the bizarre smile of Bang Gong. The 93-minute screening ultimately drew to a close. Though not excessively long, it affirmed Tian Zhuang's discerning eye, allowing Guy Li to further appreciate Su Guanjing's strengths, and revealing Su Guanjing's talent and potential to Wang Jiawei. After a smattering of applause, Tian Zhuang leaned in to check if there were any outsiders in the screening room, and quietly asked Wang Jiawei, what did you think of the film? Did it suit your taste? It was exceptionally well made. This is the first time I have witnessed such profound cinema from the Northeast. Wang Jiawei understood Tian Zhuang's implications. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Su Guanjing. You have done remarkably well, especially for a first-time filmmaker. Su humbly replied, without the support of my elders and friends, I surely would not have been able to complete this project. Director Tian Zhuang approached Su Guanjing and advised Su, this underground film must be taken to the film festival to sell its rights. Otherwise, it will gather dust at home. Presently, it may prove difficult to send copies abroad from within the country. Su nodded in silence, and Tian Zhuang turned to Wang Jiawei, saying, Old Wang, having seen the film and recognizing its quality, could you possibly lend a hand? Wang Jiawei pondered thoughtfully and tentatively suggested, Su Guan, if you trust me, please hand over the film copy. Naturally, Su Guan had faith in director Wang and replied, I will deliver the film copy to you shortly. To clarify any potential misunderstanding, Wang Jiawei elaborated, once the copy clears customs smoothly, I will promptly send it to you for the Berlin Film Festival. This year, I have days of being while participating, and director Tian has the great eunuch in the festival as well. Upon my arrival in Hong Kong, I will extend an invitation for you to join me in Berlin under the banner of Days of Being Wild. Please ensure your passport and visa are ready. Otherwise, how can we sell the film if you cannot attend? This heartfelt assurance deeply moved Su Guan, who eagerly invited Wang Jiawei and Tian Zhuang to continue their revelry that evening. Tian Zhuang chuckled, saying, when you return from Berlin, we shall celebrate your success. After glancing at the time, Wang Jiawei decided it was time to take his leave, as he had other matters to attend to. Su Guan accompanied Wang Jiawei to his hotel room, where he entrusted the film copy to his assistant. Thus, the submission of the gang to the film festival had finally found its path. Domestic directors typically refrained from sending underground films independently, as any misstep could result in severe reprimands. A few days later, Su Guan learned from Tian Zhuang that the copy of the gang had been placed in Wang Jiawei's assistant's suitcase and had successfully crossed customs into Hong Kong. Upon its arrival, Wang Jiawei promptly sent it off to the Berlin Film Festival, with no complications whatsoever. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted. Since Wang Jiawei took the copy of the gang, Su Guan and Guy Li found themselves enjoying a leisurely existence. Aside from attending the 40th anniversary celebration at Beijing Film Academy on October 20th, their daily routine consisted solely of dining and sleeping. After indulging in sleep, Su Guan could not help but admire Guy Li, a former dancer, whose gracefulness allowed her to effortlessly execute various challenging poses. At the beginning of November, the night air in the capital was still cool, as the heating had yet to be turned on. After finishing dinner, Guy Li was in the kitchen washing dishes, while Su Guan sat in the dining room, sipping on highball, attempting to rid himself of any lingering greasiness. Brother, Pan Feng burst into the courtyard with enthusiasm. After sitting for no more than 3 minutes without smoking or drinking tea, he exclaimed, "Brother, staying at home is rather dull. Let us go out and have some fun." Zhao shouting, and the others are around. Guan glanced at Guy Li, who was tidying up the dishes, and was about to request a day off when he heard her gently say, "Drink less, return early, and don't go dancing." "What dancing am I going to do?" Guan replied, pulling Pan Feng along. "Let's go." Chapter 40. My suffering brother exiting the courtyard and traversing the Sui Hatong. Pan Feng excitedly ushered Guan into a van. Guan fastened his seatbelt, but Pan Feng showed no intention of starting the vehicle. Instead, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering some to Guan while tilting his head and saying, "Recently, I was unable to locate the filming equipment lost at the Beijing Film Studio, so I continued shooting commercials with Xiaoding." "I am aware of that," Guan replied, gesturing with his lighter for Pan Feng to continue. "A few days ago, we undertook a commercial shoot for clothing. As soon as the equipment was set up, Xiaoding remarked on how effortlessly it operated, reminiscent of the equipment we had used before." Su observed Pan Feng's gaze, speculating. Could it be the equipment from the Beijing Film Studio? Pan Feng, brimming with excitement, gesticulated animatedly, proclaiming, "If you weren't my brother, I would think you're the director." Xiaoding took a closer look and immediately recognized it, concluding that not only was it the filming equipment reported missing from the studio, but it was also the very equipment we had previously used. The prolonged search for the lost filming gear had kept Zhao and Xiao Zhao in a frenzy, but now we could finally resume our operations with them. Su, still cautious, confirmed, "Have you inquired thoroughly? Are you certain it was Xiao Zhao who stole it, and not borrowed by an advertising company?" Pan Feng, with unwavering confidence, thumped his chest and asserted, "I have verified every detail. Even the time of the transaction and the appearance of the seller. It's undoubtedly Xiao Zhao." Su, exercising caution, suggested, "Perhaps you should wait a bit before reporting them. First, ensure Zhao and Xiaoding receive the full payment and allow some time to pass. It would be best if they used the equipment a few more times. We must avoid drawing attention to ourselves. Rest assured." With the serious matter concluded, Pan Feng, feeling slightly restless, invited, "Brother, shall we go dancing? It's far too chilly." "What nonsense is this?" Su retorted as he stepped out of the car, closing the door and leaning against the window to address Pan Feng. "I dance splendidly at home with Guy Li. Why would I join you in your raucous revelry?" Guy Li, who had just finished tidying the kitchen, was quite surprised to see Su return so early. "What's the matter? Why are you back so soon? Did the girls fail to impress, or was the service lacking?" Su lamented, "Pan Feng is utterly unreliable." He took a sip of lukewarm water to soothe his parched throat and continued his tirade. "After all this, we still end up going dancing. I opposed this from the start. I have a perfectly good dance partner at home. Why would I venture out to dance?" After Guy Li arranged the dishes and washed her hands, she pointed toward the door and, pulling the kitchen lights cord, indicated it was time to leave the kitchen for the dining area. As they walked through the courtyard, before reaching the bedroom, Guy Li wrapped her arms around Su's waist and asked, "Do you truly wish to dance?" Su replied firmly, "Not at all." Once inside the bedroom, Su freshened up and leaned against the headboard, perusing a magazine. The publication, a popular film magazine from the late 80s and early 90s, featured a cover with the stylish and slender Ningxia. Suddenly, Guy Li entered the bedroom gracefully clad in a black sleeveless ballet practice outfit. As Su tossed the magazine aside, he became invigorated, leaping from the bed and exclaiming, "Today, the king of esoteric dance from the Northeast shall meet you. The queen of dance from Qingdao." Guy Li, noticing the fervor in Su's eyes, giggled with delight and inquired, "Do you enjoy dancing?" "Ah, art. Who doesn't he appreciate art?" Guy Li replied, adjusting her stance with a few pats on her chest, before demonstrating the ballet techniques she had honed over the years. "I shall dance too." The king of esoteric dance swiftly joined in, and together they practiced their dance skills. Clad in black attire that accentuated her fair skin, Guy Li resembled a graceful swan, embodying elegance and lightness, tinged with a hint of melancholy and allure. From the moment the two practitioners began earnestly honing their skills, they did not cease their duet of ballet until they were utterly exhausted. In mid-November, just when the public was on the verge of forgetting about the lost filming equipment, the Beijing Film Studio unexpectedly received an anonymous tip-off from someone claiming to be a member of the Chaoyang masses, alleging that Zhao De and Zhao Xiao had illicitly purchased filming apparatus. Director Cheng Jigu, infuriated by the contents of the letter, slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed, "Damn it, a thief within the household." If you dare to act, do not blame me for being unmerciful. That very afternoon, the Baitazwang police station responded decisively to the report from the Beijing Film Studio. In broad daylight, they apprehended Zhao De and Zhao Xiao within the studio's residential compound. Within mere hours, rumors of the duo's theft of filming equipment spread like wildfire throughout the entire studio. Later that evening, in Shijingshan, as an advertising company was preparing to close for the day, a group of police officers entered the owner's office and took away the proprietor, Li Changfa. In an instant, the entire company was engulfed in turmoil. At the Taiping Zhuang police station that night, several officers interrogated Zhao De, Zhao Xiao, and Li Changfa to ascertain the details of the incident. It emerged that either Zhao De or Zhao Xiao had stealthily infiltrated the warehouse of the Beijing Film Studio under the cover of night to steal an expensive set of imported filming equipment, which they then attempted to sell in Shijingshan. Li Changfa, seeking a bargain, unwittingly purchased the stolen goods, thus finding himself embroiled in a predicament he did not deserve. However, it remained unclear whether the theft was solely the work of Zhao De or Zhao Xiao, or if both were complicit. Officer, I truly did not take anything. I have no need for money and no reason to steal. Officer, you cannot convict an innocent person based solely on a baseless accusation. The interrogation was far from smooth, as both Zhao De and Zhao Xiao maintained their innocence, insisting they had neither stolen nor sold anything. Bring Li Changfa in. The senior officer instructed a younger colleague to fetch the witness, turning back to the two Zhaos. Let us see how long you can hold on to your stubbornness. The two were completely unfamiliar with Li Changfa and exchanged puzzled glances. Li Changfa? Who is Li Changfa? Moments later, Li Changfa was ushered into the interrogation room, and upon recognizing him, Zhao Xiao began to fidget anxiously. It was I who took it. Before Li Changfa could identify anyone, Zhao De confessed, claiming responsibility for the theft. A few simple words brought tears to Zhao Xiao's eyes, nearly overwhelming him with emotion, as he silently cried out for his brother who had endured so much. Li Changfa, observing the two brothers who bore a striking resemblance, was initially confused, but upon Zhao De's sudden admission, he too concluded that it was Zhao De who had stolen and sold the equipment. Thus, the truth of the theft at the Beijing Film Studio was unveiled. Zhao De had a girlfriend named Yuan from Shijiazhuang who required funds to invest in her business, prompting him to sneak into the studio's warehouse and steal filming equipment for sale in Shijingshan. The entire case was now clear-cut with complete evidence. Yet locating the girlfriend from Shijiazhuang would require additional time. The following morning, personnel from the Beijing Film Studio arrived at the police station, identified the stolen filming equipment, and successfully reclaimed their lost property. As for Li Changfa, who had unwittingly spent money on the stolen equipment, this matter was deemed a civil dispute rather than a criminal case. This matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of the police station and must be coordinated privately by Zhao De, Zhao Xiao, and Li Changfa. Zhao Xiao, who was aware yet failed to report, was detained for 15 days, while the fate of Zhao De remains contingent upon the court's ruling. Chapter 41. Daily life. Not long after Zhao De and Zhao Xiao entered, Guan received an invitation from Wang Jiawei, prompting him to begin the arduous process of obtaining a passport and visa. In this era, the procedures for acquiring a passport and visa are exceedingly complex and cumbersome. It often takes several months to finalize. After navigating through layers of scrutiny from foreign invitations, employer certifications, and various bureaucratic entities, one might eventually secure the necessary documents. By mid-November, the capital had already succumbed to winter. The mornings and evenings were particularly frigid, and with the heating not yet operational, it was the most uncomfortable time of the year. That afternoon, Chen Hong exited the youth theater and strolled eastward for a minute before entering the vegetable market at Dongdan, where she selected and purchased an assortment of vegetables along with beef and lamb. The cold weather called for something warm, as Chen Hong was once again invited to a dinner gathering at her close friend's home. After completing her shopping, she hailed a minibus that whisked her away to Nanluo Guxiang. Upon alighting, she passed through the alley, carrying her groceries into the small courtyard. Hong, you're quite something. You always bring this, and that every time you come, Guy Li exclaimed, clutching the beef and lamb Chen Hong had purchased. She gestured toward the considerable amount of meat on the table that she had brought herself, saying, Look, I've bought just as much. How are we ever going to finish it all? In response to Guy Li's comment, Chen Hong smirked. I wondered why you called me over for dinner. Turns out your man isn't home, huh? Confess, are you feeling a bit lonely and cold? Guy Li laughed and defended herself. Yes, that's why I invited you. Come warm my bed tonight. When Su Guan returns next time, I'll introduce you two properly. Oh, wait, you've met before, haven't you? Chun Hong squinted in recollection. I don't remember much, just that he had a head full of thick, black hair. The long hair was a sensitive topic for Su Guan, one he preferred to avoid, just as Guy Li did. At the dining table, a copper pot was set up, and as Guy Li fiddled with the fire, she rolled her eyes and remarked, he has had it shaved for ages. You must have forgotten. It was during your visit when he got a buzz cut in the yard in the middle of winter. Chun Hong arranged the beef and lamb on a plate and suddenly recalled, oh, you were smitten then, weren't you? Guy Li poured hot water from a thermos into the copper pot, saying, at that time, we didn't even know each other. It was my first time meeting him. And what about your boyfriend? Chun Hong inquired. Guy Li promptly corrected her, it's boyfriend, not just man. That's too crude. He has gone to Yinchuan for some official documentation and will return in a few days. Chun Hong continued to tease. So you thought of me during his absence? You're quite amusing. Are you afraid I'll steal your boyfriend? Guy Li chuckled awkwardly. All right, let us sit down and eat. I've already prepared the sesame sauce for you. Chun Hong washed her slightly greasy hands and accepted the sweet garlic from Guy Li, seating herself comfortably. She picked up her chopsticks, dipped several slices of lamb into the bubbling broth, and gently swirled them until they turned a tender shade. Once properly cooked, she swiftly retrieved them, rolled them in the sesame sauce, and popped them into her mouth, savoring the exquisite tenderness of the lamb that invigorated her entire being. Comfortably unable to restrain her emotions, she recited, newly brewed wine with green ants, a small stove of red clay. As evening approaches, the sky threatens snow. Can one drink a cup? If one wishes to indulge in wine, why not simply say so, instead of reciting poetry to me? With that, Guy Li rose to fetch the wine in cups. In a moment, she deftly twisted off the cap and poured a generous amount of liquor, inquiring, shall we drink freely tonight and then sleep right here? Certainly, one must accompany a gentleman even at the cost of one's life. Guy Li stood up, saying, wait for me. I shall close the door, so we can drink without worry, and you needn't fear being ravaged by a weasel. Once the door was shut, the small courtyard transformed into a private sanctuary of freedom. The two of them, sharing cup after cup, soon finished over a bottle of erguo too. Under the warm glow of the lights, their faces flushed with color, one a rosy apple, the other a seed-spitting apple, each with its own charm, leaving one salivating. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Guy Li was about to open the second bottle, she wondered aloud, at this hour, who could be knocking? I am not familiar with anyone around here. Chun Hong smiled and teased. Well, Li Li, who would have thought you were quite the socialite? It seems you are not just entertaining Su Guan. Guy Li rolled her eyes at Chun Hong, retorting, oh, perhaps Su Guan has returned. Sit tight while I check. Upon opening the door, she was met with Su Guan, weary and travel-worn, who exclaimed, why are you back at this hour? Catching the scent of alcohol wafting from Guy Li, he replied sarcastically, you find it strange. And I find it even stranger. While I'm away, who are you two drinking with, to the point of drunkenness? After saying this, Su Guan attempted to enter, but Guy Li quickly blocked his way, saying, could you please remain outside for the night? Chun Hong is here. Su Guan, displeased, responded, just because Chun Hong is here, I must spend the night outside. What sense does that make? Besides, can we be sure it's really Chun Hong inside? Guy Li, sensing the tension, frowned and asked, do you doubt me? Su Guan, perplexed, replied, I come home to find you inebriated and blocking my entry. It is evident there is someone else here. Yet you refuse to let me see them. So, you imply that I am the one being suspicious? Realizing the futility of explaining, Guy Li decided to let the weasel in, stating, come, enter and see for yourself who my lover is. I assure you they surpass you in every way. As Su Guan followed Guy Li into the dining room, he discovered it was indeed Chun Hong. Before he could greet her, Guy Li plopped down on a chair, sulking. Observing Guy Li's demeanor, Chun Hong immediately turned to Su Guan, demanding, what have you done to our dear Li Li? She has only been out for a short while, and look how upset she is. Guy Li pouted, addressing Chun Hong. This man is no good. He dares to suspect me of infidelity. Chun Hong, astonished, asked, Li Li, did you not tell him it was me? Guy Li retorted, I did, right from the start. But he simply refuses to believe me. Chun Hong, more perplexed, inquired, it's just a few steps. He could come in and see for himself. Now it was Guy Li's turn to fall silent. Could she admit that she didn't want Su Guan to see Chun Hong? No, she could not. All she could do was grumble, let us drink until we can drink no more, After all, no one cares. With that, she noticed Su Guan quietly indulging in meat, completely ignoring her complaints. After sharing a drink with Gaily, Chun Hong inquired, Su Guan, would you like to join us? Just as Gaily was about to respond, Su Guan spoke up, you should indulge a little, after such a bumpy journey. It's the perfect remedy for fatigue and a good night's sleep. With a few rounds of spirits consumed, the lively atmosphere that had been interrupted by Su Guan's arrival ignited once more with fervor. Chapter 42. The trio's daily life. Gaily, savoring the taste, set down her cup and asked Su Guan, what brings you back so soon? Weren't you supposed to stay away for a few more days? Su Guan, famished, spoke with his mouth full of lamb. Everything went smoothly, so I returned early. I wanted to surprise you. Gaily rolled her eyes and clinked glasses with Chun Hong, remarking, Hong, do you think there's a complete lack of trust between people? It's only been a short while, and Su Guan is already plotting to catch me in the act. Chun Hong burst into laughter, drunkenly slapping Su Guan on the shoulder. Su Guan, had you arrived any later, you might have truly caught her in the act. The table was laden with meat, devoid of vegetables or tofu, and had he delayed, who knows what might have transpired. Su Guan, at a loss for words, picked up the last piece of lamb from his plate and queried, is there any meat left? Observing Su Guan's weary appearance, Gaily swayed as she stood up to fetch him more meat. Su Guan quickly interjected, no need to get up. You might fall. I'll get it. He then rummaged through the refrigerator, retrieved a package of lamb, opened it, and began to cook, asking, are you two planning to continue drinking? At that moment, Chun Hong was not keen on drinking anymore, yet Gaily began to insist, we must drink. Su Guan, you must join us. Chun Hong hesitated, saying, Lily, let us not. I need to head back. Gaily persisted, didn't we agree? You're sleeping with me tonight. Chun Hong, blushing, retorted, stop talking nonsense. Su Guan is back now. Gaily shot back, don't worry, I won't let you sleep with Su Guan. Su Guan, equally bemused, raised a glass with Chun Hong, saying, Lily is just tipsy, ignore her. I'm not drunk. Gaily protested. Su Guan chose to disregard her, continuing to eat after sharing a drink. Gaily and Chun Hong occasionally urged Su Guan to join them for a toast, though mostly the two women continued to drink together. As the second bottle of wine neared its end, the two women sat in their chairs, giggling foolishly, their conversation dwindling to silence, utterly exhausted. Su Guan felt he was nearly full after a few more bites, and said, just wait a moment. I'll finish up and then arrange for you both to rest. A few minutes later, after finishing the lamb, Su Guan extinguished the flame and carried Gaily to the bedroom. Before he could set her down, Gaily wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. After a brief moment, Su Guan said, be good. Chun Hong is still here. We'll talk later. Gaily, inebriated and seeing double, pouted in dissatisfaction. Ignoring her, Su Guan returned to the dining area to assist Chun Hong, only to find her swaying and repeatedly stating, I need to use the restroom. Observing her condition, Su Guan thought that once inside, she likely wouldn't be able to stand either. In the yard, Chun Hong was resolved. And once the matter was settled, she was unceremoniously tossed into the blankets of her bed. After ensuring the two were properly covered, Su Guan intended to return to his own room. Yet, just as he was about to step out, a thud echoed, and upon looking back, he discovered Chun Hong had fallen to the ground. With a sigh, he lifted her back onto the bed, tucked her in, and then retrieved another blanket from the cupboard to wrap around himself before squeezing into the bed beside her. Before long, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring, 2 delicate snores and 1 robust. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Chun Hong peered through the window at the sky, gauging the time. She quietly rose, intending to return to the theater. As she passed through the yard, the absurd events of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush like the morning sky. With a stomp of her foot, she exited the courtyard and headed back to the youth theater. Once Gaily awakened, she propped herself up, resting her face just 10 centimeters from Su Guan's, her eyes scrutinizing him. At that moment, Su Guan happened to awaken, letting out a startled cry as his head fell to the floor. Rising, he scolded, Gaily, are you out of your mind? You can scare someone to death. Gaily, not particularly ladylike, rubbed her eyes and, aware of her own misstep, changed the subject. Where's Chun Hong? Su Guan nestled back under the covers, replying, sisterly, you woke up first. Besides, you two were sharing a blanket. How would I know where she is? Gaily crawled into Su Guan's blanket and inquired, are you hungry? He responded, not yet. Yesterday's lamb is still settling. Gaily, pleased with the notion, suggested, if you're not hungry, Let's sleep a little longer and get up when we are. Su Guan nodded, then teasingly pushed Guy Li away, remarking, "So even beauties have a morning scent." Guy Li leaned closer and replied, "It's the same for everyone. Let us not judge each other and just sleep." Later that morning, or rather, early afternoon, Su Guan awoke, pushing away the encumbrances upon him. Stretching his body and gently opening his eyes, he was greeted by the warm rays of early winter sunlight streaming in. Upon glancing at the wall clock, he was startled, muttering, "How long have I been asleep?" Turning his head, he noticed Guy Li, her smooth shoulder exposed, peacefully clutching her arms in slumber, her legs tangled around his in a tight embrace. "Time to rise," he urged, nudging Guy Li, but she merely groaned and drifted back to sleep. In a rather uncouth manner, Su Guan yanked the covers completely away, exposing both himself and Guy Li to the bright light of day. Contrary to his expectations, Guy Li did not spring up like a startled rabbit, but instead pulled the blanket back over herself, pouting playfully, "Be a dear. If you're hungry, go buy something to eat. Let me sleep a little longer." After washing up, Su Guan traversed the narrow alley of the Sui Hutong and arrived at Nanlu Guxiang. He paused at the entrance of a restaurant, eyeing the large pot out front, but hesitated before ultimately deciding to walk away. It was better to let Su Fingyan handle things. He didn't want to risk another mishap over a simple dish. After enjoying a bowl of authentic Shaanxi knife-cut noodles, Su Guan visited a nearby market to procure several days' worth of fresh vegetables and meat, preparing to hibernate through the winter days ahead. At noon, the alley was almost deserted, with Su Guan carrying a large bag filled with poultry, fish, and vegetables, the sunlight casting a weary pallor over his face. As he unsteadily returned to the courtyard, he found Guy Li already awake, tidying up Su Guan's belongings and dirty laundry. Observing Su Guan's fatigue as he struggled with the heavy load, Guy Li could not help but inquire, "Are you feeling a bit tired? Your complexion doesn't look good. Didn't you just sleep all morning?" Su Guan immediately dropped the bag in exasperation. "Tired? Sisterly, I've been jostled all the way from Yinchuan, and just as I arrived home, you pulled me into drinking. Then I had to attend to both of you ladies while you slept. I even had to cater to you in the morning. How could I not be exhausted?" Guy Li paused her chores and asked, "How did you attend to Chen Hong?" "Not much attending, really." Su Guan gestured animatedly. "I just carried you into the bedroom. Then went to take care of things. Remember, it was Chen Hong I was attending to. After I placed you on the bed, just as I was about to leave, Chen Hong fell to the floor. I ended up wrapping myself in a blanket and sleeping on the outer edge, and that was it." Guy Li teased with a bright smile. "Was there nothing else?" "No." Su Guan replied firmly before adding, "I am indeed a bit tired. Under normal circumstances, I could saute kidney slices without any seasoning, but yesterday was rather exceptional." Chapter 43. Zhao Fengming at the end of November, in the Sujiechuo Detention Center of Hating District. Xiao Zhao was summoned for an educational talk by the guards, followed by a physical examination and inventory of his belongings upon arrest, after which he signed documents and pressed his thumbprint. That night, Xiao Zhao organized all his possessions and donned a new outfit sent by his mother. He was so excited that he could hardly sleep, baking pancakes throughout the night and rising early to cover for a fellow inmate on duty until dawn. Skipping breakfast, he saved his appetite for his favorite fermented mung bean drink. "Who's going out today?" Xiao Zhao sprang up and boldly declared, "Report to the guard. I'm going out." By 9 o'clock, Xiao Zhao exited the detention center. After walking 2 miles, he flagged down a van, exclaiming, "Driver, to the North Film Factory's residential area." The driver glanced at Xiao Zhao and asked, "Just released?" Xiao Zhao retorted in a thick Beijing accent, "I work at the North Film Factory. Here for inspiration from the detention center. Don't make baseless comments. Just drive your vehicle and stop babbling about the sea." The journey was quiet, and upon arriving at the North Film Factory's residential area, Xiao Zhao quickly entered a nearby breakfast shop to indulge in a hearty serving of fermented mung bean drink. He then purchased a wide-brimmed hat and made his way home, familiar with the route. Both Zhao and Xiao Zhao had been dismissed from the North Film Factory, yet their parents still resided there, allowing them to continue living in the factory's residential area. Ascending the 3rd floor, as soon as he entered the door, Xiao Zhao felt an urge to return to the detention center. Li Changfa lounged on the living room sofa with 5 or 6 others. Li Changfa remarked, "Xiao Zhao, if it weren't for a reminder from below, I would have genuinely believed your deception." Xiao Zhao, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? What are you pretending for? Wasn't it you who stole the equipment? And didn't your older brother take the blame for you? Just as well, I've also done nothing and am owed money." Xiao Zhao felt overwhelmed with sorrow and a longing to return. The talent within the institute was remarkable, and their words were melodious, which he greatly admired. Under the disappointed gaze of his parents and the coercion of Li Changfa, he reluctantly signed a debt note with specified interest, placing his handprint upon it. I can allow you to owe, but there must be a deadline, right? I will give you time to gather the funds, but if you fail to repay by then, I shall not be courteous. Li Changfa taunted, patting Xiao Zhao's face before swaggering away. Xiao Zhao remained indoors all afternoon, and during dinner, he confessed to his father. I have brought shame upon you. This entire situation stems from that wretched Yuan. Tomorrow, I plan to go to Shijiazhuang to find her. Before bed, his mother tearfully handed him the household money, saying, take this for your journey. Whether you find her or not, you must return. At dawn, coinciding with Yuan's departure from Beijing, Xiao Zhao set off from the North Film Factory's residential area, determined. Yuan in Shijiazhuang, you better wait for me. When I find you, I will make you pay. Upon arriving in Shijiazhuang, Xiao Zhao found himself bewildered. Was it Yuan, or perhaps another name entirely? In restaurants, bus stations, and clothing shops, he inquired of passers-by, have you seen a tall girl with long hair named Yuan? After repeated failures, and with his funds dwindling, he remained empty-handed. After wandering the train station for several days, he encountered two kind-hearted migrant workers. One, lean and named Lao Song, carried a bag of fertilizer, while the other, robust and named Lao Tang, adjusted his worn cap and asked Xiao Zhao, you keep calling for Yuan. What is her surname? After a moment of reflection, Xiao Zhao replied, her surname is Wang, with the nickname Yuan. She is quite tall, with long legs and a head of black hair. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Lao Tang's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Lao Song and suggested, is she perhaps the daughter of Wang Jiaquan? What was her name again? Lao Song pretended to ponder, leaving Xiao Zhao in anxious anticipation. Suddenly, Lao Tang exclaimed, I remember. It's Wang Fengyuan. Having searched tirelessly without success, Xiao Zhao felt a surge of joy. He finally had a lead. Gentlemen, could you take me to find her? He eagerly inquired. Lao Song stroked his distinctive mustache, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Zhao. We don't know you, nor your intentions. What if you seek revenge? Thinking quickly, Xiao Zhao fabricated a story, claiming, I am her boyfriend. Yuan left without a word, and I have come to find her. Initially, Lao Tang had merely engaged in idle conversation, but unexpectedly, this led to fruitful results. After chatting for a while, Lao Tang insisted on treating Xiao Zhao and Lao Song to a meal, exclaiming, let us eat first before anything else. In a greasy little restaurant near the train station, they shared 2 dishes, a bowl of peanuts, and a bottle of liquor. After 3 cups of wine, under Xiao Zhao's persistent questioning, Lao Tang reluctantly revealed, I'll be frank, Wang Fengyuan is no longer in Shijiazhuang. A few days ago, her father took her to work in Shaanxi's Yuxian. Lao Song chimed in. I heard from people in her village that she has relatives in the mines who have opened a canteen, and it's quite substantial. Having searched Shijiazhuang for so many days, Xiao Zhao felt desolate with not a single clue to grasp. Now, as I listened to the animated conversation between Lao Tang and Lao Song, it becomes apparent that their words are filled with both substance and ambiguity. Aren't the 2 elder brothers heading to Yun County as well? Might I accompany you? After taking a swig of liquor, Lao Tang smacked his lips and declined Xiao Zhao's request. We are going to work. We hardly have the time to assist you in finding someone. Xiao Zhao hastily interjected. Elder brother, you misunderstand me. I do not require your help in finding anyone. I shall seek out opportunities myself upon arrival. Lao Song chimed in. When venturing out into the world, searching for someone is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. No amount of money can suffice. Xiao Zhao raised his cup, clinked it against the glasses on their table, and downed it in one gulp, exclaiming, please, kind brothers, take me along. I promise I won't hinder your work. I will search while I labor. Surely that is acceptable. Lao Tang, casting a hesitant glance at Lao Song, replied to Xiao Zhao. Let us leave it at this for now. We will only take you to Yun County. Whether you join us in labor remains to be discussed later. Xiao Zhao, beaming with delight, responded, splendid. I extend my heartfelt thanks to both of you. Allow me to drink another. Observing Xiao Zhao down yet another drink, Lao Tang jested. Who would have thought he could hold his liquor? I shall not drink with him again. I would only suffer losses. After their meal, the trio purchased tickets at the train station and boarded the train bound for Shaanxi. After a day of rattling along the tracks, they finally arrived at Yun County as night descended. As darkness enveloped the sky, they sought refuge in a modest inn for the night. Inside, Lao Tang, bare-chested and leaning against the headboard, took a drag from his cigarette and squinted at Xiao Zhao, inquiring, "Are you truly prepared to work alongside us?" Xiao Zhao, flicking ash into the central ashtray, replied, "Did we not agree on this? I will work with you and help find Yuan. Lao Song, sitting up on the adjacent bed, retorted, "When did we ever make such an agreement? Lao Song, you continue to sleep. I am conversing with Xiao Zhao." Lao Tang waved Lao Song off and turned to Xiao Zhao. "It is not that we object to your company, though we earn a bit more. The work is exceedingly arduous, and we fear you may not endure it." After a moment of contemplation, glancing at his nearly empty wallet, Xiao Zhao resolutely stated, "Brother Tang, I am not afraid of hard work. Please take me along." Lao Tang, clad only in his undergarments, leapt from the bed and commanded, "Xiao Zhao, come here." Confused, Xiao Zhao, cigarette in hand, approached Lao Tang. Before he could utter a word, Lao Tang inquired of Lao Song, "Are we roughly the same height?" Lao Song glanced over and replied, "About the same, akin to brothers." Delighted, Lao Tang returned to the bed and addressed Xiao Zhao. "Lao Song and I are heading to work in the coal mine. If you are not afraid of exertion, we shall take you with us." The prospect of earning money in the coal mine thrilled Xiao Zhao, who eagerly agreed, "I will go. I must accompany you both. And Yuan works in the canteen at the mine. Perhaps I shall encounter her. Do not rejoice just yet, without acquaintances to vouch for you. Which mine would dare to employ you?" Lao Tang gestured for Xiao Zhao to sit, then continued, "We have been calling you Xiao Zhao, yet we do not even know your full name. I am Zhao Fengming. And what are your names, esteemed brothers?" Lao Tang replied, "I am Tang Chuyang. And Lao Song here is Song Jinming." Lao Song added, "Fengming, it was not that we were unwilling to take you. It is simply that finding well-paying work is difficult without connections. In China, there is no shortage of people, only familiar faces to introduce you." Old Tang nodded in agreement, saying, "It's just perfect. Our heights are quite similar. Tomorrow, we can arrange for a fake ID near the train station. You shall present yourself as my brother, Tang Fengming. How does that sound? If it doesn't work out, then so be it." Little Zhao hesitated, expressing concern. "Changing surnames feels a bit inappropriate, doesn't it?" Old Song mumbled, "Little Zhao, it's merely a fake ID. Why take it so seriously?" Reassured, Little Zhao fervently expressed his gratitude to the two kind-hearted men. The next morning, the trio found a place near the train station to procure the fake identification. After negotiating a price, they completed the task by midday. The speed of obtaining a fake ID surpassed that of a genuine one, almost scandalously so. In the afternoon, the three boarded a bus heading towards the coal mining district, far from the county town, where numerous small coal mines were hidden in the rural ravines. As dusk approached, they finally located a small coal mine that was hiring. With their luggage in tow, they entered the mine manager's office, which resembled a disheveled security room, cluttered and filthy, where 5 or 6 individuals were engrossed in a card game. Before Little Zhao could utter a word, Old Tang swiftly struck a deal with the mine manager, a 3-day trial period, after which they could either continue working or leave if deemed unfit. That night, they were assigned to a rudimentary dormitory, which was little more than a low-roofed thatched hut, devoid of anything but beds. Old Tang asked a fellow worker next door for some old newspapers, while Little Zhao squatted on the bed, pasting the newspapers onto the walls. Old Song skillfully lit the stove, and soon the room grew warm and cozy. Just as a few sheets of newspaper were being affixed, a plump man entered, announcing, "You three, please pay for your safety helmets and work uniforms." Little Zhao jumped off the bed, rummaging through his sparse savings, and after borrowing a few coins from Old Tang, managed to pay for the work gear. Observing Little Zhao's awkward demeanor, Old Tang generously remarked, "From now on, we are brothers working in the mines together. You can reimburse me when you receive your salary." The following morning, the 3 men stood in the open area, puffing on cigarettes, finishing 2 each before calling it quits. Once the previous shift of miners had fully exited, they followed the seasoned workers through a security check, donned their headlamps, and boarded the lift descending into the pitch-black mine. Little Zhao barely had time to adjust before mimicking Old Tang's actions, swinging a pickaxe to commence work. Within the suffocating, dark, and humid confines of the mine, Little Zhao tirelessly swung the pickaxe to excavate coal. Having previously worked as a script supervisor, he had never encountered such labor before. After what felt like an eternity, he finally emerged from the mine, exhausted. The sudden brightness almost disoriented him. The three followed their fellow workers into a simple large room, where several sizable water tanks were filled with steaming hot water. The steam enveloped the room. And as little Zhao joined Old Tang and Old Song in shedding their clothes, he heard Old Tang chuckle, "Hey Fengming, you're rather youthful." Little Zhao's face instantly turned darker than the coal he had mined all day, and he quickly crouched down, half submerged in the tank. Xiao Zhao quickly acclimated to the arduous task of coal mining, spending a fortnight laboring alongside Lao Tang and Lao Song before finally seizing an opportunity to rest for a day. As he contemplated a leisurely stroll, Lao Tang exclaimed, "It feels suffocating in this mountain hollow. Let us venture to the city." In the morning within the town of Yun County, the trio meandered through the streets. Leading the way, Lao Tang skillfully navigated the alleys, guiding Lao Song and Xiao Zhao. As they passed a hair salon, they spotted two young women seated on a bench. Lao Tang approached them, playfully inquiring, "Do you offer small or large washes?" The women immediately sprang to their feet, responding in melodious voices, "Both." "Come in quickly." Once inside, Lao Tang, observing Xiao Zhao's discomfort, remarked, "Today is on me, Xiao Zhao. You can repay me later when you strike it rich." Xiao Zhao chose a young woman clad in purple and ascended to a partitioned room on the second floor. In the cramped space, there was barely room to move aside from the bed. Noticing Xiao Zhao's evident nervousness, the woman initiated conversation. "Hello, I am Yuan from Shijiazhuang." In that moment, a revelation struck Xiao Zhao. He finally comprehended the true nature of his prior acquaintance. A surge of anger coursed through him, escalating from his feet to the crown of his head, causing it to tremble. The names Shijiazhuang, Yuan, sister-in-law, deceiver, and enemy layered upon each other, and within mere moments, Xiao Zhao succumbed to the smooth charm of Yuan from Shijiazhuang. As Xiao Zhao emerged, Lao Tang quipped, "Hey, Fengming, why are you back so soon?" Xiao Zhao, with a dark scowl, retorted, "You're even quicker than I." Lao Tang chuckled, patting Xiao Zhao on the back. "I switched to another. I haven't even begun." After all three had their hair washed, they made their way to a small eatery. Reflecting on Yuan from Shijiazhuang, Xiao Zhao skeptically asked, "Lao Tang, please be honest. Do you truly know Yuan?" Lao Tang, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Xiao Zhao, what troubles you? Why such a question?" Reluctant to revisit painful memories, Xiao Zhao swiftly shifted the topic, stating, "I plan to work a few more days before returning to the capital. It seems Yuan will be lost to me as well." Lao Song, munching on peanuts and sipping liquor, chimed in, "Wait a few days. Lao Tang and I will take you to seek out Wang Fengyuan. Since you're here, we ought to make the effort." The following day, deep within the subterranean depths, the trio rested on the ground, sharing risky anecdotes from the previous day. Suddenly, Lao Song announced, "Xiao Zhao, I will lead you to Yuan shortly." Xiao Zhao's darkened expression broke into a broad grin. "You're just teasing me. You have no idea where she is." Before Xiao Zhao could turn, Lao Tang struck him lightly with a pickaxe, declaring, "Off to find Yuan. Soon you shall see her." Xiao Zhao, accustomed to hearty meals and possessing a robust physique, remarkably withstood the blow. Before he could rise, Lao Tang swung the pickaxe again, and it took 3 strikes to finally bring Xiao Zhao down. Lao Song, gripping his own pickaxe, stood ready to assist Lao Tang, while Xiao Zhao lay at the coal mine, utterly defeated. Old Song and Old Tang each grasped one of little Zhao's legs, effortlessly dragging him into the depths of the coal mine. Old Song struck a support beam with his pickaxe, causing the already lifeless little Zhao to suffer further injury from falling coal. Following a collapse at the mine, the superintendent promptly ordered the entire coal pit to be sealed off. Once outside, Old Tang wailed, proclaiming that his brother had been crushed to death, and insisted on reporting the incident to the superintendent. In the superintendent's office, Old Tang made quite a scene, while Old Song, familiar with the proceedings, attempted to mediate. Thus, Old Tang guarded little Zhao's corpse while Old Song played the peacemaker, pulling back and forth. After several rounds of negotiation, Old Tang secured a compensation of 30,000 yuan and signed the death responsibility certificate for his brother Fengming. Old Song and Old Tang then burned all of little Zhao's belongings in the mining area, and in the process, reduced little Zhao to ashes. That evening, they disposed of little Zhao's remains in the toilet of a small inn. Little Zhao was destined for rebirth. Perhaps in 1990, he would even encounter celestial beings. The following day, at the People's Court of Hating District in the capital, a verdict was delivered regarding Big Zhao's theft of filming equipment from the Beijing Film Studio. Big Zhao was sentenced to 6 years in prison. Chapter 45. Nominated for the Berlin Film Festival. If one were to inquire who the most popular male star of 1990 was, it would undoubtedly be Li Xuejian. In November of that year, the indoor drama Desire aired on the capital television station, and by December it was officially broadcast on the mainland, instantly captivating audiences across the nation and even drawing attention from those in the sea. Earlier that year, the film Jiao Yulu, in which he starred, was released nationwide. At the time, the ticket price was merely 30 cents, yet it garnered an astonishing box office of 3 billion yuan. If the ticket price had been 30 yuan, that would equate to a staggering 13 billion in revenue. According to statistics, Jiao Yulu was viewed by 300 million people in 1990, with Li Xuejian earning a mere 200 yuan for his role. In the capital, at Sui Hatong, in the evening, the duo of Su Guanji and Li were engrossed in watching Desire in their living room. The table was adorned with sunflower seeds, peanuts, teacups, and cigarettes, a complete set for binge watching. I said to Li, "You shouldn't keep munching on sunflower seeds. Too much isn't good for you." Li continued to crack seeds, responding, "It's not like I bought your favorite flavor." Su began to enlighten Li. "Eating too many sunflower seeds can cause heatiness. You might end up constipated." Li thought to herself, "Am I not a beauty? How can you speak to me like that?" Angered, Li struck Su on the shoulder, saying, "Why do your words sound so harsh? Is that how one should speak to a woman?" Su seized Li's delicate hand, preventing further retaliation, and said, "All right, let's not quarrel. I want to discuss something serious. What do you think about casting Li Xuejian in our next film?" Li pulled her hand away, contemplated for a moment, then placed her palm on the table, giving Su a disdainful glare and shaking her head. "You say we won't quarrel? You want to cast Li Xuejian in your film? Is that a joke?" Su blurted out, "What's wrong with that?" Li's words grew increasingly harsh. "You didn't even drink tonight. Why are you spouting nonsense? You? A director of underground films seeking Li Xuejian to star in your movie. You might as well wash up and go to sleep." In response to Guy Li's mockery, Su Guan felt somewhat agitated. He lit a cigarette, reclined on the sofa, and squinted at the television displaying Li Xuejian, his mind pondering the script for his next film. That night, after a foot bath, he retired to bed. Su Guan initially declined Guy Li's invitation for interaction with a righteous tone, citing his scriptwriting endeavors, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. The two nestled together in the small courtyard through the winter, with time swiftly slipping away. The year 1990 quietly passed, giving way to 1991. The year 1990 was remarkable and fraught with challenges. Su Guan's father passed away, and he was assigned to the Ningxia Film Studio, where he met and captivated Guy Li, taking the plunge into the underground film scene and directing his debut work, La Bang Tao. After the new year, aside from continuing to process his passport and visa, Su Guan remained in the courtyard, immersed in scriptwriting. He was determined to collaborate with Li Xuejian while his voice was still in prime condition, planning to adapt Shou Lian. Since their last encounter, Chen Hong had not sought out Guy Li again. It remained unclear whether she had failed to invite him or if other reasons were at play. By the end of January, just before the Laba Festival, in a study located on Sui Hatong, Su Guan was diligently writing when the phone rang. He abruptly halted his writing, stubbed out the remaining bit of his cigarette in the ashtray, and upon checking the caller ID, felt a rush of excitement. He dashed to the kitchen to inform Guy Li, who was busy cooking. "I'm stepping out to take a call. Do you need me to pick up anything?" Guy Li pondered for a moment, raising an eyebrow, and replied, "How about a few boxes of balloons?" Su Guan immediately understood, feeling a slight ache in his lower back. At the entrance of the alley, in a small shop, he dialed the number. As soon as he picked up, he heard the voice of director Tian Zhuang exclaiming, "Su Guan, it's Tian Zhuang. You've got some good news. Your film has been shortlisted for the main competition at the Berlin Film Festival." Su Guan, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Director, is that true? When did this happen?" Tian Zhuang joyfully responded, "The Tai Jian has also been selected for the main competition. It's truly a double blessing. If you're free, come over to my place. It's been a while since we've met. Let us have a drink." After hanging up, Su Guan bought a few boxes of balloons, handed them to Guy Li, and set off to director Tian Zhuang's home. Later that night, before retiring for the night, after Guy Li discarded the waste water from their cleaning, she nimbly leaped onto the bed, landing squarely on Su Guan. As he exclaimed in surprise, she snuggled back under the covers. As she nestled into Su Guan's warm embrace, she heard him grumble, "Damn it. It's been 2 years, and my passport still isn't processed." I can only wait for an official invitation from director Wang Jiawei to enter Beijing. Guy Li furrowed her brow, empathizing with the difficulties of underground filmmaking, and gently nudged Su Guan in a gesture of comfort. Seeing Su Guan gazing down at her, he remarked, "Sisterly, this time only one of us can go. I'll take you next time." "Are you so certain about your next film?" she inquired. "Absolutely. It will surpass La Bang Tao." Guy Li playfully responded, "I'll prepare your acceptance speech for tomorrow. So it's as if I participated in the Berlin Film Festival awards ceremony. It would be prudent for you to compose a speech for the Golden Bear Award acceptance, lest I find myself unprepared." "How boastful you are." As February commenced, Su Guan received a formal invitation from director Wang Kar-wai and swiftly took care of his passport and visa. The visa's approval marked a momentous occasion. In the quaint courtyard, Guy Li diligently prepared a few dishes as the two celebrated the progression of their first film, eagerly anticipating accolades at the Berlin Film Festival. A night of revelry ensued. The following afternoon at Donglishun, the creative team behind La Bang Tao, essentially the preparatory committee, gathered to honor Su Guan. They wished the director success in capturing the Golden Bear. La Bang Tao has finally borne fruit. Not only has it blossomed, but it is also destined to yield results. De Zhao and Xiao Zhao, those rascals, have received their just desserts. Indeed, the heavens are observant. Amidst lively exchanges, the group reminisced about the challenges faced during the making of La Bang Tao, while also dreaming of its future accolades. Ultimately, Su Guan raised his glass, summing up the moment. "I have expressed my gratitude countless times, but I must once more thank my brothers. Upon my return from Berlin, we shall commence our second film." Amidst a chorus of cheers, the gathering concluded, with attendees dispersing in pairs. Some returned home, while others continued their revelry, reportedly indulging in karaoke. As the expedition to Berlin loomed, Guy Li began to pack Su Guan's belongings, including gifts for director Wang Kar-wai and a tailored suit for Su Guan. After filling 2 suitcases, Su Guan observed Guy Li stuffing cans of yellow peaches into the luggage and could no longer contain himself. "Sisterly, the Beijing Kowloon Railway to Hong Kong isn't even operational yet. They prohibit canned goods on planes. Have you ever flown? On airplanes, one can drink Maotai. A few years back, smoking was allowed. Canned goods should certainly be permissible." After enlightening Su Guan on the nuances of air travel, Guy Li added 2 more cans of yellow peaches, stating, "Northeasterners don't venture far without canned yellow peaches. That is simply absurd." Noticing Su Guan's silence, she pointed at the cans. "Once you've enjoyed the peaches, just tie a string around the empty can to carry it along, and you'll have access to warm water wherever you go." Su Guan retorted, "Sisterly, I am a director, soon to be a prominent figure in Berlin. Are you suggesting I drink water from a can?" Guy Li corrected him. "You are merely an underground filmmaker, not a grand director. Besides, even if you were a grand director, what's wrong with drinking from a can?" "I sense a bit of arrogance creeping in." "Very well, one must not abandon a spirit of simplicity." Chapter 46. Passing through Hong Kong on February 11th. The 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Su Guan embarked on his journey to Berlin, single-handedly hauling the luggage prepared by Guy Li, with the treasured cans of yellow peaches in tow, as he boarded the flight to Hong Kong. After bidding farewell to Su Guan, Guy Li, urged by her family, boarded a train bound for Qingdao, preparing to return home for the new year. Approximately 4 hours later, the plane arrived over Hong Kong. Su Guan gazed through the aircraft window, marveling at the dense thicket of skyscrapers and the ceaselessly bustling streets below. The distant hills are lush and verdant, devoid of any hues characteristic of winter, resembling a vibrant artist's palette, resplendent with a riot of colors. As Su Guan alighted from the plane, he spotted director Wang Jiawei, a tall figure exceeding 1.90 meters, donning glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor that made him stand out amidst the throngs at the airport. Su Guan, pulling his luggage, hurried towards him, extending his hand in greeting. "Director, with your busy schedule, how could you trouble yourself to come and fetch me?" Wang Jiawei responded with a warm smile in Mandarin. "I haven't been busy lately. It just so happens that I have the time. Besides, since this is your first visit to Hong Kong, I couldn't bear the thought of not personally welcoming you." Upon exiting the airport and entering Director Wang's car, he began to point out the towering skyscrapers lining the streets, providing a brief introduction to Hong Kong. They traversed the Hung Hom Tunnel, arriving at Causeway Bay, where they halted in front of a hotel. After completing the check-in process, Wang Jiawei observed Su Guan's fatigued expression and remarked, "Su Guan, I reside nearby. You should take some time to rest. and I shall return in the evening to treat you to dinner." As Wang Jiawei prepared to depart, Su Guan recalled the gift he had brought and quickly called out, "Director, please hold on a moment." Shortly thereafter, he retrieved the present from his suitcase, a tiger whip adorned with barbs. He presented it to Wang Jiawei, saying, "Director, this is an authentic wild tiger whip I had someone procure from my hometown. You should infuse it in liquor. What man wouldn't he appreciate a boost in vitality? If it can be improved, then let it be so. If not, let it serve as encouragement." Wang Jiawei accepted the whip, examining it with great interest. "So this is what a tiger whip looks like, and it even has barbs. This is quite a rarity in Hong Kong. I must find some fine liquor to steep it in. I cannot let such a treasure go to waste. It should be infused in high-proof alcohol, preferably 60 degrees or more. In the Northeast, many use strong sorghum liquor for this purpose." With the tiger whip in hand, Wang Jiawei departed with evident delight. No sooner had Wang Jiawei left than Su Guan shed his heavy winter coat and pants, donning lighter attire. Gazing into the mirror, he muttered, "Without the winter garb, there is hardly a semblance of the season." After tidying his belongings, he began to prepare the promotional poster for the film. Had it not been for Wang Jiawei's mention in the car, Su Guan might have overlooked this task. Now, with time at his disposal, he resolved to design it meticulously and print it in Hong Kong for his upcoming trip to Berlin. That evening, at a Thai restaurant in Causeway Bay, Wang Jiawei ordered an array of dishes, all of which were unfamiliar to Su Guan: soft-shell crab curry, spicy green mango and fried base salad, and seafood tom yum. With keen interest, Su Guan sampled the somewhat unappealing Thai dishes and inquired of Wang Jiawei, "Director, I wish to register a shell company in Hong Kong for future film projects. Is it feasible to complete this in the next few days?" Wang Jiawei, sipping his tom yum, replied, "Tomorrow, I will have my assistant come to assist you. It would indeed be somewhat cumbersome for you to handle it on your own." Having consumed only half of the dishes without any alcohol, the two prepared to depart. Before leaving, Wang Jiawei cautioned, "Su Guan, Hong Kong has been quite tumultuous in recent years. There are gangs everywhere. It would be best for you to remain in the hotel at night and avoid venturing out." A night passed in silence, leading into the following morning. A short-haired, slightly plump girl entered Su Guan's room and spoke directly. "Hello, Director Su. I am Xiao Chun, the assistant to Director Wong Kar-wai. For the next few days, you may entrust any matters to me." After warmly welcoming Xiao Chun inside, Su Guan shared his own affairs, and Xiao Chun commenced the process of registering a company named Hong Kong Guanli Film Company. Over the following 2 days, Su Guan spent time with Xiao Chun, and once the film company was officially registered, they printed hundreds of movie posters. Su Guan also gifted Xiao Chun a bottle of Northeast peach preserves. On the morning of the 13th, Su Guan, dragging his luggage, followed Xiao Chun and the crew of Days of Being Wild onto a flight to Berlin. The crew comprised 7 or 8 individuals, including producer Deng Guangrong, the head of the Liangong Lu Company and owner of Ningxia Film Company, who was also Wong Kar-wai's employer. It was rumored that he had previously been hospitalized due to an altercation with Wong Kar-wai and had only recently been discharged. Unbeknownst to him, the company was on the verge of bankruptcy due to Wong Kar-wai's actions. Deng Guangrong sat in his seat, wearing a gloomy expression that suggested he was not to be approached. Among the crew were photographer Duke Feng, who was once the girlfriend of Kai Zi, now overshadowed by Wong Kar-wai's affections, and the leading actors Zhang Guorong, Lu Jialing, Liang Chaowei, and Zhang Manyu, all in their mid-20s. Although Lu Jialing wore exquisite makeup, traces of melancholy were evident on her face. During the filming of Days of Being Wild, she had been kidnapped while playing mahjong, and it was said that a video had been made of the incident, which Su Guan had seen. Despite having recovered somewhat over the past few months, she still bore the scars of that experience, with Liang Chaowei carefully looking after her. The others assumed that Su Guan was a relative of Wong Kar-wai from the mainland and did not inquire further. Wong Kar-wai would certainly not make indiscriminate introductions, as Su Guan's participation in the Berlin Film Festival was intended to be discreet and kept out of the limelight. After an arduous flight of over 10 hours, they finally arrived in Berlin. Upon disembarking, the group struggled to acclimate to the cold, shivering in the brisk air. While Su Guan felt as though he had returned to his comfort zone, gray was the color of winter in Berlin. The entire sky appeared overcast, reminiscent of a somber black and white film, even more desolate. The desolate streets were lined with Bauhaus-style apartments. The former splendor and glory of Berlin had been reduced to ashes during World War II, and with the recent reunification of East and West Germany, It had yet to reclaim its status as the heart of Europe. Upon arriving at their hotel and completing check-in, Guan shook hands with Wong Kar-wai to bid farewell. Just as he finished expressing his gratitude, a familiar voice called from behind. Guan, you have finally arrived. Turning around, he saw Tian Zhuang approaching with Jiang Wen and others to greet Wong Kar-wai. With a reminder from the hotel front desk, the group proceeded to their respective rooms, and Tian Zhuang followed Guan into his room. Zhang Manyu, perplexed, asked Wong Kar-wai, Director, isn't that person your relative? Why is he with a mainland director? Wong Kar-wai simply replied, he is indeed a mainland director. We met last time in the capital, bringing the film to the Berlin Film Festival. We passed through Hong Kong and decided to come together. The crowd exclaimed, so young and already nominated for the Berlin Film Festival. Director, why didn't you introduce him earlier? Deng Guangrong chimed in. Indeed, why wasn't he introduced? Wang Jiawei, pulling his luggage, remarked, in a few days, his film will premiere. You can get to know him then. Well then, shall we all go see how it turned out? Chapter 47. Opening Ceremony Berlin, Hotel Accommodation. In Guan's room, three individuals engaged in conversation. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Wen turned to Guan and exclaimed, so you are Guan. Truly impressive. You dared to fund your own film right after graduation. Guan thought to himself, I merely watched a video of Xiao Qing. Jiang Wen shouldn't be this familiar. Guan humbly replied, I'm just a novice in the film industry, unlike you, who has already mastered both Eastern and Western cultures. Jiang Wen gave Guan a thumbs up, exclaiming, ever since I heard about you, I've been itching to become a director myself, hoping to chat with you here in Berlin. Tian Zhuang echoed, not just you. I'm astonished too. It takes guts to act on your thoughts. You're far bolder than we were back then. You could say it's the fearless audacity of youth, or, if I may be blunt, sheer recklessness. Upon hearing Guan's words, Director Tian Zhuang suddenly grew serious, saying, Guan, you've come this far. Upon your return, you might face repercussions from the broadcasting authority. Guan took out cigarettes and offered them to both men, saying, let them punish me. I've registered a company in Hong Kong, so it will be easier from now on. Jiang Wen, casually crossing his legs and smoking, asked Guan, how does a literature major have the audacity to become a director? Guan, incredulous, replied, is it really that difficult to be a director? Isn't it just about having hands? Just hire a few assistant directors, get 7 or 8 of them, and you'll manage. Those from directing schools can't direct everything. Just gather a few to get the job done. Tian Zhuang listened to Guan's words, feeling it lacked proper etiquette, yet finding no glaring flaws. If that's the case, Guan, if you can be a director, I feel I can too. Guan looked at this fool and said, you absolutely can. Just look at you. Aren't you already famous? Don't you have connections? And a wealthy girlfriend? What else do you have? What else? Listening to you, it sounds almost like an insult. After their casual banter, the three bid farewell. Tian Zhuang pulled Guan and Jiang Wen aside, instructing, 1. Guan is coming alone. If anything comes up, please lend a hand. I have too much on my plate and can't stay. It's a good opportunity for you two to chat. Jiang Wen readily agreed. No problem, rest assured. We're all on the same side. After Tian Zhuang left, Jiang Wen chatted with Guan in his room until late into the night, and before leaving, he conveniently took a jar of canned peaches. Xiao Qing emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her hair still damp, and saw Jiang Wen hunched over the table eating from the can. She approached with curiosity, asking, darling, where did you get the canned peaches? Jiang Wen bit into the yellow peach, causing juice to squirt out, and replied, I got this from Guan. He said that after finishing the canned fruit, you can tie a string around it and use it as a cup, allowing you to drink warm water wherever you go. Xiao Qing chuckled and opened her mouth to catch the yellow peach her boyfriend was feeding her. Just as she was about to express her admiration, she heard her boyfriend remark, this canned peach is just like you, fresh and juicy. Xiao Qing was at a loss for words, glancing at the canned peach and shaking her head, thinking to herself, you young ones truly know nothing about me. You are utterly unaware of the depths of my experience. After a night of silence, the following morning, Guan sought out the staff of the Berlin Film Festival and obtained a schedule, confirming that the premiere of La Bang Tao was set for the 22nd, placed in the latter half of the festival. Through the introduction of the festival staff, Guan met a Chinese female student named Wang Yuanshan. They hit it off and finalized a temporary employment agreement, primarily for her to assist Guan with distributing flyers and promoting the film. Wang Yuanshan was a lively girl from Beijing, standing at around 1.7 meters tall, striking and elegant. In their hotel room, Guan addressed the slightly reserved Wang Yuanshan, saying, "Our task is to distribute these flyers, and once the festival commences, we will begin, striving to complete the distribution with quality." "All right, I'm on it." Wang Yuanshan casually glanced at the can of yellow peaches on the table and exclaimed excitedly, "Canned peaches? Do you have any more cans?" Guan pondered. "It's just canned fruit. Is it necessary to be this excited?" Observing Wang Yuanshan's enthusiasm, he thought, this girl must have endured quite a bit. Turning around, he retrieved another can from his bag and handed it to her, saying, "Take it easy. I still have a few more." Upon receiving the can, Wang Yuanshan hugged Guan tightly in delight and teased, "What do you know? This is the taste of home. If you had a bowl of authentic, piping hot fried sauce noodles, I would kneel right here." Guan responded, "Is it really that significant?" He then pulled out another can from his bag and said, "Here's another one for you, but don't expect any more." Wang Yuanshan was overjoyed like a child, exclaiming, "I promise to promote your film wholeheartedly, as if it were my own." After bidding farewell to Wang Yuanshan, Guan donned a thick coat and wandered the streets of Berlin aimlessly. On February 15th, the 41st Berlin Film Festival commenced in the freezing cold. The 1991 festival marked the first collaborative event since the unification of East and West Germany. Due to the global economic downturn and the Gulf War's impact, only 25 films were competing this year, resulting in a notably sparse atmosphere, leading to speculation that Chinese films were invited merely to fill the gap. In the hotel, Guan changed into a custom-tailored suit, crafted by a tailor in Shidong. Accompanied by Guy Li, standing over 1.8 meters tall, Guan's lean physique accentuated his long legs, and he couldn't help but touch his shoulders, chest, and waist, murmuring, "Just right." As evening approached at 7 o'clock, a light drizzle began to fall in near 0-degree Berlin. The delicate raindrops added to the festival's already melancholic ambience, nearly extinguishing the enthusiasm of the fans outside. This year marked the inaugural collaboration between East and West Germany, and although the film festival's atmosphere was rather subdued, the German media reporters were anything but stingy with their film reels. While the venue may have felt sparse, the written word was lively and vibrant. At Potsdam Square, the incessant clicks of cameras and the flickering of flashbulbs crowded a narrow red carpet leading to the festival's main venue. On the red carpet, the few nominated female stars adorned in low-cut, backless evening gowns competed for attention, striking various poses as they made their entrances. With this year's red carpet experience extending unusually long, despite the biting cold, the enthusiasm of the female stars remained undiminished, while the male stars, clad in impeccably tailored suits, fared relatively better. As the clock approached 7, Guan sat in a chauffeur-driven car, awaiting the passage of preceding stars before stepping onto the red carpet under the guidance of the event staff. Accompanying him was a blonde, blue-eyed starlet, assigned as a temporary partner by the festival's organizers, leaving Guan uncertain whether she was a celebrity or a mere bystander. She donned a translucent pink gown that hinted at her figure, with her bare arms and legs exposed to the chill, her bright red lipstick contrasting against her frostbitten lips. Shivering, she leaned against Guan, seemingly attempting to absorb his warmth. Upon their arrival on the red carpet, a slight commotion ensued, prompting awaiting media reporters to rush forward, cameras and flashes ablaze. Guan found himself puzzled, wondering, who on earth is this? As he entered the venue and watched his partner head backstage, he soon realized she was the evening's host. It was no wonder the journalists were so eager. The host of a film festival is invariably a well-known figure in the community. While searching for his seat in the audience, Guan noted that the seemingly sparse festival was, in fact, filled to capacity, likely due to a plethora of extras, though their expressions revealed little emotion. Finding his designated seat next to the crew of rolling red dust, Guan casually glanced around before settling in. The screenwriter San Mao was absent, having reportedly passed away just last month. The now 37-year-old Lin Qingxia, shivering, nestled into Qin Han's embrace, their affection evident. Feeling the festival's unwelcoming nature due to his unfamiliar surroundings, Guan was relieved when his partner took the stage to announce the commencement of the evening, urging the audience to adhere to the decorum of the event. German director Schullendorff, this year's jury chair, took the stage and spoke at length about the global economic downturn, the instability of world affairs, the significance of the East-West German unification, and expressed gratitude to friends who had traveled great distances to attend the Berlin Film Festival, delivering his monologue for over half an hour. With the other 10 jury members introduced, the festival was officially inaugurated. Guan regretted not heeding Guy Li's advice. He wished he had brought a drink with him to stave off the chill rather than enduring the discomfort while watching the film. After enduring the conclusion of the opening film, Guan rose to return to his hotel, only to be halted by Jiang Wan, who exclaimed, "Why go back when you're not accompanied by a girlfriend? Come, let us three of us sit together and discuss the film." It was only then that Guan noticed the presence of Xiaoqing. After exchanging pleasantries, he insisted, "Let us head back to the hotel first. I'm nearly frozen. Are you not from the Northeast? Why fear the cold then? Only Northeasterners are supposed to be afraid of the chill." Jiang Wan persisted, "Come on. I'll wait for you two downstairs. Look at Xiaoqing. She is quite robust." Once back at the hotel, Guan indulged in a hot shower and donned a thick cotton coat, finally feeling rejuvenated. He then hurried downstairs to find Jiang Wan, who was vociferously declaring, "Honestly, you're even more fussy than a woman." Guan turned sharply, retorting, "If you keep this up, I'll just go home." Xiaoqing quickly intervened, ushering Guan to dinner, where they found an open Western restaurant and began to feast heartily. After clinking glasses, Jiang Wan inquired, "Guan, how much did your film cost to produce?" Guan estimated casually, excluding the film stock, around 200,000. He mused that the film stock constituted the bulk of the expenses, while other costs were negligible. Jiang Wan pondered for a moment before asking, "And what about the film stock? You can't overlook that." Guan provided an estimate of the quantity of film stock to Jiang Wan, who brightened at the information. After exchanging glances with Xiaoqing, she remarked, "Not too much, not too much. Let us go back and plan to buy some ourselves to make a film." Xiaoqing had earned a fair amount over the years running errands and attending events. It was evident that Jiang Wan, looking like a well-fed puppy, had benefited from her success. Chewing on a juicy steak, Guan chimed in, "Absolutely. You two could easily charm some investors from Hong Kong or Taiwan." Sipping red wine, Jiang Wan mused, "I am now quite determined to become a director. I need to ponder what to shoot next." Guan, contemplating, opted to remain silent. Who knew where Wang Shua's novel stood? If it hadn't been published yet, his earlier jest might prove to be a misstep. After a moment of thought, Guan suggested, "Any line from Chinese history books could suffice for a film. Let us not waste time. Let us get to work." Jiang Wan envied Guan's autonomy over his own investments, realizing that despite his closeness with Xiaoqing, securing investors would always require navigating challenges. Life was difficult for men, and even more so for a pampered pup. Once the film festival commenced, Guan, accompanied by Wang Yuanshan, began distributing flyers in the exhibition hall and nearby streets, inviting attendees to the premiere of R.A. Bang Tao. The first day's efforts yielded little success, yet they persevered, determined to press on. That evening, after dining, the duo prepared to retire for the night, with plans to continue their promotional efforts the following day. Upon returning to the hotel, Guan observed the throngs of people in the lobby and felt a sudden inspiration. He took his bag and flyers, slipping them under the doors of various rooms, akin to the midnight cards often found in hotels. In the western wing of the hotel, as Guan slid a flyer under one door, he was startled by a woman's voice speaking in English. "Oh dear, this is a bit awkward," he thought to himself as he turned to see the newcomer, exclaiming, "You startled me. I thought you were someone else." The individuals approaching were Zhang Manyu and Lu Jialing. It appeared that Zhang Manyu struggled to comprehend Guan's words. Lu Jialing, curious, inquired in Mandarin, "Guan, aren't you a director? What are you doing here?" Guan raised the flyer in his hand and replied, "I am distributing flyers, promoting a film. Here, take one for yourselves, and when you have the time, do come and support us." Lu Jialing glanced at the flyer and assured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely come to support." Zhang Manyu nodded in agreement, and Guan smiled, preparing to continue his distribution. Just as he turned around, he heard Lu Jialing say, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll join you. We are all Chinese. It can't be easy for you, being the only one from your crew." Guan contemplated for a moment and, feeling grateful, responded, "Then I thank you in advance. When you visit the capital, I shall treat you to a proper meal." With that, Zhang Manyu returned to her room, and Guan, accompanied by Lu Jialing, resumed handing out flyers. While distributing, Lu Jialing inquired, "Why is it that you are the only one from your crew?" Guan, rising from the ground, replied, Having one person is already a blessing. It's thanks to director Wang Jiawei's assistance, or else I wouldn't even be here. Lu Jialing kept asking questions, occasionally bending down to slip a flyer through a door crack. As they had yet to finish distributing on their floor, Liang Chaowei approached, saying he had matters to discuss with Lu Jialing. Su Guan thought to himself, Zhang Manyu seems a bit oblivious. I've helped you send Lu Jialing away. And you could have engaged with Liang Chaowei instead of resorting to snitching. No wonder you can't compete with Lu Jialing. It seemed Lu Jialing was merely bored and came to amuse herself with Su Guan. With Lu Jialing gone, Su Guan felt a sense of tranquility and continued to distribute flyers swiftly. Along the way, he encountered several individuals who inquired about the film festival. On the third day of the festival, Su Guan first shared with Wang Yuanshan the concise promotional speech he had crafted overnight regarding La Bang Tao. The two began purposefully distributing flyers, particularly around the main venue, restaurants, shops, and areas frequented by film enthusiasts. Chapter 49. The difficulty of selling films. Su Guan and Wang Yuanshan each carried a bag filled with promotional materials and canned bottles, occasionally sipping warm water. After a day of flyer distribution, Su Guan felt its impact was minimal, contemplating that since they were printed, they might as well be handed out. That evening, after treating Wang Yuanshan to dinner, Su Guan wearily returned to the hotel to rest. Upon entering the lobby, he encountered director Tian Zhuang and Jiang Wen. Jiang Wen embraced Su Guan, exclaiming, "Where have you been? I've been searching for you all day." Su Guan lifted the flyer in his hand and explained, "I was out distributing flyers. Unlike you with your extensive connections, I must promote. If I don't, the films won't sell and will just sit on my hands." That night, Su Guan promised to take Jiang Wen to a great place filled with filmmakers and distributors, urging him to save his energy for when the time came to distribute more flyers. Su Guan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he asked, "Really? Where's this place? Just go back and rest. When the time comes, I will find you, and you can come along." Su Guan returned to his room, promptly to rest. At 10 o'clock that evening, Jiang Wen came to fetch him. Su Guan organized the flyers into his bag, and just before heading out, he tucked a can of warm water into his bag, as the Berlin weather was unbearably cold and drizzly. Upon entering the hall, Tian Zhuang and Xiao Qing were already present, with Su Guan following along with his bag. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Delphi Cinema. Su Guan inwardly cursed Jiang Wen for being unreliable. After all, this was the premiere of the smiling, proud wanderer. What on earth was he doing distributing flyers? Originally directed by Hu Jingquan, the film had been partially completed before being usurped by Su Ku, leading to daily conflicts between the two. Eventually, Hu Jingquan withdrew, and Cheng Xiaodong took over the direction, with Hu's name still attached as the director, though he did not come to Germany to promote the film. At the entrance of the cinema, directors Cheng Xiaodong and Su Ku were greeting guests. Once Su Guan entered the screening room, he was taken aback by the sheer number of attendees. Almost all the Chinese filmmakers participating in the Berlin Film Festival were present. One must admit that Su Ku's style of martial arts films had indeed gained popularity in recent years, proving lucrative in other regions. The 1990 version of The Smiling, Proud Wanderer was not the Lin Qingxiao rendition of Dongfang Bubi, but rather the version featuring Su Guanjie. This film, much like a science fiction piece, had not garnered much attention at major film festivals, presumably only appearing to sell itself. Feeling somewhat duped, Su Guan had initially intended to confront Jiang Wen. However, upon observing a few foreign gentlemen in the front row, he speculated they were likely film distributors. Su Guan had seen his fair share of films, even witnessing the great decisive battle in theaters and watching others enthusiastically react to The Smiling, Proud Wanderer felt rather mundane. He decided to watch the opening before contemplating how to lure the front row distributors to the premiere of Laying the Gang. In truth, Su Guan harbored little confidence regarding the awards for Laying the Gang. After all, even The Last Emperor, styled film The Great Eunuch, had only received a consolation prize. It seemed wiser to sell Laying the Gang early and secure some financial safety. He nudged Jiang Wen beside him, leaning in to inquire, "Are those gentlemen in front distributors?" After Jiang Wen nodded with a smile, Su Guan felt reassured. After an indeterminate period, amidst resounding applause, he realized the film had concluded. A throng encircled Cheng Xiaodong and Su Ku, with distributors among them, and Su Guan found himself unable to push through the crowd. He reached into his bag only to find his hot water had gone cold. Otherwise, he would have forged a path with boiling water. But now he could only exclaim in frustration. This year, only around 20 films were showcased at the festival, resulting in a sparse attendance of distributors, with many of the usual ones absent. Numerous filmmakers were concocting various strategies to sell their films, particularly the independent filmmakers who frequented film festivals, much like Guan himself. By the time Guan finally managed to squeeze through, the crowd had already dispersed, and the film's creative team began to take the stage for a discussion. Filled with impatience, Guan thought, "What's the point of a discussion?" and promptly grabbed his bag, rushing outside. Upon exiting, he noticed dozens of independent filmmakers gathered at the entrance, watching as the distributors' vehicles belched black smoke and departed. With a sigh, a young foreigner beside him handed Guan a cigarette, speaking in a distinct Texas accent. "I'm Claude. Are you an independent filmmaker as well?" Guan took a drag from the cigarette and replied, "Indeed. This is my first film, and if it doesn't sell, I'll be out of the game." Several independent directors voiced their discontent, vociferously condemning the Berlin Film Festival as utterly lacking in value, lamenting the absence of any potential buyers. "Why even go in? What is there to see? It's all over," they exclaimed. "When did it all end? If the films aren't shown, will the distributors simply depart?" "Indeed," they remarked, "there is so much discussion happening inside." However, they dismissed the films as uninspiring, questioning the merit of the exchanges taking place. These independent filmmakers, much like Guan, seemed disinterested in watching films, their true intentions revolving around selling their own works. After finishing a cigarette, a few among them sought a place to converse, with two Italians notably carrying copies of their films. Guan, curious about the cinematic endeavors of these Western independent filmmakers, decided to join them. He followed a group of men and women to an old building sheltered from the wind, not far from the festival. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a haphazard arrangement of tents scattered across an open area, surrounded by heaps of refuse. The equipment was remarkably comprehensive, with projectors and screens readily available. A few slender individuals began to set up the screen and equipment, and Guan was perplexed by their source of power. As midnight approached, time permitted only a single film screening. Consensus favored the belief that Italian films were the most captivating, so they opted for one. The young man with the film copy let out a sharp whistle that echoed through the night, seemingly declaring, "My film is the best." He adeptly operated the projector, casting a brilliant beam onto the screen as the film commenced. From the outset, the film was audacious, featuring themes that Guan had never encountered before, presented with unabashed clarity. As the first scene unfolded, applause erupted from the audience, accompanied by whistles, much to the delight of the Italian filmmaker, who reveled in the appreciation of art. Guan, nestled amongst a throng of foreign spectators, occasionally sipped from a cup of lukewarm beverage. The crowd, smoking and captivated by the fiery Italian film, simultaneously criticized the festival for its lack of discernment and appreciation for art. Guan mused that the film undoubtedly had market potential, particularly given its production by the reputable Italian Ningxia Film Studio. The crux of the matter, he believed, lay not within the festival, but rather in the grassroots level. If the filmmakers ventured to the villages for screenings, they would surely draw crowds of eager viewers, far exceeding the allure of rural dance performances with beer in hand. Despite Guan's inability to comprehend the dialogue or fully grasp the narrative, he found himself thoroughly engrossed. As the film continued, activities within a nearby tent began to unfold unabashedly. Guan, lost in thought, continued to smoke until the film concluded around 2 in the morning, at which point he returned to his hotel. The following morning, Wang Yuanshan, having waited fruitlessly at their usual meeting place for Guan, decided to pay him a visit. Knocking on the door, Guan, disheveled with hair askew, greeted Yuanshan and said, "Please wait a moment while I freshen up. We'll be on our way shortly." Yuanshan, casually taking a seat, inquired, "You artistic types certainly know how to have a good time. It seems you had quite the adventure last night. In light of your generosity in providing me with canned goods, I feel compelled to caution you. Driving recklessly in Germany can lead to dire consequences, including imprisonment." Guan spat out the toothpaste foam from his mouth and retorted, "What do you know, little girl? We are engaging in an artistic exchange. Besides, I merely intend to watch a film." With that, Guan, still savoring the delightful experience of the previous night's movie, suddenly found himself inexplicably missing Sisterly. He turned around, picked up his toothbrush, and continued his morning routine. After hastily finishing breakfast, Guan embarked on another day of distributing flyers. In the afternoon, Jiangwen arrived, claiming he had come to lend a hand, and indeed took the task seriously for a while. Suddenly, a young man approached Jiang Wan, pulling him aside for a whispered conversation that left Jiang Wan visibly shocked. Su Guan's mind raced with speculation, observing Jiang Wan's expression. He wondered if perhaps a friend of Xiaoqing had come to visit. From a distance, he saw Jiang Wan rush over, saying, "Sorry, brother, but something important has come up. Tomorrow, my friend, I'll help you distribute flyers all day." Su Guan, feeling disheartened, thought how delightful it would be to witness the unfolding drama firsthand. Let us go, let us go. I'll accompany you, no matter how tumultuous the waters. I shall wade through them with you. He insisted. It's nothing of great importance. I can handle it myself. I'll come find you tomorrow. With that, he hurriedly left with the young man, leaving a perplexed Su Guan to continue his task of handing out flyers. The following morning, at the usual spot for distributing flyers, Su Guan encountered the expected arrival of Jiang Wan. The two shared a cigarette in the biting cold wind, and Su Guan could not resist inquiring, "Who was that yesterday? What could possibly cause you to abandon your brotherly duties so recklessly?" Jiang Wan regarded Su Guan, perhaps sensing his discretion, and replied, Just some bothersome matters. That was my brother." Su Guan expressed surprise. "Isn't your brother Jiang Wu? How do you know him? What a twist. At first, I mistook him for you, thinking you were here at our film school to study directing, but upon further inquiry, I learned he is your brother." Jiang Wan, slightly annoyed, retorted, "What kind of talk is that? Even if I were to further my studies, it wouldn't be in directing." He continued, "The one from yesterday isn't my biological brother. To be precise, he is Xiaoqing's brother." Su Guan pondered, intrigued by the unfolding narrative of unexpected visitors. Sensing Su Guan's mundane thoughts, Jiang Wan clarified, "That young man approached me, claiming to be Xiaoqing's half-brother. I was taken aback, thinking such occurrences could only happen in Berlin." Observing Su Guan's skeptical expression, Jiang Wan added, "Every detail he provided matched perfectly. I must accompany this young lad to verify his claims. According to Xiaoqing, it's highly likely to be true." Su Guan inquired, "What does Xiaoqing's family do?" Jiang Wan replied, "Her mother is involved with the underground party. The rest is as the media has reported." Su Guan took a sip of hot water, nodding in agreement. The story is compelling, though the conflict lacks intensity. Jiang Wan urged Su Guan to film, and while Su Guan managed the task, he simultaneously continued distributing flyers, finding Jiang Wan particularly demanding. That evening, the three dined together. Wang Yuanshun departed first, leaving Jiang Wan and Su Guan to arrive at their hotel. In the lobby, Jiang Wan again seized Su Guan's attention, saying, "What's your hurry to return? Can you even sleep? Come watch Rolling Red Dust with me." Su Guan declined, stating, No, what's there to see in a melodramatic romance film?" Jiang Wan, evidently having received an invitation, coaxed, "But there's Lin Qingxia. You youngsters adore her, right? Moreover, the film was shot in your Northeast." Upon hearing this, Su Guan was even less inclined to attend, exclaiming, "What can a love story set in the Northeast by a Taiwanese filmmaker possibly offer? If you wish to watch a film from the Northeast, wait a few days for my brother's film. Now that's impressive." He began to add that he had to, but his words trailed off as he spotted Lin Qingxiao approaching with Qin Han. Su Guan's voice had been rather loud, and it was clear that both Lin Qingxia and Mr. Sun had heard him, leaving Su Guan in an awkward predicament. Lin Qingxia stepped forward to greet Jiang Wan, saying, "Jiang Wan, don't forget tonight." Jiang Wan assured her, "I won't forget. I'll definitely be there to support you." Su Guan thought to himself that they could discuss whatever they pleased. He was eager to leave. Just as he turned, he heard Lin Qingxia suggest, "This friend should come see it too. We'll also check out your film later. It could be considered an exchange between Northeast films." Su Guan was about to refuse, thinking that they weren't buying his film, so why should he attend? To his surprise, Jiang Wan promptly accepted on his behalf. That evening, at the midnight screening of the Youth Film Festival, Su Guan sat beside Jiang when watching Rolling Red Dust. San Mao could be said to have perished for the sake of this film. Her health was frail, yet she loved to roam. While recuperating at home, director Yan Hao and Lin Qingxia visited her repeatedly, pleading for her to write a script, which eventually led San Mao to agree to pen Rolling Red Dust. Despite her illness, she poured herself into writing a romantic fantasy involving a traitor, and as she crafted the script, she became so moved that her literary affliction resurfaced. Once completed, she invested 17 million of her own funds for production. However, it was insufficient, prompting Su Feng, producer of Farewell My Concubine, to step in and finance the project. Upon its release, Rolling Red Dust faced a barrage of criticism from audiences across the strait, and before the film even premiered, screenwriter San Mao tragically took her own life. A multitude of factors in life and physiology converged, ultimately leading to her suicide. After the film, Lin Xingxia's overseas fans erupted in waves of excitement. During that era, audiences still held an affinity for Cheung Yao-style dialogue, enamored beyond measure. Following the film, Lin Xingxia shared the stage with Qin Han, indulging in their romantic tales, while no one mentioned San Mao. Holding the microphone, Lin Xingxia remarked, "Naked swimming is a liberation from constraints, a harmony with nature." Qin Han is not shy. He simply possesses a certain refinement and grace. Guan, initially lost in thought, snapped back to reality and inquired of Zhang, "What are they saying up there?" Zhang, seemingly engrossed, casually replied, "Lin Xingxia is talking about her naked swimming experience with Qin Han in a Hong Kong hotel." Without even a picture, Guan exclaimed, bewildered. Zhang stared at him in confusion and retorted, "No pictures? What is the point? And they don't even elaborate. Just trying to bamboozle the audience. I should have watched an Italian film. They have everything." Chapter 51. I hope you can withdraw. Zhang, an art connoisseur, quickly whispered, "Where is it?" Guan replied, "Forget where it is. Just tell me, are you going or not? You should accompany me. I have distributed flyers all day and could use a break. Please wait for me at the door for a moment while I greet a few acquaintances, and then we shall depart." The tedious premiere of the Northeast love story in the turbulent world has finally concluded. Guanjing exited the cinema, standing on the steps, smoking and sipping water, waiting for the crowd inside to thin out before Zhang emerged. "You have quite a few friends." "Of course, I'm promoting the film." "That is splendid." With that, Guanjing effortlessly led Zhang toward the vibrant and culturally rich tent camp. Upon arrival, Guanjing exclaimed, "Why are there so many people?" In front of the screen, groups of men and women huddled together for warmth while watching the film. The two found a spot to sit, and a nearby guy, having recognized Guanjing, bumped fists with them before returning to watch the movie with his companion. The film was Italian, depicting familiar themes but presented in a different manner. Yet it remained captivating, generously offering everything one could desire, unlike Lin Xingxia, who merely spoke without substance. After watching until around 2 o'clock, the two stumbled back, with Zhang smoking and saying, "Listen to me, don't come tomorrow." Guanjing, perplexed, replied, "Aren't you the one who wanted to come?" Zhang chuckled awkwardly and said seriously, "Tomorrow? No, from now on, let us both refrain from attending. If we get caught and become internationally renowned, who knows if you could return home? This is no jest. Aren't you an independent filmmaker yourself? When will you shoot a film? By the way, does the gang feature any nudity?" Guanjing retorted, "The female lead is my girlfriend." Zhang quickly apologized. "That was not my intention, but please, do not come." Guanjing nodded in agreement. As they entered the hotel lobby, they spotted Tian Zhuang and Xiaoqing seated there. Xiaoqing grumbled, "Where have you been? I've been searching for you all night, fearing you had met a grim fate." Listen, being Zhang's little pup is no easy task. With no one around to witness the commotion, Guanjing bypassed the conversation and returned to his room. After a hot shower, as he lay in bed, he remembered that his film had yet to be sold. Resolving to rise early for promotion the next day, he prepared himself. On February 19th, Guanjing, bearing the marks of sleeplessness, continued distributing flyers with Wang Yuanshan. Estimating they could spend the entire day on this task, Guanjing decided against printing more, as there were only a few film distributors, and excess would be wasteful. That evening, Guanjing treated Wang Yuanshan to dinner at a Western restaurant, settling his payment for the work done. Their meal was unremarkable, and Guanjing held little interest in the boyish Yuanshan. After dining, they agreed to stay in touch once back in Beijing, and Wang Yuanshan departed for a nearby school. Upon returning to the hotel, Guanjing thought he could finally enjoy a relaxed day. However, as he lay awake, he decided to don his clothes and watch an Italian film instead. Upon arrival at the venue, he found Zhang cozily watching a film with Xiaoqing, and inwardly chastised, "What a world we live in. Is this not a fleeting friendship? I find myself at a loss, while you clandestinely engage in your actions." Guan sought a discreet location to indulge in a film, for there exists a certain charm in the secrets shared between individuals. As the film concluded, Guan hastily took his leave, fervently wishing to avoid an encounter with Zhang, for even the thought of it was utterly embarrassing. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Guan did not encounter any acquaintances. He reclined on his bed, savoring the essence of the Italian film while reminiscing about Guy Lee from the capital, eventually drifting into slumber. What a perplexity. Is it truly so arduous to sell a film? The moment Su Guan opened his eyes, he began to vent his frustrations, meticulously reflecting on his gains and losses, resolving not to adhere to a conventional promotional strategy, lest he risk failure. After breakfast, Su Guan commenced strategizing in the hotel. Bent over the table, sketching and muttering. Differentiation, focus, a combination approach, a breakthrough point. My name is Su Guan, and my family faces significant hardships. My mother instilled in me the wisdom that a poor child must mature early. I pursue my dreams relentlessly. Su Guan pondered throughout the day in the hotel, contemplating how to best leverage the premiere platform to narrate his story effectively. In pursuit of selling his film, Su Guan resolved to take bold steps. Is it not merely a matter of clutching a bottle and cracking open a beer? Purchase my film, and I shall arrange something for you. Knock, knock, knock. When Su Guan opened the door, he was greeted by Jiang Wan, accompanied by a lean, bespectacled middle-aged man. Su Guan welcomed them into the room, and Jiang Wan introduced the man. Su Guan, this is Director Wang from our film bureau. He wishes to discuss something with you. Su Guan understood he could not evade this encounter, and he quickly stepped forward to shake hands, saying, I finally found the organization. Now I feel a sense of assurance. Director Wang, observing the youthful exuberance of Su Guan, harbored doubts about whether this individual truly comprehended the essence of filmmaking. Wang, adopting an exaggerated tone, remarked, Su Guan, how are you? Upon arriving in Berlin, I have been quite occupied. Today, I finally have the time to converse with you, thanks to Jiang Wan's assistance. After this, Director Wang glanced at Jiang Wan, who took the hint and said, Su Guan, have a good discussion with Director Wang. I must attend to other matters. As Jiang Wan departed, the two resumed their seats, and Su Guan listened as Director Wang said, Su Guan, the fact that you independently financed your film and secured a place in the main competition at the Berlin Film Festival has genuinely astonished many in the industry. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. Su Guan, brimming with pride, responded, Director, I did not utilize a single penny of state funds. Nor did I seize any quotas from the fifth generation. I procured the financing myself, and perhaps I may bring glory to the nation by winning a minor award. Upon my return, the Film Bureau ought to commend me. It remains uncertain whether Su Guan was genuinely oblivious or feigning ignorance. But his navet elicited laughter from Director Wang, an individual trained to maintain composure. Observing the young man striving to uphold his dignity, Director Wang had done his homework and said, Su Guan, it seems you are unaware of the gravity of your misstep. You attended the Berlin Film Festival without prior approval. Su Guan retorted, but I did not use state funds, nor did I exploit the film factory's quotas. Listening to Su Guan's specious reasoning, Director Wang sternly remarked, You are in violation of exhibition regulations. Discussions are currently underway regarding your punishment. The organization now expects you to withdraw from the Berlin Film Festival. Chapter 52. Temporary relief. Su Guan's eyes widened in astonishment as he fervently protested, Director, I am truly wronged. This is my first time making a film. I genuinely had no idea. Even during my school years, I was a diligent student, and upon graduating, I aim to create films without burdening the state or competing for resources. Is that not permissible? Director Wang retrieved a cigarette from his case, lit it, and regarded the agitated Su Guan. Have you sold the rights to your film? With a despondent expression, Su Guan lamented, This Berlin Film Festival is utterly disappointing. There isn't a single buyer. I was hoping to seek assistance from the organization to help sell it. Director Wang chuckled in disbelief. You are making underground films and expect the organization to sell them for you, Su Guan? What are you thinking? Reflecting on the promotional material he had drafted earlier, Su Guan began to address Director Wang earnestly. Director, I am in a dire situation. Ever since childhood, I have aspired to be a filmmaker, dreaming of directing my own films. It took tremendous effort for me to gain admission to the literature department at Beijing Film Academy, solely to learn the craft of filmmaking. I attended classes meant for two people, studying tirelessly day and night. Yet in the past year, I have scarcely seen a camera, let alone touched one. Upon graduation, I was assigned to a remote film studio with no filming quotas. Even if there were, I would not be chosen. My father went to great lengths, trading a truckload of pork for film stock from the Soviet Union, only to perish on the way back. After enduring such hardships to assemble a crew, our film was consumed by flames, and the actress we had secured abandoned us. Having faced such tribulations, if my film fails to sell, I will lose everything, my home, my finances, and upon returning, I will face your punishment. Is there no justice for honest individuals? I might as well perish in Berlin. Guan's tale left director Wang at a loss for words, fearing that Guan might flee and publicly voice his grievances, which would only escalate matters. Rising slowly, he patted Guan on the shoulder and said, "Regarding tomorrow's film premiere, consider it as though I have not come. You must find a way to sell the rights yourself. Upon our return, we shall see how the Film Bureau addresses your situation." Thus, they proceeded as director Wang suggested. He darkened at the implication that it was his directive, feeling as though he was orchestrating the filming of a prohibited piece. Guan repeatedly expressed his gratitude, assuring compliance before finally seeing director Wang off. With a sigh, he mused, "The film must be sold, and I must return home." After returning to his room, director Wang felt an unsettling sense of disarray. After pondering for some time without resolution, he inwardly chastised Guan for his cunning. Checking the time, he organized his thoughts and began making calls to domestic authorities, stating as soon as the line connected, "Leaders, I have already advised Guan. He says he will consider it and provide a prompt response. I would advise against hastily reaching conclusions domestically, for it may lead to circumstances where individuals feel compelled to avoid returning home, opting instead to spread unfounded rumors elsewhere, a rather unfortunate jest indeed." After a moment of contemplation, the domestic leadership responded, "Very well, we shall deliberate further on how to manage this matter once Su returns home." Presently, both director Wang and the leadership appear somewhat apprehensive that Su might throw a tantrum and refuse to return. Su, feeling that his narrative was somewhat satisfactory, planned to refine his story after director Wang's departure, striving to make it more compelling and poignant, aiming for a delivery more captivating than a cinematic experience. As evening approached, glancing at the time, he hastily filled his stomach and prepared to attend the premiere of The Great Eunuch Li Lianying. Upon arriving at the cinema, the film was nearly set to commence. Upon entering the screening room, Su spotted the rosy-cheeked Xiao Qing and the disheartened Jiang Wan. Su felt inclined to remark, "Being a young pup is no easy task. The youth often struggle to maintain their composure," casually surveying the audience. Su realized that the theater was packed to capacity with hundreds of attendees, and he even caught sight of director Wang, whom he had encountered earlier in the afternoon, seated beside Tian Zhuang. Feeling somewhat anxious about where to sit, he observed Wang Jiawei beckoning him over, prompting Su to decisively join him. As he settled down, Wang Jiawei inquired, "Su, I haven't seen you since your arrival in Berlin. What have you been busy with these past few days?" The mere thought of promoting his film gave Su a headache, yet he responded amicably to Wang's warm demeanor. "I've been tirelessly distributing flyers, promoting the film. It's exhausting." Before they could engage further, the host ascended the stage to commence his speech. Soon, the lights dimmed, and the screen illuminated, signaling the beginning of the film. The Great Eunuch offers a glimpse into the life of Li Lianying, exploring the ambiguous and intimate relationship with Empress Dowager Cixi, while also addressing several historical figures such as Guangxu and concubine Jun, thus limiting the portrayal of Li Lianying to a superficial historical context. This film, following Bertolucci's The Last Emperor, marks a re-emergence of Qing dynasty court dramas in Western perspectives. The Beijing Film Studio has a penchant for producing such historical dramas, drawing criticism since the 1980s, yet they remain steadfast in their approach, likely due to the prevalence of antiquated beliefs within the broadcasting sector. After the screening concluded, Su contemplated once more inviting Wang Jiawei to lend his support. Wang affirmed, "Rest assured, I will certainly rally everyone from Days of Being Wild to support you." After bidding farewell to Wang Jiawei, Su seized a moment to pull Jiang Wan aside, urging, "Tomorrow is the premiere of The Gang. Do not forget to bring everyone you know." Jiang Wan replied confidently, "Of course, I will bring them all. You can count on it. When we return to Beijing, I shall treat you to a meal." Just as Su turned to leave, Jiang Wan cautioned, "Tomorrow is your film premiere. Do not sneak off to watch another movie." Su retorted indignantly, "When have I ever done that?" Jiang Wan, with a mocking tone, responded, "Oh, so you're being stubborn, are you? You were darting around in that big black coat last night faster than a rabbit. Do you dare deny it?" Jiang Wan, feeling both embarrassed and furious, exclaimed, "Enough of this. Do you still want my support or not?" Upon returning to the hotel, Su fervently revised his narrative, sculpting Su Danian into a character embodying a father who sacrifices everything for his children. Su Guan perceives himself as a humble individual who has endured countless hardships, awaiting the moment or platform for a dramatic resurgence. Before becoming a director, the seasoned veteran, Lao Mozi, relentlessly pursued his directorial ambitions, even to the extent of being struck by a UFO and abducted by extraterrestrials. However, during the filming of The Great Parade, Lao Mozi's personal vision was suppressed by Brother Kai, acting in the capacity of a director. It is likely that this marked the moment Lao Mozi resolved to embrace the role of director. The meticulously orchestrated alien encounter by Lao Mozi did not receive the cooperation he anticipated. Instead, when confronted by reporters, Brother Kai stated, "We were together, but I was unaware of this matter." In his quest to promote his film, Su Guan magnified every challenge he encountered, transforming the movie into a compilation of minor difficulties, as articulated by him. Chapter 53. Su Guan welcomes guests. February 22nd marked the premiere of The Crew at the Berlin Film Festival. Early in the morning, Su Guan sought out the festival staff to confirm the host for the evening's premiere. He was informed that the host would be Emma. Who is Emma? Upon seeing the photograph provided by the staff, Su Guan suddenly recalled that she was the same individual who had presented him with a blanket at the festival's opening ceremony. Ecstatic, Su Guan murmured to himself, "A woman, a beautiful host. What a splendid start." Humming a cheerful tune, Su Guan entered a boutique near Potsdamer Platz, eager to select a refined gift for Emma. As he perused the shop's dazzling array of exquisite items, he found himself grappling with indecision, akin to constipation. And without the assistance of a considerate sales clerk, he might have remained indecisive until evening. After purchasing a recommended luxury perfume, Su Guan slung his small bag over his shoulder and returned to the hotel to refine his script. The script, a meticulously crafted interview piece, required little in the way of synergy. An experienced host could seamlessly engage with it at a glance. By evening, in his hotel room, Su Guan estimated the time and concluded his rehearsal, beginning to prepare meticulously for the premiere. In addition to donning his bespoke suit, he applied generous amounts of mousse to his hair, achieving a sleek and polished hairstyle that even a mosquito would struggle to disrupt. With a few playful flicks, he boasted, "No matter the tempest, it shall not disturb my coiffure." An hour and a half before the premiere, Su Guan arrived at the cinema. Observing a screening room that could accommodate approximately 600 people, he felt a twinge of anxiety, thinking that filling 400 seats would constitute a triumph. Outside the screening room, festival photographers began to prepare for a team photo of Su Guan and his crew. While other teams congregated in groups, the crew consisted solely of Su Guan, leading onlookers to mistakenly believe he was at the Berlin Film Festival for a photo shoot. After the crew photo was taken, Su Guan checked the premiere time. With just over an hour remaining, he anxiously awaited his companion at the entrance. After a few cigarettes, he finally spotted his companion, Emma, a striking figure with alluring curves, golden hair, cerulean eyes, and long legs, embodying the essence of a German beauty. Emma did not recognize Su Guan, merely offering a courteous greeting. After Su Guan subtly guided Emma with a few remarks, she realized that the director was, in fact, her carpet companion for the opening ceremony. The two exchanged a formal cheek kiss, marking their official acquaintance. Seizing the moment, Su Guan produced a carefully selected exquisite perfume. To his surprise, Emma accepted it with natural grace, casually placing it into her handbag. The woody rose fragrance enveloped Emma, drawing Su Guan into the screening room, where she began instructing him. "Su, once the film concludes, at the sight of my gesture, you must immediately bring the creative team onto the stage. After that, commence your gratitude towards the audience, and I will assist you and the creative team in the film discussion." Su Guan, with a bittersweet expression, replied, "Beautiful Emma, but I am the only member of our team present. It seems the program for the creative exchange will be impossible." Emma, feeling a twinge of frustration, considered returning the gift to Su Guan. However, suppressing her emotions, she inquired, "How would you like me to assist you?" Su Guan handed her a beautifully crafted card, perfectly sized for her hand. Before long, after Emma reviewed the questions on the card and found them aligned with the creative exchange program, her furrowed brow began to relax. "Su, let us proceed as per this plan. As long as you are prepared, I have no issues. Thank you so much. With you here, the winter in Berlin feels far less cold." After sharing a few more lighthearted exchanges with Emma, Su Guan sought out the staff to confirm the screening equipment. After a few minutes of testing the projector and ensuring the visuals and sound were functioning properly, he finally felt a sense of relief. At the entrance of the screening room, Guan officially opened the door to welcome guests. He anxiously awaited at the door, feeling increasingly disheartened as time passed. What a dreadful film festival, their ISNTA's soul in sight. How on earth can this proceed? Frustrated, he paced back and forth, lighting one cigarette after another. At some point, Guan appeared beside him and remarked, "If you keep smoking like that, you might as well set the cinema ablaze. Even if you manage to sell the film, you won't be able to afford the damages." Guan had come to help, and while Guan should have been grateful, he retorted with irritation, "What do you mean? Even if it sells? If my film doesn't sell, I'll be moving into your house next year, and the three of us can live together with Shaoqing." Guan's eyes lit up, but he scolded back, "Get lost." After exchanging a few playful jabs with Guan's anxiety lingered. It was truly dismal with no one around. He experienced an unfamiliar sensation. The wait felt interminable, as though the time spent at the door was enough to shoot another film. Why smoke? Experience had taught him that a single puff would summon a crowd. Just as he lit another cigarette, he noticed a throng of people slowly making their way toward the screening room, trailing in a long line. It was amusing how, just 10 minutes before the workday began, the office had been empty, yet in the final 3 minutes, it was filled to the brim. Guan tossed aside his cigarette, but, meticulously ensuring his attire was appropriate, and turned to Guan beside him, saying, "Hurry up, we're about to receive guests. Don't just stand there, prepare for the arrival." Initially, most of those entering were ordinary spectators. Regardless of familiarity, Su greeted them with a warm smile and enthusiastic hospitality. Indeed, Lin Qingxiao from the Rolling Red Dust crew arrived with Qin Han. As guests, Su welcomed them warmly. "Thank you, Sister Qingxia and Mr. Sun, for coming to support us." Lin Qingxiao replied with her professional smile, "Since you participated in Rolling Red Dust, we naturally had to come see your Northeastern love story and engage in deeper exchanges." Director Tian Zhuang arrived alone, noting the absence of Director Wang. Old Wang had tacitly permitted the clique to premiere in Berlin, demonstrating the Film Bureau's considerable leniency towards Su. Thank you. Apologies for the inadequate hospitality." Director Wang Jiawei, accompanied by the Days of Being Wild crew, also came to show support. Welcome. Thank you for your presence." Su greeted. "Zhang Sheng, welcome. Miss Liu, welcome." As anticipated, the main course of the evening was served last. The jury president, Shalong Duo, arrived with 2 female judges, one a Belgian director named Chantal, and the other a German director named Renata. Shalong Duo shook Su's hand, speaking in a professional and official manner. "Su, you have crafted a profoundly moving piece. I truly admire it. I look forward to your success and hope to see more exceptional works from you in Berlin." Chapter 54. The premiere. Su continuously presented warm smiles, escorting Shalong Duo to his seat. He mused, "I don't seek grand awards. I simply wish to carry back Director Jia's Wolfgang Skiddo Award." Alas, with the jury president present, the absence of film distributors puzzled Su. Could they have entered through the back door? I haven't heard of such a thing. Just as Su prepared to return to the screening room, he spotted a group of men and women approaching, chatting and laughing. It was evident they had arrived together. Even some audience members in the screening room curiously peeked. Upon closer inspection, Su realized these were indeed the independent filmmakers from the tent area. One familiar face approached Su, exclaiming, "You damn independent filmmaker. How could you possibly make it into the main competition? You've truly brought pride to us independent filmmakers." The young men and women embraced Su one by one, who reciprocated with sincere greetings, and they exchanged well wishes. Confirming no one else was coming, Su returned to the screening room at Emma's prompting. Standing against the wall, he surveyed the room, which was surprisingly filled to about 70 or 80% capacity, providing him with some solace. Moments later, Emma, clad in a fitting red professional suit, took the stage to introduce the film. Speaking in impeccable Berlin-accented English, this is a unique film from China, depicting a special family, a unique love, and distinctive familial bonds. In the audience, Qin Han, the second-generation flying general, shook his head and remarked to Lin Qingxia, earlier at the entrance, that director seemed to be barely in his 20s. "Sigh, what can a young person possibly create? It's merely a waste of time." The director, much like a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, often evokes the belief that his extensive experience and age equate to superior skill. Lin Qingxia nodded in agreement. yet she remained curious, prepared to witness the unfolding of events. Guan, sitting nervously in a vacant seat, was preoccupied with thoughts of film sales, while Jiang, seated beside him, observed with a profound sense of reflection. In this current phase, creating a film alone is an arduous task. Jiang placed a reassuring hand on Guan's shoulder, encouraging him. In no time, my brother, you shall undoubtedly astound this crowd. Guan cast a sidelong glance at Jiang, contemplating. What do you mean by in no time? If you lack the gift of speech, it would be wise to remain silent. No wonder you can only play the role of a loyal companion. As Emma concluded her introduction on stage, the lights in the cinema dimmed and the screen illuminated. The promotional video for this year's Berlin Film Festival commenced, and finally, Pulling Strings unveiled its final layer of mystery. The film began with a simple scene of dining on a heated bed, succinctly establishing the characters' backgrounds and relationships through a few well-chosen lines. The performances flowed effortlessly, rendered with a simplicity that captivated the audience. Jiang, glancing at Guan with astonishment, mused, I underestimated this young man. He truly possesses remarkable talent. In the gentle drizzle, a quaint Northeastern village was transformed by Guan's lens into a realm akin to paradise. However, this idyllic setting was irrevocably shattered by Jia Dongshu's paralysis. Zhang Manyu leaned in close to Lu Jialing and whispered, this director is incredibly skilled. His cinematic language is superb. No wonder Wang Kar-wai is eager to lend a hand. Lu Jialing nodded in silence, casting a glance towards Guan's seat, lost in her own thoughts. Lin Qingxia, equally astonished, reflected on her lack of rural experience. Had she not seen this film, she could never have imagined such a scene. Shalongduo found himself transported back to 1988, recalling his first viewing of Red Sorghum and his initial encounter with the farmer-like director. Much like Red Sorghum, Guan's Pulling Strings exhibited a commitment to visual excellence and a rich tapestry of cinematic language. As the narrative progressed, spurred by the subtle hints from Uncle Yi Zhonghai, several elders began to conspire to unite the simple-minded Zhu with a group, leading to a night of revelry that culminated in Zhu moving into Jia Dongshu's home to forge connections. The audience, surprisingly, found no discomfort in the unconventional relationships. As the film suggests, if life can be sustained, who would choose otherwise? With one wife and two husbands, the household welcomed an additional able-bodied worker, and life gradually improved. Zhu's son, Bongging, and daughter, Huayu, were born in succession. The Hong Kong visitors had never contemplated such a way of living. They had only witnessed feudal polygamy and continued to savor the Northeastern delicacies Guan presented with delight. However, the plot took a sudden turn with Jia Dongshu's demise, abruptly halting the facade of happiness. Villagers began to subtly tease and provoke Bongging, leading to a delicate shift in the dynamics between him and Zhu. As Bongging entered adolescence, he grew increasingly rebellious, resenting Zhu for attempting to erect walls that would sever their bond entirely. The audience is well aware that Bang Gong is the son of Sha Zhu and understands the rebellious nature of the boy. Yet, who is the true instigator behind all this? Speculations arise among the viewers. Is it Jia Dongshu, the three elders, or perhaps the malicious gossip of the villagers? Surely it cannot be Qin Huayu. As the film progresses, the relationship between the father and son deteriorates. In a few years, Bang Gong reaches adulthood. Yet the exorbitant bride price prevents him from marrying. Observing this, Sha Zhu, realizing that he must support his own son, ventures out to the construction site to earn a living. After Sha Zhu suffers an injury on site, Bang Gong approaches him for money to fund his wedding. Sha Zhu, with a complex expression, hands over all his hard-earned savings to his son. The audience is deeply moved by the raw and unpretentious paternal love, believing that a joyful conclusion awaits them. However, during the wedding, Bang Gong declares to all his relatives that his true father is Jia Dongshu, and that Sha Zhu is merely his uncle. This revelation shatters Sha Zhu's emotional foundation, leaving him to curl up on his bed, drinking heavily. The potent alcohol distorts his features, reflecting his agony. His son denies him, yet he finds solace in Qin Huayu, who still shows him a flicker of affection. As the film approaches its climax, Sha Zhu's life spirals downward while Bang Gong's existence flourishes, creating a stark contrast that evokes strong reactions from the audience, leading them to speculate a tragic ending. The viewers consider various scenarios for Sha Zhu's demise, but they are taken aback when he meets his bitter end amidst Bang Gong's smile, tinged with a hint of mockery. Thus, The film concludes. The credits roll. The lights brighten. The audience remains silent for several seconds before erupting into a wave of applause lasting several minutes. Particularly, those independent filmmakers cheer enthusiastically, their voices rising in a crescendo. Guan notices Emma's gesture, rises to adjust his attire, preparing to take the stage. He muses on how wonderful it would be if his long hair were still intact, envisioning a grand entrance reminiscent of Pan Zhoudan. How cool that would be. With graceful strides, Guan approaches the stage, elegantly waving to the audience and bowing in gratitude. The applause continues unabated, and Guan remains standing for a considerable time. Eventually, he takes the microphone from Emma, clearing his throat to regain composure. Chapter 55. Film Exchange. Where are the creators of the film? Emma feigns curiosity on stage, glancing around before exclaiming, Amulai Wubwa. Su, you're not the only one here, are you? Guan, appearing somewhat foolish, scratches his head awkwardly and shyly admits, yes. I came alone due to certain special circumstances. A collective gasp fills the audience, the varying reactions instantly raising the temperature in the screening room. Tian Zhuang watches nervously from below, thinking to himself, please don't say anything reckless. If you can't return, you'll have to live in exile. Emma is truly a delightful foil. Guan, slightly anxious, speaks in English, because we have run out of money. Guan explained that the entire production of The Gang involved a group of young individuals in their 20s, some freshly graduated, while others were still pursuing their studies, with the leading male roles being played by students. After the completion of the film, we found ourselves devoid of funds, which rendered us unable to provide tickets for the creative team to attend the film festival in Berlin. I must express my gratitude to the Berlin Film Festival for graciously offering me an economy class ticket, enabling me to traverse great distances and meet everyone here. Thank you. Guan began to evoke sympathy, a tactic employed to promote the film, and it seemed to yield positive results. After a wave of astonished gasps, applause erupted from the audience. The cast of Chungking Express expressed their amazement at the impressive acting skills of the mainland students and the remarkable talent of the new director. Emma timely posed a second question. I heard that you initially were not a director and hadn't even studied directing? Guan responded, Emma, that assertion is somewhat inaccurate. I graduated from the Beijing Film Academy, specializing in screenwriting, but I am a trained director. After graduation, I was assigned to a remote film studio as a screenwriter, dedicating my days to writing scripts. Emma cleverly prompted, so how did you transition into directing? The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, and Guan, shedding his initial nervousness, confidently declared, as a child, the first time I entered a cinema with my father, the sight of the film on screen thrilled me to the core. From that day forward, I fell deeply in love with cinema. My father raised me alone, and although he disapproved of my pursuit of film, he loved and supported me, doing everything in his power to ensure I received a good education in cinema. As I grew older, I attempted to enroll in the directing department of the Beijing Film Academy, but was unsuccessful, so I pursued screenwriting instead, all the while learning the craft of filmmaking. Upon my graduation, my father exchanged a truckload of pork from the Soviet Union for film stock, but tragically, he passed away on the return journey. After graduation, I worked as a screenwriter in a film studio, day in and day out, writing scripts for films that seemed impossible to produce. Uncertain of when I would ever become a director, reluctantly, I returned to school with the film stock my father left me and a modest sum of money, gradually assembling a production team to commence filming. Thus, I found myself as both the screenwriter and director, as well as the producer. During the filming, at the 13th hour, vandals within the crew set fire to the film we had already shot, nearly leading to the dissolution of our team amidst despair and low morale. Yet, fueled by our boundless love for cinema, we persevered through the challenges and ultimately completed the film. In the course of production, I also found love. Indeed, the leading actress became my girlfriend, my partner, and the producer of my film. Regrettably, she could not attend today's event. The audience, particularly the Germans, relished the speech, their enthusiasm growing with each passing moment. Observing the men and women below applauding and encouraging Guan, he felt an irresistible urge to raise his right hand in response. After listening, Schlondorf cursed under his breath, "Why on earth didn't you say this sooner? The film festival is nearing its end." Had he mentioned it earlier, they could have featured him on the opening day, gathered a slew of journalists to extol his virtues, perhaps even igniting the subdued atmosphere of the Berlin Film Festival. Guan, considering the multitude of voices around him, refrained from expressing his gratitude to Tian Zhuang, fearing it might cause unnecessary trouble and discomfort. Through Su Guan's vivid narration, the audience visualized scenes in their minds. A child entering the cinema with his father, wide-eyed and exhilarated by the film. Upon returning home, he began to voraciously collect every book about cinema, embarking on a journey of self-education. As he matured into a passionate youth enamored with film, he endured countless hardships, ultimately creating a film and traveling thousands of miles to the Berlin Film Festival. The audience mused that this tale surpassed any film, urging him to continue the story. Forget the movie, please keep narrating. Even the host, Emma, was taken aback, her azure eyes glistening as she gazed at Su Guan on stage. A group of young independent filmmakers shouted, "Long live cinema." Applause cascaded in waves from the audience, yet the film premiere inevitably came to a close. Reluctantly, everyone began to depart the venue. For Su Guan, all his suffering was surmounted by his fervent love for film. The independent filmmakers lingered, reluctant to part ways. Su Guan had become a beacon of inspiration for them. His journey, truly remarkable. Belgian director Chantal, who had accompanied Schlondorf, stepped forward and embraced Su Guan tightly, exclaiming with fervor, "My dear, I absolutely adore you and your incredible film." Afterward, she cupped Su Guan's face and kissed him tenderly, dancing with joy before exiting the screening room. All the filmmakers present, moved by Su Guan and the gang, received his heartfelt gratitude and blessings. Initially unimpressed by Su Guan, Lin Qingxia, now maternal in her affection, grasped his hand and remarked, "You were absolutely right. This is the quintessential Northeast love story. I hope we can collaborate in the future." Su Guan replied, "I would be delighted to welcome you to Hong Kong. I'll treat you to a meal." He held Lin Qingxia's delicate hand and added, "I was too rash regarding the Northeast love tale. We should engage more in the future." Lin Qingxia beamed, embracing Su Guan before departing with Qin Han, as the crowd continued to swell behind them. Chapter 56, Thuringia. Su Guan's speech was a resounding success, effectively crafting his persona. He had endeared himself to the hearts of middle-aged women, both Chinese and European, all of whom felt a maternal instinct to cherish and protect him. Su Guan began to feel as though he might have taken things a bit too far. The Chinese actresses, Zhang Manyu and Lu Jialing, were no exception, showering him with hugs, some even kissing him, surprised at the warmth emanating from such a remarkable individual. "As long as there is a suitable role, dear sister, you can count on me to offer you a substantial discount." Indeed, even with a reduction, Su Guan cannot afford it for the time being. His own film is not even gracing the cinemas, and I suspect this group remains oblivious to that fact. Without his sunglasses, Wang Jiawei approached and said, "Su Guan, you can now rest assured. Alas, without your assistance, I would not even have made it to Berlin. Let us not dwell on that. Remember, tomorrow is off-phase premiere. Do not forget. Rest assured, I shall be there." Unexpectedly, Deng Guangrong also expressed his willingness to invest in Su Guan's film, believing Su Guan to be far more reliable than Wang Jiawei. "It's merely a few $100,000 in investment, a trifling amount." Su Guan quietly confided to Deng Guangrong, "I am merely a creator of underground films, unworthy of the spotlight, and I may inadvertently involve others." Deng Guangrong nodded and reluctantly acquiesced. The independent filmmakers lined up one by one to embrace Su Guan, their excitement akin to that of devoted followers meeting their leader. Young women seized Su Guan, showering him with affectionate hugs and kisses, exuberantly showcasing the broad-heartedness of Europeans, polite, warm, and hospitable. Should Su Guan desire, it is likely he could indulge in the charms of independent female filmmakers that very night. However, recalling Wang Yuanshuan's warning about the strict regulations in Berlin and the risk of being detained, Su Guan decided against it. After bidding farewell to the independent filmmakers, only the host, director Tian Zhuang, Jiang Wan, and Xiao Qing remained. Tian Zhuang opened his arms and tightly embraced Su Guan, patting his back firmly, proclaiming, "Continue your passion for directing and remain a pure filmmaker." "Thank you, director," Su Guan replied. Xiao Qing gazed at Su Guan with starry eyes, unwilling to let go, leaving him awkwardly glancing at Jiang Wan. "Brother, you are a master storyteller. If I were a woman, I would surely be enchanted by you. At this film festival, you will undoubtedly reap rewards. They love to support filmmakers like you," Jiang Wan boldly stated. After the guests departed, Su Guan stood at the marble steps of the cinema, the crisp Berlin wind brushing against his fevered body. Finally, he looked at the enchanting Emma, who opened her arms wide and embraced him with a gaze filled with affection. The moment they released their embrace, Emma tilted her head and kissed Guan. Initially, he hesitated, but soon he reciprocated. Kissing requires stamina, and after an entire evening of the premiere, both were already famished. Emma invited, "Sue, the rumbling in your stomach tells me we should find something to eat. At midnight, where could one find food?" Emma took Guan's hand, and together they descended the steps, saying, "Just follow me with your mouth." The sound of Emma's footsteps resonated crisply in the deserted night. Before long, they entered a yellow Volkswagen Beetle. Approximately 20 minutes later, Emma brought Guan to her rented apartment, where she began preparing a meal for him. After rummaging through the refrigerator, Emma decided to prepare a traditional German sausage, frying it to serve Guan well. German sausages, much like Chinese zongzi, often invoke spirited debates. While zongzi can be categorized into sweet and savory varieties, the primary types of German sausages include Thuringian and Nuremberg sausages. Today, Emma delighted in the Thuringian sausage, notable for its substantial size. The following morning, in a Berlin apartment, warm water cascaded from the shower head, drenching pale skin before pooling on the ceramic floor, producing a gentle patter that roused Guan from his slumber. Although it was Guan's first visit to Berlin and his inaugural experience driving, his seasoned demeanor as a veteran driver from Northeast China led him confidently towards the source of the water's sound. At 9 a.m., the two parted ways at Potsdamer Platz. Upon arriving at his hotel, Guan encountered staff from the film festival seeking him out. "Sue, the premiere of The Gang received a fantastic response yesterday, and at the request of the fans, the festival has decided to add another screening." After confirming there were no unpleasant odors emanating from himself, Guan exclaimed, "Let us go then." Upon arrival at the venue, Guan was taken aback to find the audience predominantly comprised of women, including many mature and elegant ladies. Regaining his composure, he pondered whether he had perhaps overexerted himself yesterday, spinning tales that may have been excessive. With each screening, he delivered his speech with increasing familiarity, becoming more adept and engaging, with the audience responding enthusiastically. The day alone saw 2 continuous screenings and a last-minute addition in the evening. Midway through the film, Guan overheard a sharp voice from a young woman exclaim, "When will this end? What a terrible cinema. There's not even a fast-forward option. We came to see the director, not the movie." Concealed in the shadows, Guan remained silent, reflecting bitterly, not even a floral tribute. Yet they claimed to adore me and came to see me? What a farce. Fortunately, the dim lighting of the theater obscured his Asian features, allowing him to blend in seamlessly. As if orchestrated by the festival's officials, a wave of enthusiasm for Guan emerged during the latter part of the Berlin Film Festival. In between screenings, he took time to engage with reporters, providing additional details that had been omitted from his previous stories. Gradually, the local newspapers began to feature numerous articles about Guan, often accompanied by images of him, canvas bag slung over his shoulder, hair tousled by the cold Berlin breeze, as he promoted his film to passers-by on the frigid streets. The starkness of Guan added a chill to the already cold ambience of Berlin. After the final screening of the night, Guan bid farewell to the last audience members. In a flurry, he grabbed a hot dog and hurried to the screening of Days of Being Wild, feeling relieved it was a midnight showing. Otherwise, he might have missed the chance to attend. As he walked, he stuffed the hot dog into his mouth, gulping down water to help it slide down his throat. At the entrance of the youth segment's exhibition hall, Wang Kar-wai and Deng Guangrong were busy greeting guests. Wang Kar-wai was aware that Guan had added several screenings today, and he hurriedly called out, "You are truly on fire in Berlin. I thought you wouldn't make it." "I almost didn't. I just finished one and rushed over." Guan replied, "You all carry on with your work. I'll head in first." Upon entering the screening room, he spotted Jiang when waving at him. Guan crouched slightly and made his way over, finding a seat right beside Xiaoqing. Hardly had he settled in when the host took the stage, and, after a lengthy introduction, the screening of Days of Being Wild officially commenced. It was rumored that the film was initially planned to be a 2-part series with an investment of 40 million. But Wang Kar-wai had already spent 39 million on the first part before it was even completed. Essentially, Days of Being Wild was a collaborative tapestry woven from Wang Kar-wai and Zhang Shuping's interpretations of the 1960s. Once the narrative was pieced together, they plunged into production. Wang Kar-wai was often at the front line of creativity, while the logistical support lagged behind, leading to a myriad of challenges. This relentless pressure eventually wore down the actors, who resigned themselves to whatever direction Wang chose, as long as he found joy in the process. A particular scene featuring Liang Chaowei eating a pear was shot 27 times only to be discarded in favor of a final 3-minute-long take. Upon release, it faced formidable competition from Stephen Chow's The Gambling Ghost, which shattered its box office expectations, effectively eliminating the possibility of a sequel. Thus, it felt as though Wong Kar-wai had been perpetually crafting Days of Being Wild for over 2 decades. Chapter 57. 4 Egg Yolks. Wong Kar-wai's distinctive style only began to take shape after Days of Being Wild, still in its nascent phase, leaving many viewers initially perplexed. As the subtitles rolled and the film concluded, only sparse applause echoed in the theater, likely a result of the audience's bewilderment, though they maintained a semblance of decorum. Deng Guangrong, preparing to take the stage, felt a chill of despair. He had hoped to recoup some losses at the Berlin Film Festival, but it appeared that opportunity had vanished. Days of Being Wild had left Deng Guangrong hospitalized due to stress. Yet it had bestowed upon Wong Kar-wai both the Golden Horse and Golden Balhenio awards. In the audience, Jiang Wen leaned towards Su Guan and whispered, "This is far less engaging than the Italian films. Are you going to the next one? I've screened 3 today, with 2 more tomorrow. You should take Xiaoqing with you. It would be a great opportunity for practice." Before Jiang Wen could finish, Xiaoqing playfully nudged Su Guan, saying, "What are you talking about, you rascal?" As the premiere concluded, Su Guan exited the cinema, barely descending the steps when he spotted a familiar Volkswagen Beetle, beside which stood a tall, elegant woman clad in a black coat, Emma. Jiang Wan, having just emerged, saw Su Guan step down and quickly approached a yellow Beetle. After exchanging affectionate greetings with the nearby lady, they both climbed into the car and drove off. Goodness, the Berlin Film Festival really treats Su Guan well, doesn't it? A red carpet stroll and a beautiful woman by his side. What next? Jiang Wen lamented, watching the Beetle disappear into the distance, voicing his frustration over the festival's apparent favoritism. Tightening his embrace around the small Qing, Jiang Wen suddenly felt an urge to indulge in a culinary adventure, contemplating that he might as well have a taste of France soon. On the afternoon of the 25th, the day before the Berlin Film Festival's closing ceremony, Su Guan received the long-anticipated call inviting him to stay from the festival's officials. As the call ended, the pressure of selling his film, which had weighed heavily on him for days, was instantly lifted, prompting him to let out a long, triumphant shout. Su thought that receiving an encouragement award might finally help him sell his film. If he failed to do so, he would have no choice but to roam to other countries' film festivals with a tent and film reels in tow. Just as Su was about to step out to share the good news with director Wang, Jiang Wen entered, saying, "I heard you howling in the corridor. What is the matter? Did the festival grant you the Golden Bear?" "Not quite. They just invited me back next year to grace Berlin with my talent once more." "If you return next year, will the Berlin Film Festival send you a girl too?" "Next year, I'll bring my own. No need for the festival to provide." "You're really something." Watching Su rummage through his suitcase for canned goods, Jiang Wen seated himself at the table, adding, in a bit, "You should accompany me to greet our colleagues who didn't make it to the finals. Stop dreaming about riding high on foreign horses. Don't they say we're just showing off?" "What is there to say?" Su sat opposite Jiang Wan, holding a can with the lid facing down. He forcefully slapped the bottom of the can, easily twisting off the lid, and speared a piece of peach with a fork before popping it into his mouth. After finishing a piece, he pushed the can toward Jiang Wan, declaring, "You have no idea how tough it is for me. My film hasn't sold yet, and there are already rumors back home about a ban on it. Is it so wrong for me to relax a bit before the ban?" Imitating Su's actions, Jiang Wen took a bite of peach and began to revel in his misfortune, saying, "A ban would be great. If that happens, you'll become famous. You'll be the only one like a scorpion in the world, even more impressive than winning a silver bear." As the two finished the last can of peaches, Tian Zhuang joined them, and the 3 exchanged greetings with references to films like Days of Being Wild, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, and The Red Dust, promising to reconnect in the future. "Guan, you're bound to win a major award. Guan, keep it up. Aim for the Golden Bear. Guan, remember to visit me when you're in Hong Kong." Everyone offered their well wishes to Su, parting with tearful eyes and heartfelt promises of future encounters. For this Berlin Film Festival, Guy Li had arranged for Su to have 2 tailored suits, specifically mentioning that he should wear one for the opening and another for the closing ceremony. Su gazed at the 2 black suits laid out on the bed. If not for the lingering scent of rosewood on the suit he had worn, he would struggle to distinguish which one was meant for the closing ceremony. The following day, Around 6 in the evening, Su donned the suit devoid of fragrance and sat in a Mercedes-Benz limousine, stepping onto the chillingly narrow red carpet that appeared elongated. His previous experience on the red carpet had felt akin to that of a social media influencer seeking attention. However, this time, as soon as Su set foot on the red carpet, cameras were thrust at him from all directions, capturing his every move with relentless fervor. Upon crossing the red carpet, he entered the main venue for the awards ceremony, the Potsdamer Platz Theater, later known as the Berlin Film Palace, which would become the festival's long-term main venue. Upon entering the main venue, Su Guan found himself in a somewhat awkward situation, seated next to the chief eunuch, while beside him sat director Wang, whom he had not seen for several days. Director Wang merely smiled and nodded at Su Guan, refraining from greeting him, as he was hesitant to provoke Su Guan or reveal the troubling truth. The broadcasting and television department had already convened several meetings, essentially determining to take action against Su Guan, though the severity of the punishment was still under deliberation. At 7 o'clock Berlin time, the 41st Berlin Film Festival's closing ceremony and award presentation officially commenced when Emma, resplendent in a red gown, took to the stage with a microphone. This year's festival proved to be remarkably peculiar. The award ceremony commenced with an unexpected twist. The Teddy Award for Best Short Film was shared between Relax and Monster Maker, marking a double win. Remarkably, the Teddy Award for Best Film also resulted in a double win. Even more astonishing was the Golden Bear Award, which was similarly shared between Jim Russell and Francis. The special mention awards were promptly given to Little Criminal, Chief Eunuch, and Venomous Teeth. While others basked in the glory of double wins, Su Guan received a solitary consolation prize. Su Guan consoled himself, thinking, a consolation prize is still a prize. At least my trip here was not in vain. Director Wang, observing the proceedings, quietly urged him, having any award is a commendable achievement. Do hurry and take the stage. The director of the crew, Hu La La, soon ascended the stage, and the older gentleman insisted that Su Guan speak first. Grasping the award, Su Guan pondered for a moment before deciding to express his gratitude politely. Thank you. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to my father, my alma mater, Beijing Film Academy, the Department of Literature, and my beloved country. I am grateful for my exquisite, resilient, and perfect team, and finally, to the Berlin Film Festival. After his acceptance speech, he stumbled off the stage in a daze. Upon returning to his seat, Jiang Wen teased, "You're quite the achiever now. You can stand shoulder to shoulder with director Tian." Su Guan chuckled, "I merely came here to promote my film, but I happened to snag a small consolation prize as well." Chapter 58. An unexpected surprise. Every attendee at the film festival harbored aspirations of winning an award. Just after the Best Achievement Award was announced, Xiao Qing, irritated by the banter between two individuals nearby, exclaimed, "Enough with the prattle." At her remark, Jiang Wen immediately fell silent, while Su Guan, perplexed, thought, "Hey, I'm not your little puppy." He glanced at Xiao Qing, noticing her tension, and turned to the stage, realizing that the Best Actress Award was about to be presented. Nervously, Xiao Qing clutched Jiang Wen's thigh, causing him to flush crimson, while the presenter announced, "The Best Actress Award goes to Victoria Avril." In her heart, Xiao Qing fervently wished for a double win, muttering to herself, "Why is it that every time it's my turn, there's no double win?" Su Guan, having ventured to Berlin, saw others receiving awards. Yet he was left with just a solitary consolation prize, which was particularly disheartening as it was awarded last. It felt rather forced indeed. The Berlin Film Festival. What a trivial affair. Following the Best Actress Award, the anticipation for the Best Actor Award loomed large. Su Guan teased Jiang Wen in a hushed tone, "Aren't you nervous? The Best Actor Award is just around the corner." Jiang Wen scoffed, "Nervous? I've been in this industry for years. I've seen it all." As expected, there was no surprise when the Best Actor Award went to an African-American actor. The gentleman took the stage and delivered his acceptance speech at an astonishingly rapid pace. However, his name was quite lengthy, and after expressing his gratitude to the director and producer, the host began to urge him to conclude. As soon as the Best Actor exited the stage, the Belgian director Chantal stepped up to present the next award. Jiang Wen started to tease Su Guan again. "That director has quite the fondness for you. Perhaps she might just give you an award." Su Guan, feeling no chance of winning Best Director, confidently replied, "Of course. We're all in this together. Receiving an award is a mere formality." Noticing Su Guan's arrogance, Jiang Wen felt irritated, snatched the trophy from Su Guan's hands, and quipped, That trophy must weigh over 3 kilograms. If that lady truly gives you an award, I'll eat it. Su Guan, indignant, retorted. After all the effort I put in to win just one award, and you want to eat it? How am I supposed to explain this to my brothers back home? At that moment, Director Wong interjected, all right, it's time for the awards. The group turned their attention to the stage as Chantal pulled out the envelope. Gasping in surprise as she exclaimed, Jonathan Dem, Su Guan. Chantal's pronunciation was less than perfect, leaving both Jiang Wan and Su Guan momentarily bewildered. As they were still bantering about the trophy, Little Qing suddenly gasped, stood up, and tugged at Su Guan's sleeve, exclaiming, Su Guan, it's you. You've won Best Director. Su Guan looked around and, seeing everyone's gaze upon him, slowly realized the gravity of the moment. His heart racing with excitement. Am I really about to soar? He quickly gathered himself and embraced Director Wong, Tian Zhuang, Little Qing, and Jiang Wan, celebrating their shared joy. This trophy is yours. There's not a crumb left. With that, Su Guan strode purposefully onto the stage, first greeting the elegant Chantal with a traditional cheek kiss before accepting the trophy. Child, you are remarkable. Thank you. The Best Director award was a double honor. Su Guan was unsure if Chantal had truly exerted herself in this regard, but he chose to believe she had. After Jonathan finished his acceptance speech, Su Guan stepped forward, excitement bubbling within him. I apologize. I had prepared an acceptance speech, but I've already used it. The audience erupted in light laughter, followed by a wave of applause, encouraging Su Guan. I want to thank my father, Su Daji, for the most profound love, my girlfriend, Guy Li, for her unwavering support, my friend, Chao Baoping, for his enduring patience and assistance, Director Tian Zhuang for his backing, and once again, my team, thank you. After concluding his speech, Su Guan descended from the stage, clutching the silver trophy, and upon returning to his seat, he was met with further embraces and congratulations. While hugging Tian Zhuang, Su Guan inquired, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble? Tian Zhuang chuckled, you're being overly cautious. This is hardly an issue. However, you have performed remarkably well, achieving instant fame. As soon as I sat down, I overheard Jiang Wan exclaim, what on earth did you do to Berlin? They awarded you 2 encouragement prizes. Su Guan rolled his eyes and retorted, your Best Director is merely an encouragement prize. Why haven't they given you a Best Actor award to commend you? With that, he snatched the Special Mention award from Jiang Wan, declaring, if you don't eat it, I'm taking it. Suddenly, Su Guan, after catching a lingering gaze, discreetly handed the Silver Bear Award to Director Wong beside him. Director Wong, holding Su Guan's Best Director award, felt a whirlwind of emotions. He mused, I should have led the team to win Best Director, yet here I am, sitting next to the Best Director. The complexity of this situation is indescribable. Nevertheless, he congratulated Su Guan, saying, Su Guan, regardless of the circumstances, congratulations on your well-deserved Best Director award. If only you could wait a few more years. Waiting? That might take some time. With Su Guan's background, it would surely take nearly a decade. After toying with the trophy for a moment, Director Wong graciously returned it to Su Guan. The awards ceremony continued, and the Double Yoke Award remained a double yoke. Each time a double yoke was announced, Xiao Qing would silently curse. When Shalong Duo stepped onto the stage to announce the final Golden Bear, he pulled out the envelope and proclaimed, Italy's the House of Smiles. As soon as he finished, the audience erupted into chaos, with boos echoing throughout. Shalong Duo had to add, the jury considered this film to be the collective work of director Mardoko and a group of elderly artists. However, the audience remained unconvinced, continuing to boo, clearly expressing their dissatisfaction. Those nominated for the Golden Bear were vocally criticizing the Axis powers for their apparent collusion. After the Golden Bear was awarded, Su Guan, brimming with confidence, asked Jiang Wan to help carry a hefty 3-kilogram trophy as they attended the Berlin Film Festival's banquet. At the banquet, aside from Director Wong, several individuals gathered around to take photos with the award before dispersing for mingling. Su Guan, delighted to finally meet the film distributors he had previously been unable to approach, quickly amassed a collection of business cards. He even sought out Chantal for a conversation, subtly inquiring about the Best Director's judging process. But Chantal merely smiled and left him her phone number, saying, I mostly reside in Paris now. If you ever have the chance to visit, do come find me. Excellent. If I ever go to Paris, I shall certainly seek out the enchanting director Chantal. Su Guan also had a brief chat with the chairman of the Berlin Film Festival, who hinted at the desire for Su Guan to continue bringing his talent to Berlin. Every film festival has its own affiliations. For instance, Wang Zhou later attended Cannes with his films, while Zhang Yimou and Jia Zhangke faced difficulties at Cannes despite multiple attempts. After winning the Golden Bear and Golden Lion, Zhang Yimou tried to pursue the Palme d'Or but was unfortunately unsuccessful. Following a fallout with Cannes over not one less, he shifted his focus to commercial films. As for achieving all 3 major awards, it is nearly impossible unless Wang Zhou serves as the chairman. Chapter 59. Low-key reports. Su, are you hungry? A bit. Shall we grab a bite? Thuringia? Of course. At the banquet, having consumed a bellyful of chilled liquor, Su Guan felt as though he were on the brink of freezing to death. As the event concluded, Su Guan, accompanied by Emma whom he had met at the banquet, carried 2 trophies back to the hotel to prepare Ringer sausages. In the capital city, at 6 in the morning, the office of the Jingxing Evening News was enveloped in clouds of smoke, with deputy editor Zheng lost in thought. Uncertain whether he had arrived early or was merely lingering late, Zheng was awaiting a call from far-off Berlin, intent on dispatching the press release for the Grand Eunuch as soon as the phone rang. The award was a certainty. The only question was the nature of the accolades. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone pierced the air. Zheng picked up the receiver and heard an excited voice on the other end. We secured 3 awards, Best Director and 2 special mentions. The inertia of his thoughts led Zheng to exclaim enthusiastically, Tian Zhuang is incredible. 3 awards at once. However, the caller quickly realized the misunderstanding and clarified, no, it's Su Guan who won Best Director. Su received 2 awards, while Tian took 1. Su Guan is quite the sensation in Berlin, far more so than Zhang Yimou. Zheng interrupted, perplexed. Su Guan? Who on earth is Su Guan? The reporter proceeded to regale him with tales of how the Berlin journalists were extolling Su Guan's talents, embellishing the narrative for effect. With one hand clutching the phone and the other scribbling hastily on a blank sheet of paper, Zheng confirmed the details and commanded, see if you can arrange an exclusive interview with Su Guan in Berlin. But the officials wouldn't permit an interview with Su Guan. Zheng, bewildered, questioned why not. Isn't he from the Beijing Film Academy? Why the prohibition? Did he submit a film without the studio emblem, bypassing the review process? Frustrated at the prospect of missing out on a major scoop, Zheng slammed his hand on the desk, demanding, tell me everything you know. If you keep holding back, you'd best not return. In any case, Su Guan was generating considerable buzz in Berlin. The clique had been screened for 2 consecutive days with packed houses. A phenomenon beyond imagination. After hanging up, Zheng paced the office, drawing upon his years of experience to recognize the explosive nature of this news. If he released it, Su Guan would achieve instant fame. In the public's understanding, being awarded Best Director in Berlin meant that Su Guan had excelled in a competition that drew thousands from around the globe, ultimately scoring a perfect 100 and earning the title. Such monumental news compelled Zheng to decide to publish it. As a journalist, he could not bear to let such a significant story slip through his fingers. Besides, the domestic notification had yet to arrive. Even if he published the story, there would be ample justification for doing so. Just as he resolved to proceed, the phone rang again. Upon answering, he heard, Hey, Xiaozheng, are you aware of the news from Berlin? Zheng's heart sank. The scoop was slipping away, and he cursed his own impulsiveness in answering the call. Reluctantly, he replied, Yes, I'm preparing for your directives. Let us keep it low-key. The broadcasting and television department's decision regarding him will come in a few days. Oh, what a pity to waste such a splendid story. While the news is fantastic, he has indeed violated regulations. Not being disqualified from the Berlin Film Festival is already a generous concession. Do not knowingly breach the rules. All right. I will report discreetly. In the quaint courtyard of Kuei Hutong, early in the morning, Guiley extricated herself from the embrace of her delicate form, eliciting a series of soft groans from Chun Hong before finally lifting the covers to rise. As she dressed, she remarked, I shall venture into the streets to see if there are any updates on Su Guan. If you wish for anything to eat, I shall bring it back for you. Chun Hong, twisting her waist and turning over, mumbled nonchalantly, anything will do. Guiley quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, donned her coat, and placed a black knitted hat upon her head before stepping outside. After purchasing several newspapers, she slipped into a breakfast shop nestled within the alley. Consuming her meal while perusing the papers for news about Su Guan, she scoured through multiple editions, inspecting even the narrowest gaps, but to her dismay, There was not a single mention of Su Guan, nor even the word Berlin. Upon returning to the courtyard with Chun Hong's breakfast in hand and the newspapers, Guy Li found Chun Hong engaged in her morning routine. Before she could utter a word, Chun Hong interjected, "If you manage to find any news about Su Guan, it would be a miracle. The news from Berlin won't appear until at least the afternoon. The papers you are reading are yesterday's news." Guy Li tossed the small dumplings onto the dining table, playfully reproaching, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, would there still be dumplings to eat?" As the saying goes, those involved are often blinded to the situation while onlookers see the truth. Just as Chun Hong had predicted. It was not until dinner that the two women spotted news of Su Guan in the Beijing evening news. A sharp scream resonated throughout the courtyard. Guy Li exclaimed with excitement, "Chun Hong, Su Guan has won an award, the Best Director Prize." Chun Hong reached for the newspaper from Guy Li's hands, searching for the information but failing to find it. "Where is it? Where is it?" she inquired. Here it is, here it is." Guy Li pointed out a minuscule section at the bottom of the paper, where Chun Hong discovered the news of Su Guan. She read aloud, "Congratulations to our nation's young director Su Guan for winning the Best Director honor at the 41st Berlin Film Festival for his film La Bang Tao." After reading the announcement, Chun Hong, with a look of skepticism, flipped through the newspaper, muttering, "Is this a legitimate paper? Shouldn't the news of an award at the Berlin Film Festival be on the front page?" Guy Li sighed. Su Guan lacks a studio endorsement. It is a blessing to have any coverage at all. As long as he has received the award, that is what truly matters. Chun Hong teased, "Oh, are you hoping Su Guan will bring you back the Best Actress award as well?" Guy Li replied, "Not at all. I simply feel a tinge of regret for not witnessing Su Guan's triumph with my own eyes. The less information there is, the greater the implications." News from such a minuscule section soon sent ripples throughout the artistic community. The two executive directors of La Bang Tao, Xiao Chao and Wang Hongwei, spread the news of the award throughout the Beijing Film Academy within mere hours. The primary focus of dissemination was the directing department. Had Wang Hongwei not belonged to that department, Xiao Chao might have faced unwarranted aggression due to his short hair. The aspiring directors within the directing department were left perplexed. While the cinematography department may boast, it was astonishing to see someone from the literature department achieving such heights. In the office of the Academy as president, Shen Songsheng, Wang Di, holding a cup, sat upright and proclaimed, "It is no easy feat for our literature department to produce a director. Although Su Guan currently faces peril and the risk of being banned, the school must not dishearten its students." After strolling around the office with a teacup in hand, the dean remarked, "It isn't prohibited yet, so let us hang the banner first. I shall move about a bit more and see if I might receive a lighter sentence." He then added, "By the way, when Su Guan returns from abroad, have him bring a film copy to the school for a few more screenings, as it is not being shown in cinemas." With a smile, Wang Di exited the dean's office with a simple gesture. The handsome and beautiful students of the literature department promptly gathered banners, ladders, iron bars, and pliers, and within minutes had hung the prepared banner above the entrance of the Beijing Film Academy. Chapter 60. Selling films. After the literature department students had hung the banner, they began to engage in organized activities throughout various corners of the academy. In the boys' restroom, one standing student said to another squatting one, "Hey, did you hear? Something happened at the school gate." The squatting student, curious, inquired, "What happened?" After a brief pause, the standing student replied, "You'll find out if you go take a look. Come on, what is it?" The standing student shrugged and walked away. What on earth is going on? The excitement was fleeting, and with a slight nudge, he hastily wiped himself and dashed towards the entrance. Before long, the entrance was crowded with eager onlookers, students of clear intellect. Upon glancing up, their eyes were immediately drawn to the bold and robust characters spelling out the literature department. They then unconsciously read aloud the banner's message. "Warm congratulations to our 1985 Literature Department graduate Su Guan for winning the Silver Bear for Best Director at the 41st Berlin Film Festival." The Literature Department was truly clever. The paint for just the three characters of Literature Department could have sufficed for an entirely new banner. Is there nothing else? Truly nothing else? The squatting student grumbled as he returned to his spot. In the Central Academy of Drama, in the classroom, he Bing placed a newspaper on the desks of three girls and said, "Look closely, look well. If there are any unfamiliar characters, just ask me." "Where? Where?" "Right here." "Are you blind? Such large characters, and you can't see them." After Su Fan finished reading, "Congratulations to our young director Su Guan," Chun Xiaoyi interjected. "Is this a legitimate newspaper?" Is this all the space given to the best director in Berlin? Su Fan placed a well-used eraser on top of the newspaper, completely obscuring the news, not even leaving the border visible. Chen Xiaoi repeatedly covered and uncovered the news with the eraser, then remarked to Hebing, "This is an underground director, and it's such a small mention. Why are you making such a fuss?" Meanwhile, in the Xian Film Studio's developing room, the seasoned director Lao Mozi, busy with post-production, held up the newspaper and said, "The younger generation is formidable. They are far braver and more talented than we were." Gong Li took the newspaper, squinting at the news about Su Guan. "I must meet him. I want to see who among you two is more impressive. Who is greater is hard to say, but I am certainly more prominent." He replied, "Look at how tiny this is. You should know how significant I am." All right. You're great. It's an entire page. Are you satisfied now?" Also at the Xian Film Studio, in the family compound, the director of the new generation, Teng Wenji, upon seeing the news, turned a ghastly shade, almost contorted with rage, cursing, "I have toiled for years just to earn the chance to direct. You, who have yet to fully mature, dare to claim the title of best director. Have all my years of admiration been in vain?" The artistic circle is renowned for its tendency to suppress the younger generation. The next generation fawns upon the previous one. Once they have ingratiated themselves sufficiently, they ascend to prominence and begin to accept the flattery of those who follow. The head of the Ning Film Studio, holding a newspaper, reminisces about his first encounter with Su Guan, pondering, if the studio had had a logo at that time, would he have been appointed as director? He quickly shakes his head. The answer is evident, certainly not. In the morning in Berlin, at the hotel where they are staying, Su Guan leans against the headboard, puzzled. Why is Emma always in the shower when I wake up? After she finishes washing up, Emma takes Su Guan to meet friends at the Berlin Film Festival. They begin crafting an exquisite promotional slideshow for the film La Bang Tao, attempting to elevate its rustic charm through high-tech presentation. In the afternoon, in the hotel conference room, Su Guan enters to a chorus of greetings. He strides to the long table in the meeting room, facing the prepared projection slides, and begins to passionately present La Bang Tao. Throughout his presentation, Su Guan invents an array of new phrases, striving to embellish the film with grandeur and marketability. He gestures animatedly, employing familiar gestures to the Germans, and speaks fervently for nearly an hour, just as he feels on the verge of exhaustion. He concludes with the final slide. Eagerly, Su Guan grabs a cup from the table to moisten his throat and, with a slightly hoarse voice, declares, "You cannot lose or be deceived. I have even crafted the promotional text for you. If anyone is interested in collaboration, we can begin discussing offers shortly." Initially, the tragic film had little market potential in Europe and America, but through Su Guan's persuasive efforts, distributors became convinced that it could be positioned as an inspirational film, capable of narrating a Northeastern love story to a discerning audience. After several rounds of spirited negotiations, they ultimately reached an intention to sign a copyright transaction. With the assistance of Emma's friends, the intention contract for the copyright trade was finalized by evening. The film had found a buyer, much to Su Guan's delight. He had anticipated a sale of $20,000 to $30,000, but ended up securing $110,000, far exceeding his expectations. While $110,000 appears substantial, when divided among countries, the individual amounts are minimal. Nevertheless, Su Guan had struck a lucrative deal. At the official exchange rate, it amounted to 5,500,000 RMB, and on the black market, it could reach over 9 million. At the film festival, Su Guan had met numerous overseas distributors, all of whom would become his future collaborators. This time, they aimed for substantial profits. For those who did not collaborate, they would strive for future partnerships. The following day, the copyright transaction contract was formally signed, and they awaited the assurance of success. In the hotel, in Tian Zhuang's room, he exclaimed, "Director Wang, could you please stop pacing? Your movements are making me dizzy." Yet Director Wang continued to walk anxiously, inquiring, Zhuang, didn't Su Guan's copyright sell? Why hasn't he returned home yet? Go and ask him." Tian Zhuang, feeling dizzy from Director Wang's departure, extracted a cigarette from his pack and offered it to him in an attempt to persuade him to pause. After lighting the cigarette for Director Wang, Tian Zhuang addressed him, who had finally settled down. "I just returned from his place. The copyright has been signed, but he insists on receiving the payment before leaving." After glancing at Tian Zhuang, Director Wang swallowed his words several times before finally speaking. Zhuang, do you think Su Guan might be captivated by that foreign woman and decide not to return?" Tian Zhuang pondered for a moment and proposed to Director Wang. Could we negotiate with the domestic parties? Considering Su Guan is young and inexperienced, and this is his first offense, perhaps we could let it slide this time. We can coax him back and provide him with proper guidance. Director Wang immediately stood up, irritated, and retorted, I understand your fondness for Su Guan, but is this truly a negotiation? This is nothing short of a threat. I advise you to abandon such thoughts. If it comes to that, if Su Guan ever travels abroad again, I will take your surname. Realizing his recklessness, Tianzhuang looked at Director Wang earnestly and reassured him. You remain steadfast in the hotel, and I guarantee with my integrity that Su Guan will certainly return to our country. He is not that kind of person. Director Wang, still somewhat uneasy, inquired, Are you certain that Su Guan won't be enchanted by that foreign woman and choose to stay? I am absolutely certain. This is all a matter within the film industry, and I have a greater understanding of it than you do. Chapter 61. Returning next week after the film festival concluded. Director Wang, accompanied by Tianzhuang, moved into the room opposite Su Guan's. The copyright transaction for the Grand Eunuch had already been completed. Yet Director Wang and Tianzhuang remained in Berlin, ostensibly to assist Su Guan in finalizing the copyright deal, but in reality, they were ordered to ensure Su Guan's return to their homeland. Oh dear, Director Wang exclaimed, abruptly sitting up in bed and striding over to Tianzhuang. Furrowing his brow in inquiry, did Su Guan not promise to return tomorrow? How has that changed? Tianzhuang shrugged, tilting his head calmly as he regarded Director Wang, replying, He hasn't received the money yet. He has to continue waiting. Is the day after tomorrow not an option? Must it be next week? The day after tomorrow is Saturday. Sigh, I must have accumulated a lifetime of bad luck. If Su Guan is delayed upon returning home, I, Wang, will be the first to support it. Surely it won't come to that. If we have not received payment for the Grand Eunuch, would you still leave? That is precisely my point. Director Wang sighed repeatedly, contemplating reaching out to the embassy to expedite the payment for Su Guan, exclaiming, How can this process be so slow? Initially, Su Guan hesitated to venture out, fearing he would trouble Tianzhuang, but Tianzhuang encouraged him. Since you have some free time, you should explore Berlin, relax a bit, and perhaps indulge in a brief romance without feeling so tense. As the host, Ai Ma took Su Guan on daily excursions around Berlin in her Beetle, visiting the remnants of World War II air raid towers. After a few days of romance, Su Guan finally received the payment from the film distributor. With the money secured, he boarded the plane home. As Su Guan gazed out the airplane window at the receding city of Berlin, Tianzhuang patted him on the shoulder and remarked, You are still so naive. Su Guan thought to himself, You are not so naive either. One movie, one romance, ready to start shooting at a moment's notice. And just as swiftly to conclude, on March 3rd, 1991, after the Lantern Festival in the capital, the year had already drifted far away. After 2 days of exhausting travel, the trio arrived at the Beijing International Airport. Contrary to expectations, there were no flowers or welcoming crowds, no celebratory gatherings or discussions. The three of them, weary from their journey, stepped out of the airport. The steadfast Director Wang pondered for a moment and suggested to Su Guan, Do not overthink things. Return home and rest well. In a few days, someone will reach out to you. Trust in the organization. They will handle your situation fairly and justly. Su Guan, who had been holding back from smoking, took a few deep puffs and replied, I certainly trust the organization. Have you forgotten? In Berlin, I almost had the organization help me sell films. After parting ways at the airport, the trio returned to their respective homes, each preparing for a few days of well-deserved rest. Since the moment Guy Li learned of Su Guan's award, Chen Hong had been residing in the small courtyard to keep Guy Li company. For the alternative was an agonizing wait that would drive Guy Li's impatient nature to the brink. Even with Chun Hong's companionship, Guy Li remained restless, darting outside at the slightest sound of footsteps in the alley. Observing her friend's anxious demeanor, Chun Hong teasingly remarked, Is it really necessary to check so often? Does Su Guan not know the way? Guy Li replied, Oh, I just want to see. Chun Hong continued to chide her friend, unable to resist the urge to advise. You used to seem so fierce. Who would have thought you'd be so completely captivated by Su Guan? What will you do if he ever decides to leave you? Guy Li contemplated for a moment and responded, You mustn't speak of me like that. Why? I am the producer. We shall do as I say. Just then, the clock struck afternoon tea time. As Su Guan dragged his luggage into the small courtyard, he was suddenly met with a shriek. A tall, stunning figure quickly approached and leaped into his arms. As Su Guan set down his luggage to cradle Guy Li's form, he was ensnared by her long legs wrapping around his waist, and they began to kiss, oblivious to the world around them. Chen Hong, with a mix of envy and amusement, chastised them softly, like animals, without a thought for those around you. After a lingering kiss, Guy Li remained draped over Su Guan, her arms wrapped around his neck, her eyes shimmering with desire as she shyly rested her head on his shoulder. Su Guan thought to comfort the beloved Guy Li who had held the fort while he was away, and, disregarding Chen Hong's presence, he carried Guy Li into the bedroom. The young couple's fervor was palpable. Chen Hong shook her head, wearing an amused smile, and returned to the kitchen to continue preparing dishes, eagerly awaiting the couple's emergence to celebrate Su Guan's return. Half an hour passed, yet Chen Hong had not seen the couple reappear, prompting her to wonder, is this endless? How much can they possibly have to say? After a few more minutes, she lifted the frying pan, plated the dishes, removed her apron, and left the kitchen to call Guy Li for dinner. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed Su Guan's luggage still on the ground, so she casually brought it into the main living room. Just as she was about to knock on the bedroom door, she heard Guy Li's enchanting and mysterious humming, leaving Chen Hong blushing and unable to move. After a brief moment, Chen Hong knocked on the door and said, "Lily, something urgent has come up at the theater, so I must leave for now. We shall gather another day." Through the door, Chen Hong heard Guy Li's intermittent response, "Hong, let's reschedule for another day. Once I finish my pressing matters, I will come find you." "All right, I shall take my leave. Focus on your affairs." Once outside the courtyard, Chen Hong muttered to herself, "What a pair, a brutish director and a brazen producer, truly a match made in hell." Half an hour after Chen Hong departed, Guy Li, her face flushed, entered the dining hall with Su Guan, ready to replenish their energy and nourishment. In the dining hall, upon seeing the neatly arranged dishes that Chen Hong had prepared, Guy Li felt a pang of absurdity regarding her and Su Guan's actions. She proposed, "Su Guan, let us invite Chen Hong over for dinner in a few days. Today we have indeed gone too far, and in doing so, we frightened her away." Su Guan, having indulged in an abundance of sausages in Berlin, was craving stir-fried dishes. He seized his chopsticks and could hardly stop eating, his mouth full as he mumbled, "It's been ages since we last met. Look at how much I've prepared. We should quickly retreat before we disrupt our own affairs." Guy Li playfully tapped Su Guan with her chopsticks, feigning annoyance. "You are eating the dishes cooked by Chen Hong, while sleeping with her close friend, and yet you still complain about her. How do you manage that?" Realizing the truth in Guy Li's words, Su Guan conceded, All right. In a few days, we shall properly treat Chen Hong to a meal and apologize." During dinner, the pair abstained from alcohol, opting instead for simple indulgence and sustenance. After 2 days of travel, once they finished their meal, Su Guan's eyelids grew heavy. He informed Guy Li before hastily heading to bed, for without rest, he truly risked collapsing from exhaustion. Chapter 62. A gathering at Dong Lai Shun. The following morning, Su Guan awoke naturally, stretching his numb arm and catching sight of the trophy on the bedside table, causing him to chuckle and shake his head. He gently patted the still sleeping Guy Li, urging her, "We must get up. We have matters to attend to today." As Guy Li opened her eyes, she nestled into Su Guan's embrace, playfully asking, "What matters require our attention today? You've been so busy. Why not just rest at home?" "Does resting at home mean anything? I feel even more exhausted than when I'm out." Her words irritated Guy Li, who pretended to bite him in jest. After a playful tussle, Su Guan contemplated their plans for the day, pulled back the covers, and began dressing. "This morning, we need to withdraw some money. And tonight we should arrange a dinner with the main crew of the film. Now that we've earned some money, we ought to reward the brothers." "Only thinking of your brothers, what about me? How about I buy you a set of traditional courtyard houses?" Guy Li pouted in dissatisfaction, "Stingy. I have no desire for courtyard houses." Su Guan thought to himself, "If you don't want them, don't regret it later." Guy Li sat up, unconcerned about her disarray, and while dressing, she suggested, "Let us dine at Dong Lai Shun tonight, instead of cooking at home. It would save me the trouble of buying groceries." Then it settled for Dong Lai Shun. As Su Guan finished dressing and was about to leave, he recalled their earlier conversation about the courtyard houses and inquired, "Lily, what do you think of our current residence? Come here, help me with this button." Jelly has tried several times, but cannot manage it. Facing Su Guan with her flawless back, she responded, "The house is livable. I quite appreciate its strong privacy with its own entrance and courtyard. Are you planning to buy it? Is it all right if I hang this button? Is it tight?" "Tight. Then I shall loosen it for Jelly to fasten it to the suitable button. Su Guan continued. I do wish to purchase it, but I am uncertain whether the owner is willing to sell. During dinner today, let Pan Feng inquire with his friend. Having said this, Su Guan opened the door, preparing to step out, when Jelly called out, Wait for me. Didn't we say we would withdraw money together? Su Guan explained. I must first call the shop at the entrance to contact someone, struggling to don her knee-high leather boots. Jelly remarked, Can't you install a phone? Certainly, it must be installed. However, that will have to wait until the house is settled, otherwise, it will be a hassle to keep changing it. At Donglishan in Wangfujing, as nightfall descended, the private room was filled with more than 10 individuals. The creative team behind La Bang Tao. We gathered here to celebrate. After finishing a drink, Sha Zhu encouraged, Director Su, please regale us with tales from the Berlin Film Festival. Su Guan, remaining humble in front of his peers, recounted the arduous journey to winning the Best Director award and the process of selling the rights. He mentioned how Lin Qingxia and Zhang Manyu were in tears, insisting on collaboration, and how the chairman of the Berlin Film Festival invited Su Guan to participate in next year's festival. Is our film truly that remarkable? I have yet to see it. Su Guan, Director Shen contacted me today, requesting that you bring a copy to be screened at Beijing Film Academy tomorrow. Chow added, after sharing what the dean had instructed, you all can come to the screening tomorrow. Not only have you not seen it, but I haven't seen it either. Perfect. The Chinese version of the copy is right here in our academy. Everyone come and take a look. After saying this, Su Guan patted Jelly on the thigh, and she immediately understood. From under the table, she retrieved a black bag, standing up to declare, Director Su, today I was specifically instructed to withdraw money from the bank, stating that the film rights were sold, and we can no longer burden our brothers. So today, we shall distribute the funds. Cheers erupted. Oh, the director is incredible. The producer is even more amazing. The black bag was filled with pre-sealed envelopes, each labeled with a name. Su Guan held a bottle and a glass, with Jelly trailing behind, distributing bonuses as they toasted each individual. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Producer Jelly. After finishing a drink and receiving his bonus, Sha Zhu said, Director, La Bang Tao cannot only be screened at Beijing Film Academy, it must also visit our Central Academy of Drama. Before coming here, our teacher Su specifically instructed that you must be invited to exchange ideas with us at the Central Academy. Su Guan took a small sip of his drink, savoring the taste before replying, Rest assured, sharing award-winning works at the Central Academy is a tradition of our Beijing Film Academy, and I will definitely attend. When General Pan Feng received his bonus, Su Guan remembered the matter of the house and inquired, Feng, regarding the house I currently reside in, could you please check if it is for sale? Who is it again? Lao Xiong. I will ask Lao Xiong tomorrow. As soon as I receive any news, I shall respond promptly. Even if old Xiong does not wish to sell, I can certainly find you a more exquisite courtyard, one that will surely satisfy you. Su Guanshan took a sip and, while sending a message to Zhao Xiaoding, he set down his wine glass and embraced him, saying, Brother Xiaoding, we must collaborate more in the future. Zhao Xiaoding's expression froze momentarily. Are you mocking me? Call me little brother quickly. Very well, little brother. Su then leaned closer to Zhao Xiaoding's ear and whispered, Once I take a short break, let us continue with our endeavors this year and create another masterpiece. Zhao Xiaoding was undoubtedly eager to follow Su Guanshan, yet he felt intimidated by Su's formidable prowess, having just secured the Best Director award. What kind of cinematographer would Zhao Xiaoding dare to request for the Berlin Best Director? Hearing Su Guanshan's personal invitation brought Zhao Xiaoding immense joy, prompting him to raise his glass repeatedly for another drink. After distributing the bonuses, Su instructed everyone, Tonight, we all have money in hand, so let us drink less and eat more. Tomorrow, aside from the Central Academy of Drama students, those wishing to watch a film should head to Beijing Film Academy to find our assistant director, teacher Chao Baoping. It is said that Beijing Film Academy is quite reputable. I have longed to witness it myself. As the event concluded early, the main creators of the film hurried to an empty space to open their envelopes, curious about the generous sum that the esteemed director Su had bestowed upon them. Oh my, this is quite a substantial amount. The following morning, Su Guanshan, accompanied by a copy of the film in Chinese, made his way to Beijing Film Academy, prepared for the domestic premiere of Gathering the Troops. Upon arriving at the screening room, he was taken aback by the crowd. It was filled to capacity. In addition to a multitude of students, Dean Shen had also brought several teachers to watch the film, including Sidu Zhaodun, CFA, Ho Kiming, Zheng Dantian, Wang Di, Ma Jingwu, and Cui Xinqin, among others. The atmosphere was lively, with drums and firecrackers resounding, leaving Su Guanxin somewhat flabbergasted. Teacher Wang Di took Su by the arm, introducing each teacher present. "What a fine young man, truly bringing honor to our school. Su Guanxin, well done. It has not been easy for you. I have been quite anxious for you. Su Guanxin, would you be interested in pursuing a graduate degree in directing? Su Guanxin, please consider our school when selecting actors, if you have someone in mind. Do let me know." After Su managed to greet each individual, Wang Di, having concluded the introductions, insisted that Su sit beside him, saying, "Just watch along with us. Let the host take care of the proceedings, and there will be a projectionist, so you need not worry." Chapter 63. Screening at Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama. As soon as they settled in, the host from the Student Union at Beijing Film Academy took to the stage to introduce "We Present Gathering the Troops," a work by our esteemed alumnus from the Department of Literature. Director Su Guanxin. Apart from the esteemed director Su Guan, the creative team also includes the two assistant directors, teacher Chao Baoping and student Wang Hongwei, along with cinematographer Zhao Xiaoding, all of whom are graduates of our prestigious Beijing Film Academy. The host passionately introduced the team for nearly half an hour, captivating the audience who listened with rapt attention. The host extolled the prowess of the film team, asserting that they all hailed from the Academy, praised the monumental achievements at the Berlin Film Festival, and declared that had it not been for the youthful Su Guan, the Golden Bear would have undoubtedly belonged to the Academy. Tales were recounted of Lin Qingxia's tears and Zhang Manyu's requests for collaboration, alongside the tribulations Su Guan endured to complete Lebangto, which had created a significant stir in Berlin. As the host continued, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, and the students, particularly those from the directing department, learned that Su Guan was the sole remaining member of his family during the making of this film. Su Guan thought to himself, how did this story become so exaggerated? When the host concluded with tears in their eyes, the anticipation from the faculty and students of the Academy for Lebangto reached a crescendo. As the lights dimmed and the screen illuminated, the screening commenced. When the character Shaju met his tragic end with a smile on his face, an eerie silence enveloped the audience. Only upon the appearance of the closing credits did the theater erupt into an overwhelming wave of applause, continuous and resounding. Amazing. Incredible. Su Guan, remarkable. Beijing Film Academy, outstanding. The literature department, unparalleled. Following this screening, Su Guan did not take the stage alone to engage in discussion. Instead, he was joined by Xiao Chao, Zhao Xiaoding, and Wang Hongwei to converse with the faculty and students. The audience, particularly the alumni from the directing department of the class of 85 and current students from 87, were enviously captivated. Previous exchanges had featured renowned directors such as Xie Jin, Xie Tieli, and Xie Fei. The fifth generation of directors had only just begun to emerge, with Zhang Yimou receiving international accolades on 2 separate occasions, and many more of the fifth generation yet to be recognized. Yet, Su Guan, a representative of the 6th generation, had already made his mark. The directing, cinematography, and literature students below buzzed with excitement, contemplating the possibility of independently financing their own films and returning for future discussions. As the Beijing Film Academy's young creators took the stage, their youthful and innocent faces dazzled the faculty and students alike. Initially, their exchanges were somewhat hesitant, reflecting their nervousness, but the audience exuded no hostility. There was not a single student from the directing department who felt discontented, as they could also embark on their own film projects. The faculty began to provide feedback, all of which was commendatory, either consisting of unreserved praise or a structure of initial criticism followed by acknowledgement of excellence, highlighting the compelling narrative, stunning visuals, effective cinematic language, and masterful use of color. Xie Fei stood up to commend. "This is no easy feat, indeed. You are the first to direct a film right after graduating from the literature department. And as a creative director, that is even more remarkable." Dinshin commented, "Our school has produced another Zhang Yimou, one capturing the essence of rural life in the Northwest, and the other in Northeast China, both exploring forbidden love. Excellent." It was this very remark from the dean that bestowed upon Su Guan the moniker of the Northeast Zhang Yimou, a title that would only fade after Su Guan's return to prominence. In the office of the dean of the Beijing Film Academy, Su Guan sat upright on the sofa, watching Dinshin pour tea, and quickly said, "Dean, I am not thirsty. Please do not trouble yourself." After engaging in discussions on stage for quite some time, how could one not be parched? Dean Shun, holding the teacup, waved his hand to signal Su Guan to sit comfortably. Once Su Guan accepted the teacup, he remarked, "Su Guan, the film is splendid. The on-site effect speaks volumes. You should screen it a few times at Beijing Film Academy, allowing the younger students to learn from it. There is certainly no issue with that. After all, it won't be released widely, so screening it more is beneficial." After exchanging a few more words, Dean Shun continued. "Director Tung from the Film Bureau mentioned he wishes to speak with you." The anticipated moment had arrived. Su Guan exclaimed in surprise, "Me? When?" "You should head over to meet Director Tang tomorrow morning. Once you arrive at the Film Bureau, simply state that you are Su Guan." Observing Su Guan's bewildered expression, Dean Shun comforted him. "The decision regarding your situation has already been made. Treat tomorrow's meeting as a casual chat. Do not take it too seriously. What is meant to be will not pass you by. Go have a discussion tomorrow. The Film Bureau is located at Lisher Hutong. Make sure to arrive early so that the leaders do not have to wait for you, understood?" Su Guan nodded, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then departed from the dean's office. What would they discuss? Most likely reprimands, criticisms, and the need for self-reflection. What else could it entail? At 2 in the afternoon, Su Guan, accompanied by Chao, Wang, and Zhao, arrived at the Central Academy of Drama. Upon entering the screening room, they fortuitously encountered Chen Xiaoyi, Lu Hongmei, and Su Fan. Su Guan had no intention of collaborating with Su, Chen, and Lu again. There were plenty of actresses available. Once strangers, they would remain strangers. Without exchanging greetings, they prepared to commence the Central Academy exchange. After the film screening concluded, Zhao Xiaoding, Xiao Chao, and Wang Hongwei did not take the stage. Instead, they invited He Bing and Li Hongtao to join them. When one attends a screening at the Central Academy, the focus must revolve around the academy, centering the conversation on performance. Should one delve too deeply into behind-the-scenes creation, they should not be surprised if the students express their discontent. One by one, students from the Central Academy posed their questions, and Su Guan answered those he could, deferring the rest to He Bing. "Director Su, what is your overall impression of our Central Academy of Drama students?" Su Guan squinted carefully, recognizing that this was Chun Jianbin. Organizing his thoughts, he replied, "My overall impression is that the students at the Central Academy are remarkably diverse in their acting capabilities. Take the roles of Xia Zhu and Jia Dongxiu, for instance. Both are students from the class of 87, and their performances blend seamlessly with those of their seniors from the Central Academy and Beijing Film Academy." He continued, addressing the student who asked the question, "You, in particular, are commendable. Your versatility is apparent, akin to Jiangwan. You could convincingly portray a middle-aged character even before graduation." Laughter erupted among the group of middle-aged students upon hearing their versatility compared to Jiangwan. It was a significant affirmation indeed. Wang Yaping also raised a question in his distinctive voice, and Su Guan treated each inquiry with patience and attentiveness. After the screening concluded, Su Guan politely declined the dinner invitations from Xiao Chao, Zhao Xiaoding, and Wang Hongwei, choosing instead to return to Suoi Hutong. It was not a matter of being unkind. The gravity of the situation awaiting him tomorrow left Su Guan with little inclination to dine and converse with them. The copy of La Bandao was brought back to Beijing Film Academy by Xiao Chao, who prepared for its continued screening there. In the evening, at the location of Suoi Hutong, after catching her breath, Guy Li inquired, "What is the matter with you today? 2 screenings shouldn't leave you in such a state?" Su Guan leaned over to retrieve a cigarette from the bedside table, lit it, and after exhaling a puff of smoke, began to massage Guy Li's back while saying, "I'm heading to the Film Bureau tomorrow morning." Chapter 64. Conversation at the Film Bureau. The following morning, Su Guan dressed in a black cotton coat, military green trousers, and donned black cotton shoes made of lamp fabric, resembling someone who had just returned from labor in the fields. The Film Bureau was located in Lisher Hutong on East-West Street. Lisher Hutong had no connection to the notion of respecting the learned and honoring the worthy. It was originally a marketplace for donkeys and mules, known as Donkey Market Hutong, before being renamed. Su Guan timed his entry into Lisher Hutong, walking along the path of blue bricks and gray tiles, soon arriving at number 129. This address housed an impressive traditional Beijing courtyard residence. The grand entrance was set upon 5 levels of double steps, covered by a gray-tiled gable roof, adorned with intricately carved door ornaments. Outside stood a wall with a corridor, along with eaves, and the entrance flanked by curved walls, giving an impression of a grand and spacious facade. A sign with black lettering on a white background hung at the entrance, proclaiming the Broadcasting Film and Television Department's Film Bureau. As Guan tucked his hands into his sleeves and prepared to enter, he was suddenly confronted by the doorman. "What brings you here?" "I am Guan. The director sent me." "Oh, you are Guan. The director has briefed us. You may proceed into the eastern courtyard." Following the doorman's directions, Guan entered the courtyard. Upon entering, he discovered a different world. To the north were two parallel Western-style courtyards. The eastern courtyard featured a hall with a cascading flower gate. 5 stone steps leading up to it, flanked by a pair of stone beasts, with intricate decorative windows adorning the side walls. Inside were 3 main rooms, with 3 additional rooms on either side, all equipped with front porches. A corridor connected the various rooms, complete with hanging beams and benches. The rear courtyard contained 6 northern rooms. Before arriving, Guan was aware that this was the former residence of Liu Yong from the Qing dynasty, and he curiously observed his surroundings as he traversed the corridors, eventually arriving at the director's office. He knocked on the door, and a man in his 50s opened it. Quickly sizing up Guan. "Are you Guan?" Guan nodded, and the man continued, "I summoned you. Please, come in." To Guan's surprise, it was the director of the Film Bureau, who appeared far more approachable than he had anticipated, exuding a kind demeanor. Once inside the director's office, after being offered tea and a seat, the director expressed his apologies. "Xiao Su, I have a matter to attend to. I'll be stepping out briefly. Make yourself comfortable and wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Guan was slightly taken aback and quickly replied, "Director, please take your time. I am available at any moment." After the director exited, Guan, resembling a small-town citizen visiting the city for the first time, curiously surveyed the surroundings of the director's office. He examined the office decor, touched the sofa, and as his gaze returned to the desk, he became transfixed. Guan's eyes fell upon a document bearing his name. He rose, leaned forward, and scrutinized it closely. It was a photocopy from the Hong Kong Wenwei Pa, reporting on the success of La Bang Tao at the Berlin Film Festival. Adjacent to the article was a handwritten note urging the Film Bureau leaders to take heed of the matter, emphasizing that such films should not disrupt our country's normal cultural exchanges. The note was signed by Teng Wenji, the very individual he had encountered at the entrance. Guan reflected on their brief meeting. They bore no animosity, yet he felt a surge of discontent. As Guadi Gang aptly remarked, "It is only among peers that one encounters such unvarnished animosity." Guan clenched his teeth and muttered, "Teng Wenji is truly despicable, resorting to petty reports." A few minutes later, the director returned, seated opposite Guan, sipped from a pale green cup of tea, and began, "Guan, while I have yet to view La Bang Tao, its significant impact at the Berlin Festival and its accolade for Best Director leads me to believe it is a film of considerable artistic merit." This statement left Guan bewildered. He had braced himself for criticism, yet here was praise instead. He gathered his thoughts and humbly replied, "Oh no. It was merely a frivolous endeavor by a few young people, causing trouble for both the public and the organization." Director Teng waved his hand dismissively and continued, "The title La Bang Tao alone suggests a film rich in Northeastern cultural elements. Surely, it embodies ideas that you young directors wish to convey. Personally, I find it refreshing to explore diverse themes." Guan pondered the implications. Was this a sign that he would not face repercussions, or merely a prelude to a more tempered critique? Director Teng retrieved a cigarette from the box on the desk and offered one to Guan. Guan quickly accepted with both hands, hastily produced a lighter, and leaned forward, eager to light the director's cigarette. With a gentle click, the director inhaled, then lightly tapped Guan's hand that held the lighter, sitting back to take a deeper drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke. With a warm demeanor, he addressed Guan, "You are a remarkably talented director, young enough to evoke envy. You've made a minor misstep, but being young means you have ample opportunities and time to amend it." Upon finishing his words, he opened a file on the desk, extracted a sheet of paper, and handed it to Guan, gesturing for him to read it. Guan took the paper, glanced at it, and found it filled with numerous words. After a careful reading, the translation revealed a disheartening message: 5 years of consequences. Though he had anticipated some form of reprimand and had mentally prepared himself, his heart was still a tumult of emotions. After Guan finished watching, the director, still amiable, comfortingly remarked, "It is merely a revocation of your directing credentials. You may continue to work within the crew, pursuing roles such as screenwriter or assistant director. You could even return to Beijing Film Academy to resume your studies. I have heard that they wish for you to continue your graduate education. Guan. Each director from the 6th generation and 5th generation has endured years of toil before earning the opportunity to direct independently. You are the first of your kind in our country. Currently, aside from Zhang Yimou, you are the only one among us who has received international accolades. You are indeed a remarkably talented young director, and we do not wish to see you depart from the cinematic realm. Take this time to learn and reflect. In 5 years, you will still be under 30 and can resume your directing career. By then, we will welcome and support your return to directing. I understand, Director. Guan replied. Observing Guan's countenance of confusion and despair, the director took a few sips of tea, shifted in his seat, and quietly added, Initially, we intended to turn a blind eye, as long as your film did not screen. However, someone lodged a complaint against you, and we could not disregard it. Following the opinions contained in several letters of complaint, we convened an internal meeting and settled on a compromise, a 5-year ban. Guan was taken aback and blurted out, 5 years? What did they suggest? Most suggested 8 years, with some even recommending 10. Guan thought to himself how ruthless the directors from the 6th and 5th generations were. The director noted Guan's reaction and continued in a conversational tone. I heard you were in Berlin, distributing flyers for your film alone, and when it failed to sell, you sought assistance from the organization. As you previously stated, raising funds independently without utilizing state resources or taking opportunities from your predecessors is commendable. Yet, those predecessors still cannot accommodate you. Do you understand? After discussing the serious matters, the director engaged in light conversation for a while, guided by the amiable director Tong. Guan penned a profound self-reflection and affixed his signature and seal. Finally, he departed from the film bureau with the document regarding his sanction. As he exited the bureau, Guan strolled through the alley of blue bricks and gray tiles, reflecting on the entire conversation. The director had spoken all the kind words, done all the good deeds, while the antagonists were the reporting predecessors and Guan himself. At this moment, Guan felt nothing but resignation. What baffled him most was that he had inadvertently glimpsed the complaint documents and the news that Teng Wenji had reported him, resulting in a 5-year ban, swiftly circulated within the industry. Even Guan, the person involved, was dumbfounded. I never even said anything. Guan dared to shoot underground films, but was reluctant to confront the film bureau, only able to curse. Teng Wenji, damn you. Chapter 65. Buying a house. 3 chapters of daily life have been written. If you dislike them, feel free to skip ahead. In Hutong, Guan ambled westward with his penalty notice in hand. The early spring sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating Guan's 25-year-old face, casting a blend of light and shadow, half sunny, half somber. Upon exiting the alley, during a brief interlude of smoking, Guan raised his hand to hail a taxi, proceeding north along the east-west Main Street, before turning left into Zhangzhizhong Road. After a little over 10 minutes, he arrived at Nanluoguxiang. Passing through Suai Hutong and entering a small courtyard, he spotted Guy Li busily engaged in the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, Guan gently embraced Guy Li from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder, yearning to speak and seek solace. However, he was suddenly overwhelmed by the acrid smoke from the frying pan, causing him to cough. Oh, you are so bothersome. Washing your hands before approaching me is a must. Hurry up and wash them. Dinner will be ready shortly. In the dining room at noon, Guy Li and Guan sat across from each other, surrounded by 2 small dishes. As Guy Li took small bites of her meal, she looked up and inquired, Why did you dress like a rag picker early this morning? Did you go to the film bureau to elicit sympathy? How did that turn out? Just as you might expect. Guan paused from picking at his food, retrieving a fine for the infraction from his pocket and handing it to Guy Li, dressed like a blacksmith. Yet it was utterly useless. You can see for yourself. With her chopsticks resting between her lips, Guy Li took the fine in one hand and examined it intently. After swiftly reading through the 100 or so characters, she remarked, 5 years. That's quite severe. This is just the beginning. Guan observed Guy Li's puzzled expression and continued, I gathered from the director's comments that this has already been treated leniently. Then why not impose a lifetime ban? Guy Li, realizing the underlying implications of Guan's words, suddenly asked, Who reported us? With a sigh, Guan replied, Those from the 6th generation and 5th generation filmmakers. Some reported directly, while others did so indirectly. It's not just one person, but several. Guy Li scolded, They can't stand to see others succeed. Not one of those directors is worth a dime. Setting aside the fine, Guy Li quietly resumed her meal, not uttering a word. Noticing Guy Li's silence, Su Guan suspected she was concocting a scheme and asked, "Sisterly, you mentioned once that you would support me while filming. Is that still the case?" Guy Li, unsure if she had heard correctly, furrowed her brow and asked, "Su Guan, I didn't quite catch that. What did you just say?" I asked Guy Li, "Would you still be willing to support me?" With a smile, Guy Li replied playfully, "Not a chance." "Haha, you silly script supervisor." Silly script supervisor? Upon hearing this, Su Guan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "All right, fine. I am indeed a script supervisor, and a rather foolish one at that." After a few bites of his meal, Su Guan left, intending to seek solace from Xiao Chao at the Beijing Film Academy. Guy Li continued to eat, chuckling to herself about Su Guan's provocation, teasing, "You brought this upon yourself, asking for support with such bravado." Just as Su Guan reached the mouth of the alley, he encountered the visiting Pan Feng. Looking at Pan Feng, he lamented, "Feng, I'm feeling quite down. Unless it's something good, please spare me your chatter and let me recover." Pan Feng, ever reliable and inventive, responded, "If I'm here, it's undoubtedly good news. I've come to inform you that old Xiong is willing to sell his house." Su Guan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Really?" Pan Feng affirmed with conviction, "There's no doubt about it. If you have the time, let us discuss it this afternoon, and we can commence with the transfer procedures." With thoughts of purchasing a house overshadowing his need for emotional healing, Su Guan grabbed Pan Feng and said, "Let us notify old Xiong to come over quickly. I intend to buy a house today and become a landlord." At the entrance of the alley, after concluding a phone call, Pan Feng and Su Guan settled down to chat while waiting for Lao Xiong. In less than 20 minutes, Lao Xiong arrived in a flurry, driving his bicycle with urgency. If it weren't for the complete paperwork, Su Guan would have doubted Lao Xiong's hasty intentions. It was indeed a rarity to encounter someone so exuberantly eager to sell a traditional courtyard. After a few pleasantries, Su Guan led Pan Feng into the small courtyard, with Lao Xiong pushing his bike behind them. The thud of the rear wheel hitting the threshold startled Guy Li, who was tidying up in the kitchen. She emerged to stand at the door of the east wing, puzzled, and asked, "Su Guan, what are you two up to? Buying a house, what do you think?" Su Guan replied, "The west wing will serve as the reception room. Please, have some tea and make yourselves comfortable." With Lao Xiong eager to sell and Su Guan keen to buy, the three wasted no time in discussing the transaction and negotiating a price. With Pan Feng as a reliable intermediary, both Lao Xiong and Su Guan felt at ease. The conversation flowed smoothly, and Su Guan hardly haggled. They agreed on a price of 50,000 yuan, with Su Guan thinking to himself that it felt almost like a gift. Without wanting to wait a day, he insisted on retrieving the money immediately, prompting Pan Feng to wonder about her usually composed brother's sudden impatience. She pulled Su Guan aside, saying, "Brother, sit down. Why the rush?" If it weren't for Lao Xiong's knowledge of the property, one might think there was something hidden beneath. Under Pan Feng's guidance, the trio drafted a contract in the West Wing and paid a deposit of 5,000 yuan, planning to commence the paperwork the following day and settle the full amount upon completion. With the house purchase settled, Su Guan's heart finally found peace, the joy dispelling the gloom of the morning's earlier restrictions. In 1991, 5,000 yuan was a substantial sum. Lao Xiong, fidgeting as if he were afflicted with hemorrhoids, could hardly sit still after finishing a cup of tea. He soon exclaimed that he had matters to attend to at home. It would seem inappropriate not to treat him to a meal after selling a courtyard, but after much insistence, Su Guan ultimately accompanied Lao Xiong to the alley's exit. Watching him ride away, Su Guan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good brother." After bidding farewell to Lao Xiong, perhaps influenced by director Tung earlier that morning, Su Guan felt compelled to engage in a bit of casual conversation with Pan Feng. In the West Wing, as they enjoyed their smoke, Su Guan remarked to Pan Feng, "Keep an eye out for me. See if there are any other suitable courtyards, as I plan to purchase a few more. That's manageable." Pan Feng replied, but then cautioned, "But why acquire so many dilapidated courtyards? Even if you intend to leave them to your children, you can only have one at present." Su Guan looked around the courtyard and declared loudly, "What if I take several wives? That would be bigamy." He continued, "If I divorce and remarry, how could that be bigamy?" Pan Feng chimed in, "That's a valid point. No wonder you're a director." While Pan Feng had a slightly flamboyant demeanor, she was genuinely reliable when it came to matters at hand. Su Guan added, "Don't rush home. Stay and have a drink with me tonight." Cleverly, Pan Feng declined, saying, I can't drink today. I have things to do. What could you possibly have to do? Pan Feng chuckled lightly and remarked, brother, just stay at home and comfort your little sister-in-law. Su Guan was about to speak when he added, brother, just be honest at home. What kind of life is there without quarrels? Just soothe her a bit. How did you figure that out? Is it not obvious? Just look at how high your sister-in-law's lips are pouted. Su Guan stood up and patted Pan Feng, saying, all right then, once I finish the script, we shall collaborate again. After this project, you must further your studies at Beijing Film Academy. We have connections there. Pan Feng was still unaware of the news regarding Su Guan's ban and readily agreed. Brother, I will surely aim true. Chapter 66. Joy in the courtyard. In the courtyard, Guy Li stood beside the clothesline, reaching out to take down a piece of clothing, draping it over her arm, and slowly moving to the other end of the line. With that bear-like appearance of yours, how could you possibly marry two? Guy Li scoffed disdainfully. She muttered under her breath, occasionally glancing towards the west wing, just as she retrieved Su Guan's undergarments. When she glanced back at the west wing, her eyes collided with Su Guan's, who had just emerged. Although they were familiar to varying degrees, being caught in the act of peeking still felt somewhat awkward. Guy Li regained her composure and slowly continued gathering the clothes. Once she finished collecting the garments and Su Guan had yet to return, Guy Li hugged the clothes and stood in the courtyard waiting for him. After seeing off Pan Feng, Su Guan entered the courtyard and immediately spotted Guy Li, who was pouting with a look of melancholy, clutching the clothes. After a brief glance, he intended to head straight to the study when he heard Guy Li exclaim, Su Guan, why are you so stingy? Su Guan halted and turned to face her, stating, stingy? I offered you the courtyard, yet you turned it down. Is that what you call stingy? Guy Li corrected him. I wasn't referring to the courtyard. I meant our earlier conversation at noon. Casting a glance at the forlorn Guy Li, Su Guan replied, we had already agreed on noon's matters. I asked if you would support me, and you were unwilling. What else is there to discuss? Guy Li immediately defended herself. That was just a conversation. Besides, your tone was rather harsh. Su Guan surveyed the beautiful and poised Guy Li, contemplating that it would be unwise to navigate the tumultuous paths of life without someone to care for him, especially since Guy Li was his second in command. Stop lingering with those clothes. Let us go back and talk. Once inside the bedroom, Guy Li decided to drop the pretense, tossing the clothes aside and bending down to plant a kiss on Su Guan's lips. In the warmth of their embrace, they shared a moment filled with dopamine and happiness. Sisterly, the door isn't closed. Though Guy Li was reluctant to pause, she nonetheless got up to shut the door, returning breathless moments later, still panting. In the evening, Su Guan held Guy Li close as they leaned against the headboard, exchanging intimate words. Suddenly, Guy Li recalled Su Guan's ban and sat up to inquire. Hey Su Guan, with your ban, can we still make movies? Su Guan, maintaining his composure, replied, while passing through Hong Kong on my way to Berlin, I registered a shell company. I have the official seal with me. The show must go on. Besides, it's merely a ban on directing. I haven't committed any crime. It's not a significant matter. Guy Li felt that Su Guan was somewhat boastful and questioned, is this really such a trivial matter? Su Guan embraced Guy Li once more, reassuring her, am I truly foolish enough to comply with his restrictions? They may impose a ban for 5 years, or even 100, but have they ever detained me for a single day? We haven't committed any crimes. This is all minor. Once I refine the script, we shall proceed. Guy Li felt her heart gradually easing, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, this time, when we shoot the film, I shall refrain from acting and instead focus on being your producer. Guy Li's words touched Su Guan deeply, yet despite his emotions, he realized he could not act immediately and needed a bit more time to rest. As Guy Li attempted to sit up, Su Guan playfully pushed her back down. She decided to find a comfortable position and settled obediently in his embrace. Guy Li inquired, yesterday, the screenings at Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama lasted the whole day, and I didn't get a chance to ask you, how much did we sell the copyright for? Su Guan replied with a hint of arrogance, not much, just $1 million. Guy Li exclaimed, really? No kidding. Su Guan, who had previously been impoverished and frugal, now generously offered, if you desire anything, do not hesitate to ask. Guy Li blurted out, as a renowned director, seeing you making calls at the alleyway makes me uneasy. I now wish to have a phone installed. Su Guan responded, puzzled, our courtyard costs only 50,000 yuan, but installing a phone would set us back 5,000 yuan. And it's not even feasible at the moment. Let us wait until prices drop. Guy Li pouted. Look at you, so grandiose with your promises, yet still miserly. After some playful banter, the two got up. Once Guile neatly folded her clothes, they changed outfits and prepared to dine out. The night had fully descended, and hand in hand, they exited the alley and arrived at Nanluoguxiang. As darkness enveloped the street, the shops on either side illuminated with warm lights. Under the soft glow, various shops and pedestrians intertwined, creating the unique and cozy atmosphere of Nanluoguxiang. Guile strolled leisurely with Su Guan, leading him into a familiar little restaurant, where 2 dishes and 2 bowls of rice served to replenish the nutrients lost in the afternoon. After dining, Guile paid the bill and continued to walk arm in arm with Su Guan through the alley. Since meeting Su Guan, their days had been filled with busyness. But today was a rare occasion for leisure. Guile didn't wish to return early and suggested, "Shall we go to Shikahai?" Su Guan asked, "Is Shikahai nearby?" Guile was speechless. "You've lived here for so long and even bought a house, yet you still don't know that Shikahai is around?" Su Guan replied, "I've never been there, so of course I wouldn't know. But how do you know about it?" Guile chuckled. "When I was not yet 10, I came to the capital for school. I've been there several times, but you were unaware." Meeting Su Guan's curious gaze, Guile explained, "When you were in Berlin, Chen Hong stayed at our home, and we often strolled around Shikahai in the evenings." As Su Guan reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, he was about to light one when Guile snatched the lighter from him, declaring, "Let me light it for you." With a flick, the flames sparked to life. After lighting a cigarette, Guile promptly tucked the lighter into Su Guan's pocket. With one hand clasping the cigarette and the other wrapped around Guile, Su Guan relished this rare moment of tranquility. Words were unnecessary as they ambled leisurely along. Upon reaching Shikahai, Su Guan felt a pang of disappointment as he observed the expanse of water. He thought to himself that it was time to return, for it could not just be water everywhere. He turned to Guile and said, "Sisterly, let us go. It's so chilly here, lacking any energy. Aside from the water, it's nothing but those pesky shops trying to entice people into buying things." Guile felt that Su Guan had ruined the romantic atmosphere she had carefully cultivated, thinking to herself that such a brash man could spoil a perfectly good mood. On their way back, Guile suddenly remembered Chen Hong and inquired, "Su Guan, how about we invite Chen Hong for dinner tomorrow? In our home, you're in charge. It's your call." The mention of Chen Hong reminded Su Guan of Teng Wenji, stirring dissatisfaction within him about the impending meeting with Chen Hong. Chapter 67. Daily life in the courtyard. As they retraced their steps from Shikahai, Guile linked arms with Su Guan as they strolled back to Nanluoguxiang. Passing by a pharmacy, Guile tugged at Su Guan, pointing silently at the store. Su Guan, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Leaning close to Su Guan's ear, Guile whispered, "We're almost out at home." Realizing the implication, Su Guan teased, "You have a need. I must fulfill it." Guile shyly covered Su Guan's mouth and retorted, "What do you mean by that? If you don't want to buy it, then don't." With that, she turned to leave, while Su Guan stood there muttering, "1, 2, 3, come back." Guile paused and turned back, exasperated, stamping her foot. Su Guan chuckled and waved goodbye before entering the pharmacy to purchase 3 large boxes. Only upon reaching the counter did he realize he had no money on him. Feeling the disdainful gaze of the cashier, even Su Guan, with his thick skin, felt his face flush. He placed the 3 boxes back on the counter and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to pay." Standing outside the pharmacy, he waved at Guile, who soon approached, asking, "What happened? Can't even buy something properly? I forgot my money." As Guile reached for her purse, Su Guan swiftly pulled her into the pharmacy, pointing at the 3 boxes, saying, "Time to pay." Guile's face turned crimson as she fumbled for cash, hastily handing it to the cashier without waiting for change before rushing out. The cashier, having given Su Guan his change, muttered under her breath, "Honestly, what is so special about that guy? How can a poor fellow like him attract such a beautiful girlfriend? It's utterly unfair." Throughout the day, Su Guan navigated through significant events, a ban, house hunting, and an unsuccessful attempt at seeking a benefactor. Despite being only 25 and brimming with energy, he returned home utterly exhausted, washed up, and collapsed into a deep sleep with Guile in his arms. Awakening naturally, Su Guan sat up and stretched lazily, only to see Guile entering and sitting on the edge of the bed, saying, "Now that you're awake, get up. I just finished cooking." Su Guan threw off the covers and began to dress, mumbling, "I really need to get up. I still have a script to write this morning." Guile expressed concern. "You were just banned yesterday. Isn't it a bit too hasty to dive into scriptwriting today? Guan was utterly unconcerned as he remarked. I am merely penning a script, not directing a film. Besides, even if I were, could they truly detain me? In high spirits, he naturally indulged in an ample breakfast. He savored millet porridge, steamed buns, accompanied by pickled vegetables, while Guy Li had even peeled a soft-boiled egg for him. After finishing his meal, Guan retreated to his study to continue his work. He had already drafted the script to a considerable extent prior to attending the Berlin Film Festival, and now his primary focus was on refining it. In the morning, the early spring sun generously bathed the lively little courtyard in warmth. Inside the study, Guan diligently polished the script. Outside, Guy Li, clad in old garments, tended to her flower rack, eagerly awaiting the day when the weather would warm, allowing fragrant aromas to pervade the entire courtyard. After meticulously caring for the flowers, she leaned against the study door, peering inside to see Guan deeply engrossed in his writing. She picked up the thermos and entered the study to brew him another cup of tea. Upon leaving the courtyard, she made her way to the small shop at the alley's entrance and called her dear friend Chen Hong at the youth theater. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, she finally reached Chen Hong. As she lifted the receiver, they exchanged a few pleasantries before Chen Hong quipped, Li, is your man not home again? Even through the phone, Guy Li could envision Chen Hong's teasing expression and replied, He.s. at home, writing the script. Hong, are you free to come over today? Have you wrapped up your affairs? Recalling the absurdities of their last encounter, Guy Li glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Wasn't it agreed upon last time? Chen Hong retorted with annoyance, Last time? How can you even bring that up? Listen to how you sound, like a pig being slaughtered, devoid of any civility. Guy Li, feeling rebellious, asked, Just tell me, are you coming or not? Chen Hong, exasperated with her friend, replied, I really can't deal with you. Can I not come by tonight? After ending the call, Guy Li returned to the courtyard and found Guan sitting at the table, furrowing his brow in contemplation. She approached him and tenderly kneaded his shoulders with her delicate hands. I was only gone for a short while. What troubles you? Do tell me. Guan took her small hand in his and said, It's nothing serious, just that the script feels awkward to me. Guy Li pondered for a moment and suggested, If you, a literature major, find it awkward, then I certainly cannot help. However, you might consider consulting Xiao Chao. You two are inseparable. And perhaps a conversation could spark some inspiration. The script was an adaptation of The Hunt, yet Guan felt increasingly uneasy about it. Both Xiao Chao and Guan possessed solid literary foundations and screenwriting abilities. So if Xiao Chao also sensed the awkwardness, Guan resolved to abandon the script altogether. Given that Guan intended to showcase his talent once more in Berlin, the time was ripe for preparation, and the clock was ticking. After a moment of reflection, he looked up and said, You're right. I will seek out Xiao Chao for a discussion. Please do not prepare lunch for me. Guy Li reminded him. Chen Hong is coming over tonight. You must be here for dinner. Do not forget. Guan reassured her, Rest assured, I shall not forget. Glanced at the time, rose to change his attire, and then exited the small courtyard to seek out Xiao Chao at Beijing Film Academy. Upon arrival, Xiao Chao, clutching a piece of paper, hurriedly dashed into the restroom. Finding an available stall, he squatted down, and moments later, he released a torrent with remarkable ease. Just as Xiao Chao was about to rise, he overheard a conversation from the adjacent stalls, where Guan's name was mentioned. Estimating the time, Xiao Chao decided to linger a bit longer. Hey, did you hear? Guan has been banned. Is that true? When did that happen? According to reliable sources, it was yesterday. I heard it's a 5-year ban. The officials at the Film Bureau are quite ruthless. It's not just the Film Bureau's doing. Someone reported him, leaving them no choice. Who would be so vile as to report Guan? They must not realize how challenging things are for him. I've heard, just rumors, that it might have been a director from our school who made the report. Seriously? Do you know who it is? I want to find out. If I do, when they come to screen their film, I swear I'll confront them. Absolutely. Let us band together and confront them. Xiao Chao felt a mixture of emotions. Hastily cleaned up, rose, and with a furrowed brow, returned to the office, sitting silently at his desk for an extended period. He pondered why Guan had become the target of such malicious reporting, especially by someone from their own institution, devoid of any camaraderie. Chapter 68. Guan and Xiao Chao in the office. Xiao Chao sat before his desk, memories of their friendship flashing through his mind. He envisioned the tragic scene of Guan's banishment, a group of novice directors struggling on the arduous journey of the cinematic Long March, besieged by adversaries, with hope of future success all but extinguished. Yet, on this treacherous path, a heavily fortified enemy outpost loomed, blocking their advance. With the enemy fortified ahead and pursuers behind, despair gripped the group. In that moment, Guan rose with determination, declaring, "Report, let me go." With his slender frame and a bundle of explosives, he charged forward, evading danger, crawling through peril, and ultimately demolishing the enemy's stronghold at great personal risk. In his fervor, Guan sustained grave injuries and was carried off the front lines. Unable to accompany his comrades any longer, he was left to recuperate in the home of a local villager, awaiting the day he could rejoin his fellows. Yet, on the path of the long march, opportunities for return were scarce. Guan was compelled to remain behind enemy lines, embarking on solitary guerrilla endeavors, yearning for the day of victory to reunite with his comrades. But could he endure until that triumph? After a moment of reflection, Xiao Chao resolutely declared, "Guan will undoubtedly persevere until the revolution succeeds." Glancing at the clock on the wall, which indicated 10 o'clock, Xiao Chao picked up his textbooks and left the office, preparing to attend class. Upon Guan's arrival at the academy, he discovered that Xiao Chao had gone to class, with 2 consecutive sessions scheduled. After a moment's consideration, Guan made his way to Dean Shen's office. Upon entering, he was warmly welcomed by the dean, who offered tea and a seat. After exchanging pleasantries, the dean inquired, "Guan, do you have any plans to return to your studies?" Guan, disinterested in the topic, contemplated his response and eventually replied with a smile, "After a year of toil, I wish to take a break." The dean, much like Director Tong, was astute and remarked, "I inquired about your ban with the Film Bureau, yet it bore little fruit and proved to be of scant assistance." Guan, feeling a sense of trepidation, responded, "Dean, your words make me feel quite uneasy. I must take responsibility for my own violations of the rules, and I willingly accept any punishment." The dean, satisfied, regarded Guan and said, "Do you grasp the situation now?" Guan could hardly confess to having witnessed it clandestinely. Before he could articulate a response, the dean continued, "When the hearts of men are not united, it becomes arduous to lead a team." Guan feigned confusion. "Isn't North Film Academy quite organized?" The dean lamented, "Alas, you have been reported, and it was indeed someone from North Film who did so," leaving Central Academy in fits of laughter. "Do you know who the informant is?" Guan, dropping the pretense, stated, "Rumor has it that it was Teng Wenji." The dean fell silent, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Guan sipped his tea several times before the dean finally said, "Guan, in the future, be mindful of your methods." Observing Guan's perplexed expression, the dean further advised, "Be adaptable, understand? Don't push ahead stubbornly. When you have ideas, make sure to frequent the school more often." Guan thought to himself, "What ideas could I possibly have when I'm banned from directing?" The dean, perhaps fearing Guan might not comprehend, emphasized, "Didn't I just tell you? Be adaptable and remember to be flexible." As Guan pondered how to borrow equipment, a sudden realization dawned upon him regarding the dean's insinuation. After exiting the dean's office, Guan sought out Wang Di for a brief conversation before heading directly to Xiao Chao's classroom. Upon arriving at the door, he noticed Xiao Chao standing at the podium, momentarily stunned. Then, he walked to the door, retrieved a key from his pocket, and handed it to Guan, saying, "You go ahead and take a seat. I'll come find you after class." At noon, Guan and Xiao Chao, reminiscent of their school days, went together to the cafeteria for lunch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Chao began devising strategies for Guan. "Since the school has allowed you to return to your studies, you should take advantage of it. 3 years of graduate study will set you up nicely for a faculty position later. After 5 years, you can return to filmmaking, especially since you are the best director at Berlin." Moved by Xiao Chao's fervent suggestions, Guan replied, "Xiao Chao, you should consider buying a house." "What?" Xiao Chao asked, bewildered. "I said you should buy a house. I can support you a little." Xiao Chao deemed Guan's reasoning questionable. "Let us discuss buying a house later. For now, let us focus on your studies." Guan interrupted, "Rest assured, I am already preparing for my next film. Life goes on, and nothing is delayed." Seeing Xiao Chao's confusion, Guan added, "We'll be utilizing funding from Hong Kong, so we'll essentially become a Hong Kong production team. Now let us return to the topic of buying a house." Upon hearing that Guan intended to continue filming despite the ban, Xiao Chao expressed some concern. "I don't have a girlfriend. There's no rush to get married or buy a house. Su Guan reassured him. Xiao Chao, at your age, you should embrace life a little more. The two exchanged playful banter for a while before Su Guan produced a script, saying, I've recently written a piece in preparation for this filming, but I feel something is amiss. Could you take a look at it later? Let us discuss any issues thoroughly. Xiao Chao sat down and flipped through the script, saying, Today is certainly not feasible. Take a couple of days to pause, and I shall diligently review it. He then queried, Is it truly permissible for you to film despite the ban? Su Guan explained, I am merely an underground filmmaker, stealthily entering the village to shoot without a sound. I don't intend to release it, and as long as I refrain from exhibiting, who can hold me accountable? Even if I did exhibit, they wouldn't be able to touch me. I am presenting it under the banner of Hong Kong cinema. Xiao Chao felt reassured, yet he remained reluctant to purchase a house with Su Guan's money, insisting he was in no hurry to marry. Su Guan, unable to persuade Xiao Chao about the comforts of life, decided to defer the conversation for a later time. When it came to continuing the film, Xiao Chao noted Su Guan's limited resources and remarked, Su Guan, when you commence filming, do call for me. Su Guan rummaged through the corner of the dormitory for a bottle, placing it on the table to serve as an ashtray. Lighting a cigarette, he sat beside Xiao Chao and asked, Why would I call you? Xiao Chao, feeling dissatisfied, playfully pushed Su Guan onto the bed, scolding, You dog-biting El Dongbin. Unable to recognize a kind heart. I'm merely offering to lend you a hand as a co-director since you lack manpower. Su Guan straightened himself, ensuring no ashes fell onto the bed, and teased, as a distinguished director, Do you think I lack for co-directors? That fellow Jiang Wen has been fawning over me for ages, but I couldn't care less about him. Their familiarity was evident, and Xiao Chao seized the moment to deliver a playful threat. If you refuse to let me be the co-director, I shall reveal your secret about not wearing underwear during school. Su Guan placed the cigarette butt on the edge of the table, ensuring the ember remained out, and playfully tightened his embrace around Xiao Chao's neck, threatening, If you dare to speak, do you believe I want to pummel you? Xiao Chao retorted defiantly, Pummel me? Do you think I can't gather a few people from class to come here and teach you a lesson? Open your eyes and see where we are. Just because I went without underwear a few times after washing them doesn't mean anything. All right, you can be the co-director, he conceded. With that, Su Guan stood up, picked up the cigarette butt from the table, and resumed smoking. By the way, there isn't even a Best Co-Director award at the Berlin Film Festival. I'll give you a special mention award instead. Consider it the Berlin Film Festival's Best Co-Director award. Xiao Chao looked at Su Guan earnestly and replied, That sounds more reasonable. Just let me know in advance next time, and I'll prepare the award ceremony. Chapter 69. Hosting Chun Hong as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a dim light, the evening clouds resembled brocade, shifting shapes and colors in the clear sky. In Nanluo Guxiang, Gai Li carried a large net bag filled with chicken, fish, meat, and eggs in her right hand, while her left arm was linked with Chun Hong, who was also occupied with a bag containing several bottles of Maotai liquor. The sound of high boots echoed rhythmically against the asphalt as the two entered Sui Hutong, laughing and joking. Upon seeing the door ajar, Chun Hong shook Gai Li's arm and teased, The man who made you scream like a slaughtered pig has returned. Gai Li, flustered, retorted, Chun Hong, must we dwell on this matter? Very well, I shall refrain from mentioning it in the future. Your man has returned. Surely that is acceptable? Now that's more like it. Upon entering the courtyard, Gai Li immediately spotted Su Guan emerging from the main house's living room. With a theatrical flair, she playfully exclaimed, Su Guan, don't just stand there, come and help me. As Su Guan approached, Gai Li exerted herself to lift a large net bag and thrust it into his hands, declaring, I'm exhausted. Look at all the things I bought that you love to eat. Things I love to eat? He inquired, to which she affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, as soon as Chun Hong laid eyes on Su Guan, her thoughts drifted to the moment he had captured her own image, a blush creeping over her face, thankfully concealed by the dimming light. However, upon witnessing Gai Li's antics, Chun Hong considered the camaraderie they shared as fellow wanderers of life, and thought it unnecessary to be concerned with trivial details. With a generous spirit, she too placed her bag into Su Guan's hands, mimicking Gai Li's playful tone. I'm worn out. Look at all the things I bought that you love to drink. Noticing the two heavy burdens in Su Guan's grasp nearly causing him to falter, Gai Li urged, Let us not linger here. Let us hurry inside. Upon entering the east wing, Gai Li commanded Su Guan, Quickly, find a basin. The fish is still alive. Su Guan, glancing around in confusion, retorted, It's almost dark. We'll be cooking soon. If it dies, it dies. I bought several to ensure you get plenty of nourishment, she countered. Oh dear, why are you so clumsy? Step aside, let me handle it. With that, Guile swiftly retrieved a basin filled with water, placed the fish inside, and upon confirming it was still swimming, she rolled up her sleeves and carried the net bag into the kitchen. Chun Hong followed suit, and Su Guan crouched down to inspect his catch, counting 5 or 6 fish, pondering the strange notion that while fish might enhance nourishment, he had never heard of them boosting vitality. Emerging from the kitchen with a pink apron in hand, Guile seized Su Guan, spun him around, and tied the apron around his waist with a firm knot. Pulling him into the kitchen, she instructed him, "You stay here. The two of us will cook, and you'll assist us. Start by picking the chives, peeling a head of garlic, and slicing a few potatoes." With that, she turned to Chun Hong, and they began washing and preparing the vegetables. Just as Su Guan finished peeling the potatoes, Guile called out, "Su Guan, go fetch a fish, and make sure to get a big one." Rising, he stepped outside to the basin and pulled out a sizable fish. Upon re-entering the kitchen, he heard Guile exclaim, "Come here, place the fish on the cutting board." Goodness, this fish is still jumping. With one hand pinning the fish down, she reached out to Su Guan, saying, "Where's the knife? Quickly hand it to me." Receiving the knife from Chun Hong, Guile struck the fish's head several times with the knife's back before commencing the butchering. In no time, the kitchen was filled with fragrant smoke, and the sizzle of oil echoed as the 3 figures busily moved about. As Su Guan handed over the prepared ingredients, Guile remarked, "I wanted thick chunks. What on earth is this? It looks like fingers." Chun Hong chimed in, "Why not just send him outside? He is more of a hindrance than a help. He should leave." Irritated, Su Guan thought to himself that if she uttered a few more words, he would refuse to eat. Sensing the tension, he exited the kitchen, repositioned the apron's knot to the front, unfastened it, and tossed it onto the dining table, grumbling as he left the dining area. Upon entering the courtyard, I indulged in a solitary cigarette. Just as I returned to the dining hall, I spotted Chun Hong at the kitchen door, cracking eggs. Su Guan remarked, "We might as well dine out. Cooking is akin to waging war." After cracking 5 or 6 eggs, Chun Hong handed a bowl to Su Guan, instructing, "Stir vigorously in one direction." Su Guan accepted the bowl and, wielding his chopsticks, deftly whisked the eggs. Chun Hong teased, "You're quite capable. You just lack the desire." No sooner had she spoken than Guile emerged, carrying 2 plates of prepared cold dishes to the table, declaring, "For the sake of these 2 cold dishes, we must drink a bit more tonight." Observing Su Guan's adept egg whisking, Guile playfully patted him on the back, saying, "Well done, young man." Su Guan retorted, "Hurry along with your tasks. Don't delay me." After finishing the eggs and handing them to Chun Hong, Su Guan dashed to the study, muttering, "If you don't cook well, I shan't go out." He opened the drawer, retrieved his notebook, flipped to the last page, crossed out the names of Zhao De and Zhao Xiao, and inscribed Teng Wenji instead. Before closing the notebook, leaning back in his chair with his legs propped on the table, he gazed at the ceiling, contemplating matters, and gradually drifted into slumber. "Time for dinner. How did you fall asleep? Are you preparing to recharge?" Su Guan opened his eyes to find Guile standing beside him. He responded, "Yes, recharging for nefarious schemes." Upon rising, Su Guan noticed Guile holding his trophy and inquired, "What are you doing with that?" "Keeping it for dinner. Hurry up, or the dishes will cool." Upon entering the dining room, he beheld the table meticulously arranged with 9 plates. Chun Hong stood nearby, uncorking a bottle of Maodai. Once seated, Guile took the bottle from Chun Hong, carefully pouring the liquor into 3 glasses, ensuring uniformity before serving them to Chun Hong and Su Guan, thus marking the official commencement of their dinner. Guile raised her glass and began a toast. "Let us celebrate our classmate Su Guan for winning the best director in Berlin. Cheers." "Su Guan, try this dish I made," she urged. "Delicious," Su Guan replied. "Now sample this one." Chun Hong prepared it. "Equally delightful," Su Guan exclaimed. "If the 3 of us could coexist peacefully, it would be quite splendid." Indeed, without disturbance, Su Guan could host a banquet for Teng Wenji effortlessly. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Their refined faces flushed with a rosy hue, their eyes sparkling with exuberance. After sharing a toast with Su Guan, Chun Hong smacked her lips and inquired, "Su Guan, allow me to pose a question you might not appreciate. Were you truly banned for 5 years?" Su Guan, grasping a plate of cold dishes prepared by Guile, replied, "Indeed, you have no idea. Even while banned, they still issue certificates." Observing Chun Hong's bewilderment, Su Guan reached into his pocket, produced the fine, and handed it to her, stating, "It's genuine. See for yourself." After a swift glance at the fine, Chun Hong asked, "What will you do moving forward?" Guli raised her glass and clinked it with Chun Hong's, declaring, "Tomorrow, I shall venture out for a new role, and from now on, I shall support Su Guan as if he were my own." Chun Hong watched as Guy Li downed her drink in one gulp, just as she was about to feel moved for the two of them. Suddenly, Su Guan snapped at Guy Li, saying, "Why does everything you say sound so awkward? You gave birth to me? Show me how that's done." Guy Li, carefree as ever, replied, "It was just a metaphor. Why bother with such trivial details?" Noticing Chun Hong's silence, Su Guan pondered for a moment before cursing, "Damn Teng Wenji." At this point, Chun Hong was unfamiliar with Teng Wenji, as she had yet to star in that distant place. Confused, she asked, "What does Teng Wenji have to do with you? Did he really report you?" Su Guan was equally taken aback, asking, "How did you know? Is the news spreading that quickly?" Chun Hong reflected for a moment and said, "We at the Youth Theater are aware that you were reported and subsequently banned from directing. Some say it was Teng Wenji, others claim it was Zhang Yimou, and there are whispers about Chen Kaiga." Su Guan remained silent, pondering what the man was up to, and took a sip of his drink, affirming it was Teng Wenji. Chun Hong retorted, "What an old fool. How does someone else's film affect him? It's utterly shameless." After venting her frustration, Chun Hong asked, "So, Su Guan, are you really not going to act for 5 years?" Guy Li chimed in, "The films will continue. We'll seek funding from Hong Kong. The show must go on." Chun Hong felt happy for Guy Li and Su Guan, raising her glass and declaring, "To nothing in particular, cheers." The dishes on the table grew cold and warm again as the trio chatted about films, gossip, and risque jokes. They drank until midnight. Chun Hong rushed to the restroom, covering her mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. Guy Li sat in the dining room, her gaze dreamy and silly, while Su Guan was not much better off, wanting to stand but fearing the abrupt movement would make him sick. After rinsing her mouth, Chun Hong returned to the dining room and fell asleep on the table. Guy Li shouted, "Hong, wake up and keep drinking. If you want tea drink, let Su Guan do it." Su Guan replied irritably, "Guy Li, why are you such a handful when it comes to drinking? You always have to get drunk." Guy Li wobbled over to Su Guan, wrapping her arms around him, saying, "If I don't get drunk, how will you have the chance? Hurry up and drink." Su Guan, overwhelmed by Guy Li's insistence, rushed to the restroom to expel the alcohol. After rinsing his mouth and splashing cold water on his face in the yard, he felt much better. He smoked a cigarette before returning to the dining room, sitting for a while to gather the strength to tend to the two. First, he carried Guy Li to the bedroom, wiping her face with a warm towel and tossing her outerwear into the covers. Just as he was about to find Chun Hong, he noticed her stumbling into the bedroom, skillfully removing her shoes and climbing into bed fully clothed. Su Guan took off his coat, laid out another blanket on the edge of the bed, and crawled under it. One bed, 2 blankets, a bit cramped. At midnight, Su Guan felt the pressure on his bladder, turned over to get out of bed, donned a thick coat, grabbed the flashlight from the bedside, and exited the bedroom. He switched on the flashlight and hurried to the restroom. Just as he entered, he heard a startled exclamation, "Someone's here." Su Guan jumped, shining the light to reveal Chun Hong, letting out a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. Turn off the flashlight." Su Guan obediently moved the flashlight, directing its beam toward a bright area elsewhere. After exiting the restroom, he paused momentarily and inquired, "Chun Hong, are you not done yet? Must you resolve this here?" Chun Hong retorted in irritation, "This is the only restroom. Where else can I go? You can wait outside. I need a moment." "Oh, if you keep shining that light at me, I might just lose my temper." Su Guan had no choice but to aim the flashlight at the restroom's outer wall, releasing a powerful stream of water, the hissing sound rendering the atmosphere between them exceedingly awkward. After half a minute, as Su Guan finished pulling up his trousers and prepared to leave, he heard Chun Hong call out, Su Guan, don't rush off." Turning at the voice, he shone the light back onto her, and upon seeing her expression, redirected the beam elsewhere, asking, "What's the matter? Should I wait for you? Could you fetch me some toilet paper?" "I forgot to bring any," Chun Hong replied. "Just hold on." Su Guan stepped into the bedroom, called out to Guy Li a few times, but received no response. He then picked up a roll of paper from the table and retraced his steps to the restroom, handing the paper to Chun Hong. He was about to return to bed when she said, "Su Guan, wait a moment. I can't get up." After helping her stand, Su Guan bent down to assist with her trousers, asking, "How long have you been sitting? It's so cold." I don't know how long. I can hardly move now. Chen Hong responded. Su Guan approached, touched her, and inquired, can you feel anything? I can. Your hand is so warm. Let me hold on to it. After 34 minutes, Su Guan brought the paper and helped her clean up, then gently lifted her and returned to the bedroom. In the early hours of Beijing, a tranquility distinct from the yellowish daylight enveloped the city, with the dim sky on the brink of welcoming the dawn. In the courtyard of Sawai Hutong, as Chun Hong stirred awake, she frowned tightly, glancing at the two who were sound asleep beside her, cursing Guy Li for being a troublemaker. Gradually rising, she stepped over Su Guan, exited the room, and after a brief moment in the courtyard, returned to discreetly take Guy Li's long coat, wrapping it around her as she left the small courtyard. As the sky brightened slightly, the breakfast shops in the alley began to open. Walking through Nanluo Guxiang, Chun Hong's stomach growled, prompting her to duck into a nearby eatery. Although she had enjoyed a hearty meal the previous night, it had all been expelled in the end. In dire need of replenishment, she ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer of soup dumplings, a small dish of pickles, and a small plate of dipping sauce laden with vinegar and chili oil. Wrapped in the coat, she took small steps to the intersection of Nanluo Guxiang, hailed a taxi, and returned to her newly rented apartment, relieved she had secured accommodation. Otherwise, how would she change her clothes? In a residential building in Dongdan. After tidying herself and changing clothes, Chen Hong lay down on her bed, feeling exhausted after the night's tumult. She needed a good rest and a chance to catch up on sleep. Meanwhile, in Sawai Hutong, Su Guan groggily opened his eyes to hear Guy Li asking, "Where's Chen Hong?" Su Guan, equally puzzled, replied, "I was just about to ask you. You two were sharing a bed. Why are you asking me?" Guy Li jumped out of bed, hastily throwing on Su Guan's coat as she rushed outside. Su Guan thought to himself, Guy Li truly possesses a unique talent. She never shows signs of drunkenness, yet upon waking, she immediately expels an entire bladder's worth. Su Guan leaned against the headboard, lit a cigarette, and upon seeing Guy Li enter, he swiftly took a deep drag and jumped out of bed, exclaiming, "I'm suffocating here." Su Guan knew Guy Li all too well. She surely had locked the door, and any delay could lead to her dragging him back into bed, which would be a perilous fate. Guy Li, wrapped tightly in her blanket with only her head exposed, called out, Su Guan, come here, I have something to tell you." Su Guan remained silent. Instead, after a quick wash, he opened the door and headed straight to the breakfast shop in the alley. He ordered a bowl of tofu pudding, a steamer of dumplings, a small dish of pickles, and a small plate of dipping sauce, forgoing vinegar for an abundance of chili oil. After his meal, Su Guan returned to the courtyard, breakfast in hand. Upon entering, he found Guy Li already preparing for her wash, rolling her eyes in annoyance. "You've ruined my good mood for the day." Chapter 71. Gossip. On March 6, 1991, the official document banning Su Guan was disseminated to 16 film studios, and soon, the news spread rapidly through informal channels within the industry. In Beijing, at the Beijing factory compound, Tian Zhuang was among the first to learn of Su Guan's ban. He had known from the outset, even being aware of those who had reported him. His extensive connections within the industry, coupled with inquiries from several fifth-generation directors seeking information, kept him well informed. Over the past few days, he smoked incessantly and reflected upon numerous past events. Each time he lay down to sleep, dreams would ensue. He would find himself back in the Westy courtyard, where he could still smell the coal smoke from winter and recall the crickets chirping in summer. Suddenly, an uproar erupted outside in the street, as a neighbor mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown. The atmosphere in the courtyard turned eerie and unsettling, as one could never predict who might disappear next. His mind was haunted by memories of elders with whom he had shared laughter only the day before, now gone without a trace, as if they had never existed. As he smoked one cigarette after another, Tian Zhuang's hands trembled, his mind in turmoil. After a long sigh, he murmured, "The kite drifts in the sky, swaying with the wind. When the wind blows east, it floats east, and when the wind blows west, it drifts west." Gossip circulated among the 3 major universities, various film studios, and numerous groups across the country, and within just a few days, Su Guan became widely known as the obstinate director who brought his own downfall. Upon learning of Su Guan's ban, Jiang Wen called him, asking, "Did you really get banned for 5 years?" "Indeed. They say it was you who reported me." Jiang Wen's magnetic voice delivered sarcastic remarks. "How do you know? It's for the best. You were never suited for the film studio's path. Just focus on making underground films from now on. Ha ha ha." Journalists eager to interview Guan could not find him, and thus resorted to interviewing his acquaintances, such as Xia Zhu, Jia Dongxiu, and Bang Gang at the Central Academy of Drama and Beijing Film Academy. Guan had already communicated with them in advance, and the three responded in unison, "We have no idea." Director Guan needed actors for the film, so we attended auditions and were selected. We are completely unaware of the specifics regarding the filming location. Not having received the desired answers, the reporters gradually interviewed several instructors from Beijing Film Academy, who maintained a consistent stance of ignorance, regardless of how they were questioned. Typically, prior to any promotions within government departments, rumors tend to circulate. Ultimately, these whispers often prove to be accurate, primarily as leaders gauge reactions from their subordinates. With the increasing number of interviews conducted by reporters, another rumor surfaced, claiming, initially, the Film Bureau did not intend to take action against Guan, but a certain director with the surname Tung was quite displeased and wrote a letter of complaint, leaving the Film Bureau with no choice but to address the situation. How did they ascertain it was someone named Tung? Tung Wenji, perhaps? Allegedly, it was said that Guan had encountered him at the Film Bureau. Upon hearing the rumor, Tung Wenji was infuriated, exclaiming profanities. "I can file a complaint, but how can you indiscriminately claim that I am the one who reported it?" Youngsters these days have no sense of integrity. Guan's rise to prominence stirred the ambitions of many recent graduates aspiring to become directors, who began inquiring about Guan in hopes of learning a few tricks from him. Ultimately, when they could not locate Guan, they resorted to seeking another underground director, Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was surrounded by a cohort of 1985 graduates, including notable names like Wang Xiaoshui, Lu Yi, and Lu Xuezhang. In the capital, at Sui Hutong, Guan had just returned from a small shop near the alley when a phone call came in. He tossed the device into Guy Li's hands and said, "What a useless phone. Get me a proper radio tomorrow. From now on, only telegrams when you reach me. I only get inquiries about rumors." Guy Li carefully caught the phone and replied, "You've only answered a few calls, and you're already like this. Besides, what's so bad about it? If you install a radio at home, I still need to learn how to send telegrams." Guan snatched the phone back from Guy Li, turned it off, and placed it on the table, ignoring it thereafter. Guy Li pondered for a moment and reiterated an old suggestion, "Why don't we install a phone at home?" Without a moment's hesitation, Guan firmly declined, advising, "What could you do with over 5,000 yuan? Why spend it on a phone? Even if you decide to install one, it would take at least half a year to set up. Moreover, we are engaged in underground filmmaking, operating in a guerrilla manner. How does guerrilla warfare function? It's about me being able to find others while they cannot locate me. If you install a phone, the Film Bureau will catch wind of it, call to inquire, or summon me to write a reflection. Do you think I should go or not?" Guy Li felt that Guan was being overly dramatic and retorted, "Fine. If I install it, you are not allowed to use it." Guan observed Guy Li's rebellious demeanor, contemplated for a moment, and replied, "If you truly wish to install it, that is fine, but from now on, I will only make calls and not answer them. All incoming calls will be handled by you. If anyone asks for me, just say I'm not available and I will return the call later." That works too. In 1990, an urban dweller's annual income was approximately 1,500 yuan, and the cost of installing a telephone equated to 3 years' earnings, with a lengthy wait involved. Early the next morning, Guan observed that Guy Li had risen early, clad in a red thin jacket and wearing a hat as she ventured out, claiming she was going to pay for the telephone installation. As long as she avoided getting her hair done, everything would be fine. In the morning, at the dormitory of teacher Xiao Chao from Beijing, Guan lay on Xiao Chao's bed with his hands behind his head. Xiao Chao sat at the edge of the bed, holding a script, and remarked, "Guan, given our relationship, I will speak frankly. This script is quite good, with a unique premise and a clever angle. It tells the tale of an innocent person wronged. However, it still feels somewhat awkward, not quite reflective of events in our China." Gazing at the bed's upper bunk, Guan replied, "Indeed. It has been adapted from a foreign story. It feels awkward to both of us." Xiao Chao patted Guan's leg, redirecting his gaze to him, and continued, "In my opinion, we should craft stories from our own country. Tales of injustice against good people are not hard to find. After all, we need not undergo any review. We can write as we please based on reality." Guan sat up, looking at Xiao Chao, and said, "Then let us collaborate on this." Seizing the moment, Guan added, "You should hurry and buy a house. Every time I visit, there is nowhere to sit, and I end up sleeping on your bed." Xiao Chao pondered for a moment and replied, "True, there's no seating. I will buy a chair tomorrow." They both laughed, and checking the time. The two exited the dormitory to dine at the cafeteria, preparing to continue their work in the afternoon. Chapter 72. A Journey with Xiao Chao. Noodles, everyday noodles. Whenever Su Guan dined with Xiao Chao, save for celebratory occasions, it was invariably noodles, and today was no exception. Su Guan had previously consumed noodles for over half a month with a woman from Gansu, leading to their eventual separation. Slurping his noodles, Su Guan remarked, "If you have no classes this afternoon, let us think thoroughly about what story to film." "I have no classes this afternoon." Xiao Chao vigorously added vinegar to his noodles, tasting it to find it delightfully sour, and suggested, "Su Guan, why not set up a bed in my dormitory? This way, we can frequently discuss the script together." After seriously contemplating Xiao Chao's proposal and confirming there were no hidden motives, Su Guan replied, "Let us discuss it later." Upon finishing their meal and returning to the dormitory, Su Guan flopped onto Xiao Chao's bed and said, "Every time I eat noodles with you, I feel sleepy afterward. Let me rest for a bit." As Su Guan was about to drift off, Xiao Chao, feeling equally drowsy, being from Shaanxi, found it hard to resist a nap. He grabbed a thick jacket to cover himself and nestled beside Su Guan. In the afternoon, Su Guan and Xiao Chao immersed themselves in deep thought, striving to uncover a compelling story. Unexpectedly, Wang Di appeared at the dormitory, perhaps concerned about students straying from the right path. "Had I not heard from students, I would not have known you were at the school." Upon learning of Su Guan's collaboration with Xiao Chao on the script, Wang Di beamed, exclaiming, "Excellent. You two should work well together. Xiao Chao, you ought to learn more about directing from Su Guan. Once the policies improve, you may even become a director." Our literary department, although not as renowned as the photography department, still ranks a respectable second. After Wang Di's departure, Xiao Chao sat at the table, furrowing his brow while nibbling on the tip of his pen. Su Guan, on the other hand, alternated between smoking by the window and lounging on the bed. As the afternoon dismissal time approached, Su Guan suddenly recalled the story of a teacher named Zheng, who had been wrongfully accused for over 50 years, tirelessly seeking justice until his life ended in regret. Su Guan mused that this narrative was perfect for adaptation, akin to a blend of Hunting and Autumn Chrysanthemum Goes to Court. In the dormitory, Su Guan shared his thoughts with Xiao Chao, who pondered for a long time before responding. "Su Guan, your story is compelling, but how can you be certain he was not a rapist? What if he truly was? Then we would be advocating for a criminal, which could lead us into serious trouble, perhaps even imprisonment." Xiao Chao's reasoning was sound, and Su Guan was quite pleased, exclaiming, "You are indeed my strategic advisor. Let's conduct a field investigation, no inquiry, no authority to speak." Xiao Chao considered whether he could take leave from his duties, deliberating for a moment and concluding that it should not be a problem. "We must hurry to confirm. If he is a criminal, we should swiftly abandon this story," he declared. Su Guan then elaborated, "If he is not, we shall gain a comprehensive understanding, seek the consent of the involved parties, and meticulously refine the script, contributing our modest efforts." In Qo Alley, late at night, after a cleansing ritual, and just before sleep, Su Guan stood clutching a blanket, speaking to Guy Li, who was kneeling on the bed changing the sheets. "Sisterly, Xiao Chao and I are embarking on a distant journey in the coming days." Without turning her head, Guy Li replied, "It's a chilly night. Must you bring this up now? Can't it wait until we're snuggled under the covers?" Once the bed was made, she nestled into Su Guan's embrace, adjusting to a comfortable position before saying, "All right, now we can talk." Su Guan first recounted the gist of the story to her, then continued, "Xiao Chao and I are heading to Jiangxi to seek the opinions of the involved parties and explore how to adapt the tale." Guy Li was moved to tears, eager to join them, saying, "Let us make it a trio. I have nothing to do here in the capital." Su Guan withdrew his hand from under the covers, demonstrating with his fingers, "We need to arrange for a phone, buy a car, and acquire a courtyard. How can you say you have nothing to do?" Guy Li pouted, "Fine. You and Xiao Chao go then." Su Guan extinguished the light, preparing for sleep. But I must go to Jiangxi tomorrow." "That is a concern for tomorrow. Let us focus on the present," she insisted. In Jiangxi, amidst the midsection of the Luoshao Mountains, lies the inconspicuous Shaowang village, a place adorned with peaks, rivers, paths, and fields, where generations of people have thrived. Su Guan and Xiao Chao, armed with local delicacies purchased in the capital, boarded a southbound train. enduring nearly 30 hours of travel before transferring to a minibus bound for the township. As the afternoon waned, the two disembarked at the township center. Upon exiting, Guan indulged in a cigarette, for although smoking was permitted on the minibus, the presence of a pregnant woman beside him necessitated his stepping outside for a moment of relief. The heart of the township is a crossroads, with uneven, sandy roads extending in all directions, seemingly beckoning distant travelers with the promise of reaching Rome. In the northeast corner of the intersection stands a small cooperative society, a two-story red brick building with 5 rooms. The most striking feature is a bright red pentagram above, with the words Shanghai Township Rural Cooperative inscribed below, flanked by the phrases developing economy and ensuring supply. At this moment, Xiao Chao squats on the ground, retching at the muddy water, before finally saying, Guan, I'm utterly disoriented. Which way are we headed? Guan flicks his cigarette but into the mud and replies, you rest here for a bit. I'll go ask. Stepping into the cooperative, the spacious shop reveals neatly arranged shelves, complemented by a rough, blue brick floor and gray-white walls, exuding simplicity and rustic charm. The scent of the cooperative is uniquely distinctive, a laying of dozens of new and old products that cannot be artificially replicated. Hello, comrade. Could you direct me to Shaowang village? Fortunately, it is not market day. Otherwise, the clerk would likely have no time to attend to Guan. He says, just head west without turning. It's 5 miles away. Considering the muddy path outside, Guan exits, carrying his luggage and assisting Xiao Chao, saying, let us grab something to eat and walk there in our rubber shoes. Xiao Chao enters, and Guan calls out, comrade, I'll take 2 pairs of rubber shoes, one size 43 and one size 41, and 3 pounds of biscuits and 3 pounds of sugar. White sugar or brown sugar? White sugar, please. Guan takes the 2 pairs of rubber shoes from the clerk, exclaiming, wow, this must weigh 10 pounds. 2 pairs, exactly 8 pounds. After snacking on biscuits and changing into rubber shoes, they take a moment to rest before shouldering their luggage and heading west. Navigating through the muddy terrain, they walk for nearly an hour until they arrive beneath an ancient pine tree, where they learn they have finally reached Shaowang village. Upon entering the village, they are greeted by a cobblestone path lined with charming, traditional Huayu architecture. As they traverse from the entrance to the end of the village, they spot 3 large tile-roofed houses. Guan muses, Teacher Cheung seems to be living quite comfortably. Could it be a facade? Approaching, they find the front door tightly shut, and Guan turns pale, remarking to Xiao Chao, could he have gone to appeal somewhere? Xiao Chao, sitting weakly on a stone stump at the entrance, replies, Guan, why don't you ask someone? Guan, equally fatigued and hungry, retorts with reluctance, why don't you go? I've been carrying your luggage the whole way. You're being rather lazy. Am I not busy? Didn't I bring the gifts and shoes? Regardless, I'm not going. You can inquire yourself. After enduring a long, weary journey, they find themselves at Teacher Zheng's doorstep, with neither willing to compromise. As they sit in silence, a woman holding a child approaches and asks, where are you from? Who are you looking for? Guan stands politely and replies, we are from the capital, looking for Teacher Zheng, the primary school teacher who teaches language. You mean that rapist? The woman's demeanor instantly changes, her face darkening as she says curtly, he lives next door. You've come to the wrong place. What bad luck. Guan was about to engage in a debate with the woman when Xiao Chao quickly intervened, saying, let us not argue, or we might end up getting beaten. Watching the 2 of them carry their luggage next door, the woman curled her lip and muttered, they claim to be from the capital. Each one of them is a fool. They could even cry at the wrong grave. After knocking on the door yielded no response. The 2, one with a growling stomach and the other with a rumbling belly, squatted against the wall outside, continuing their wait. As evening fell, Guan could hardly muster the energy to glance at the sky and discern its hue. The refined and gentle Teacher Zheng returned from school and, upon reaching his doorstep, encountered 2 young men squatting at his entrance like guardian deities, one on the left and the other on the right, with a few scattered cigarette butts at their feet. Noticing the puzzled expression on Teacher Zheng's face, the famished Xiao Chao hastily exclaimed, Teacher Zheng, we have come all the way from the capital to discuss making a film with you. Make a film? Guan glanced at Xiao Chao, thinking to himself that his companion still needed more experience. Guan approached directly and stated, Teacher Zheng, we have been inspired by your remarkable story and wish to seek your consent for an adaptation into a film. Teacher Zheng shook hands with the 2, saying, welcome. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please come inside. There is no rush regarding the adaptation. Let us have dinner first. Following teacher Cheung into the house, Su Guang'an found the interior to be as simple and tidy as he had imagined. However, all he could think about was when dinner would be served. Before the meal, Su Guang'an could hardly remember what the three of them discussed, but he distinctly recalled the large bowls of red rice, with both he and Xiao Chao finishing 2 bowls each. Observing the astonished expression on teacher Zheng's face, Xiao Chao realized they had indeed embarrassed themselves, but being well-educated. He quickly remarked, red rice, pumpkin soup, foraging for wild vegetables, it all counts as sustenance. With Comrade Mao at our side, every meal tastes delightful. After dinner, in the main room, a wooden beam stretched across the ceiling, from which a light bulb hung, adorned with a makeshift paper lampshade. In the dim light, the three gathered around a completely faded small table to sip tea. Teacher Cheung, do you have any reservations? Su Guang'an inquired. All I seek is to clear my name. Yet I do not wish for my affairs to be the subject of public gossip. So, I must apologize for the adaptation. Su Guang'an's conversation with teacher Cheung did not progress smoothly. Accolades such as Best in Berlin and Nationally Renowned fell on deaf ears, as the man had no interest in cinema. Upon discovering that Xiao Chao was a university lecturer, teacher Cheung largely disregarded Su Guang'an, engrossed instead in discussions about education and literature, even urging Xiao Chao to peruse some of his early writings. Xiao Chao took the lead in the conversation, while Su Guang'an felt like a mere bystander, unable to flatter effectively and relegated to listening attentively. As the clock approached 9 in the evening, exhaustion began to weigh heavily on Su Guang'an's eyelids. Guided by the host, he washed up and soon retired to bed. In the dead of night, the two engaged in increasingly stimulating conversation, and teacher Cheung gradually opened up, revealing a stack of appeals, judgment documents, and various pieces of evidence he had collected. It appears that teacher Cheung has found a confidant in Xiao Chao, recounting his decades-long story and grievances in an elaborate manner. As he reached the part about the final judgment being upheld, teacher Cheung collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Chao, feeling at a loss for words to comfort him, gently patted teacher Zheng's shoulder. After carefully organizing his thoughts and waiting for teacher Zheng's emotions to stabilize, he remarked, Teacher Cheung, how long do you intend to seek justice for yourself? 20 years? 30 years? Your family has been living frugally to support your appeals, while your children lack even winter shoes, and your mother and wife, suffering from illness, can only endure without treatment. Is this not adding insult to injury? Certainly. Grievances must be addressed, but might there be a more adaptable approach? Observing teacher Zheng's silence, Xiao Chao continued, if you entrusted me with the adaptation, I would depict a young, ambitious teacher assigned to an elementary school, not only engaging and humorous in class, but also frequently taking students on outdoor activities, earning their fondness. Teacher Cheung remained taciturn, though his expression shifted noticeably as he picked up a cigarette and moved to the window, gazing quietly outside. After finishing a cigarette, he finally said, Teacher Chao, let me think it over. The night had grown deep, and noticing Xiao Chao's weary visage, teacher Cheung apologized. Teacher Chao, do rest early. I truly regret the modesty of my home. You must endure sharing a bed with Director Su. As Xiao Chao nestled into bed, he was abruptly embraced by Su Guan, whose chin rested on Xiao Chao's shoulder, warm breath whispering against his ear, while his hands roamed restlessly across Xiao Chao's chest. Su Guan, accustomed to holding tightly, felt unsettled when his hands strayed from their usual place. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Xiao Chao rose to sleep at the other end of the bed, enduring the discomfort of resting his head against Su Guan's feet throughout the night. The next morning, Su Guan awoke to find a pair of size 40 feet startlingly close. And as he attempted to sit up, he realized his feet were firmly held by Xiao Chao. Su Guan tapped Xiao Chao's leg and called out, Xiao Chao, Chao Baoping. Xiao Chao, mimicking Su Guan's startled reaction, shot up in bed and exclaimed, Su Guan, can't you be a bit more restrained while sleeping? The moment I got into bed, you grabbed me and started to grope. Su Guan chuckled sheepishly. I'm just used to it, you know? Chapter 74. Success and return to Beijing. Only then did Xiao Chao recall the important matters from the previous night, stating, after you fell asleep, I had a decent conversation with teacher Cheung, but he ultimately said he would consider it. I reckon there shouldn't be a significant issue. As Su Guan dressed, he replied, then you must push harder today to finalize things. We cannot linger here any longer. Why do you think teacher Cheung is so willing to converse with you? Being appointed as a teacher at the school was Xiao Chao's pride, and he immediately boasted to Su Guan. This is all about our educational sector. You wouldn't understand. You've seen Teacher Zheng's family circumstances. If we truly negotiate, you must offer a sincere price. Despite Su Guan's frugality, he would not quibble over such a sum. Responding readily, that is essential. We shall be generous. How about we compensate him according to screenwriter fees, 3,000 yuan. Xiao Chao recognized the sincerity behind the number and gave Su Guan a thumbs up before rising from bed. As the two of them washed up in the courtyard, they heard Teacher Zheng cheerfully exclaim, Teacher Chao, you must have slept well. You simply must try our authentic farmhouse breakfast from Jiangxi. Su Guan, noticing Xiao Chao nodding enthusiastically, quickly interjected, Teacher Zheng, what about me? Ah, yes, indeed. How could I forget you? Teacher Zheng replied, slightly dismissively. After breakfast, Teacher Zheng engaged Xiao Chao in a lively discussion, resembling two long-lost confidants. By noon, Xiao Chao joyfully informed Su Guan, it's all set. Teacher Zheng has agreed. In the afternoon, Teacher Zheng took Xiao Chao and Su Guan to review years of his own records and gathered evidence. Teacher Zheng remarked, for this adaptation, I trust no one but Teacher Chao. Only with him can I feel at ease. Su Guan thought this was Teacher Zheng signaling him, promptly declaring, rest assured, Teacher Zheng. This script will be penned by Teacher Chao, and he will be deeply involved in the film's production. What do you say? Only then did Teacher Zheng shake Su Guan's hand, signifying their collaboration. Su Guan had secured the adaptation rights, and a heavy burden had finally been lifted from his heart. Striving to present himself as less mercenary, he stated, Teacher Zheng, regarding the adaptation fee, after discussing with Teacher Chao, we have decided to offer you 3,000 yuan. How does that sound? Upon hearing the proposal, Teacher Zheng's intellectual pride flared up, and he nearly expressed his displeasure, but Xiao Chao's words halted him immediately. Xiao Chao said, Teacher Zheng, the money isn't solely for your litigation. It is intended to support the education of the children, ensuring they can attend my classes in the capital. Xiao Chao spoke with the authority of a professor, which was indeed fitting, as he later became one. Su Guan mused that Xiao Chao remained the same youth who struggled to articulate himself, yet his manner of speaking and acting was quite adept. After a moment's contemplation, Teacher Zheng nodded in agreement, promising Xiao Chao, this money will be entirely allocated for the children's education, and I assure you, my personal grievances will not burden my family. Once their arrangement was concluded, Su Guan promptly counted out 3,000 yuan from his bag and handed it to Teacher Chao, who then passed it to Teacher Zheng. Su Guan had acquired the adaptation rights for 3,000 yuan, and the entire family was in high spirits, evident from the lavish dinner that evening. Presumably a special treat from the Zhou family. Teacher Zheng also introduced Teacher Chao to a few children, encouraging them to study diligently. Aspiring to secure a place in the capital, was 3,000 yuan a substantial amount? The answer is indeed affirmative. Due to his incarceration, Teacher Zheng's current position as a Chinese teacher at an elementary school only afforded him a monthly salary of 30 yuan, equivalent to 100 months of his earnings. That evening, they enjoyed a few cups of Jiangxi's farmhouse rice wine. The next day, under the guidance of Teacher Zheng, the three began drafting the script, seamlessly collaborating to complete the first draft in just 3 days. Afterward, Teacher Zheng took the opportunity to invite Teacher Chao for a visit to Mount Luoshao, where they shared a camaraderie reminiscent of gentlemen's friendship. Su Guan was unclear about how the two had spent their time together, yet upon their return, he addressed him as brother and younger brother in a familiar manner. In the early morning, in a quaint mountain village, a faint wisp of smoke began to rise, accompanied by the distant bark of a dog. While the villagers were still ensnared in the clutches of slumber, Su Guan and Xiao Chao bid farewell to the misty village, carrying with them Teacher Zheng's local delicacies and their luggage, embarking on a northward journey back to Beijing. On the train, nestled in the soft sleeper compartment, Su Guan reclined on his bunk, savoring Teacher Zheng's specialties, while Xiao Chao diligently polished the script at the table, the rhythmic clatter of wheels against the tracks playing in the background. Su Guan brushed off the crumbs that had settled on him and turned to Xiao Chao, inquiring, what do you think of casting Li Xuejian as the male lead? Xiao Chao paused, peering at Su Guan, and upon confirming his lucidity, shook his head, resuming his writing without raising his gaze. Do we possess any self-awareness at all? In an underground film, do you truly believe we can invite Li Xuejian? Disregarding Xiao Chao's mockery, Su Guan retorted, just tell me, is he suitable or not? At this, Xiao Chao halted his pen, and an image of Jiao Yulu chasing after Xiao Wei in the wind flashed in his mind. Xiao Chao didn't believe that Su Guan could manage to invite Li Xuejian through sheer effort. Yet as he continued writing, the thought of Li Xuejian carrying a bag to petition for redress lingered in his mind. Su Guan shifted to sit upright, gazing out at the passing scenery as he declared, "Upon returning to Beijing, I shall move into your dormitory, and we will collaborate to refine the script as swiftly as possible. I will strive to invite Li Xuejian," relentlessly persisting. As soon as he finished, Xiao Chao watched Su Guan recline back onto the bunk, exasperatedly stating, "So our collaboration consists of you sleeping while I write the script, is that it?" Su Guan, swinging his legs, replied, "I'm contemplating the title for the script." Xiao Chao, feeling disheartened, remarked, "Didn't we agree to call it The Hunt?" Su Guan shook his head, countering, "Hunt whom? It doesn't quite fit." Xiao Chao also shook his head, deciding to ignore Su Guan, and continued writing about Xuejian's petitioning. Clang, clang. Su Guan murmured to himself, recalling teacher Zheng's words. 8 years of childhood, 9 years of schooling, and 7 years of teaching. That makes a total of 20 years. How about simply calling it 20 years? Xiao Chao finally set down his pen, pondering for a while, and the more he considered it, the more he felt that 20 years was an excellent choice. Unable to restrain his admiration, "You've finally accomplished something sensible. Let us name it 20 years. Su Guan could never truly let Xiao Chao write the script alone. He would never betray his friend. They alternated shifts. When Xiao Chao slept, Su Guan wrote the script. And when Su Guan slept, Xiao Chao continued. On March 17th, just as the heating was turned off and the dust from Inner Mongolia had yet to settle, the two spirited young men returned to the capital, weary yet resolute. After hailing a taxi and dropping Xiao Chao off at North Film, Su Guan returned to Suai Hutong. In Suai Hutong, Su Guan stacked his luggage and teacher Zheng's specialties against the wall at the entrance, reaching behind the door to feel for his key. Finding none, he muttered, to wait for someone at the door in Jiangxi, only to return and wait again. The alley, a mere 3 meters wide, was devoid of sunlight, casting a cold, shadowy gloom throughout. Su Guanghua, wrapped in a thick black coat with his hands crossed and tucked into the sleeves, donned a large black hat. Leaning against the blue brick wall with a cigarette perched in his mouth, he sat atop a bag of red rice, occasionally tilting his mouth to blow away the ashes. After shifting through several positions, it was only then that Guy Li returned to Suai Hutong, carrying her bag and driving a newly purchased Santana. Upon reaching the entrance of the alley, she noticed someone squatting by her doorstep. Her pace slowed as she glanced at the local specialties and the rice bag, wondering if it was a relative of Su Guanghua who had come to visit. The sound of her high-heeled boots tapping on the bluestone pavement caught Su Guanghua's attention, prompting him to remove his hat and look up. Recognizing Guy Li, he stood and inquired, "What have you been up to? I've been waiting for quite a while. Didn't we agree to leave the key behind the door?" Carefully scrutinizing Su Guanghua's attire, Guy Li handed him the bag she was holding. He leaned in to smell it and remarked, "What is this? It reeks of camphor balls. It's Chinese tune," Guy Li said, shoving the bag into his arms before turning to unlock the door. "I want to watch a play by Chen Hong today, and I bought this tune on my way through Mauer Hutong. It's for you." Su Guanghua replied, "I'm not sure what you mean by fixing something up. How about we solidify things a bit?" With that, he handed the tune back to Guy Li before dragging his luggage into the courtyard. As he passed her, he took a moment to inspect her hairstyle, ensuring it was not a result of a recent salon visit before entering the yard. Guy Li followed suit, placing the specialty items in the living room before retreating to the bedroom to change clothes. Just as she slipped into a lighter coat, she felt Su Guanghua approach, wrapping his arm around her and grasping her small hand in his. Turning her head apologetically towards him, Guy Li said, "Guang, I had relatives visiting today." Su Guanghua paused, his expression tinged with mild disappointment. He turned her around, cupping her face for a gentle kiss, and stated, "I'm hungry. Let us prepare some food quickly." "All right. I'll get right on it," she replied, glancing at him as she opened the wardrobe to find a lighter coat for him, saying, "Change your clothes. And come help me." In the kitchen, Guy Li washed the vegetables, blanched them, and chopped the tune, while Su Guanghua prepared the scallions and whisked eggs. As the oil heated in the pan, the blended egg mixture and tune slid into the sizzling surface, releasing an enticing aroma that enveloped the entire kitchen. The vibrant green of the tune mingled with the yellow and white of the eggs, creating a visually appealing dish that was simply irresistible. At noon, in the dining room, Su Guanghua scooped the tune and egg mixture onto his rice and said, "Li Jia, this afternoon, you should tidy up your bedding. I'm going to stay with Xiao Chao for a few days. Guy Li placed a cup of hot water beside him and replied, You're leaving to stay with Xiao Chao after I had relatives visiting? Su Guanghua touched the cup, continuing to savor his dish while explaining, This script is quite challenging. I need to collaborate closely with Xiao Chao to refine it. During this period, I'll be shunning female company. Well, since you had relatives visiting, you wouldn't be able to come in anyway. After hearing this, Guy Li began to inquire about Su Guanghua's experiences during his outing. Upon learning about teacher Zheng's unjust predicament, she declared, After we finish eating, I'll tidy up your quilt and send it to you at Beijing Film Academy. You and Xiao Chao should work together well. I won't be acting this time. Instead, I'll focus on being the producer. We must ensure that we create a film. An actress has shifted her focus from performing to working behind the scenes. Su Guan is fully aware of this and, observing Guy Li with earnest intent, inquired, Have you truly given it no more thought? Guy Li rose and poured the rice from her bowl into Su Guan's, replying, The last time during the gang left me utterly bewildered, so this time I shall not act. Besides, being a producer is splendid. There's no need to be chosen or rejected. Su Guan brought the plate of scrambled eggs with Chinese tune to himself, mixed it with the rice after pouring it into his bowl, and remarked, This time, there are few opportunities for female roles. The script primarily centers around the male protagonist. Once the script is complete, you will see for yourself. Guy Li watched with delight as Su Guan heartily consumed the meal she had prepared, sipping gently from a glass of warm water, and said, Though I will not perform, you must reserve a role for me. Su Guan looked up at her and replied, You cannot interfere with my casting decisions. We had agreed on this long ago. Guy Li then circled the table, perched herself on Su Guan's chair, wrapped her arm around his waist, gently patting her hand on her belly while resting her head on his shoulder. Su Guan could only acquiesce. All right, I shall certainly reserve a role for you. Guy Li beamed with joy, pouting her lips towards Su Guan, who leaned in and said, Our mouths are both flavored with Chinese tune and eggs. Let us save the kissing for another time. Guy Li nestled against Su Guan's shoulder, and after he finished his meal of scrambled eggs with rice, she rose to clear the dishes, saying, Su Guan, I secured this role on behalf of Chen Hong. Make sure she expresses her gratitude and treats us to a meal. In the afternoon, the sun shone pleasantly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Su Guan reclined on a lounge chair in the yard, squinting his eyes to bask in the sunlight, with a freshly brewed cup of tea, a gift from teacher Zheng, beside him. Suddenly, he noticed the light before him dimming. Upon opening his eyes, he found Guy Li standing before him, clutching a pink bedding roll. Su Guan took a sip of the warm tea and glanced at the rosy bedding, commenting, As a grown man, pink does not suit me. It is clearly a girl's quilt. Guy Li responded, This is precisely the effect I desired. Are you afraid people will discover you have a girlfriend? With my slender waist and long legs, Su Guan, you should be able to show me off. You are the flower, and I am merely the cow dung. Is that satisfactory? Guy Li surveyed the living room and said, You're holding my bag. Let me show you our car and then drop you off at Beijing. Su Guan finished the warm tea from his quilt, entered the house to fetch his bag, locked the door, and followed Guy Li to a black Santana parked at the alley's entrance. The boxy black car, which Guy Li purchased for Su Guan for 150,000 yuan, symbolized a significant sum, considering her annual income was only 2,000 yuan, making it a hefty investment. Guy Li placed the bedding in the back seat, clambered into the driver's seat, and, though somewhat clumsy at first, started the vehicle and set off toward Beijing. Guy Li drove with unwavering focus, though her nervousness was palpable. She relaxed somewhat once on the main road. Su Guan asked, In my absence over these few days, how much have you spent in total? Gail fixed her gaze ahead, saying, Over 200,000. I purchased a car for 150,000, 2 traditional courtyard houses for 70,000, an entrance courtyard in Baishan Hatong for 20,000, and a second entrance in Bangkong Hatong for over 40,000. I also spent more than 5,000 to set up a telephone, while the rest is just miscellaneous expenses. After a brief silence, noticing Su Guan's lack of response, Gail smirked, I haven't squandered money. Just look at your miserly demeanor. In Chapter 76, set in the Beijing Film Academy, Su Guan strolled casually towards Xiao Chao's dormitory, dressed in a black coat and trousers, with his hands tucked behind him and a cigarette in his mouth. Gail followed closely, clad in a long black coat and high-heeled boots, cradling a soft pink bedding roll. Fortunately, the students recognized Su Guan. Otherwise, they would have cast curious glances at the mismatched pair, muttering about how a flower was wasted on cow dung, speculating whether the man was wealthy or merely brash. Upon entering Xiao Chao's dormitory, Su Guan spotted him bending over to fold blankets and remarked, "I knew you'd be napping. I arrived a bit late." After Gail tidied Su Guan's bed and filled a thermos with hot water for him, she took charge of organizing the schedule for Su Guan's upcoming projects. Su Guan urged Xiao Chao, who had just awakened from his nap, to discuss the script's intricacies. As soon as Gail departed, Su Guan kicked off his shoes and snuggled into the fragrant, soft pink bedding, drifting off to sleep. Xiao Chao quickly understood Su Guan's intention. "You rest first. You'll continue writing later tonight." By afternoon, news of Su Guan's stay at the academy spread like wildfire, with students speculating that he might have returned for further studies after being banned from directing. Su Guan was the first director in the circle to receive a formal ban, and the students had no inkling of his audacity to disregard the prohibition and continue making films. In the deep of night, the soft scratching of his pen on paper echoed crisply in the stillness. Su Guan felt particularly invigorated, relishing the tranquility of writing in the dead of night, while Xiao Chao lay deeply immersed in dreams beside him. Unconsciously, Su Guan wrote through the night until dawn broke. The sounds of metal basins clattering against the floor and playful laughter in the corridor finally interrupted his writing, prompting him to pause and assess his night's work. Satisfied, he carried the basin to wash up and rouse Xiao Chao for breakfast at the cafeteria. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two switched roles, akin to the shifts in a small coal mine when Xiao Zhao was present, working in alternating pairs. By the end of March, spring had arrived, awakening all of nature. The temperature in the capital gradually rose, yet the weather shifted unpredictably. Just yesterday, sandstorms from the Mongolian plateau swept through, while today, the sun shone brilliantly under a clear blue sky. Women in spring resembled tender willow branches swaying in the breeze, their hearts fluttering beneath soft, fluffy exteriors. Gail, donning a black coat over a green sweater and black trousers paired with low-heeled leather shoes, walked with purpose across the academy grounds, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Before she reached the dormitory building, she encountered Xiao Chao, who appeared dejected, and called out, "Xiao Chao, what's the matter?" Xiao Chao raised the book in his hand and said, "There are 2 classes this morning. I must head to class. Su Guan is in the dormitory. You should go over there. I'm running out of time. We can talk later." In a flurry, Xiao Chao dashed toward the teaching building, while Guy Li's expression brightened as she murmured to herself, 2 classes, nearly 2 hours. Upon arriving at Xiao Chao's dormitory, Guy Li stealthily pushed the door open and discovered Su Guan, unkempt and sound asleep on his bed. Carefully locking the door behind her, she ensured it was secure before drawing the curtains and placing a tissue from the desk beside Su Guan's pillow. In the dimly lit dormitory, after a series of soft rustles, Guy Li slipped beneath the covers beside Su Guan. Startled awake, Su Guan immediately inquired, "Who's there?" Guy Li sweetly replied, "It's me." Recognizing her, Su Guan relaxed and asked, "Where's Xiao Chao? Why are you here?" Guy Li, slightly miffed by Su Guan's lackluster reaction, thought, "Shouldn't you be welcoming me with open arms?" Instead, he bombarded her with questions. "Xiao Chao has 2 classes this morning, and I thought I'd come by to update you on the work." "2 classes? Director, just let me report on the work," Su Guan prompted. "Then please do," Guy Li replied eagerly. As the second class approached its midpoint, nestled closely in Su Guan's embrace on the narrow dorm bed, Guy Li reported, "The photography team has been confirmed, and the art department has secured the costumes and props. I wanted to discuss the script supervisor and crew with you." Su Guan reminisced about De Zhao and Xiao Zhao, stating, "The choice of script supervisor and crew requires careful consideration. Have suitable candidates been found?" Reflecting on the previous incident, Guy Li thought that had she not developed a bond with Su Guan, perhaps they would not have had the opportunity to collaborate. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, "Su Guan, this time it's quite fortuitous. The script supervisor, De Lin, and the crew member, Xiao Lin, are both graduates from your school. They previously worked with Zhang Yuan on films, and I've inquired about them. They are reliable and have no prior mistakes." Su Guan felt himself teetering and nudged Guy Li toward the wall, saying, "Let us schedule a meeting then. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll speak with them." Guy Li playfully traced circles on Su Guan's chest with her delicate fingers, asking, "When will you return home?" Su Guan gazed at the bunk above and, gently removing Guy Li's hand, replied, "I estimate it will be about a week or so." "All right then, we'll discuss it once you return." Su Guan noticed the rosy flush on Guy Li's face and remarked, Xiao Chao has a class schedule on his desk. You should copy it for later. You're incorrigible, Guy Li exclaimed. Sitting up, she began to dress, but Su Guan's playful antics kept interrupting her. Su Guan, if you don't stop, I'll get angry. And I might catch a cold. After Su Guan ceased his mischief, Guy Li quickly finished dressing, tidied up the litter on the floor, and returned to Sui Hutong to continue implementing the director's instructions. When Xiao Chao returned to the dormitory, he found Su Guan immersed in writing at the desk. Without a word, Xiao Chao took a seat opposite Su Guan and began to read the manuscript he had just penned. After perusing the new draft, Xiao Chao's first remark was, Is it appropriate for the female director of the Academic Affairs Office to be named Teng Wenji? Su Guanbi, without pausing in his writing or lifting his gaze, replied, A man and a woman. Both are antagonists reporting on others. What is inappropriate about that? Observing Su Guan like an irate bandit, wielding a fountain pen as if it were a weapon against the pristine paper. Xiao Chao jested. While the female director's report is slander, Teng Wenji's is a truthful whistleblowing. Isn't it? Su Guan halted his writing, tossed the pen onto the ground, bare and devoid of any fur, skillfully unscrewed the cap of the pen, retrieved ink from the drawer, and said, Teacher Chao, why not give it a name? Seeing Xiao Chao silent, Su Guan opened the ink bottle, dipped the pen in, squeezed the tube a few times. And once it was adequately filled, he wiped the nib on the bottle's edge, handing the pen to Xiao Chao. Xiao Chao seized the pen, marked an X on the manuscript, inscribed the character G, and declared, From now on, there's no need for names. All antagonists shall bear the surname Teng Wen, with the given name G. Continued updates. Rescue efforts in the small dark room. Su Guan, having violated traffic regulations, was released at 12:30 today. Normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 77. Completion of the script. In early April, right after the Qingming holiday, a light rain drizzled across the capital, accompanied by a chilly wind. In the afternoon, Xiao Chao entered the dormitory with teacher Wang Di, where Su Guan lay on his bed, sound asleep. Just as Xiao Chao was about to rouse Su Guan, Wang Di raised a hand to stop him, took a seat at the desk, and began to meticulously examine the script co-created by his two students. With a hearty stretch of his arms, Su Guan groaned awake, attempting to sit up, only to be startled by the sight of Wang Di and Xiao Chao gazing at him intently. However, upon reflection, he realized he had graduated and had no reason to feel alarmed. I'm awake. I heard from Xiao Chao that you've completed your script, so I came to have a look. Teacher, please take a seat. I'll freshen up first, Su Guan responded. Upon noticing that the director of the Academic Affairs Office in the script was named Teng Wenji, Wang Di lifted his gaze to Su Guan, who had just returned from washing up, recalling something significant. Su Guan, this year Teng Wenji's son has been admitted to our school. Xiao Chao, seated on his bed, blurted out, It can't be from our department, can it? As long as he is a biological son, whether he is from our department or not is uncertain. He definitely won TB from the acting department. I wouldn't be so sure, Su Guan interjected. Wang Di's timely cough interrupted their banter, affirming, He is enrolled in our department. Su Guan was astonished. A director's son from the directing department wishes to pursue directing, but ends up in our literary department? How peculiar. Wang Di clarified that the directing department wasn't admitting undergraduates this year, so he had to come to their department instead. After explaining, Wang Di turned to Xiao Chao. You'll be representing this class. Su Guan chuckled. Xiao Chao, make sure to assign them several essays on analyzing and appreciating group dynamics. Absolutely. Xiao Chao replied. Wang Di remained in the dormitory for quite some time, thoroughly reviewing the script, offering high praise to both students, thinking to himself that they truly embodied the literary department's prestige. Quietly arriving and departing without making a fuss, Wang Di refrained from providing any filming suggestions to Su Guan. Having emerged from the era of war, Wang Di's mere lack of intervention was already the greatest form of support for Su Guan. As the gentle rain outside subsided, Su Guan placed the completed script into his satchel. He bent down, approached the bed, and neatly arranged the pillow and towel in the center of the quilt, wrapping the bedding and mattress together in his embrace. You've also been quite busy during this time. Be sure to take a good rest. I will notify you once I have assembled the crew for location scouting. Xiao Chao squatted to retrieve the towel that had fallen from the bedding roll, placing it into Su Guan's satchel with a nod of acknowledgement. Su Guan exited the faculty dormitory, walking along the cobbled path of Beijing Film Academy. A girl with an oval face approached him. Despite her somewhat youthful complexion, Su Guan immediately recognized Su Qing. "Director Su," she greeted. Su Guan nodded in return, but was about to pass her by when Su Qing asked, "Director, what are you doing with that quilt?" "And you are?" Su Guan inquired. "I am Su Qing from the class of '88. You certainly don't know me, but I am familiar with you." As Su Guan engaged her in conversation, Su Qing cheerfully introduced herself, gesturing towards his bedding roll, and asked again, "Director, what is the purpose of that quilt?" Su Guan scrutinized Su Qing, noting her short hair, slender waist, and long legs, though her face was slightly broader. The director's gaze was naturally discerning, and Su Qing, far from feeling shy, twirled around to allow him a better view. After observing her closely, Su Guan, thinking her quite charming, replied, "I've been in the dormitory for over half a month, preparing to return home. In the entertainment industry, achieving fame is never a simple task." Just after a brief greeting, Su Qing, with an air of familiarity, remarked, "I've heard that you've been at the Beijing Film Academy recently, but no one seems to have seen you. I've been writing scripts in my dormitory every day. Naturally, you wouldn't have seen me." Su Guan explained, "Are you preparing to shoot a new film?" Observing Su Qing's cheerful demeanor, he quietly added, "Indeed, preparations are underway, but we are still in the planning phase. Once everything is ready, we will hold auditions at the Beijing Film Academy. You can certainly come and try out." Su Qing's eyes lit up, and with a playful tone, she responded, "Director, can I audition today?" Su Guan, taken aback by her boldness, felt a moment of temptation. However, recalling the recent reprimand he received for improper conduct, he declined, "I have matters to attend to today. If you fit the role during auditions, I will certainly consider you first. How does that sound?" Su Qing was reluctant to concede. "Why not try today?" "Not today. I'll see you later," Su Guan said, hastily shielding his figure with the quilt as he rushed towards the entrance of the academy, waving to a passing yellow taxi before retreating into the alley. Upon entering the small courtyard, he heard Guy Li shouting animatedly in the living room. Upon entering, he discovered Guy Li had just finished a phone call, carefully hanging up the receiver as if afraid to damage the device worth nearly half a courtyard. Seeing the newly installed phone, Su Guan was astonished. "You've done well. It's only been a few days, and you've had the phone installed already." Guy Li approached to take Su Guan's bedding roll, casually sniffing it for any unpleasant odors. "What is so impressive? I had to pay an extra 1,000 yuan for a priority installation. It cost over 6,000 yuan in total, almost as much as half a courtyard." Sitting beside the telephone, Su Guan glanced at the device priced at 6,000 yuan. In less than 3 minutes, he lost interest, rising and rubbing his stomach as he remarked, "Li Jia, please hurry and prepare a meal. I am absolutely famished. Oh, and let's skip the noodles tonight." Guy Li pondered, recalling that Su Guan had never been picky about food, and inquired, "Why not?" Su Guan began to lament. "Xiao Qiao has been having late-night noodle feasts every night. Now, merely the sight of noodles makes my stomach churn." Guy Li, having just stepped outside, turned back, leaned in to sniff Su Guan, and with a look of disdain, suggested, "Why don't you soak in the big pool for a while? Enjoy a good scrub, and by the time you return, dinner will be ready. When did we ever need to bathe and change before a meal? How absurd." She then proceeded to the bedroom, quickly packed a few articles of clothing and toiletries into a bag, and thrust it into Su Guan's arms, insisting, "Make sure to scrub well at the bathhouse, otherwise, you'll be sleeping alone tonight." An astute observer would recognize that Su Guan had plans for the evening. Su Guan, clutching the bag, replied, "I'd rather wash at home. I fear that once I enter the bathhouse, others might see me and feel inferior." Guy Li chuckled, pushing Su Guan towards the door, coaxing him, "Let us flaunt it then. We'll scare them to death." With no further argument, Su Guan carried the bag and headed to Nanlo Guxiang. Upon entering the bathhouse, he settled into the large pool for a relaxing soak, gauging the time before seeking out an elderly gentleman for a thorough scrub. As Su Guan reclined on the scrubbing table, the old man, having finished with his front, playfully slapped Su Guan on the back and exclaimed, "My friend, you are truly gifted." Sitting up, Su Guan wiped the sweat from his brow and casually remarked as he turned over, "When it comes to relieving oneself, it is best to avoid doing it all at once. A couple of urgent halts in between is preferable, and over the years, it's become a habit." The old man continued his work without pause, chuckling, "Once I crouch down, I can't hold it back." Upon hearing this, Su Guan abruptly sat up, scrutinized the old man's lower half, and laughed. "Sir, are you joking with me? You are the one teasing me." After enjoying a playful scrub, Su Guan merrily returned to his small courtyard, thinking to himself, "The old men in the capital are quite complimentary. I must return soon." That evening, Su Guan was in particularly high spirits, consuming 2 large bowls of red rice from Jiangxi. People eat to replenish energy, preparing for future exertion. After dining, he retired for the night. Guy Li harmoniously nestled in Su Guan's embrace and began her debriefing. As for the behind-the-scenes crew, aside from the director's team you mentioned, everyone else has more or less arrived. But who shall we cast as the male lead? Chapter 78. Obstructed entry. The following morning, shortly after breakfast, Guy Li observed Su Guan seated by the telephone and teased, "Didn't you say you disliked using the phone? Can you contact someone to arrange for a telegraph machine for me?" Su Guan replied, "Hey, Li Jia, why does our home phone number have 6 digits? Aren't they all 6 digits?" Guy Li countered, "No, Director Tian's number has only 5. Guy Li then dismantled the quilt Su Guan had brought back, tossing the cover into the large basin filled with suds, sitting cross-legged on a small stool beside it, and commenced scrubbing the sheets and quilt covers. Meanwhile, Su Guan flipped through the phone book, located Tian Zhuang's number, and dialed it. After a brief exchange of pleasantries upon answering the call, Su Guan promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Director, I am currently in the process of preparing a new film." Tian Zhuang was taken aback. "Just after the ban was lifted, and you're diving right in? I heard you've even penned a self-reflection." Su Guan casually replied, "Oh, the self-reflection pertains to the gang's ties. I can always write another one later." Tian Zhuang burst into laughter, asking, "So, what's on your mind?" Su Guan organized his thoughts and inquired, "Director, I heard that teacher Li Shuejian is your cousin?" The question nearly caught Tian Zhuang off guard, prompting him to switch the phone to his other ear. "Yes, he is a cousin through his wife's side." "Why? Is there a suitable role for him in your play?" Rather than responding directly, Su Guan took a moment to outline the general content of the script while smoking a cigarette. Upon learning that it was based on a true story, Tian Zhuang expressed his admiration. "Su Guan, I must say, I am somewhat impressed. You dare to tackle this." Su Guan replied with a hint of pride, "What do you think? Is this role suitable for Li Shuejian?" Tian Zhuang affirmed, "The script is excellent, and the character is equally compelling. I saw Shuejian a few days ago. He has been at the Central Experimental Theater lately. You should go find him. As long as he likes the script, I believe there won't be any issues." Su Guan recalled the equipment situation and added, "All right, director. I'll think of a solution for the equipment. If I can't find a suitable option, I'll reach out to you for assistance." "Sounds good." Su Guan hung up the phone, donned his large black coat, and prepared to head out to the Central Experimental Theater. Upon entering the courtyard, he heard Guy Li exclaim, "Oh my goodness, why don't you dress according to the season?" She continued, "It's spring warmth and autumn chill." Guy Li shook her head, rose from the bench, and wiped her hands on Su Guan's coat. "You stay put. I'll fetch you some appropriate attire. Spring calls for spring clothing." Before long, Guy Li returned with a black leather jacket for Su Guan. Trying it on, he found it to fit perfectly and asked, "When did you buy this?" "It's quite well fitted." Holding Su Guan's large coat in one hand while adjusting the leather jacket with the other, Guy Li remarked, "This is this year's trendy style. Just wear it confidently. It's definitely not leftover from my ex-boyfriend." Su Guan slung his bag over his shoulder and replied, "Given our deep bond, I must wear it with sincerity." Guy Li playfully punched Su Guan's arm and offered, "Do you want me to drive you?" "No need. It's just to the nearby Central Experimental Theater. I can walk." Just as Su Guan was about to leave, he suddenly remembered the issue of driving without a license and instructed Guy Li, "Make sure to get my driver's license sorted in the next couple of days. I don't want to end up locked up again." Guy Li expressed her concern. "Shouldn't we just take some lessons for safety?" Su Guan insisted, "Just handle it. It's quite simple. Just start the engine, shift into gear, press the gas, and release the clutch to get going. I'm quite adept at driving. So please don't forget." "Understood." With his bag slung over his shoulder and a cigarette in his mouth, Su Guan exited the Sui Hutong, entered Nanlo Guxiang, and headed north to Mar Hutong. In under 10 minutes, he passed the former residences of Feng Guozhang and Wanrong, arriving at Courtyard 45. The Miao'er Hutong lies to the north of the Drum Tower, where one can hear the morning and evening bells. To the west, it borders Shikahai, where shimmering waves can be observed. The Central Experimental Theater is the predecessor of the National Theater, which later merged with the Youth Art Theater, where Chen Hong worked, to become the National Theater. When Su Guan arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by the guard, who inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Su produced a cigarette and offered one to the guard, saying, "I am a director, here to see Li Shuejian." The guard waved his hand, rejecting Su's offer, and replied, "Every day, people come looking for Song Deshang, and they all offer cigarettes. Yet, when they finally meet Li Xuejin, none of them have any serious business." Su thought to himself that Li Xuejin was indeed quite famous. Perhaps there was some truth to this. He asked, "How can I get in to see Li Xuejin?" The guard replied, "You could call him." Su lamented, "But I don't have his number." The guard, almost sarcastically, remarked, "What a coincidence, neither do I." Su glanced at the guard, contemplating the irony of his situation. It was quite absurd that he, a recognized director, could not even gain entry. He decided that he would have to return to find Li Xuejin's phone number to make an appointment, and turned to leave. At this moment, Yu Haiden was returning from dropping her child off at kindergarten and happened to witness this scene. She asked the guard, "Who was that just now?" "I saw him standing at the entrance, cursing at the theater." The guard, filled with indignation, replied, "He came looking for your Song Deshang. From the moment I saw that lad, he didn't strike me as a good person. He lingered at the entrance, staring at the lion statue for a long while, inspecting it from all angles, even poking and biting at it. I suspect he was planning to steal it, so I asked him a few questions before he left." "Can you believe this guy claims to be a director?" Yu Haiden was taken aback and asked the guard, "You say he is a director?" The guard replied, "That is what he said." Without hesitation, Yu Haiden turned and ran to pursue him. Just as she reached the former residence of Wanro, she spotted the young man with the bag, peering curiously into the courtyard. Yu Haiden approached him and asked, "Young man, were you looking for Li Xuejin?" Su turned to look at Yu Haiden and affirmed, "Yes, but the theater wouldn't let me in, so I have to leave." "And you are?" Yu Haiden did not answer directly, but continued, "What do you need to see Li Xuejin for?" Su, feeling slightly perplexed by her insistence, replied, "If you don't tell me who you are, I won't tell you who I am." "You must be Su Guani," she asserted. Upon Su nodding, she added, "Li Xuejin is my husband. I have heard about you from my cousin and have seen your films. They are truly remarkable." Su, intrigued, asked, "So you have seen me?" Yu Haiden shook her head and said, "There are very few directors as young as you in the country. It wasn't hard to guess." Indeed, Su thought, this is how a director should be perceived. Otherwise, one cannot even enter through the door. Su modestly replied, "It's nothing to boast about. I'm just an underground director." He then mentioned, "By the way, I genuinely have a role to discuss with your Li Xuejin." Since Yu Haiden was an actress from the Air Force Theater, she recognized Su's talent and warmly invited, "Come, let us go to my home. Xuejin is resting at home these days." Su followed Yu Haiden back to the theater and, on the way, touched the smooth and glossy lion statue at the entrance, asking, "Is this really from the Ming Dynasty?" Yu Haiden chuckled and said yes. "Just now, the guard mentioned that you likely came to steal the lion." Su Guan suddenly realized, "So that was why the doorman treated me with such disdain. He must have taken me for a thief. Surely, I can manage to pull such a mighty lion." This grand lion later went to the new site of the National Theater at Guangyanmen to settle in, a cherished possession of the National Theater. In Chapter 79, the male lead is determined. In Mauer Hutong, at Li Xuejin's residence in the theater's staff quarters, Su Guan sat on the sofa, sipping tea and smoking, while Li Xuejin diligently perused the script of 20 years. After a considerable period, Li Xuejin closed the script and eagerly asked Su Guan, "Is this a true story?" Su Guan explained, "It is indeed a true story from the tumultuous times, and it has yet to be redressed. I spent several days at his home in Jiangxi, obtaining consent from teacher Zheng before writing the script." Li Xuejin picked up a cigarette from the table, lit it, took a deep drag, and remarked, "This script truly suffocates one. 20 years only lived for 20 years, indeed." Seeing Li Xuejin's appreciation for the script, Su Guan, aware of the character Tian Zhuang, knew he could not employ tricks, and said, "I was just recently banned. To be frank, this film lacks a production mark, and it hasn't undergone review. Even if it were reviewed, it would not pass. Nevertheless, I must bring it to fruition because it is a genuine occurrence." Indeed, it is a genuine occurrence. However, Li Xuejin surely harbored concerns. Firstly, he had never collaborated with Su Guan before, and thus had no understanding of him. Secondly, Su Guan's identity was too sensitive within the industry. Any misstep could lead to repercussions. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xuejin hesitated to make a decision and said, "Director Su, I truly appreciate this script, but I cannot promise you an answer right now. I need to think it over. I will get back to you by tomorrow afternoon, if that is acceptable." Li Xuejin's reaction and response were entirely understandable, considering he had a family to think about. "This film is not being released. Your acting skills are more vital than your fame. and I fear that an ordinary person might not be able to handle this role. Having said that, Su Guan rose and bid farewell to Li Xuejian. I will await your news. By the way, I am staying nearby in Sui Hutong. Perhaps we can exchange ideas more often. Li Xuejian shook Su Guan's hand vigorously and replied, That sounds splendid. Perhaps I may trouble you in the future. As soon as Su Guan left, Li Xuejian hurried downstairs to call Tian Zhuang, inviting him to dinner and drinks at his cousin's home that evening. In the afternoon, in a van heading towards Beijing Film Academy, Zhao shouting incessantly complained to Su Guan, With your stature as a director, why do you still need me to accompany you to borrow equipment from the school? If you can't obtain it, how could I? Oh well, we've come this far, so let us not dwell on it. With that remark, Zhao shouting fell silent. At the Beijing Film Academy, in Dinshin's office, after being served tea and shown to a seat, Su Guan spoke up. Dean, Zhao shouting wishes to borrow filming equipment. The dean glanced at Zhao shouting in surprise and asked, Are you planning to become a director? Zhao shouting, blushing, shook his head and stammered. Dean, I have taken on a film project, but the director requires the cinematographer to bring their own equipment, so I came to seek assistance from the school. Dean Shin looked at Su Guanjin with a sense of exasperation. When I advised you to be adaptable, I didn't mean for you to go this far. Do you still dare to continue making films? What is there to fear? Is it not merely a matter of writing a self-critique? Aren't we in the literature department above such trivialities? After shaking his head and chuckling at Su Guanjin, he turned to Zhao Xiaoding and said, As a student of Beijing Film Academy, since you've opened your mouth to request equipment, there's no reason for the school to deny you. Soon, take my note and retrieve the filming equipment. Zhao Xiaoding rose, bowing in gratitude, yet he did not believe himself to possess such influence. Once the serious matters were addressed, the trio engaged in casual conversation. The dean stood to see Su Guanjin off, inquiring, What became of the actress from the Central Academy of Drama you sought last time? If you ask me, it's best to rely on our own people. If anyone dares to do otherwise, I shall take care of it upon their return. Having learned from past misfortunes, this time they planned to cast Li Xuejian as the male lead, with the remainder of the auditions taking place at Beijing Film Academy. We must maintain a low profile. You're in a sensitive period. Organize the auditions internally at Beijing Film Academy without making a fuss about it. The dean's implication was clear. The roles would be secured by their academy. Dean, astute as ever, Su Guanjin acknowledged, taking the dean's note and heading to the warehouse, where he handed it to the administrator. After Zhao Xiaoding signed, they successfully borrowed the equipment. Upon returning home with Zhao Xiaoding and the equipment, Su Guanjin was astonished to find Li Xuejian and Tian Zhuang already there. After exchanging greetings, they hurriedly set about moving the equipment. Tian Zhuang asked, Where did you procure this equipment? Su Guanjin, carrying the camera, replied, I'm currently recruiting a cinematographer for the crew, with one stipulation. They must bring their own equipment. Zhao Xiaoding borrowed this from Beijing Film Academy. Zhao Xiaoding, seeing Tian Zhuang, was more enthusiastic than when he met the dean. At this stage, which cinematographer wouldn't wish to work with the likes of Lao Mozi and Tian Zhuang? Being part of such a crew would enhance one's credentials and financial prospects. Having worked as a chief cinematographer with both Lao Mozi and Guixiaoxi, their rates would certainly differ. After organizing the equipment, Zhao Xiaoding, like a sycophant, lit a cigarette and exchanged a few pleasantries before taking his leave. It was evident to all that today revolved around the male lead. Once Zhao Xiaoding departed, the three settled in the living room for tea and conversation. Tian Zhuang inquired, Is Director Tung from the Film Bureau aware of how you're handling things? Su Guanjin looked at Tian Zhuang in surprise, replying, Director Tian, you're not emulating Tung Wenji, are you? Li Xuejian, intrigued, could not help but ask Su Guanjin, Is it true that your band was reported by Tung Wenji? Noticing Li Xuejian's curious demeanor, Su Guanjin recounted, I saw Tung Wenji's letter of complaint at the Film Bureau with my own eyes. How could that be false? Tian Zhuang patted Su Guanjin and advised, From now on, keep your mouth shut when you're out. Those directors have egos as small as a needle's eye. Be cautious, or they might report you again. Until the film is completed, you must remain as inconspicuous as possible. With that, Tian Zhuang began to scrutinize the script intently, flipping through the pages at a remarkable pace. What a splendid script, he exclaimed. He asked numerous questions about Teacher Zheng and sighed. The absurdities of the buzzing era were far more rampant than this. No one in the film industry dared to touch them. Those who did met with ruin. You, my boy, truly possess audacity. After finishing his words, without waiting for Su Guan to respond, Tian Zhuang inquired of Li Xuejian. If you truly cherish this script, then pursue the role with confidence and audacity. Such a character is a rarity in one's lifetime, as few dare to bring it to the screen. Moreover, any potential ban pertains solely to Su Guan and has nothing to do with you. Li Xuejian nodded in silence, once again engrossed in the script, reluctant to part with it even during mealtime. As they dined and drank, Tian Zhuang expressed his thoughts. Su Guan, upon learning that you would be filming 20 Western years, I was restless for several nights. Su Guan waved his hands dismissively, saying, Director, surely it cannot be that serious. Even if the script is commendable, it does not warrant such a reaction. Tian Zhuang took a drink, exhaling deeply before recounting events from his buzzing days that transpired within his courtyard. People around him inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace behind, as though they had never existed in this world at all. Observing Tian Zhuang's eerie narrative, Li Xuejian felt a chill run down his spine and urged, Brother, please refrain from speaking further. Su Guan, you ought to persuade Zhuang as well. Before Su Guan could utter a word, Tian Zhuang interjected, I'm fine. I merely wish to share some thoughts after a few drinks, and I currently have no intentions of filming. Director, do not be foolish. If you wish to proceed with the project, we could collaborate. You can direct while I lend my name to the project. I wouldn't mind drafting a few more reflections. Li Xuejian disapproved of their exchanges and continued to advise, let the past be bygone. It's not beneficial for either of you. Trust me, once we've finished our drinks, let us return to rest. As they checked the time, the trio drained their glasses. Li Xuejian held the script copy while Guy Li drove Su Guan, escorting the two back. This chapter confirms that Beijing lent equipment to Su Guan, as it indeed provided resources to directors of banned films, most of whom were affiliated with Beijing. I seek recommendations for a new book title, preferably beginning with Huayu. Thank you. Chapter 80. Voting. Li Xuejian originally specialized in Shandong Kuai Shu, possessing excellent dialogue skills. Subsequently, Lu Wei wrote a letter of recommendation for Li Xuejian to audition for the Air Political Drama Troupe Academy, transitioning from amateur to professional. By the time Lu Wei's son, Lu Xiaowei, sought Li Xuejian for the role of Song Desheng in Desire, Li Xuejian had already risen to stardom. Initially, Song Desheng was not a lead character but rather a supporting role. However, the director, upon witnessing Li Xuejian's outstanding performance, gradually expanded his part until he became the protagonist. In 1989, Li Xuejian was compensated 200 yuan for his role in Jiao Yulu, a sum insufficient to purchase a single telephone. Su Guan, upon first contact, offered Li Xuejian a salary of 12,000 yuan, seemingly aware of Su Guan's struggles. Reluctantly, after much negotiation, Li Xuejian agreed to a fee of 10,000 yuan, taking on the role of Wang Kong, the male lead in 20 Western Years. With Li Xuejian's confirmation for the lead role, 20 Western Years was set to undergo a significant transformation, and preparations entered a rapid phase. Wang Hongwei, a graduate from the 87th director class, was currently preoccupied with his graduation project and thus unable to participate in Su Guan's second film, compelling Su Guan to seek another assistant director. The world was indeed a tapestry of splendor and melancholy. The azure sky appeared as if freshly washed, with radiant sunlight streaming through the glass windows and lazily resting upon the desks in the classroom. The desks belonged to the Department of Literature at Beijing Film Academy, and the three individuals gathered around were also from the same department: Su Guan, Xiao Chao, and Xue Xiaolu. The production team of 20 West Years was seeking an assistant director, and Xiao Chao promptly introduced his junior sister to the opportunity. Today was the day for Xue Xiaolu's interview. Xue Xiaolu, the director of Ocean Heaven and Beijing Meets Seattle, was an outstanding student from the literature department, exuding a youthful demeanor with her short student haircut, nervously responding to Su Guan's various questions. As the sunlight danced across the desk and illuminated Su Guan's face, the interview approached its conclusion. Su Guan gazed at his junior sister for a considerable time before resolutely smiling and extending his hand, only to have it firmly grasped by Xue Xiaolu, who vigorously shook it and exclaimed, I am willing. Su Guan thought to himself, this is even more audacious than Wang Hongwei. She hasn't even spoken yet, and she has already accepted. Su Guan released his junior sister's delicate hand and began to instruct her. All right, make sure to get your leave approved promptly, and wait for the notice to go scout locations together. Xue Xiaolu's face flushed with excitement as she replied, rest assured, I will follow your lead. Xiao Chao, sensing her potential, added, Make sure to stay closely united around the director, understand? Xue Xiaolu glanced at Teacher Chao and then at Su Guan, quickly nodding and saying, Senior brother, I'll be at school. Just let me know if you need anything, and I'll coordinate with Teacher Chao. For the literature department, having a senior director was advantageous. Otherwise, the talent from the directing department would not bother to recruit assistant directors from literature. Instead, they would merely compel the literature department to alter scripts according to their whims. When Xue Xiaolu submitted her leave request to Wang Di, it was promptly approved. And Wang Di earnestly advised, once you join the production team, learn well from your two senior brothers. Let us strive to produce more directors from our literature department. Okay, I will unconditionally comply with senior brother Su. Wang Di sternly replied, no more senior brother titles. Once you enter the production team, you must address everyone by their official titles, understood? Yes. On April 10th, 1991, in the capital, the northwest winds from the Mongolian plateau brought with them a deluge of dust, engulfing every corner of the city as fine grains stung the faces of passers-by. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, the sky was momentarily transformed into a stunning orange hue by the overwhelming sands. That evening, experts in the capital analyzed the phenomenon. The grayish-white dust was domestic, while the yellow and orange dust was imported from Mongolia. In Sui Hutong, Su Guan was busy on the phone in the living room, notifying that the preparatory meeting had been postponed until the following morning due to unforeseen circumstances. After much effort, Su Guan finally completed the notifications, grabbed a cup from the table, and took a few sips, only to realize something was amiss. He lifted the cup towards the light and exclaimed, This is truly bizarre. Even in Beijing, one can drink authentic yellow river water. The next day was the 11th. The sunlight was resplendently bright, so pleasantly inviting that it stirred a longing for spring outings and the joys of procreation. The inaugural secret meeting of the 20 Western Years Preparatory Committee convened, comprising mostly of individuals affiliated with the group, with the exception of Xue Xiaolu. In the back room of a small courtyard, a solitary light bulb dangled from a wire, illuminating the cramped space where 8 or 9 men and women engaged in discussions regarding the selection of filming locations. Xiao Chao, serving as the deputy director and screenwriter, was the first to propose. The narrative unfolds in Jiangxi. I suggest we commence our filming in the Jinggangshan area. Director, you observed the unique architecture and scenery there last time. The visuals we could capture would undoubtedly be stunning and photogenic. Unexpectedly, Su Guan rejected the suggestion, asserting, I disagree. If we recklessly proceed, it is uncertain whether we can even manage to film. Establishing a film crew is challenging, but dismantling one is all too easy. Xiao Chao, taken aback, maintained his stance, countering, wouldn't that mean we forfeit the very essence of filming 20 Western Years? Su Guan regarded Xiao Chao, understanding his perspective. While there was no flaw in Xiao Chao's suggestion from a screenwriting standpoint, as a director, Su Guan had to consider the broader implications. Su Guan elaborated. Filming on location presents us with significant risks. The events we are portraying are based on true stories, and the antagonists from the script are present in that locale. A handful of local ruffians could easily disrupt our shoot. We are an underground film. Even calling the police might yield no assistance. The dialogue between the two escalated, neither willing to concede. Had it not been for the presence of others, Su Guan might have resorted to physical confrontation with Xiao Chao. Guy Li, observing the heated exchange, intervened to diffuse the situation, suggesting, why don't you both temper your remarks? Do you truly believe we are invisible? I propose we hold a secret ballot. Those in favor and those opposed? This suggestion was met with enthusiasm. That sounds good. Let us vote to decide. With only 9 individuals present, the voting process was swiftly completed, with the newly inducted Xue Xiaolu assigned to tally the votes. Ningxia 1 vote. Ningxia 2 votes. Ningxia 9 votes. The room fell silent, as all present began to count heads, confirming the total. Indeed, there are 9 of us. I request to see the ballots. Several individuals gathered around the table to inspect the tickets, and soon the verdict was clear. It was indeed 9 votes. The assembly turned their gaze toward Xiao Chao, a mixture of admiration and disdain evident in their expressions. They thought, you were the loudest just now, nearly ready to brawl with Su Guan. And yet this is the outcome? Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Xiao Chao finally stood, after a moment of hesitation, and declared, I believe the director is correct. Such a capitulation rendered the meeting rather anticlimactic, leading to a swift resolution to embark on a location scout in Ningxia the following day. Su Guan glanced at Xiao Qiao, thinking that his old comrade was dependable in crucial moments. He made a mental note to persuade Xiao Qiao to invest in real estate when time allowed. With the Ningxia scouting trip on the horizon, 20 Western years was set in motion. Su Guan rose to deliver his concluding remarks. In the afternoon, at the Beijing factory warehouse, Su Guan, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoding, meticulously reviewed the inventory list and, after a thorough count, confirmed that not a single box was missing. Gazing at the film reels stored away, I pondered that, with meticulous budgeting, I still had enough to shoot 2 films. After settling a rental fee with the warehouse, Su Guanshou took away half of the stored film. At the entrance of the North Film Academy, Xiao Qiao and Xue Xiaolu alighted from the vehicle. As they walked through the campus, Xue Xiaolu, contemplating today's meeting, curiously inquired, "Senior, why did you ultimately choose Ningxia?" Xiao Qiao looked at his youthful junior and mused. "Why did I choose Ningxia? It's not as if I could outdo Su Guan." Yet he explained, from the perspective of an assistant director, Jiangxi is the most suitable. However, from a director's standpoint, Ningxia is indeed the most fitting. Xue Xiaolu shook her head, prompting Xiao Qiao to utter 2 words, post-production. Indeed, Su Guan's choice of Ningxia for filming was to facilitate post-production. During the last shoot of La Bang Tao, the post-production lagged, resulting in significant oversights. They commenced post-production only after all filming was completed, which not only wasted time, but also posed considerable risks. Should any issues or unforeseen events arise, reshoots would be necessary. Currently, all production studios across the nation were prohibited from assisting Su Guan's filming. Yet Ning Studio was an exception, primarily due to its dire financial straits, which Su Guan could hear even from the capital. With a clatter, the train was delayed, and by the time the group arrived at Yinchuan Station, it was already evening. During the Western Moon period, although the temperatures were gradually rising, the night descended early in the northwest, creating a stark contrast between day and night. As they exited the station, everyone huddled against the cold, pulling their collars tight. With ample funding for 20 years, Su Guan did not scrimp on his team. 2 sleeper compartments were filled with the entire scouting crew and their equipment. Even after over 30 hours on the train, the group felt no fatigue. They dined on prepared meals and sipped drinks, clearly more engaged in team bonding than in scouting. Boss, individual rooms with bathrooms, and meals at no extra cost. Upon exiting the station, Su Guan was inundated with the shouts of hotel proprietors soliciting customers, each boasting extravagantly about their tax-free lodgings. Leading the group, Su Guan maneuvered through the throng, carrying luggage and equipment while brushing past a few women hawking fast food. They hailed 3 taxis to transport everyone to a hotel near Ning Studio, where the group of 9 was swiftly settled into their rooms. Clad in a woolen coat, Guy Li, one hand affectionately wrapped around Su Guan's waist and the other gripping a wheeled large suitcase, gleefully traversed the corridor of the hotel's top floor. Upon entering their room, she released Su Guan and the suitcase, leaping onto the large bed adorned with creamy white linens, testing the mattress's bounce and exclaiming, "Not bad. It's quite resilient." Su Guan, feigning interest, sat on the bed and gave it a good bounce, remarking, "Thanks to Yinchuan's mattress, a gift from the Northeast and Shandong. Oh dear, be gentle. Don't exert so much force at once." Guy Li, crouching on the floor, steadied the wheeled suitcase that Su Guan had playfully pushed over, beginning to organize their clothes. The following morning, the weather was clear, devoid of sandstorms. After a leisurely breakfast, the group gathered in Zhao Xiaoding and Xiao Qiao's room to hold a brief meeting. As the meeting progressed, the door swung open to reveal Guy Li Hong, her face radiant. Yet she immediately succumbed to a fit of violent coughing and hastily opened the window. "Are you conducting a meeting or incinerating the place?" she remarked, settling beside Su Guan, who was still holding a cigarette. She cast a significant eye at him, but refrained from voicing her disapproval directly. "Let us continue," Xiao Qiao resumed. "The director suggests we film in the Ningnan region, which I agree with. However, when it comes to the specific location, I believe that La Xiangzi village in Londa County, nestled against the Lupan Mountains, is quite suitable for filming." Su Guan pondered, "Ningnan is in Shihaigua. If we are in this region, why not film the Yellow River, a hallmark of the mountains and seas, instead of the Lupan Mountains?" He countered, "I find Zhongwei City, adjacent to the Yellow River, to be far more appropriate. Furthermore, there are numerous teachers from outside aiding in poverty alleviation. What better setting could we have? Coming to the northwest and not filming the Yellow River is absurd." "Oh dear." Xiao Qiao was back at it with Su Guan, this time showing no signs of retreat. The meeting was becoming increasingly lively. Indeed, without some spirited debate. What is the point of a meeting? Pan Feng chimed in. Shall we vote? Su Guan thought to himself. I have provided the film and the funds. I am still the director, and constant voting is unacceptable. He retorted, what nonsense. If we keep voting, I might as well be relegated to the role of stage manager. This matter is non-negotiable. You will all heed my direction. Xiao Chao persisted in his opposition. I still believe the Lupan Mountains are the better choice. Su Guan couldn't fathom why Xiao Chao was so obstinate, questioning their brotherhood during such critical moments. Absently, he reached for the cigarette on the table. But Guy Li's fragrant breeze extinguished the flame. Stop smoking, she chided, glancing between Xiao Chao and the others. You two are quite amusing. Do you have an addiction to arguing? This is the second time already. Noticing Su Guan and Xiao Chao silent, Guy Li continued, it's merely a matter of finances. First, we can visit the Lupan Mountains, then the Yellow River. We can afford to explore both locations. Su Guan, sitting nearby, raised his head and queried, why must we visit the Lupan Mountains first? Guy Li playfully stomped on Su Guan's foot and declared as the meeting's conclusion, this afternoon, we shall have free time. And tomorrow morning, we will set off for the Lupan Mountains. Meeting adjourned. Once outside the room, Guy Li pulled Su Guan back to their top-floor accommodation. Upon entering, she asked, what is truly going on with you? Su Guan bypassed her and entered the restroom, turning on the tap. What do you mean? He replied. Guy Li pushed the bathroom door open, leaning against the frame, and asked, you and Xiao Chao have argued twice from Beijing to Yinchuan. Can you not be mindful of the impact? Feeling a wave of comfort, Su Guan shivered slightly, then pulled up his trousers, saying, this is merely an artistic exchange. You, as the producer, should focus on managing your finances. Hey, what do you mean by that? Are you incapable of understanding? I am merely advising you, Guy Li responded. Su Guan, uncertain of how to explain his perspective without revealing his familiarity with the narrative of mountain and sea love and the emotional arc of Yongquan village, awkwardly changed the subject. Have you prepared what I requested this morning?